Qin Tian, you have 24 hours to repay the debt you owe us. Otherwise, prepare for us to expose your contact list and pay a visit to your family for the money. Listening to the relentless demands from the other end of the line, Qin Tian was overcome with frustration and hurled his phone to the ground. This marked the 14th debt collection call he had received that day. 6 months ago, his girlfriend, Hifeng, fell gravely ill, requiring hundreds of thousands in medical expenses. Lacking the funds, Qin Tian resorted to various online lending platforms to finance her treatment. Now, half a year later, the weight of these debts had become suffocating, and his insufficient income led to overdue payments. To add insult to injury, after Hifeng recovered from her illness and learned of the substantial debt Qin Tian had accrued, she unceremoniously ended their relationship. Thus, Qin Tian found himself bereft of both love and finances, burdened with loans and incessantly pursued by creditors, the heavenly lending company, providing convenience for all deities, demons, and spirits facing economic hardship. At that moment, his discarded phone emitted a sound. Picking it up, he discovered an app had mysteriously appeared, titled Heavenly Borrowing. What is going on? Is this some sort of glitch? Perplexed, Qin Tian intended to uninstall this inexplicably added app, but to his dismay, he found it impossible to remove. After several attempts, the app opened automatically, revealing a split screen. To the left, in green, was the heading, Clients in Good Standing, while the right side, in red, bore the title, Overdue Clients. Beneath each heading were rows of names. Qin Tian noted the illustrious names under the green section: Taishong Laojun, the god of war, the giant spirit god, and Tangsen, among others. In contrast, the red section featured names such as Nezha, the star of Venus, Erlang, the bull demon king, and the Arhat of the tiger. So it's a mythological game. Recognizing these familiar deities and spirits, Qin Tian hastily attempted to exit the app, as he had no desire to engage in a game he needed to find a way to gather funds to repay his debts. Frustratingly, despite his efforts to exit, the phone remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen. Congratulations, Qin Tian, you have become a debt collector for the Heavenly Borrowing Company. Your task is to audit and disburse loans to all beings in need across the 3 realms, as well as pursue those clients who are overdue. For each debt you recover, you will earn 1% of the reclaimed amount as a reward. For each loan you grant, you will receive 2% as a commission. Rewards and commissions are given in the form of merit points, the universal currency of the heavens, which can also be exchanged for earthly currency. You are now set to begin your first debt collection task. Please click on the name of any overdue client on the right. Qin Tian was taken aback by this unexpected information. Yet, almost instinctively, his finger hovered over the first name on the right. Nezha. He clicked it. As he made this point, a swirling vortex of suction materialized before him. And before he could react, it swiftly engulfed him. Qin Tian felt a blur before his eyes, and when his vision cleared, he found himself standing before an ancient and opulent mansion. Surrounding him were billowing white clouds and ethereal mists. Most strikingly, the plaque at the entrance of the mansion was adorned with the elegant characters Santan Hai Hui Dashon Fu. Upon witnessing such a scene, Qin Tian was rendered speechless. What on earth is happening? Am I not in my rental apartment? How did I arrive here in the blink of an eye? Ding. The ringtone of his phone echoed once more. He picked it up and noticed a new message appearing on the screen. Do not be alarmed or surprised, you have just summoned the overdue client Nezha. This is indeed his official residence in the heavenly realm. Qin Tian glanced at the message on his phone, then turned to behold the words inscribed on the mansion, his eyes widening in astonishment. In the next moment, he pinched himself vigorously. Ouch! It hurt. This is no dream, it is real. I have truly encountered a celestial being. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian endeavored to compose his astonishment. After a brief pause, he inquired, if all this is genuine, I am but a mortal, utterly unskilled. How am I to collect debts from these divine beings? They possess immense power. With a mere flick of a finger, they could easily crush me. The phone screen automatically replied with a message, rest assured, you have now become our agency's debt collector. As long as a client is overdue, even if it is the Jade Emperor or the Tathagata, they cannot act with impunity before you. On the contrary, you possess the authority to employ all means necessary against overdue clients. Should you encounter obstacles or if a debtor refuses to repay, you are entitled to impose any form of punishment. In severe cases, you may even execute immediate justice. Wow, is it truly that powerful? Take a look at your current appearance. Upon receiving the reminder, Qin Tian lowered his gaze and realized that his attire had entirely transformed. Previously clad in a tank top, shorts, and flip-flops, he now donned a long, flowing robe with his hair elongated to cascade down to his waist. From now on, every time you collect debts, this will be your garb. Apart from me, no one will discern your mortal identity, not even the fiery eyes of Sun will come. You must not disclose your mortal status to anyone, or you shall bear the consequences. Within you lies a token of identity for the debt collector. It grants you the power to deal with overdue clients and facilitates your passage between the realms of gods and mortals. Every time you lend or recover debts, it will transmit the information to me. Now, commence your duties. Detailed information regarding Nezha's debts to our company is available on your phone for your perusal. As the information faded away, Qin Tian saw his phone revert to the interface of the Heavenly Debt Collection app. He tapped on Nezha once more, opening another page. Borrower, Nezha. In an effort to restore the one long armor and compensate the East Sea, a loan of 1 million merit points was borrowed from our company, which has now been overdue for 120 years. The principal, along with interest and penalties, amounts to 2 million merit points. The borrower has pledged a wind-fire wheel as collateral. Should the loan remain unpaid, we are entitled to reclaim the wind-fire wheel or an item of equivalent value from the borrower. In the event of continued refusal to repay or to surrender the collateral, the creditor may initiate compulsory enforcement. At this moment, within the grand hall of the three altars of the sea deities, in the garden, Nezha is conversing while admiring the flowers with a male and a female figure. Little sister, you cannot fathom how formidable Nezha is. Even the heavenly tribulation curse could not subdue him, remarks the man, adorned in a flowing blue robe, handsome and graceful, with two small horns adorning his forehead. He is none other than Eobing, the fourth prince of the East Sea. The woman beside him, also bearing horns and possessing striking beauty, is Eobing's younger sister, Jian. Since the incident involving the heavenly tribulation curse, Nezha and Eobing have forged a deep brotherly bond. Today, Eobing has traveled from the East Sea, accompanied by his sister, to introduce her to Nezha. Once upon a time, Nezha not only withstood the heavenly tribulation curse but also saved the lives of countless people in Chentang Pass, truly embodying the essence of a great hero. Eobing continued, sister, if you were to be with Nezha, it would be a match made in heaven. And my bond with brother Nezha would deepen even further. Jian listened, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Nezha. Brother Nezha, you are so impressive. Nezha feigned modesty, waving his arm. My success in enduring the heavenly tribulation curse was also thanks to your brother's efforts. By the way, I inadvertently caused your brother to damage the dragon armor. I sincerely apologize. Why do you keep bringing this up, Nezha? The dragon armor has already been repaired by you. Eobing remarked. You insist on compensating me despite my assurance that you need not, he added with a smirk. Well, repairing the dragon armor did not cost me a single ounce of my magical power or merit, Nezha replied with a mysterious grin. Regardless, dear sister, consider it well. As your brother Nezha, I possess both appearance and ability, unmatched in all of heaven, so you would undoubtedly not suffer any loss. Eojia's admiration for Nezha intensified. Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted their conversation. Nezha, you borrowed 1 million merit points from me last time. And it has been overdue for 120 years, it is now time for repayment. Following the voice, they saw a figure striding toward them. The trio exchanged puzzled glances, while Nezha raised an eyebrow and inquired, who are you? I am the debt collector from heaven, Qin Tian replied. Nezha. Due to your 120 years of overdue payment, you now owe a total of 2 million merit points, including principal and interest. Brother Nezha. What is going on? Eobing asked in confusion. Nezha did not respond but instead frowned and addressed Qin Tian, do not speak nonsense, what debt collector? I have never heard of such a thing. Over 100 years ago, Nezha had inadvertently encountered the Heavenly Debt Company when he was seeking funds to repair the dragon armor. At that time, he borrowed 1 million merit points due to a lack of funds. However, he had never been aware of any debt collector, and when the repayment date arrived, no one from the Heavenly Debt Company came to claim it, leading him to believe he was free from repayment obligations. Today, however, a debt collector had unexpectedly appeared. Although Nezha understood that he had an outstanding debt, the long passage of time and his unfamiliarity with the concept of a debt collector led him to assert, I have never owed money. This is the residence of the great deity of the three altars, leave at once. Today, Eobing had come to introduce him to a potential partner, then he needed to maintain a good image. Not to mention that even if the borrowing incident had occurred just recently, he would still refuse to acknowledge it. So you are clearly trying to evade your debts. Qin Tian said with interest. Nezha, it's surprising that as a significant deity of heaven, you would attempt to avoid repaying your loan. Do you wish to endure such humiliation? Impudent. Nezha instinctively turned to glance at Eojiao, his right hand flickering as he conjured his fiery spear, directing it menacingly at Qin Tian. Where did you spring from? Depart at once, or else this prince shall not show you any mercy. Qin Tian felt the weight of Nezha's imposing presence and staggered back 2 steps, as if a colossal mountain was pressing down upon him, rendering him breathless. However, he soon sensed an energy within him surging forth, dissipating the pressure he felt. A wave of joy washed over Qin Tian as he realized that the identity token previously hinted at on his phone was now at work. Thus emboldened, he stepped forward once more. Nezha, it seems you intend to default on your debts. If that is indeed the case, I shall claim your wind fire wheels as collateral for the loan you took. With a mere thought, Nezha's wind fire wheels appeared, soaring into Qin Tian's grasp. Nezha hastily invoked his magic, attempting to regain control over the wheels, only to discover that he was utterly severed from them, unable to exert any influence. Return my wind fire wheels. Nezha bellowed, gripping his fiery spear and thrusting it toward Qin Tian. Yet, before the spear could reach its mark, an overwhelming aura locked onto him, rendering him feeble and devoid of power, even causing him to drop his spear. Before he could comprehend the turn of events, a sharp pain struck his abdomen as Qin Tian kicked him to the ground. You dare to default on your debts and even attempt to assault me? How audacious! Eobing and Eojiao looked on in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The illustrious third Prince Nezha, the formidable entity who had withstood heavenly tribulations, was knocked over by a nameless individual who had seemingly appeared from nowhere. What on earth was happening? Yet, the ordeal was far from over. In the next moment, they witnessed Qin Tian lunging toward Nezha, raising his hand to deliver a series of slaps to the prince's head. You dare to attack me again? You think being Nezha makes you invincible? Owing money and still acting so high and mighty, I shall teach you a lesson. Qin Tian berated him while delivering slap after slap. Nezha, swaying unsteadily, found himself unable to maintain his balance, his fury reaching a boiling point. Yet, despite his rage, he realized with despair that his body was as weak as that of an infant, leaving him utterly incapable of resistance. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Tian continued to rain slaps upon him. Fourth brother, is this what you meant by the heavenly court's unmatched hero? Eojiao snapped back to her senses, directing her question at Eobing. Stunned into silence, Eobing found himself at a loss for words. I shall return to the East Sea, Eojiao declared, her admiration for Nezha evaporating as she took flight from the estate. Meanwhile, Nezha was consumed by frustration, feeling as if he might vomit blood. After having remained single for centuries, he was on the verge of finding companionship when such an incident unfolded. Eobing, equally bewildered, pondered the transformation of the once mighty Nezha, who had battled the elements and the heavens, now reduced to a state where he could scarcely defend himself against an unknown adversary. He feigned stepping forward to assist Nezha, exclaiming, enough. Release my brother Nezha. However, just as he prepared to act, an overwhelming aura locked onto him, rendering him immobile with trepidation. Qin Tian paid no heed to the circumstances and continued to strike downwards. Nezha, when will you repay the debt? Nezha felt as though his head might be crushed under the force of the blows and cried out, I will repay. I will repay, just please stop. Only then did Qin Tian cease his assault, remarking nonchalantly, had you said so earlier, you wouldn't have caused me such pain in my hand. Nezha nearly toppled to the ground in frustration. You strike me so hard that I feel my brain might burst, and now you complain of hand pain. Nezha's teeth ground in anger, wishing he could strike Qin Tian dead, but the weakness of his body reminded him of his limitations. Reluctantly, he produced a crystal card designated for storing merit points and handed it to Qin Tian, gritting his teeth as he said, This contains 200,000 merit points for you. Qin Tian accepted it, feeling the token within him stir as it absorbed the crystal card. A notification popped up on his phone, confirming Nezha's repayment. Yet, Qin Tian had no intention of departing. He fixed his gaze on the seething Nezha and inquired, What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? You owe money and have assaulted an envoy. I have shown you leniency, yet you still dare to protest. Nezha fumed, his chest ready to explode. After receiving so many slaps, it is absurd to claim I have not been punished. Though he was furious, Nezha dared not express it outwardly. Instead, he forced a smile and said, No, I am entirely at your service, my lord. I was impulsive earlier, I should not have attacked you. I apologize. Now that I have repaid the debt, will you return the wind and fire wheels? Before he could finish, Qin Tian interrupted, what good is your apology? If I had killed you, would an apology then suffice? Nezha clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, seemingly making a monumental decision as he conjured a pill the size of a quail egg. He handed it to Qin Tian, saying, my lord. This is a 9-ton golden elixir crafted by the Supreme Lord. Consider it my compensation for my earlier offense. I hope you will overlook my transgressions. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled at the sight of the elixir. What a treasure! He thought, filled with immense joy. Though he maintained an air of indifference as he accepted the 9-ton golden elixir. He declared with righteous authority, Nezha, in light of this being your first offense, I shall grant you a reprieve. Should there be a next time, I will not show mercy. Yes, my lord, I assure you I shall never dare again. Nezha replied. Qin Tian tossed the wind and fire wheels to him, and Nezha hurriedly caught them with his feet. If that is the case, I shall not impose further. Until we meet again. With that, Qin Tian made no delay, his thoughts guiding the token within him as he returned to his rented apartment. Upon his return, he found himself once again clad in a tank top, shorts, and slippers. He felt as if he were in a dream, however. The 9 revolutions golden elixir in his right hand served as a vivid reminder that everything was indeed real. Qin Tian swiftly retrieved his mobile phone and opened the Celestial Borrowing app. To his astonishment, he noticed that the name of the overdue debtor, Nezha, had vanished. At that moment, a notification appeared, congratulations, you have successfully recovered Nezha's debt. You will receive a reward of 1%, which can be withdrawn as earthly currency from your balance account in the bottom right corner. Following the prompt, Qin Tian immediately located the balance option and was greeted with a figure of 20,000. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew the funds to his bank card. Naturally, he desired to convert it into earthly currency, plus the merit points he possessed held no practical use for him. Before long, he received a text message confirming the deposit into his linked bank account. To his utter disbelief, Qin Tian discovered that the exchange rate of merit points to earthly currency was a staggering 1 to 100. Thus, 20,000 merit points translated directly into 2 million. Excitement surged through Qin Tian once again. If this continued, he would soon be able to repay his online loans. Moreover, he would rapidly amass wealth, becoming a millionaire or even a billionaire. It was noteworthy that the borrowing app displayed numerous celestial beings and demons with overdue debts. Nezha was merely a minor client among many who owed sums ranging from hundreds of thousands to even billions. After a prolonged period of exhilaration, Qin Tian finally regained his composure. He then shifted his focus back to the 9 revolutions golden elixir. Just the fragrance emanating from the divine pill invigorated him immensely. This was a celestial elixir crafted by the Supreme Lord Laozi. If he were to consume it, would he not ascend to divinity? Contemplating this, Qin Tian prepared to ingest the elixir. At that moment, his phone vibrated violently, prompting him to halt his actions and check the screen. It was another message from the borrowing app. Qin Tian, if you wish to avoid a catastrophic demise, do not consume the 9 revolutions golden elixir directly. This top-tier elixir, forged by the Supreme Lord, contains energy far beyond what your mortal body can withstand. Remember, even Sun Wukong, after attaining enlightenment, struggled for a considerable time after consuming the 9 revolutions golden elixir due to his extraordinary physique. Upon reading this, Qin Tian exclaimed, what? I cannot consume the 9 revolutions golden elixir. If so, what use is it to me? His earlier excitement dissipated, leaving him feeling foolish for his brief elation. Had he known this beforehand, he would have sought other treasures from Nezha instead. The message continued, as your benefactor, I bestow upon you the light of chaos. With the light of chaos to protect you, you will be able to absorb any potent elixir or treasure in the future. A beam of red light shot from the phone, penetrating Qin Tian's forehead. Elated, he cast aside his previous reservations and consumed the 9 revolutions golden elixir. As it dissolved in his mouth, Qin Tian felt a torrent of immense energy surge within him, yet under the influence of the light of chaos. It was gradually assimilated and refined. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Tian sat cross-legged on the ground. Approximately 2 hours later, he awoke, only to be met with a foul stench assailing his nostrils. He lowered his gaze and discovered that his entire body was covered in a viscous black liquid, as if he had just crawled out of a latrine. Qin Tian understood that this must be the impurities expelled from his body. At this moment, he keenly felt that a dramatic transformation was occurring within him. His senses became incredibly acute, even from his fourth-floor rental apartment. He could overhear conversations taking place on the street below. Furthermore, he felt an abundance of power surging within him. A force distinctly different from that released by the token when he faced Nezha. This strength was entirely his own. Truly, the 9 tons golden pill was astonishing. Qin Tian was filled with exhilaration, realizing that he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. Subsequently, he took a shower and prepared to pursue a defaulting client for debt collection. Having experienced the advantages of debt recovery, he was brimming with motivation. Every additional sum he recovered was money earned. Suddenly, as Qin Tian was selecting his target for debt collection, a series of loud knocks sounded at the door. "We know you're in there. If you don't open up, we'll break the door down." Reluctantly, Qin Tian approached the door. Upon opening it, he was met by a group of 5 or 6 unruly youths loitering outside. 2 of them brandished iron rods. "I thought you were too scared to open the door." The leader of the group snarled at Qin Tian. "You owe our platform 500,000 and it has been overdue for half a month. It's time to repay." Qin Tian scanned the group and inquired, "Which platform are you from?" He had borrowed from at least 30 or 40 online lending platforms, and in his attempts to sustain his debts, he had even borrowed more recently. This cycle of borrowing had caused his debts to snowball, escalating from the initial tens of thousands to a sum he no longer accurately knew, only that it had surpassed $1 million. "Playing dumb, or are we?" The leader pointed a finger at Qin Tian's chest. "We are from Super Borrow. Hurry up and repay your debt. If you don't settle the 500,000 today, do you believe we want to break your legs?" Initially, Qin Tian had just earned 2 million and had the means to repay them. However, seeing their brazen attitude ignited a spark of anger within him, and he hesitated to pay them immediately. He pulled out his phone and navigated to the Super Borrow platform, and realized that just a month prior, he had borrowed 50,000 from them to repay loans from other platforms. After various fees, he had only received 35,000. In merely a month, they had inflated his debt to 500,000. Qin Tian cursed inwardly, how ruthless can they be? Nezha's loan was overdue for over 100 years, and even the accrued interest didn't exceed double the principal. He suddenly found himself thinking that the heavenly debt collection agency was far more benevolent. Seizing the leader's finger, Qin Tian applied a slight pressure, causing the thug to lean back in pain. "Oh, it hurts. You shouldn't call yourself Super Borrow, you should be called Super Greedy. I borrowed 35,000 from you, and in just a month, you expect me to repay 500,000. I shall not repay a single cent," he declared resolutely. "Brothers, take him down." The leader of the thugs shouted to his subordinates. The other thugs lunged at him with fierce intent. However, the current Qin Tian had undergone a remarkable transformation. In his eyes, they were utterly insignificant. With a series of swift kicks, Qin Tian sent them flying. A decisive kick to the leader's abdomen left him doubled over, clutching his stomach in pain. Seizing a fallen iron rod from one of the thugs, Qin Tian effortlessly bent it with both hands. A collective gulp echoed as the thugs widened their eyes in disbelief. A rod as thick as a thumb had been warped with such ease. "You have 5 seconds to leave, or I won't hesitate to incapacitate you," Qin Tian stated coldly. The thugs, jolted back to reality, dared not engage him further and fled in a panic. Yet, after a short distance, the leader turned back to issue a threat. "Don't think that just because you possess some skill, you can escape our debts. We will return." Qin Tian feigned a pursuit, causing the leader to hastily clamp his mouth shut and quicken his escape, inadvertently colliding with the wall. Qin Tian merely scoffed and shut the door behind him. He had no intention of repaying the exorbitant debts to such a predatory platform. Even if he had the means, he would only settle loans from legitimate institutions. Later, Qin Tian perused his phone, reviewing the online loans he had taken. Upon calculation, he meticulously repaid the legitimate loans with reasonable interest and penalties. To his astonishment, he discovered that excluding predatory lenders like Super Borrow, his legitimate debt had accumulated to over 2.6 million. Thus, even with the 2 million in his bank account, he could not clear his debts. Fortunately, I have become a debt collector for the heavenly court, enabling me to earn money with ease. Otherwise, Qin Tian exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself in relief. Eager to settle the remaining debts swiftly, he immediately accessed the overdue clients of the heavenly court's lending service. Scanning the extensive list, he was overwhelmed by the sheer number of delinquent clients. Just as he was grappling with his indecision, he spotted a familiar named Chang'e. Borrower, Chang'e. Due to renovations in the Moon Palace, she borrowed 500,000 merit points from our company and has now been overdue for 150 years. The principal, interest, and penalties amount to 900,000 merit points. The borrower has pledged the Jade Rabbit as collateral. Failure to repay may result in repossessing the Jade Rabbit or items of equivalent value. Chang'e, the most beautiful woman in the heavenly court. This is my chance. Qin Tian clicked on Chang'e's name, and as before, the swirling vortex materialized, pulling him in. Upon re-emergence, Qin Tian found himself in the guise of a debt collector. Within a dimly lit stone cave. Isn't Chang'e supposed to reside in the Moon Palace? Where am I? Qin Tian pondered, utterly bewildered. Help me. A weak, desperate cry from a woman reached Qin Tian's ears. Following the sound, Qin Tian gazed over and spotted a figure atop a nearby haystack. The individual possessed an exquisitely beautiful visage and a curvaceous form, which could not be concealed even by the flowing white gown she wore. At that moment, she lay on the haystack, writhing in a futile attempt to rise, seemingly devoid of strength. Qin Tian approached her. Are you Chang'e? As he drew nearer, he noticed the striking flush on her delicate face, and her continuous movements rendered him parched and breathless. I am, my lord, please help me. Chang'e responded with great difficulty. What has happened to you? What is this situation? Before she could elaborate, a whistling sound resonated from the direction of the cave entrance. Haha. With this elixir refined by the elder of 10,000 demons, I can endure even 3,600 rounds. A figure with a tiger's head soon appeared before Qin Tian. A demon? Who are you? Both Qin Tian and the tiger demon inquired simultaneously. In the next moment, upon seeing Qin Tian beside Chang'e, the tiger-headed demon immediately assumed a combat stance. You there, who do you serve? I am a debt collector from the heavenly court. Here to find. What nonsense about being a debt collector? The tiger-headed demon growled menacingly. You better stay away from Chang'e, or I won't hold back. Help me. Please, I beg you. Chang'e continued to plead with Qin Tian. If he remained oblivious to the situation, he would be a fool. Without hesitation, he moved beside Chang'e and helped her up from the haystack. Upon touching her, he felt a tremor run through him. Release my Chang'e. The tiger-headed demon shouted. I am a debt collector from the heavenly court, and I am here to collect what is owed to Chang'e. Do you intend to obstruct my collection? Curse your debt collection. The tiger-headed demon retorted, drawing a large blade and swinging it towards Qin Tian. With a thunderous sound, a red light erupted from within Qin Tian, striking the tiger-headed demon directly. The demon was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. In terror, he looked towards Qin Tian, and then, realizing the futility of his strength, he quickly transformed into a streak of light and fled the cave. Clearly, he had learned of Qin Tian's prowess and chose to retreat upon recognizing his inferiority. That tiger-headed demon is quite clever, Qin Tian mused with satisfaction, turning back to Chang'e. Thank you, my lord, for saving me. Chang'e expressed her gratitude as the tiger-headed demon retreated. No need to mention it, Qin Tian began to respond, but he was struck by the sight of Chang'e's face, which was now flushed as if smeared with tomato paste. Yet, that was not the most significant concern. What truly captured his attention was the dreamy look in her eyes as her body completely succumbed to his, collapsing against him. In that instant, they were in close proximity. Chang'e, what are you doing? He wondered aloud. The next moment, the seemingly weak Chang'e suddenly radiated strength, wrapping her arms around Qin Tian's neck as her crimson lips drew near. Qin Tian instinctively sought to resist and break free, only to realize that his strength paled in comparison to hers, rendering him incapable of escape. Thus, Chang'e's crimson lips forcefully pressed against his mouth. Qin Tian's body stiffened, his mind blank. He had been kissed against his will, and by none other than the most beautiful celestial being, Chang'e. Yet this was not the end. Mere moments later, Chang'e withdrew her lips and began to frantically tug at Qin Tian's clothing. Not only did she tear at his garments, but she also began to recklessly rip her own attire. What are you doing, Goddess Chang'e? Please stop. I'm so hot. You must calm down. At long last, Qin Tian seized the opportunity to escape from her grasp, fleeing through the stone cavern. However, as he ran ahead, Chang'e pursued him relentlessly, showing no intention of letting him go. Desperate, Qin Tian pulled out his phone and shouted, "Boss! Boss! Please save me. Chang'e intends to humiliate me." Previously, whether facing Nezha or the tiger-headed demon, any attack would activate the debt-collecting talisman within him, granting him the power to retaliate. Yet now, as Chang'e kissed him and tore at his clothing, the talisman remained utterly silent. In this predicament, how could his meager strength hope to contend with Chang'e? Truly, I am not a man, he lamented. In a fleeting moment, Qin Tian heard a gentle sigh, and the pursuing Chang'e halted her steps. Shaking her head, her eyes regained clarity, and the flush on her face quickly faded. She turned to survey her surroundings in confusion, exclaiming, "Where am I?" Seeing this, Qin Tian let out a sigh of relief. "Goddess Chang'e, you are awake. You frightened me terribly just now." He instinctively touched his chest, still shaken. Chang'e, upon seeing him, froze momentarily, her mind replaying the earlier events, causing her face to flush crimson once more. "My lord, thank you for saving me. I did not intend to act that way. I was under the influence of that vile creature's potion, which rendered me unable to control myself. I beg your forgiveness for my indiscretions." Embarrassment washed over Chang'e, as she felt as if her face might ignite. With great effort, she stammered an apology to Qin Tian. He waved dismissively, "It's quite all right, I understand that it was not your intention." Upon witnessing him wipe his mouth, Chang'e felt an overwhelming urge to vanish into the ground from sheer embarrassment. "My lord, what brings you here?" she inquired, attempting to shift the topic. "Oh, yes. I am a debt collector from the Heavenly Court's loan company, and I am here specifically to find you," Qin Tian replied. "You borrowed 500,000 merit points from our company, which has now been overdue for 150 years. With interest. You owe us 900,000 merit points." Chang'e's expression turned contemplative, her brows knitting tightly together as she hesitated to respond. Qin Tian, sensing her reluctance, pressed on. "Goddess Chang'e, you do not intend to default on your debt, do you?" No, Chang'e hurriedly waved her hands and explained, "My lord, I do not intend to default on my debts. It is just that I was ensnared by that beast earlier, who took all my valuables. Therefore, I am currently penniless." "What? That tiger-headed demon not only sought to seize your beauty but also your wealth?" "Indeed," she replied. "That scoundrel. Had I known, I should have stopped you from fleeing in the first place." Qin Tian exclaimed in anger. Yet, with the situation as it is, regret is futile. Qin Tian pondered his next steps. Without funds from Chang'e, he could not demand repayment. After a moment, Chang'e tentatively suggested, "My lord, perhaps you could show some leniency and grant me a few more days. I will return to the Moon Palace and repay you once I have the means." Qin Tian considered her request. "Very well, I shall grant you this. I will visit you again in a few days." After all, as a debt collector, he had no fear of Chang'e absconding. "Thank you, my lord. In that case, I shall take my leave. Farewell." With a thought, Qin Tian vanished from the spot. In the next moment, Chang'e also soared from the stone cave, heading towards the heavenly realm above. "Not a true man, truly not a man," she lamented. "That is Chang'e, the most beautiful goddess of the heavens, and you let her slip through your fingers." Upon returning to his rented room, the earlier voice from the stone cave echoed once more. Qin Tian listened, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "So, you are the debt collector from the heavenly realm? I did not realize you could speak." "What? I am the founder of the Heavenly Debt Collection Agency, of course. I can speak. Yet you have been sending me messages instead of engaging in conversation." "I had no intention of speaking directly to you, however. Your recent actions compel me to respond." Qin Tian, are you impotent? As your superior, I am embarrassed for you. Qin Tian's face darkened as he retorted. I am merely being upright. Upright, my foot. The voice erupted with expletives. Why are you losing your temper? Being virtuous and resisting Chang'e's allure should be commendable. After a moment, Qin Tian had the other party take a couple of deep breaths before saying, forget it, forget it. You squandered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, that was your choice. And I cannot mourn for you. Qin Tian, while I may overlook other matters, you must ensure proper handling of the lending and debt collection. I understand. I will ensure it is done. It was no jest, this also greatly benefited him. Even if the other party did not insist, he would fulfill his duties. If any issues arise, simply message me, and I shall respond upon seeing it. With that final statement, the voice in the room faded away completely. Due to Chang'e's unexpected circumstances, this debt collection mission returned empty-handed. With not a single coin earned, Qin Tian felt a pang of dissatisfaction. In urgent need of funds to settle his debts, he was poised to select another overdue client for pursuit. However, before he could proceed, his stomach growled. It dawned on Qin Tian that it was already past 9 in the evening. Forget it, I shall go out for a bite to eat. He decided to first seek sustenance to quell his hunger. He was not in a hurry at that moment. Thus, Qin Tian left his rented apartment and sought out a nearby street-side noodle stall. Boss, I'll have 3 servings of wonton noodles, and please add an egg. With the prospect of earning money through debt collection, Qin Tian could confidently say that he would no longer be troubled by financial woes. He was emboldened enough to treat himself to an egg with his noodles. As the wonton noodles were served, Qin Tian had barely taken a few bites when a modest car, valued at around 100,000, halted beside the noodle shop. Subsequently, a man and a woman alighted from the vehicle. Upon seeing them, Qin Tian's eating came to an abrupt stop, his expression darkening. The woman was none other than his ungrateful ex-girlfriend, Hifeng, who had cast him aside. Oh, Qin the deadbeat, enjoying your noodles, there you. Hifeng's current boyfriend. Huang Jihu wrapped his arm around her waist and approached with a mocking tone. With all that online debt you owe, don't you fear being beaten to a pulp by those debt collectors if they see you out here eating? Jihu, why bother talking to someone like him? Hifeng interjected. Qin Tian abruptly stood up, fixing a fierce gaze upon her. What do you mean, someone like me? What kind of person do you think I am? Hifeng, how can someone as ungrateful and shameless as you exist in this world? If it weren't for you, would I have borrowed so much money online? If it weren't for me, you would probably have perished long ago. To this, Hifeng displayed no signs of guilt or gratitude, rather, she sneered disdainfully. Oh. Did I ever ask you to borrow money for my treatment? You did all of that willingly. Indeed, it was all your choice, Huang Jiu chimed in, ridiculing him. Qin Tian, have you ever heard the saying that a sycophant ends up with nothing? You are nothing but a pathetic toady. Before Huang Jiu could finish his taunt, Qin Tian kicked him away, sending him crashing several meters away. Jihu, are you all right? Do you need help? Hifeng rushed over, anxiously assisting Huang Jihu to his feet. However, Qin Tian's kick had employed considerable force, leaving Huang Jihu's face flushed with pain, rendering him momentarily speechless. Hifeng darted back towards Qin Tian, raising her right hand to slap him. How dare you hit Jihu? Her words were cut short by a sharp slap. Yet, it was not Hifeng's hand that struck Qin Tian, rather, it was Qin Tian's palm that met Hifeng's face. He grasped her right hand, and her cheek reddened visibly in an instant. She stared at him in disbelief. You actually hit me. Qin Tian coldly smirked. Hifeng, are you out of your mind? Who do you think you are? Am I not allowed to strike you? I must have been blind to have ever considered you my girlfriend. Let me tell you, if you dare to act disgracefully in my presence again, I will not hesitate to ruin you. Leave. With that, Qin Tian released Hifeng's hand and gave her a slight push, causing her to stagger backward and fall onto the ground. He returned to the noodle stall, finishing his bowl of noodles in a few swift bites before heading home. Now, every glance at Hifeng filled him with revulsion. After a while, Huang Jihu regained his composure and rose, exclaiming with ire, "Damn it, Qin Tian, just wait. If I don't make you pay, I shall not be called Huang Jihu. He then called out to Yifengfeng, get up, we must leave. Having uttered his curse, he turned to return to the vehicle. However, at that moment, Yifengfeng, who was seated on the ground, suddenly collapsed, her body convulsing violently. White foam bubbling at her lips. Fengfeng. What are you doing? What is happening to you? Huang Jihu rushed to her side, shouting her name, but received no response. In a panic, he swiftly lifted her into the car and sped towards the hospital. An hour later, at the nearest medical facility to Qin Tian's rented apartment. The Second People's Hospital of Qin City, in a patient room, Fengfeng lay on the bed, having regained consciousness, while Huang Jihu sat beside her. Fengfeng. You truly frightened me just now, I nearly had a heart attack. He exclaimed. I'm fine, Jihu, you needn't worry, she reassured him. How could I not worry after what just happened? Didn't you have your illness cured before? Why is this happening again? Huang Jihu said with resentment. It must be because of that slap from Qin Tian. Just wait and see, I will settle the score with him for us. Fengfeng's complexion was pale. Yet her eyes burned with rage directed at Qin Tian. Moments later, a doctor entered the room. Huang Jihu hurriedly inquired, Doctor, is my girlfriend all right now? When can we be discharged? The doctor looked at Fengfeng and sighed, alas, I'm afraid she cannot be discharged. What do you mean, doctor? Huang Jihu asked, bewildered. Her condition is quite serious, and she will need surgery followed by long-term treatment here in the hospital, the doctor explained. Both Huang Jihu and Fengfeng were stunned, as if frozen in place. The doctor continued, please make the payment promptly, once you do, we can prepare for her surgery. How much is the surgery? Huang Jihu asked. The surgical fee is approximately 200,000, and with subsequent treatments, the total will be around 300,000, the doctor replied. What? Huang Jihu exclaimed in shock. The doctor ignored his vehement reaction and urged him again to settle the bill before leaving the room. Left alone, Huang Jihu stood in place, wrestling with a complex array of emotions, remaining still for a considerable time. Fengfeng, lying on the bed, called out, Jihu. I'm so sorry for the burden I've placed on you. I don't understand why my body is reacting this way, and I thought I was cured last time. Huang Jihu, suddenly snapping back to reality, began to laugh. Jihu, why are you laughing? Fengfeng asked, perplexed. Looking at her, he uttered, Fengfeng, let us part ways. What? She gasped. 300,000 for treatment is far too much, I cannot afford it. Huang Jihu shrugged, don't say I lack the funds, even if I had them. I would not spend such an exorbitant amount on your treatment. I am not a fool like Qin Tian. Fengfeng stared at him in disbelief, her mind a blank. Well, I've said what I needed to say. Focus on your recovery, I will take my leave now. With that, Huang Jihu delivered his final remark, denying Fengfeng any further opportunity to speak, and exited the room. Jihu, do not leave. Come back. Fengfeng exclaimed, realizing the gravity of the situation, her voice echoing through the doorway. Yet, all that met her was the increasingly distant silhouette of Huang Jihu. You scoundrel, come back. She cried out in desperation. What am I to do if you leave? Woe is me. After uttering a few curses, she succumbed to her despair and wept uncontrollably. Huang Jihu paid her no mind. She needed funds for surgery. What was she to do? In that instant, memories of 6 months prior flooded her mind, recalling how Qin Tian had acted in a similar predicament. A flicker of regret began to stir within her heart. Qin Tian, yes, then I must contact Qin Tian. In a moment of clarity, Fengfeng felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. She hurriedly retrieved her phone, locating Qin Tian's number from her blacklist and dialing it. Qin Tian had returned to his rented apartment, taken a refreshing shower, and lay on his bed contemplating his debts. It was late, and he wavered between pursuing overdue clients for repayment or succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, Feng's call disrupted his thoughts. Seeing her name flash on the screen, he initially assumed she was calling to confront him, but he pressed the answer button nonetheless. Feng, what do you want? Are you finished? Qin Tian. I'm so sorry. It was my fault before. Feng's voice quivered through the receiver, cutting him off mid-sentence. He paused, taken aback by her unexpected apology. Is the sun rising in the west? He mused silently. However, after hastily offering her apology, Feng's voice broke as she continued, Qin Tian. My illness has flared up again. I'm at the Second People's Hospital and need surgery. Can you help me? A bemused expression crossed Qin Tian's face. I knew it. The sun would never rise in the west. With genuine curiosity, he inquired, so your illness has returned. How exactly do you expect me to assist you? I need another surgery, it will cost 20 to 30,000 yuan. I thought you could lend me some money online. Feng, have you lost your mind? Qin Tian sprang up from his bed, incredulous and amused. How on earth have you managed to thicken your skin to such a degree? With a face like yours. I doubt even a nuclear bomb could faze you. Tian, Huang Zhehua has abandoned me. If you don't help me this time, I truly want to survive. Huang Zhehua's abandonment has nothing to do with me, your survival is no concern of mine. Please, I beg you, help me once more. Without hesitation, Qin Tian ended the call. Mere moments later, Feng's number rang again, but he swiftly blocked her. He had seen through her all too clearly. Given her previous treatment of him, to assist her now would be nothing short of self-degradation. Shortly after, the wave of fatigue washed over Qin Tian. He relinquished the pursuit of dates and opted for rest. Work requires moderation. He had spent hours attending to clients Nezha and Chang'e, and truth be told, his frail body was weary. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Qin Tian was roused by the blaring of his phone. Assuming it was yet another collection call from online loan platforms, he picked up the device only to discover it was his mother, Zhang Jingyun, calling. Hello, Mom. Xiao Tian. Have you been causing trouble out there? As soon as he opened his mouth, the anxious voice of Zhang Jingyun resonated through the microphone. Just now. Someone from the Relax and Spend company called your father and me, claiming you owe them hundreds of thousands. Xiao Tian, please don't frighten your mother. How could you possibly owe such a vast sum? What on earth have you been doing out there? In her last words, Qin Tian could distinctly feel the desperation in her voice, tinged with tears. Mom, please don't worry, he quickly reassured her. However, before he could finish, she continued. How can I not worry? You owe hundreds of thousands, and your father and I have never earned that much in our entire lives. How on earth will we repay it? Qin Tian's parents, Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua, were farmers who had toiled their entire lives in the fields. They could barely earn 40 to 50,000 in a year through hard work. To them, hundreds of thousands was an astronomical figure. Mom, please don't cry. I did borrow some money recently, but it's absolutely not that much, Qin Tian comforted her. I promise you, I will resolve this debt very soon. But they said you owe them hundreds of thousands. Mom, they are just trying to intimidate you, they are not a legitimate company. To alleviate her worries, Qin Tian deliberately stated, I only borrowed a few thousand from them, yet they are demanding I pay back hundreds of thousands. They are loan sharks operating illegally. I've reported this to the police, and they will assist me in handling the matter, so there's no need for you to be concerned. Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingyun's sobs suddenly halted, and she inquired, Xiao Tian, is that really true? Of course it is, Mom. Do you not trust me? Have I ever lied to you or Dad in all these years? There was a brief pause on the line, and indeed, Qin Tian had always been a dutiful son. Did you really only borrow a few thousand and not hundreds of thousands? Zheng Jingyun pressed again. Yes, the police are now involved. And I will only need to repay the principal. Oh, that's good to hear, she sighed with relief, placing her hand on her chest. Xiao Tian, I believe you. However, once you settle this principle, never borrow money again. If you need money, just tell me, and I'll help you. Thank you, Mom. A wave of warmth enveloped Qin Tian's heart. By the way, do you have the money to repay the principal? If not, I can send you some. There's no need. Mom. It's just a few thousand. I have it covered, Qin Tian replied. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble out here. Once our unit has a break, I'll come back to visit you and Dad. Alright, take care of yourself out there. After hanging up, a tempest of fury surged within Qin Tian's eyes. His hands clenched into tight fists. Those nefarious platforms, Relax and Spend, had audaciously contacted his parents, terrorizing them. Infuriated, Qin Tian swiftly opened the Relax and Spend app, searching for information about the company. Upon locating its registered address, he exited his rented room. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone, notifying him that 30,000 had been credited to his bank card. Immediately following this was a text from Zheng Jingyun. Undoubtedly, this sum was sent by her. In an instant, Qin Tian felt a tumult of emotions. He was both touched by Zheng Jingyun's kindness and enraged by the predatory practices of Super Borrow. He stepped outside and hailed a taxi, making his way to the location of the Super Borrow company, situated within a standalone villa in Chaoyang district of Qin City. This was the headquarters of Super Borrow. Dear user, after review, you have successfully obtained a credit limit of 50,000 on our platform, with an interest rate as low as 0.25. If you require it, please make use of it promptly, or else the limit will expire in 48 hours. Another message followed, stating, Dear user, your limit is 80,000. The villa spanned 3 floors. On the ground floor, a dozen young women clad in business attire were tirelessly making calls, seeking new clients. The second floor was similarly populated with a dozen individuals engaged in phone calls. But unlike their female counterparts, the male staff here were not searching for new clients. Instead, they were forcefully pursuing those who had borrowed money from Super Borrow but failed to repay on time. I tell you, you must repay today. If not, we will unleash havoc on everyone in your contact list, they threatened. Be prepared, we can come to your home to collect. We have all your personal information. There is no escape for you. In stark contrast to the gentle demeanor of the women on the first floor, the male staff exhibited increasingly aggressive and menacing attitudes while making their calls. The third floor housed the office of Payuda, the owner of Super Borrow. Presently, Payuda reclined in a genuine leather executive chair, a cigar patched between his lips, listening to a report from an attractive woman dressed rather provocatively. Boss Pai. This month our client base has increased by approximately 30% compared to last month, and our revenue has quintupled, she reported, handing a document to Payuda. However, he did not reach for the document. Instead, he seized her arm and pulled her onto his lap. Boss Pai, what are you doing? She exclaimed. Secretary Su. What do you think I intend to do? He replied, setting his cigar aside and inhaling the scent of her hair. Delightful. Secretary Su feigned shyness. Oh, Boss Pai. It's work hours, I still have duties to perform. Head Secretary Su, your primary responsibility is to attend to my needs, other tasks follow. Payuda stood, adjusting his belt, and pressed her head down, preparing to make her kneel. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a bang. Taken by surprise, both Payuda and Secretary Su jolted in shock. Payuda turned to the intruder, fuming, do you not wish to keep your job? Could you not knock before entering? The man who rushed in quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, Boss Pai. Secretary Su, I didn't mean to intrude. Secretary Su rose to her feet, casting an irritated glance at her counterpart, then gently placed her hand on Payuda's chest, expressing concern. General Pai, are you frightened? Payuda brushed her hand aside and turned to the man, demanding, speak, what is the urgency? General Pai, that Qin Tian has arrived. He has already injured several of our brothers downstairs. Which Qin Tian? The one who assaulted our men when they went to collect the debt yesterday. Before the man could finish his sentence, 3 or 4 figures burst into the room. Moments later, Qin Tian strode into the office with an air of confidence. It's him. Upon seeing Qin Tian, the man was startled, quickly darting to Payuda and Secretary Su's side. You are the boss of Super Loan. Qin Tian remarked coolly to Payuda. Payuda glanced at the men sprawled on the floor, then turned to Qin Tian, furrowing his brow without responding. In the next instant, over 20 men wielding clubs charged into the office. These were the thugs Payuda had recruited for Super Loan, typically tasked with debt collection. With the arrival of his henchmen, Payuda regained his bravado, pointing at Qin Tian and declaring, I don't care who you are. If you dare to wreak havoc on my territory, I will end you. Brothers, attack. Disable him. The thugs, armed with their clubs, advanced towards Qin Tian. However, before their weapons could land a blow, Qin Tian suddenly vanished from sight. The thugs, bewildered by the turn of events, were abruptly struck by an overwhelming force to their chests, causing them to tumble backward, crashing into various objects in the office and shattering them. In mere moments, all the thugs lay defeated on the ground, with not one remaining standing. Payuda, Secretary Su, and the first man who had rushed in stood frozen, jaws nearly dropping to the floor in disbelief. Surveying the fallen figures, Qin Tian felt a twinge of astonishment within himself. This was only the second time he had engaged in combat, and he had not anticipated the extent of his speed and strength. The 9-ton golden elixir from Taishong Laojun was indeed remarkable. Snapping back to reality, Payuda, trembling with fear, stammered at Qin Tian, "Why you don't come any closer? What do you want? If you dare to harm me, I will call the police." Amused, Qin Tian chuckled, "Call the police, by all means. I would love to see whether they arrest you or me, considering you ran a predatory landing operation." He began to step closer, one deliberate stride at a time. Payuda, terrified, retreated. "What do you want?" "I want to make you repay the money you owe our company." Qin Tian continued his advance, stopping directly in front of him. "Oh, General Payuda hastily shoved Secretary Su in front of him as a shield. Qin Tian sneered, "So? You too can feel fear. When you and your super loan prey on the vulnerable and resort to violent collections, did you ever consider the plight of the victims? Today, I shall eradicate this menace, ensuring you can no longer harm anyone. Now, I present you with two choices. First, you may voluntarily take your company's accounts to the police and confess, or second, I shall take it upon myself to escort you to the police station." Brother. "Wait, let us discuss this," Payuda implored. "If you let me go today, I am willing to apologize and compensate you, or please, feel free to voice any demands you may have." As he spoke, he pushed Secretary Su from behind, causing her to tumble unexpectedly into Qin Tian's arms. Qin Tian instantly sensed the softness of her form. "Whatever I can do, I shall certainly fulfill, I will not refuse," Payuda said with a meaningful glance. "Mr. Pai." Secretary Su turned to him with a look of melancholy. Payuda immediately backed in silence. He then turned back to Qin Tian and continued, "Young brother Qin. My secretary is skilled in all manners of arts. With just a nod from you, she is at your service. Get lost." Qin Tian retorted, forcibly pushing Secretary Su away from him. He was not to be bought. A mere hours earlier, he had resisted the temptations posed by Chang'e. Although Secretary Su was attractive and quite alluring, she paled in comparison to Chang'e. Subsequently, Qin Tian dialed the police and, under his coercive influence, Secretary Su retrieved all the documents and accounts related to super borrowing. When the police arrived, Qin Tian handed over these records, leading to the complete dismantling of super borrowing. Payuda and his gang of thugs were all apprehended. With the downfall of super borrowing, Qin Tian felt a sense of anger dissipate within him. He exited the villa, ready to pursue a delinquent client for debt collection. Just as he was about to take out his phone, an incoming call interrupted him. Upon seeing the caller ID, Qin Tian instinctively frowned. This time, it was not a debt collection call from an online lending platform, but rather a call from his supervisor, Huang Xiuhui. Qin Tian indeed had a job as a regular employee at Median Group, a cosmetics company in Qing City. Huang Xiuhui was his immediate superior, and due to some particularly distressing circumstances, he harbored a deep disdain for her. Furthermore, because of that same peculiar reason, she often targeted him, deliberately making his work life difficult. Just the night before, he had contemplated resigning as soon as he became a debt collector. Though he found Huang Xiuhui repugnant, he pressed the answer button. A voice akin to that of a ferocious tigress erupted from the receiver. "Hello, Qin Tian, what are you doing? Why are you so slow to answer? Come to the office now, there is work that requires your attention." "Today is not the weekend," Qin Tian replied. "Weekend? What weekend? I demand you come to the office immediately. You have 20 minutes, if I do not see you in 20 minutes, prepare to pack your things and leave." The caller did not grant Qin Tian a chance to speak, finishing her tirade before abruptly hanging up. Had this been yesterday, Qin Tian would have likely chosen to endure her provocations, suppressing his resentment towards Huang Xiuhui deep within. However, now transformed into a debt collector, he shall no longer fret over monetary concerns or fear his adversaries. With a wry smile, he hailed a taxi by the roadside, making his way to the Medai Group. Due to the considerable distance, it took him half an hour to arrive at the Medai group. Entering through the main gate, he navigated with ease to the office where his department was located. Just as Qin Tian stepped into the office, a rather handsome young man in his 20s obstructed his path. Qin Tian, Manager Huang has allotted you 20 minutes, you are now 13 minutes late, which will result in a 600 deduction from your salary this month. Qin Tian instantly retorted, Yongsheng, you've become increasingly adept at being a sycophant. Working on a weekend to cater to Manager Huang, how industrious of you. Aren't you concerned about transforming from Yangsheng to Yangshua? He continued. I recall when you first joined the company, you were radiant, and now your complexion grows paler by the day. Brother, do take care of yourself. After all, 40-year-old women can be fierce, and Manager Huang is beyond that, nearing 47. Upon hearing his words, Yongsheng's expression darkened, and he seemed poised to respond. However, before he could utter a word, a woman's voice resonated from behind. Qin Tian, it appears you truly wish to forfeit your standing in this company. The voice belonged to a short, portly figure striding towards them, standing less than 5 feet tall. Her considerable girth suggested a weight of at least 170 to 180 pounds. Most notably, her exceedingly overweight and unattractive visage was excessively adorned with makeup. Having consumed the 9-ton golden pill, Qin Tian's eyesight had sharpened, allowing him to see the makeup flaking off her face as she approached. Undoubtedly, she was Huang Xiaohui. Quickly averting his gaze, Qin Tian feared that if he stared too long, he might regurgitate the noodles he had consumed the previous night. Xiaoyang, you may return to your duties, Huang Xiaohui directed, waving her hand at Yongsheng. All right, Sister Hui, call me if you need anything, Yongsheng replied. His demeanor towards Qin Tian shifting to that of a loyal lapdog before he hurriedly departed. With Yongsheng gone, only Qin Tian and Huang Xiaohui remained. Standing before him, she scrutinized him with a peculiar gaze before saying, Qin Tian, have you truly considered my proposal? You must have noticed that Xiaoyang and Xiaoli joined the company months after you, yet their abilities pale in comparison to yours. And yet their salaries surpass yours by a considerable margin. Particularly Xiaoyang, who has been with us for merely 6 months and is already purchasing a house in Qin City. Stop. Qin Tian interjected, stepping back. He felt a chill run down his spine under her unwavering gaze. Yet Huang Xiaohui persisted, Xiao Qin, with such an admirable physique. It would be a pity not to capitalize on it. I can assure you, should you acquiesce to my request, I shall no longer be a source of difficulty for you. Moreover, I can assure you that in 6 months, you too will be able to afford a house in Qin City, just like Xiaoyang. Otherwise, your future at the Medai Group will be fraught with challenges. In an attempt to coerce Qin Tian into submission, Huang Xiaohui employed both seduction and intimidation. In truth, she had previously exhausted various tactics to manipulate Qin Tian, all of which he had resolutely rejected. Thus, given the hardships he had endured before, he was even less inclined to capitulate now. With a hint of amusement, Qin Tian remarked, Huang Xiaohui, such despicable tactics are better suited for someone like Yongsheng. My presence here today is not to heed your commands, but rather to inform you that I am resigning. Therefore, you need not threaten me, I shall not return to work henceforth. With that, he disregarded Huang Xiaohui's stunned expression and turned to leave. It was only after he had taken several steps that she regained her composure and called out. You are willing to forgo your salary? Without looking back, Qin Tian replied, Indeed, consider it a gift towards your coffin. Huang Xiaohui, taken aback by his refusal to be intimidated even by financial threats, felt a surge of frustration. As Qin Tian distanced himself, she stilled her resolve and displayed a sinister smile. Suddenly, she shouted, Help! Someone has stolen my belongings. Do not let him escape. Instinctively, Qin Tian halted and turned around, only to see Yangsheng and another employee rushing out from the office upon hearing Huang Xiaohui's cries. Yangsheng inquired, Sister Hui, what has happened? Huang Xiaohui pointed at Qin Tian, exclaiming, He has stolen my possessions and is attempting to flee. Quickly, stop him. How audacious of you, Qin Tian, to steal from Sister Hui. It seems you are eager to taste imprisonment. Yangsheng declared, rolling up his sleeves as he advanced towards Qin Tian. The other employee followed suit. They closed in on Qin Tian, blocking his path. At that moment, Huang Xiaohui took out her phone and dialed the security department of the Meidai group. Hello, security department. We have a thief in our midst, please send someone immediately. After hanging up, she leisurely approached Qin Tian, sneering, do you think this is a marketplace? You cannot come and go as you please without my consent. You shall not leave the Meidai group even a step. Qin Tian, now amused by her audacity, realized he had underestimated her level of villainy. Yongsheng, clenching his fists in agreement, added, refusal to comply will only lead to consequences. Qin Tian, you are incredibly foolish. It is a stroke of luck for someone like you to be noticed by Sister Hui, and yet you dare to reject her. Before he could finish, Qin Tian delivered a swift kick, sending Yongsheng flying several meters away, leaving him in agony on the ground. Witnessing this, Huang Xiaohui pointed at Qin Tian and shouted, you dare to strike me? Very well, you shall pay for this. However, her threat was cut short as Qin Tian seized her finger and, applying a slight pressure, broke it. Instantly, Huang Xiaohui collapsed onto the ground, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Despicable woman, this is all of your own making. Qin Tian had long harbored disdain for Huang Xiaohui, and her incessant provocations had pushed him to the brink. Unable to endure any longer, he resolved to teach her a lesson, regardless of her gender. At that moment, several bodyguards from the security department arrived. And upon seeing Huang Xiaohui and Yongsheng sprawled on the ground, they were taken aback and rushed over. Huang Xiaohui, spotting the security personnel, shouted vehemently, kill him. He is stealing and has the audacity to strike me. Finish him off. Given Huang Xiaohui's high-ranking position in the Meidai group, the security team dared not hesitate. They rushed forward, drawing their batons to strike at Qin Tian. With a disdainful smile, Qin Tian vanished from sight, evading the incoming blows. In the next moment, the guards felt a flash before their eyes, followed by a sharp pain in various parts of their bodies, and they collapsed to the ground. Within mere seconds, aside from Qin Tian and one employee who had not engaged in the fray, the rest lay scattered on the ground, groaning in agony. Huang Xiaohui and Yongsheng looked on in astonishment. When had Qin Tian become so formidable? Was he even human? Yet, despite their shock, Huang Xiaohui regained her composure and continued to threaten Qin Tian, so what if you can fight? A penniless nobody like you, I can easily dispose of in an instant. I have connections, both shady and legitimate, and I will make sure you pay for this. You think you can act superior? I'll have them castrate you, turning you into a useless eunuch. Initially, after incapacitating the guards, Qin Tian had intended to leave. However, upon hearing Huang Xiaohui's words, he halted and turned back toward her. As he approached, his fierce expression silenced her threats, and she instinctively recoiled, asking, what do you want, Qin Tian? I warn you. If you dare to lay a hand on me again, I will. Before she could finish, Qin Tian stood before her and delivered a resounding slap, sending her hefty form stumbling to the ground. But he was not done. He seized her collar and lifted her back up. Try threatening me again, he challenged, raising his hand as if to strike her once more. Stop. A voice rang out from behind him, causing Qin Tian to turn in surprise. What met his eyes was an exquisitely beautiful woman. This was only the second time in his life he had encountered such beauty. The first was yesterday in the cave with Chang'e. The woman possessed an exquisitely refined visage, clad in a fitted professional suit that accentuated her perfect figure. It was no exaggeration to say that she rivaled Chang'e in both beauty and form. Regaining his composure, Qin Tian inquired, are you here to release Manager Huang? Lu Qianxin did not respond directly, instead, she merely stated coolly. Huang Xiaohui spotted the woman and immediately cried out, Qianxin, please save me. This employee has gone mad. He not only stole my diamond necklace but also assaulted me. Look at these people, he injured them. Call the police and apprehend him. Qin Tian fixed his gaze on Lu Qianxin, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Qianxin, you are Lu Qianxin, he exclaimed. Lu Qianxin, rumored to be the most beautiful and affluent woman in Qin City, was a paragon of both beauty and intellect. At merely 25 or 26, she managed several companies and was the general manager of Meidai Group. As a former minor employee at Meidai Group, Qin Tian had never had the privilege of meeting the esteemed boss. Yet, Lu Qianxin's reputation preceded her, although he had never seen her. He had heard countless tales of her prowess. Lu Qianxin paid no heed to Qin Tian's astonished expression, nor did she concern herself with Huang Xiuhue's pleas. She surveyed the corridor filled with security personnel and then, with an impassive demeanor, addressed Qin Tian, "If you wish to avoid my calling the police, release Manager Huang and come to my office." With that, she turned and walked away. In light of the situation, Qin Tian released Huang Xiuhue and hastily followed Lu Qianxin. He was uncertain of the purpose behind her invitation to the office, but such matters were trivial. How could he refuse the summons of a beautiful CEO? Lu Qianxin's office was located on the top floor of Medai Group, and the two ascended in the elevator. As it was the weekend, most employees were on leave, leaving only Qin Tian and Lu Qianxin in the elevator. In the confined space, Lu Qianxin stood still, gazing ahead, while Qin Tian, unable to restrain himself, occasionally stole glances at her. His heightened senses caught the faint fragrance emanating from her, causing his thoughts to wander. Soon, the elevator came to a halt. Lu Qianxin exited first, leading the way into the general manager's office. "Lu, regarding the earlier incident, it was not my fault. Huang Xiuhue slandered me and wouldn't let me leave, forcing me to retaliate," Qin Tian quickly asserted upon entering the office. "I never stole her diamond necklace. You can check the surveillance footage." Before he could finish, Lu Qianxin had already taken her seat behind the desk and interjected, "No need to check the footage. I believe you." Qin Tian was taken aback by her unwavering trust. Lu Qianxin seemed to read his thoughts and added, "Do not misunderstand. I simply know Huang Xiuhue quite well. I brought you here primarily to ask for your assistance," she continued. "Assistance with what?" Qin Tian was even more surprised that the renowned beauty CEO would seek his help. Lu Qianxin did not respond directly but instead asked, "How much do you know about Huang Xiuhue's actions in the company? Which aspects are you referring to?" "All aspects." "That is quite extensive," Qin Tian replied, pulling up a chair and sitting down. "Since you've asked, I shall speak freely. Mr. Lu, if you wish for the prosperous development of the Median Group, I strongly advise you to dismiss Huang Xiuhue at the earliest opportunity, for she is but a significant parasite within the company. I have been employed here for nearly a year, and in that time, I have witnessed no less than 8 male colleagues in our department succumb to her coercive and enticing tactics. This count does not even include those from other departments who may have fallen prey to her. To put it plainly, within our company, any male employee possessing a modicum of attractiveness who captures her attention is subjected to her various manipulative strategies. Moreover, the means by which she entraps these male employees predominantly involve the resources and funds of the company. If you do not act against her, Mr. Lu, the Median Group is destined for ruin at her hands." Lu Qianxin's exquisitely delicate visage, initially devoid of expression, began to flash with color as she absorbed his words. "Furthermore, Mr. Lu, have you ever encountered the saying that the Median Group is akin to Huang Xiuhue's harem, with the male employees serving as her consorts?" "I understand now," Lu Qianxin interjected, her tone cutting through the conversation. Coughing lightly, seemingly to mask her discomfort, she continued, "What I wish to request of you is to accompany me home tonight." "Accompany you home?" "Mr. Lu, you cannot possibly be suggesting that I pose as your boyfriend. Can you?" Qin Tian sprang from his seat, his familiarity with such clichés from countless web novels making him all too aware of the implications. Lu Qianxin's expression darkened, and she retorted, "Where on earth did you get that idea? I merely wish for you to return home with me to testify against Huang Xiuhue to my grandfather. Huang Xiuhue is my cousin, and while I am the general manager of Median Group, her employment here was orchestrated by my grandfather, leaving me powerless to dismiss her." In truth, Lu Qianxin had long been aware of Huang Xiuhue's misdeeds within the company and had harbored intentions of terminating her employment. However, Huang Xiuhue was not just any high-ranking official, she was the daughter of her uncle, and without her grandfather's consent, Lu Qianxin could not proceed with her dismissal. It was precisely this connection that allowed Huang Xiuhue to act with impunity within the Median Group. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian stood in stunned silence, his embarrassment palpable. "So that's how it is," he finally said, resuming his seat and awkwardly adding, "My apologies, Mr. Lu, I must have indulged in too many novels." "That is quite all right," Lu Qianxin replied. "So, are you willing to accompany me home tonight to provide testimony to my grandfather?" "Absolutely," without hesitation, Qin Tian affirmed. Lu Qianxin, noticing his prompt agreement, became serious, stating, "You must understand, my cousin is vengeful. Should you testify against her at our home, it will undoubtedly offend her, then she is likely to retaliate." "Ha! I've already offended her by refusing her advances," Qin Tian chuckled. "Besides, as you witnessed earlier, I even slapped her. Do you think she would let that slide?" Lu Qianxun chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she retrieved a checkbook from her drawer and swiftly inscribed a sum upon it. Soon sliding the check across the table toward Qin Tian. "Here lies a sum of 200,000. This evening, you shall present evidence before my grandfather, which will serve as your compensation. Additionally, I will arrange a plane ticket for you to leave Qing City tomorrow morning, ensuring you are spared from any retaliation by my cousin." Upon seeing the check, Qin Tian did not immediately accept it. Instead, he displayed a look of intrigue. Lu Qianxun, noticing this, furrowed her brows and asked, "What is the matter? Do you find it insufficient? How much do you desire?" Qin Tian shook his head and finally took the check, saying, "No, it's not that. I simply did not anticipate such a generous payment from you. Even if you did not offer me anything, I would still assist you." With that, he stood up, preparing to leave the office. "Why?" Lu Qianxun instinctively inquired. Qin Tian paused, turned back, and replied, "Because you are beautiful. When a fair maiden seeks my help, how could I refuse?" Upon regaining her senses, Lu Qianxun realized that Qin Tian had already exited the office. "Oh no, but I still do not know his name or how to contact him." In the next moment, Lu Qianxun hastily left the office as well, rather than pursuing Qin Tian as the general manager of Meidai Group. Acquiring information about an employee's contact details was far from a difficult endeavor. As Qin Tian exited Meidai Group, he stretched his arms wide and let out a great yawn. His encounter with Lu Qianxun had been an unexpected delight. Noticing that there was still ample time, he chose not to return home but instead wandered into a secluded corner, opened a loan application on his phone, and tapped on Chang'e's name. It had been quite some time. Surely Chang'e had returned to the Moon Palace by now. A swirling vortex appeared before him, drawing Qin Tian in. This time, he found himself not in a cave but rather in an ancient room. Qin Tian surveyed his surroundings, which were steeped in antiquity. And a familiar fragrance lingered in the air. "Where exactly am I?" Just as he pondered his whereabouts, Chang'e's familiar voice emanated from the side. "Jade Rabbit, could you please fetch me another ladle of hot water?" "Of course, my lady." The sound of water splashing followed. "How is it, my lady? Is it comfortable?" "Yes. Very much so." "Jade Rabbit, could you please rub my back?" In addition to Chang'e's voice, Qin Tian also heard another woman's voice amidst the splashing water. He followed the sounds and noticed a sheer white silk curtain hanging down. Behind the curtain, he discerned two indistinct silhouettes. Instinctively, Qin Tian stepped forward. "My lady, is the water temperature satisfactory?" "Yes, it is just right. My back itches a bit. Could you apply a bit more pressure?" "Certainly, my lady." Soon, Qin Tian arrived at the curtain. Without a second thought, he reached out and swept the curtain aside. The moment he did, he was rendered speechless, as if struck by a spell of paralysis. Before him lay an unclothed, snow-white figure, reclining in a large wooden tub filled with water. Beside the tub, a charming young woman crouched, holding a pink silk scarf and gently wiping the back of the figure in the tub. However, upon noticing Qin Tian, the lovely woman froze. Her ministrations halted. "Jade Rabbit, why have you stopped? Continue." Chang'e had her back turned to the two, oblivious to the arrival of Qin Tian. After several seconds, she still did not sense the movements of the Jade Rabbit. Turning around, she inquired, "Jade Rabbit, what is the matter?" However, before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Qin Tian standing before the silk curtain, and instinctively, her body stiffened. The mere sight of his back was already quite stimulating now. As Chang'e turned around fully, Qin Tian felt a warmth in his nose, and 2 streams of blood began to flow. Upon realizing the situation, Chang'e let out a shrill scream and soared from the wooden tub. As she spun in the air, her body was enveloped in a flowing pink gown. Unbeknownst to her, in that fleeting moment as she leapt from the tub, Qin Tian once again beheld sights that were not meant for his eyes. almost causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the Jade Rabbit finally regained her composure and raised her jade paw to strike at Qin Tian. "You shameless scoundrel, I shall strike you down." Qin Tian hurriedly retreated, exclaiming, "I am merely a debt collector here to seek the divine Chang'e for repayment." The Jade Rabbit moved swiftly, her paw descending upon him. Just as it was about to make contact, the collector's token granted Qin Tian a surge of power, rendering her strike as ineffective as hitting cotton, not only dissipating her force but also rebounding her back. The Jade Rabbit was sent flying several meters away, landing gracefully yet astonished, poised to attack Qin Tian once more. Chang'e urgently called out, "Jade Rabbit, cease your actions." The Jade Rabbit halted, "My lady. He has the audacity to sneak in and spy on you while bathing. Such a lecher, we must capture him and present him to the Emperor." "He is not a lecher," Chang'e interjected, her cheeks flushed. "He is indeed the debt collector, here to settle accounts with me." The Jade Rabbit was taken aback. Not bothering to address her father, Chang'e approached Qin Tian. "My lady Chang'e, I truly did not intend to," Qin Tian blurted out, "I saw nothing, absolutely nothing, I swear." Had he remained silent, it would have been better. His words only served to amplify the awkwardness of the situation. In that instant, Chang'e's face reddened further, as if she had consumed an exceedingly spicy pepper. With a firm grip, she gathered her gown and produced a merit value crystal card with a flick of her wrist, handing it to Qin Tian. "Esteemed collector, this contains precisely 900,000 merit points." Qin Tian felt a shift within him as the token absorbed the crystal card. Embarrassed by having glimpsed her earlier, he felt compelled to leave quickly after settling the account. "Since the account is cleared, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again." However, before he could make his escape, Chang'e called out, "Sir, please wait a moment. I truly did not mean to intrude upon your bathing." Qin Tian, under the impression that she was preventing his departure due to the earlier incident, felt a surge of misunderstanding. Chang'e waved her hands. "Please do not misconstrue my intentions, I have no other purpose. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you." She appeared somewhat shy. Qin Tian was perplexed by her demeanor. Chang'e then instructed the Jade Rabbit, "Jade Rabbit, please step outside for a moment." "My lady." The Jade Rabbit's face was filled with astonishment. However, as Chang'e's pet, she dared not defy her words, despite the multitude of doubts and astonishment swirling within her heart. She obediently stepped out of the room. Chang'e, do you have something you wish to discuss with me?" Inside the room remained only Qin Tian and Chang'e. And due to the earlier events, Qin Tian felt a bit awkward. Especially, whenever he recalled the previous scene, he struggled to control the rush of blood in his veins. "My lord, please tend to your wound first," Chang'e offered him a pink silk handkerchief. It was then that Qin Tian realized he still had blood on his nose. He accepted the handkerchief and quickly wiped himself clean. Chang'e stood before him, her hands clasped together, her face flickering with a myriad of emotions, conflicted and hesitant. She seemed to want to say something but was too shy to voice it, caught in a struggle of words. Sensing her turmoil, Qin Tian encouraged Chang'e. "Please feel free to speak your mind, there is no need for formality." At last, Chang'e tentatively inquired, "My lord, I would like to borrow some money from your esteemed office if that is permissible." "How much do you wish to borrow?" Qin Tian asked, somewhat surprised. It had scarcely been a minute since she had repaid her debts, and now she was seeking to borrow again. Perhaps sensing his thoughts, Chang'e explained, "To be candid, I have recently made significant progress in my cultivation and am on the verge of a breakthrough. I urgently need funds to acquire a tribulation elixir from the Duoshui Palace, which would greatly enhance my chances of success. You must know, the tribulation elixir is a rare celestial pill personally concocted by the Supreme Lord, and its price is as high as 5 million merit points. I simply do not possess such a sum, hence." As her words trailed off, she nervously fiddled with her pink skirt and fell silent. Qin Tian understood the situation. He was about to acquiesce to her request when a thought struck him. Although he was a debt collector with the authority to approve loans, he had never been informed of the specifics of his limits or the amount he could lend to others. Chang'e was asking for 5 million merit points, a considerable sum. Would his authority suffice for such a transaction? Noticing his hesitation, Chang'e quickly added, "My lord, I am aware of your office's regulations regarding loans requiring collateral. Therefore, If you could lend me 5 million merit points, I would offer the Guanghong Palace as collateral. Qin Tian displayed a look of astonishment. Yet without knowledge of his borrowing limits, he refrained from immediately agreeing. Chang'e, reinterpreting his silence as reluctance, lowered her head, gritted her teeth, and seemed to arrive at a decisive conclusion. She relaxed her grip on her skirt and leaned slightly closer to Qin Tian. My lord, what conditions would you require to agree to my request? She cast a flirtatious glance, her demeanor exuding charm that sent a shiver through Qin Tian's body. What conditions? My lord? Please feel free to express them. As long as I'm able, I shall comply, she cooed, her voice soft and sweet, almost intoxicating. Qin Tian felt a wave of goosebumps rise across his skin. In the next moment, Chang'e completely released her grip, causing the fabric of her gown on her right shoulder to slip slightly, revealing a patch of pristine white once more before Qin Tian's eyes. Stop, stop, stop. Qin Tian hastily raised his hand to hold her, using his other hand to cover his nose, as he sensed that the blood he had just staunched was on the verge of flowing again. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, you are the chosen debt collector, and your authority knows no bounds. Do not consider 5 million merit points as a trivial matter. If you deem it appropriate, you may even decide on 50 million or 500 million. Clearly, this voice belonged to his enigmatic employer. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian's heart soared with joy. His powers were indeed so extensive. Without further hesitation, he declared that Fairy Chang'e, if you wish to borrow 5 million merit points, I consent. Chang'e was momentarily taken aback before her face lit up with delight. Really? How wonderful. In her excitement, she almost leaped in place, momentarily forgetting her image as the most beautiful being in the heavenly realm. In her exuberance, she quickly added, rest assured, my lord, my previous words were sincere. If you are willing to lend me the money, I am prepared to offer anything. Wait, what are you doing? Qin Tian exclaimed as he noticed her gown continuing to slide down, revealing more than he intended to see. Chang'e halted, perplexed. My lord, did you not mean to, or what do you take me for, Fairy Chang'e? Qin Tian replied, somewhat exasperated. As per your earlier stipulation, I shall lend you the money with the Guanghong Palace as collateral. Chang'e's exquisite face was filled with astonishment. How long do you intend to lend it? And when will you require repayment? Qin Tian, unfazed by the intricacies, inquired. Realizing the situation, Chang'e quickly responded, though, I can repay you in 6 months. Agreed. Qin Tian nodded. Just as he contemplated how to disburse the funds, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he discovered a notification regarding the loan process, providing instructions for disbursement. Following the guidance, he requested a merit value crystal card from Chang'e, inscribed her name, and input the amount of 5 million. Within seconds, her card reflected the newly added 5 million merit points. The process was exceptionally convenient and swift. He returned the crystal card to Chang'e, who, upon verification, found the 5 million merit points indeed credited to her account, prompting her to erupt into uncontrollable excitement once more. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Chang'e twirled around several times, continuously expressing her gratitude to Qin Tian. All right, calm down. Your gown is about to fall. Qin Tian reminded her. Yet, in her overwhelming joy, Chang'e showed no signs of stopping, continuing to leap about in exuberance. In this predicament, to prevent his nose from bleeding anew, Qin Tian swiftly focused his thoughts and departed from the Guanghong Palace. My lord? As he vanished, Chang'e finally paused, realizing that Qin Tian had truly left. She stood alone in the room, a tinge of disappointment in her voice as she murmured to herself, after thousands of years. You are the first man to ever refuse me. The last time I was disregarded in the stone cave, and once again, I wonder if my allure has diminished. It shouldn't be the case. Had you proposed that request earlier, I would have readily acquiesced. Chang'e, despite her exalted status as a celestial being, remains, at heart, a woman. She has spent millennia in the Moon Palace, devoid of the joys of companionship, and deep within, she grapples with a profound loneliness. Qin Tian, with his handsome visage, possesses a formidable presence in her eyes as a debt collector, endowed with both strength and wealth. Thus, she harbors no aversion to pursuing a deeper connection with him. Upon returning to Qin City, Qin Tian sought out a nearby supermarket and procured 2 bottles of mineral water. He downed them in a single breath, managing to quell the fiery tumult within him. He could never have anticipated that this debt collection would lead him directly to Chang'e's chamber, where he fortuitously encountered her mid-bath. Even more astonishing was the realization that the most beautiful celestial maiden of the heavenly realm was willing to borrow money. In summary, this debt collection in the Moon Palace has truly opened Qin Tian's eyes. Shortly thereafter, he observed that his loan balance revealed a sum of 34,000. Undoubtedly, this represented the successful retrieval of Chang'e's debts alongside a lucrative commission for the loan extended to her, precisely amounting to 34,000. Without hesitation, he withdrew the funds, and his bank account reflected a balance of 3.4 million. He promptly settled all outstanding online loans, leaving him with over 2 million remaining. Gazing at the time, he noted it was just past 1 o'clock in the afternoon. He had promised Lu Chenxin that he would visit her home in the evening, leaving him with ample time. Next, Qin Tian casually sought a restaurant for lunch. As he pondered how to spend the afternoon, he chanced upon a real estate sales center and decided to step inside. Previously, Qin Tian had harbored a dream of purchasing an apartment in Qin City, allowing him to bring his parents to live with him. Alas, the exorbitant property prices, averaging over 20,000 per square meter, rendered such aspirations unattainable for a mere worker with a monthly salary in the thousands. Thus, his dream remained just that, a dream. However, circumstances had changed. He had now become a debt collector, and financial worries would soon evaporate. With over 2 million in his bank account, purchasing a home posed no challenge. He could pay in full with ease. Mr. Hon, you possess remarkable insight. This is indeed the finest unit among the 10 available at Wangwei Mountain. If you are certain, shall we proceed with the reservation? Upon entering the sales center, Qin Tian found no sales representatives to attend to him, as all were engaged with an elderly gentleman, his hair as white as snow. Observing this, Qin Tian instinctively approached. However, as he neared the elderly man, the robust individual clad in loose athletic wear obstructed his path. What do you intend to do? Qin Tian was taken aback and replied, What do you mean? I came in to purchase a house, naturally. Apologies, but we are not selling houses at this moment. Please exit. The muscular man extended his hand, pushing against Qin Tian's chest in an attempt to expel him. Qin Tian was caught off guard by the unexpected force of the push, which was quite substantial. Suddenly, Qin Tian's temper flared as he stood his ground, resolutely enduring the force exerted by the opponent without yielding an inch. The man before him exhibited a flicker of surprise, intensifying his grip. Yet, Qin Tian remained steadfast, unmovable. With a swift push, he sent the man staggering backward, colliding with a table before finally coming to a halt. He was not the kind of person to be bullied, especially since he was currently a debt collector. Failing to retaliate would not only disgrace him but also reflect poorly on his employer. The robust man regained his balance, astonished. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and launched an attack towards Qin Tian. With a graceful sidestep, Qin Tian evaded the blow effortlessly, delivering a sharp palm strike to the man's chest. This time, the hefty figure was propelled back, tumbling several paces before landing heavily on the ground. The surrounding sales personnel were taken aback. An elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair seated nearby wore an expression of astonishment. The strong man scrambled to his feet, still unwilling to accept defeat, preparing to confront Qin Tian once more. However, he was halted by the old man's voice. Enough. Leng Feng, you are no match for him. Reluctantly, Leng Feng ceased his advance. Young man, please come here, the elder beckoned to Qin Tian. But sir, Leng Feng interjected with concern. The elder reassured him, this young man does not appear to be malevolent, it is quite all right. Qin Tian, feeling somewhat bewildered, complied with the elder's invitation and approached him. The old man scrutinized him from head to toe before smiling and inquiring, the young man, have you practiced martial arts before? Qin Tian nodded, responding, yes, I have. He could hardly divulge that his prowess stemmed not from martial training but from consuming a miraculous elixir known as the 9-ton golden pill. Are you here to purchase a property? The elder continued. Indeed, why else would I be here? Understood. The elder turned to a female sales associate beside him, instructing. Shaolit, please attend to this young man, I have no further matters to discuss. Yes, Mr. Hon, she replied promptly, moving to Qin Tian's side with a courteous demeanor. Sir, are you interested in our high-rise apartments or villas? The model display is over here, please follow me. She led Qin Tian toward the nearby model display. In a moment of curiosity, he glanced back at the elder, who nodded in acknowledgement. He reciprocated the gesture before following Shaoli. Excuse me, who is that elderly gentleman? Qin Tian inquired as they reached the model display. His interest piqued more than the property details. Shaoli chuckled. Sir, you may not be aware, but Mr. Hon is Hon San Qian. Hon San Qian. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Tian nearly exclaimed in reflex. The name resonated with him profoundly. Hon San Qian. The helm of the Hon group in Qing City, was the wealthiest individual in the region. Though Qin Tian had never encountered him personally, the reputation of Hon San Qian was well known. In Qing City, unless one was a mere child or an elderly individual, nearly everyone had heard of Hon San Qian's name. It is no wonder that all the sales personnel rushed to attend to the distinguished guest. When a billionaire comes to purchase a property, it is only natural for them to extend such fervent hospitality. Sir, you truly are remarkable, Shaoli exclaimed in astonishment. That cold front earlier. He is Hon Lao's personal bodyguard, rumored to be a retired special forces soldier. I never imagined he would not stand a chance against you. Haha, merely luck. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, feigning modesty. At that moment, a disheveled man clad in plain garments and wearing cloth shoes entered the sales center. Ignoring everyone else, he strode directly toward Hon San Qian. Who are you? Stop right there. As he approached Hon San Qian, a cold front stepped forward, attempting to halt him just as he had done with Qin Tian. However, before Cold Front could finish his words, the man in plain clothing unleashed a punch. Cold Front instinctively dodged, narrowly evading the blow. Yet, the man swiftly delivered a second punch, and this time, Cold Front was unable to evade it, taking the full force to his abdomen. In an instant, Cold Front was sent flying, crashing to the ground and spitting a mouthful of blood. The salespeople collectively screamed at the sight. Lying on the ground, Cold Front struggled to shout to Hon San Qian, Master, flee. It's an assassin. Hon San Qian sprang to his feet and dashed toward the door. Though he had surpassed 70 years in age, his speed was astonishing, outpacing even the average young man. However, the man in plain clothing was even faster, swiftly intercepting him and blocking his path. Mr. Hon, do not struggle, today, your life is forfeit, the man sneered. Without hesitation, Hon San Qian threw a straight punch at the man's face. The man tilted his head, evading the blow. I already knew Mr. Hon was skilled, but with such meager abilities, you shall not escape death today. With a change in stance, the man summoned gusts of wind around him, creating a howling sound. Hon San Qian was taken aback, realizing, you have achieved mastery of internal energy. You are a practitioner of advanced internal arts. Quite perceptive, the man grinned, then drew his hands together, transforming his right hand into a palm strike aimed at Hon San Qian. My life is over. Feeling the fierce energy radiating from the man's palm, Hon San Qian stood frozen, resigned to his fate, knowing full well what it meant to face a master of internal arts. In that moment, he closed his eyes in despair. Suddenly, a glass cup hurtled through the air toward the man in plain clothing. Reacting instinctively, he redirected his palm, shattering the glass cup into pieces. The thrower was none other than Qin Tian, who stepped forward, lips pursed as he said, how dare you commit such an act of violence in public? You must possess the audacity of a bear. Hon San Qian and Cold Front exchanged surprised glances. Regaining his composure, Hon San Qian quickly urged, young man, this does not concern you. You must leave. Seeing injustice and drawing my sword to assist, Hon Lao, rest assured that since I have encountered this matter today, I shall not stand idly by. Upon hearing the words, Hon San Qian nearly collapsed to the ground. How can you manage that? He exclaimed. A practitioner of internal strength with such formidable power is not someone ordinary individuals can confront. Even though Qin Tian had previously fought against Leng Feng, the latter was merely an ordinary person, hardly qualifying as a practitioner. Thus in his eyes, there was no way Qin Tian could rescue him. Seeking death, the man in plain clothes, upon seeing Qin Tian, narrowed his eyes and hurled a punch towards his head. The speed was so swift that it seemed to arrive before one could blink. In that fleeting moment, Hon Sanchuan and Leng Feng shut their eyes in despair, unable to bear witness to the brutal spectacle of Qin Tian's head being smashed in. Bang! At that instant, Qin Tian also unleashed a punch, as quick as lightning, striking the plainclothes man's chest just a second before his fist could connect with Qin Tian's head. With a muffled thud, the man was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away, landing on the ground with his chest caved in. Blood spewed from his mouth. His face contorted in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. Hon Sanchuan and Leng Feng, hearing the commotion, opened their eyes to a scene that left them utterly astonished. Their jaws nearly dropped in shock. Qin Tian paid no heed to the stunned expressions surrounding him. He merely examined his fist before striding once more towards the plainclothes man. The latter, horrified, endured the pain in his chest. Scrambling to his feet and bolting towards the exit of the cell center, clearly attempting to flee. Qin Tian halted his steps, showing no intention of pursuing him. Hon Sanchuan rushed in front of Qin Tian, excitement coursing through him. "Thank you, young sir. Thank you for saving my life." Having witnessed Qin Tian's prowess, Hon Sanchuan's tone shifted to one of utmost respect. No need for such formality, it was but a trifling effort. Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, displaying a magnanimous demeanor. He then prepared to return to the sand table to continue viewing properties. Hon Sanchuan inquired, "Where are you headed, sir?" "Naturally, I am going to continue looking at houses. I came here today with the intention of purchasing one. Sir, may I have a few minutes of your time?" "What do you wish to discuss?" Hon Sanchuan replied. "Respectfully and honestly, you saved my life earlier. Such a great favor deserves my gratitude. I hope you can grant me the opportunity to express it." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian nodded in agreement. As the wealthiest man in Qing City, Qin Tian harbored a genuine desire to form a connection with him. Thus, 2 minutes later, within a luxurious Maybach parked outside the sales center, Qin Tian and Hon Sanchuan sat in the back seat. Hon Sanchuan gazed at Qin Tian, his pupils shimmering with excitement. After a while, he retracted his gaze and asked, "Sir, are you a master-level practitioner, someone who has achieved the pinnacle of internal strength?" "Master-level practitioner." Qin Tian had consumed the 9-ton golden pill, which refined his essence and marrow, endowing him with such remarkable abilities. However, his understanding of the cultivation realm was rather limited, leaving him perplexed by Hon Sanchuan's terminology regarding internal strength and master-level practitioners. "I apologize, sir, I was presumptuous." Upon noticing the man's silence, Hon Sanchuan promptly rephrased his statement, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have saved my life today, and for that, I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. If it pleases you, I would like to offer you a villa at Wangme Mountain as a token of my appreciation." Aware that Qin Tian was in the market for a property, he sought to cater to his interests by directly gifting him a villa. Sitting in the front seat, Leng Feng was taken aback by this declaration and hesitated to voice his thoughts but ultimately refrained. Qin Tian, astonished, replied, "You wish to gift me a villa? The properties at Wangme Mountain are worth at least 10 million, are you certain?" With a smile, Hon Sanchuan responded, "You saved my life, what is a villa in comparison?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tian considered, recognizing the rationale. As the wealthiest individual in Qing City, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion, Hon Sanchuan's offer was indeed reasonable. Had he not intervened, Qin Tian would have met a fatal end at the hands of that commoner. Thus, Qin Tian did not decline the offer, saying, "Very well, I shall accept your generosity. After all, Mr. Hon, you possess ample wealth, consider it an act of charity." Upon hearing this, Hon Sanchuan paused momentarily before personally accompanying Qin Tian to the sales center to select a villa. He instructed Qin Tian to provide his identification to Leng Feng, who would facilitate the transfer of ownership. "Mr. Qin, by tomorrow at the latest, all formalities will be completed. I will contact you to deliver the contract." "That sounds perfect," Qin Tian affirmed, sharing his phone number. After concluding their business, Hon Sanchuan had intended to invite Qin Tian to dinner at his home, but as Qin Tian had prior engagements with Lu Chenxin, he politely declined. Once Qin Tian departed, Hon Sanchuan and Leng Feng sat in the Maybach, where Leng Feng inquired, "Sir, do you truly believe it is wise to gift him a villa at Wangme Mountain?" In truth, the villas at Wangme Mountain were not merely worth millions, as Qin Tian suggested. There were only 10 villas in total, each valued at over 200 million. Moreover, the significance of Chang'e Mountain lay in the fact that it was constructed with the investment of prominent families from outside the province. And the villas were typically not available for sale to the general populace. To summarize, purchasing a villa at Chang'e Mountain necessitated not only wealth but also social standing, otherwise one's affluence would be of no consequence. As the wealthiest man in Qin City, Qin Tian undoubtedly possessed the requisite status to make such a purchase. Absent his intervention, it would have been impossible for Qin Tian to acquire a villa there. Without hesitation, Qin Tian replied, "It is indeed worthwhile. Securing a villa at Chang'e Mountain to befriend a master-level practitioner is an invaluable investment." "Are you that certain he is a master-level practitioner?" Leng Feng pressed further. After a brief moment of silence, Qin Tian declared, "Given his ability to effortlessly strike down a seasoned martial artist with a single blow, the likelihood of him being a master-level practitioner exceeds 90%. Even if he is not a master, he is undoubtedly close. In recent years, I have amassed a considerable fortune, exerting great effort to forge connections with more formidable practitioners, yet the outcomes have consistently fallen short of my expectations. Now, confronted with such a youthful and masterful practitioner, how could I possibly let this opportunity slip away?" Cold Feng refrained from further inquiries. However, Qin Tian reiterated, "Cold Feng, I entrust you with a task. From this day forth, utilize all our financial resources, connections, and assets to befriend this Qin Tian. If he has any needs, we must spare no effort to fulfill them." As he articulated these words, Qin Tian's gaze radiated unwavering determination. Cold Feng sensed this resolve and nodded in agreement, "Rest assured. My lord, I comprehend your intentions. I promise to exert my utmost effort in establishing a connection with him." In the afternoon, Lu Qianxin placed a call to Qin Tian. Consequently, around 5 o'clock, Qin Tian returned to the median group. Upon arriving at the entrance, he immediately spotted Lu Qianxin standing beside a red sedan. At that moment, Lu Qianxin had changed into a new outfit, sporting a tailored blazer on top, while the lower half was adorned with a fitted skirt, complemented by elegant black high heels. Her figure was already statuesque, standing at least 168 meters tall, and in this ensemble, her silhouette appeared even more alluring and graceful. Particularly striking were her long legs, which captivated Qin Tian's attention from afar, rendering him momentarily spellbound. As he approached, he called out, "Manager Lu, let us get in the car." Lu Qianxin opened the door and took her seat in the driver's position. Qin Tian followed suit, sliding into the passenger seat. The moment he settled in, Lu Qianxin furrowed her brow slightly, for she had never allowed a man to occupy the passenger seat before. Her initial thought had been to have Qin Tian sit in the back. However, given the circumstances, and considering that he was assisting her today, she ultimately suppressed her reservations and said nothing further. Inside the vehicle, Qin Tian was enveloped by a subtle fragrance, identical to that which Lu Qianxin exuded. In the confined space, the alluring aroma prompted his thoughts to wander in unexpected directions. My grandfather dotes on my cousin, so Qin Tian, to be prepared for this endeavor. Lu Qianxin cautioned as she drove. "Oh, understood," Qin Tian replied somewhat absently. His distraction stemmed from the fact that Lu Qianxin's fitted skirt crept upward as she sat. Especially when she pressed the accelerator and brake, her legs moved, causing the hem to inch perilously close to her thighs. The sight of her bare legs was almost too much for Qin Tian to ignore, prompting several surreptitious glances. The drive lasted approximately 20 to 30 minutes, during which Lu Qianxin intermittently shared insights about her family's situation. However, due to Qin Tian's lack of focus, he only grasped the gist of her words. Essentially, the median group belonged to Lu Qianxin's maternal grandfather, and as merely a granddaughter, she received little regard within the family, despite her remarkable capabilities. Conversely, Huang Xiuhui, being a granddaughter as well, was often favored and shielded by the family, even when her abilities were lacking and her behavior within the company was questionable. In the past, Lu Qianxin had repeatedly suggested to her grandfather the idea of transferring Huang Xiuhui away from the Medai group for its development, but her efforts were met with stern rebuke. Thus, out of desperation, she sought Qin Tian's assistance to provide evidence. Shortly thereafter, their vehicle entered the Biu Villa district and came to a halt in front of a villa. Upon arrival, Qin Tian followed Lu Qianxin as they exited the car. Guided by Lu Qianxin, they entered the villa. Inside, the courtyard was revealed, where 3 individuals were engaged in conversation over tea. 2 were seated while a third, serving them, busily prepared the tea, appearing almost subservient. One seated individual was an elderly man donned in a junction suit, while the other was a man in his 50s. The middle-aged man brewing tea bore a resemblance to Lu Qianxun, suggesting he might be her father. As anticipated, Lu Qianxun approached and greeted them, grandfather, uncle, dad. Lu Qianxun's grandfather, Huang Jinquan, responded mildly. Her father, Lu Tianzheng, set down the teapot and remarked, Qianxun, you are back. You must be exhausted after a long day. Hurry inside and rest. Aunt Lu will have dinner ready shortly. As for her uncle, Huang Yinguang, he seemed to disregard her greeting entirely, as if he had not heard. Lu Qianxun appeared accustomed to their demeanor, showing little concern. Moments later, she addressed Huang Jinquan, stating, Grandfather, this is Qin Tian, an employee at our Meidai group. I brought him here because, before she could finish, Huang Yinguang looked up, directing a question at Qin Tian, an employee. Qianxun, why have you brought an employee home? Indeed. What purpose does it serve to bring a company employee here? Huang Jinquan echoed, his expression one of bewilderment, a sentiment shared by Lu Tianzheng. Lu Qianxun paused, took a deep breath, and replied, Grandfather, I brought Qin Tian here regarding my cousin. She continued, my cousin's actions at the Meidai group are truly outrageous, severely undermining the development of the company. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Qin Tian. He understood and stepped forward, addressing Huang Jinquan, hello, Mr. Huang. In the Meidai group, Huang Xiuhui is my direct superior. Since joining the company, I have worked under her, which has given me a clear understanding of her conduct within the organization. Huang Xiuhui has exploited her position to engage in misconduct, coercing numerous male colleagues, creating a toxic environment throughout the group. From what I know, she has been involved with over 10 male colleagues, with likely many more unknown. Moreover, she employs threats and inducements, misappropriating the company's resources. Her actions are simply unacceptable. Before he could conclude, Huang Yinguang interjected sharply, interrupting him. He then pointed at Qin Tian, his expression darkening as he questioned Lu Qianxun, you brought him here for this. Lu Qianxun slightly lowered her head, betraying a hint of trepidation towards Huang Yinguang. However, she braved the pressure and spoke, Uncle, my cousin's behavior at Median Group is utterly excessive. If we wish for Median Group to flourish and advance, we cannot allow her to continue in this manner. Turning to her grandfather, she added, Grandfather, you also desire for Median Group to prosper rather than decline, do you not? Since my cousin joined the company, its business has consistently plummeted, shifting from initial profits to current losses. If we permit her to remain in the group, it will inevitably lead to its downfall. Therefore, Grandfather, I strongly urge you to transfer her. Hearing this, Huang Jinquan raised his teacup, took a sip, and inquired, how many times has this been? What do you mean, Grandfather? Lu Qianxun failed to grasp his implication at first. Huang Jinquan set down the teacup and clarified, Qianxun, I am asking you. How many times have you proposed to dismiss Hui Hui? Lu Qianxun replied, if I recall correctly, this should be the 4th time. Huang Jinquan remarked, in the previous 3 instances, you merely returned to voice your concerns. But today, it is noteworthy that you have brought someone else along to advocate for Hui Hui's dismissal. Qianxun, you truly are relentless in your pursuits. Instinctively, Lu Qianxun began to respond, but before she could utter more than 3 words, Huang Jinquan stood up, displeased, then said, enough. Let us not discuss Hui Hui's termination any further. This is the 4th time, and I sincerely hope it will be the last. I do not wish to hear about it again. Lu Tianzheng hurriedly gestured to Lu Qianxun, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Huang Yinguang looked down upon Qin Tian and declared, you may leave. A mere employee dares to meddle in our family affairs, how utterly presumptuous. Furthermore, you need not return to Median Group, you are terminated. Qin Tian, unfazed by the proclamation, shrugged and remarked to Lu Qianxun, it appears your family members indeed lack reason. With such a rotten apple among you, I can only wish Median Group the best of luck in the future. With that, he turned to leave. Stop. Huang Yinguang stepped forward to block his path. Whom do you dare to insult as a rotten apple? At that moment, a figure appeared at the entrance of the villa, swiftly making her way into the courtyard. Upon approaching, the individual spotted Qin Tian, momentarily stunned before erupting in fury. "Qin Tian, how dare you come to my home? I will make you pay." She clenched her fist, ready to strike. Huang Yinguan intervened. "Hui, what are you doing?" Indeed, the individual was Huang Xiaohui. Huang Jinquan also inquired. "Hui, what is the matter?" Huang Xiaohui shook off Huang Yinguan's grasp and pointed at Qin Tian. "Grandfather, this Qin Tian assaulted me at the company today. Look. My face is swollen because of him. How dare he come here unrepentant? Grandfather, father, you must help me seek revenge. He must not escape." "What? He actually dared to strike you?" Huang Yinguan glared at Qin Tian. "You, a mere employee, have the audacity to harm my daughter. Have you lost your senses?" "Tianjin. Go call the security of the community," Huang Jinquan instructed. "Yes, sir." Lu Tianjin nodded twice and walked outside the villa, intending to summon the security. "Wait a moment." Lu Qianxin intercepted him, saying, "Grandfather, uncle, please allow me to explain. Today at the company, Qin Tian and my cousin resorted to violence because, how dare you, Lu Qianxin? Are you still going to defend him?" Huang Xiaohui confronted Lu Qianxin, her voice laced with fury. "This morning, when he assaulted me, you stood by and did nothing. Instead, you aided his escape." Lu Qianxin's expression darkened under the harsh reprimand. Huang Xiaohui continued unabated. "Do you think just because you are the general manager of the Metai Group, you are above reproach? Do not forget how you obtained that position. If it weren't for our Huang family, you would be nothing." "Hui, how can you speak like that?" Lu Tianjin interjected, unable to tolerate the insult any longer. Huang Xiaohui turned to him with a derisive smile. "Oh, is my manner of speaking displeasing to you, son-in-law? If you can't handle it, just swallow your words." Lu Tianjin's face flushed, whether from anger or embarrassment, it was unclear. Huang Xiaohui showed no regard for him. And both Huang Jinquan and Huang Yinguan observed the exchange in silence. Qin Tian watched the scene unfold, shaking his head in disbelief at the peculiar dynamics within Lu Qianxin's family. Not only did Lu Qianxin lack status in the Huang household, but Lu Tianjin's position was even more pitiable. Yet, Qin Tian soon understood neither Lu Qianxin nor Lu Tianjin were truly a part of the Huang family. And their unpopularity was unsurprising given Huang Jinquan's favoritism towards Huang Yinguan and Huang Xiaohui. Huang Xiaohui's gaze shifted back to Qin Tian, her demeanor brimming with arrogance. "Qin Tian, I offer you two choices. 1, lose a hand and a foot. 2, kneel and bow to me 10 times, apologizing for your mistakes." She leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. "Alternatively, fulfill my previous request to entertain me well, and I might consider sparing you." She licked her lips, her plump face adorned with a sinister grin. Qin Tian recoiled instinctively, his expression one of disgust. "Huang Xiaohui, spare me your repulsiveness. If you continue like this, I might just vomit." Feigning nausea, he made his discomfort evident. Huang Xiaohui felt deeply insulted, her smile faltering as she called out to Huang Jinquan, "Grandfather, this man has assaulted me. You must avenge me, or this matter will not end today." Huang Jinquan took out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Team Leader Lu. Bring a few men over to our house, we have a disturbance." Upon witnessing this, Lu Qianxin urgently urged Qin Tian, "Qin Tian, you must leave quickly." However, Huang Xiaohui stood firmly in front of Qin Tian, declaring, "Leave. Do you think our home is a place you can enter and exit at will?" In no time, a team of security personnel from the Biu Villa district arrived. The residents of Biu Villa district were affluent individuals, and thus the security measures were exceptionally stringent, employing mostly retired soldiers. The security personnel arrived, and the leading officer greeted Huang Jinquan. Huang Xiaohui, unable to contain her eagerness, pointed at Qin Tian and shouted, "That's him. Capture him and give him a good beating." In response, Qin Tian shook his head and laughed. "Huang Xiaohui, your forgetfulness is truly remarkable. Have you already forgotten what happened at the company today? Do you really think a change of faces will enable you to defeat me?" Huang Xiaohui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and urged the community security to take action against Qin Tian. Naturally, the security did not defy her wishes, surrounding Qin Tian from all sides. The leading officer placed his hand on Qin Tian's shoulder and exclaimed, "You have some nerve." However, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Tian seized his finger and applied just enough pressure to elicit a pained cry from him. The other security guards, witnessing this, drew their nightsticks and advanced toward him. Yet, in the presence of Qin Tian, they appeared as weak as children. With a single punch, Qin Tian sent them toppling to the ground, one after another. In a matter of moments, the entire team of security personnel from Bu community lay sprawled on the ground. Huang Jinchuan, Huang Yinguang, and Lu Qianxun, along with others, were left in stunned silence at this turn of events. Ignoring their expressions, Qin Tian addressed Lu Qianxun, saying, "Ms. Lu, you have witnessed the outcome today. It is not that I am unwilling to assist, it is simply that your grandfather has shown favoritism and is rather muddled. I am powerless in this situation. Farewell." With that, he strode out of the villa. As they looked at the fallen security guards, Huang Jinchuan and the others dared not impede him, merely watching as Qin Tian exited the gate. After a while, as Qin Tian had already left the Bu villa area, Huang Jinchuan's furious voice erupted, "Get back inside." Inside the villa's hall, Huang Jinchuan sat on the sofa, his expression grim. Lu Qianxun and Lu Tian stood before him with their heads bowed. Lu Tian, filled with trepidation, spoke, "Dad, please don't be angry. Qianxun didn't mean it, she acted this way for the good of the Metai group." "Son-in-law, what do you mean by that?" Huang Xiaohui interrupted, her arms crossed defiantly. Huang Yinguang snorted disdainfully, "Humph. Bringing an outsider into our home to criticize her own cousin, Lu Qianxun, you truly have no boundaries. Do you think that because you are now the general manager of Metai Group, you can afford to be arrogant and lose sight of reality? Do not forget, Metai Group belongs to the Huang family. Your position as general manager is a privilege granted by us. Without the Huang family, you are nothing." "No, no." Lu Tian hastily waved his hands, "Elder brother, Qianxun didn't mean any harm. Please be magnanimous and forgive her this once. I assure you, there will be no next time." In the presence of Huang Jinchuan and the others, Lu Tian appeared utterly subservient. He then pulled Lu Qianxun aside and urged, "Qianxun, quickly apologize to your grandfather and the others. Promise them it won't happen again." As this unfolded, Huang Jinchuan, Huang Yinguang, and Huang Xiaohui remained silent, watching Lu Qianxun with expectant gazes, especially Huang Xiaohui, whose arms were crossed and whose plump face was adorned with a smirk. Lu Qianxun was overwhelmed with grievances. Her delicate hands unconsciously clenched into fists, her nails digging painfully into her flesh. She felt genuinely wronged. As the general manager of Metai Group and the overseer of several other companies under the Huang family, she dedicated herself tirelessly to her work, striving to elevate these enterprises. Indeed, her efforts bore fruit, the Huang family's companies flourished under her stewardship, with profits soaring. Yet, despite her accomplishments, she remained an outsider in the eyes of Huang Jinquan, who consistently favored Huang Xiaohui, reprimanding her regardless of the circumstances. Even when Huang Xiaohui misbehaved within Metai Group, Huang Jinquan continued to shield her from accountability. Noticing Lu Qianxun's reaction, Huang Yinguang remarked, "What is the matter, Lu Qianxun? Are you still unconvinced?" Lu Qianxun stood in silence. Lu Tianzheng, anxious, urged her repeatedly, but she remained indifferent. Under these circumstances, Huang Jinquan interjected, "Lu Qianxun, I present you with two choices, either you bring an outsider to berate your cousin today and cause a scene at home, or you apologize to Hui right now. Or I will relieve you of your position as general manager of Metai Group and your roles in the other family companies." Instantly, Lu Tianzheng's countenance shifted dramatically, and Lu Qianxun trembled. Huang Yinguang and Huang Xiaohui exchanged glances, both perceiving a glimmer of triumph in each other's eyes. Lu Tianzheng urged Qianxun, "Quickly apologize to Hui. Do it now." Lu Qianxun, however, released her tightly clenched fists and suddenly laughed. Huang Jinquan frowned and asked, "What are you laughing at, grandfather?" "If you wish to dismiss me, then go ahead," Lu Qianxun replied coldly. "Regardless of how much I contribute to the Huang family, in your eyes, I will always be an outsider. It is utterly impossible for me to apologize to such a shameless person." It was evident that her latter remark was directed at Huang Xiaohui, who, upon hearing this, stormed toward her. "Lu Qianxun, whom are you insulting?" She raised her hand, aiming to slap Lu Qianxun. Lu Qianxun stepped back, evading her clumsy strike. "You dare to dodge?" Huang Xiuhui exclaimed, pursuing Lu Chenxin to continue her assault. Hui, stop. Fortunately, Huang Jinquan intervened just in time. He then addressed Lu Chenxin, were your words sincere? If so, you may begin packing your belongings and leave. The Huang family cannot accommodate you. Without hesitation, Lu Chenxin turned and strode toward her room to gather her things. Chenxin. Dad, she made a mistake. Please forgive her this once, I beg you. Lu Tianjin implored, desperately seeking leniency from the trio. However, his pleas fell upon deaf ears, both Huang Jinquan and Huang Yingguang. Along with Huang Xiuhui, disregarding his words. 20 minutes later, Lu Chenxin departed from the Huang family villa, dragging her suitcase behind her. Meanwhile, Qin Tian remained oblivious to the events that would subsequently unfold within the Huang family. He emerged from the Jade Villa district and headed straight home. After freshening up, he reclined on his bed and opened the date management app. Recollections of the events that transpired at the Wanghe Mountain Sales Center today flooded his mind, prompting him to send a message to his employer inquiring about the matter of cultivation. Before long, his employer replied. Cultivation, as he explained, involves harnessing the techniques of refining to attract the celestial energies of the universe into one's body, progressing through various realms, Qi training, foundation establishment, golden core, and nascent soul. Each further divided into early, middle, and late stages. Given that he had previously consumed the 9-turn golden pill, his current cultivation level had bypassed the Qi training stage and entered the early phase of foundation establishment. As he read the message, Qin Tian nodded in comprehension. Yet, shortly thereafter, he sent another query. Wait a moment, I encountered an elderly man today who spoke of realms termed inner strength, minor completion and major completion, as well as master level. How does that align with what you described? His employer responded, what I just conveyed pertains to the classification of realms in immortal cultivation. In this world, the path of cultivation branches into myriad sects, each possessing its own interpretations, yet all ultimately lead to the same destination. The path of immortality is considered the most orthodox and expansive, allowing one to advance further in their cultivation journey. To put it simply, the path of immortality has no upper limit, whereas the cultivation paths mentioned by Hong Sanqian are indeed constrained. Then, my employer, if I wish to cultivate, do I not first require a cultivation technique? Qin Tian asked. Indeed, the technique is the foundation of cultivation, came the reply. My esteemed employer, you are undoubtedly proficient. You must possess some cultivation techniques. Would you be so kind as to impart one to me? Qin Tian attempted to persuade him. Alas, even if I did possess one, I would not bestow it upon you, his employer countered. You are presently a debt collector, managing numerous clients, many of whom are likely to possess formidable techniques. Have you not considered procuring one? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian refrained from pressing further about the cultivation technique and instead opened the overdue client list to browse. As he scrolled, he pondered which client might possess a powerful cultivation technique, planning to approach them for debt recovery. Qin Tian, may I offer you a hint? At that moment, his employer's message appeared once more. Yes, of course. Based on my observations, there exists a technique that would suit you exceedingly well, his employer stated. It is the 8-9 profound art. Qin Tian was taken aback, quickly inquiring, isn't the 8-9 profound art the technique cultivated by the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Indeed, his employer confirmed, but besides that monkey, the second king, Jian, also practiced the 8-9 profound art. Coincidentally, approximately 2 centuries ago, Jian borrowed 650,000 merit points from our company and has yet to repay it. Should you desire the 8-9 profound art, you may seek him out. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he swiftly navigated the overdue client list. In a moment, he indeed stumbled upon the name Jian, clicking to reveal more details. Borrower, Jian reason for borrowing, to forge the Lotus Lantern. He borrowed 650,000 merit points from our company and has now been overdue for 150 years. The total amount due, including principal, interest, and penalties, amounts to 10 million merit points. The borrower has pledged a 3-pronged double-edged spear as collateral if repayment is not made. The lender may directly seize the spear or items of equivalent value, should the borrower refuse to repay or hand over the items. The debt collector is empowered to enforce compliance. Subsequently, Qin Tian did not delay. With a mere utterance of young Jian's name, he vanished from the bed. When Qin Tian reappeared, he found himself in a garden. Before him stood an exquisite pavilion. How strangely familiar this place feels. Qin Tian sensed an uncanny familiarity in his surroundings. In the next moment, he slapped his forehead in realization. Is this not the Moon Palace? Indeed. Recognizing the environment around him, Qin Tian discerned that he was in Chang'e's abode, the Moon Palace. Instantly, he was engulfed in surprise and perplexity. How had he been transported to the Moon Palace while pursuing the death from Erlang? Could it be that Erlang resides here, cohabiting with Chang'e? Such thoughts sprang forth in Qin Tian's mind. As he indulged in these musings, voices from the side caught his attention. Master, shall we return another day? Given the current situation, the celestial maiden Chang'e is unlikely to bathe today. No, I have come all the way from Guanjingku. I cannot simply live like this. Who knows when I might have the chance to visit again. But we have been concealed here for over an hour, and Chang'e has shown no signs of movement. I do not care, Xiaotian dog, you are to guard outside and notify me of any developments. All right, master. Following the sound, Qin Tian turned to see two figures crouched by a window, peering inside the pavilion. He proceeded to approach them quietly. Whether it was their engrossed conversation or their fixation on the window, they remained oblivious to Qin Tian's approach until their dialogue concluded, and Xiaotian dog turned around. Only then noticing Qin Tian. What the startled, Xiaotian dog jumped. Hearing the commotion, Erlang withdrew his gaze from the window and turned to see Qin Tian. In that moment, their eyes met. Qin Tian stared intently at them, while both were equally astounded. After a brief pause, Qin Tian was the first to break the silence. Erlang, Xiaotian dog. What are you doing outside Chang'e's chamber? Both Erlang and Xiaotian dog's eyes widened in shock. You can see us? Xiaotian dog exclaimed. Qin Tian, perplexed, replied, why wouldn't I be able to see you? I am not blind. Master. Xiaotian dog pointed at Qin Tian and glanced at Erlang. Who is that outside? We have been exposed, Xiaotian dog, we must retreat. In the next moment, Qin Tian heard the voice of the Jade Rabbit emanating from within the room. Erlang uttered a phrase to Xiaotian dog and swiftly grasped Qin Tian's shoulder. Suddenly, Qin Tian felt himself being lifted into the air, the surroundings blurring past him in a dizzying rush. After a few breaths, Erlang landed with Qin Tian in a grand residence. This was Erlang's official residence in the heavenly realm, the True Lord's mansion. The Hound of Hell returned a step late, stroking his chest as he remarked, that was close, we nearly got discovered, fortunately, we ran swiftly. In stark contrast to the Hound's apprehensive demeanor, Erlang remained composed. He merely narrowed his eyes and inquired, who are you? How did you come to be in the Palace of Eternal Cold? The Hound of Hell quickly regained his senses and chimed in, yes, indeed. Who exactly are you? My master and I employed an invisibility technique, how did you see us? Qin Tian was taken aback, the two had indeed been in an invisible state within the palace. Yet he had clearly seen them. However, it soon dawned on him that this was undoubtedly a power conferred by his role as a debt collector. He had come to seek Erlang for repayment, and thus, no matter the location or the methods employed, Erlang could not evade his pursuit. Otherwise, the clientele of the Heavenly Court's loan office, comprised of deities and demons alike, were all exceptionally powerful, without some unique ability. He would surely be unable to locate anyone if they deliberately chose to hide from him. With this realization, Qin Tian felt an increasing admiration for his employer. It was unclear what kind of individual Erlang truly was, his methods were nothing short of extraordinary. Nevertheless, Qin Tian did not dwell on these thoughts for long. He deliberately adjusted his attire and replied, I am the debt collector of the Heavenly Court. Erlang, 200 years ago, you borrowed 650,000 merit points from our office, and it has now been 150 years overdue. You are now to repay 10 million. He extended his right hand towards Erlang. Erlang glanced down at Qin Tian's outstretched palm, his brow furrowing as if he were recalling something. After a moment, he finally remembered that 200 years prior, he had borrowed 650,000 merit points from the Heavenly Court's loan office to subdue Sun Wukong by crafting the Lotus Lantern. However, that event had nearly faded from his memory over the span of 2 centuries. Moreover, he had never heard of a debt collector before. And he did not recognize Qin Tian, prompting him to coldly retort, "What nonsense is this, debt collector? I have never even heard of such a title." Qin Tian's expression hardened. "Whether or not you have heard of it is irrelevant. What matters is that you owe my office 10 million merit points. And it is time for repayment." Erlang God laughed heartily, dismissing him with arrogance, knowing that I am Erlang God, you dare to speak so boldly. You possess quite a bit of audacity. The Hound of Hell, observing this exchange, skeptically remarked, "Master, could this person be lacking in sanity? In the heavenly court, nay. Throughout the three realms, if you would dare to speak to you in such a manner. You are the ones who are lacking sense," Qin Tian interrupted, narrowing his eyes as well. "Erlang God, it seems you wish to default on your debt." "Default? You fool." Erlang God shouted to the Hound of Hell, "Hound, bite him." Upon receiving Erlang God's command, the Hound of Hell immediately bared its sharp fangs and lunged at Qin Tian. In a moment of instinctive fear, Qin Tian recoiled. But his speed could not match that of the Hound. Just as the Hound was about to pounce upon him, the shimmering barrier materialized before him, causing the Hound to collide with it. Bang! The barrier sent the Hound of Hell careening backward. The wall was struck forcefully, then he fell heavily to the ground. The Celestial Hound was audacious. Erlang God was taken aback by Qin Tian's extraordinary prowess, as the Celestial Hound had not managed to land a single blow against him. With a flick of his right hand, the three-pronged, double-edged spear materialized and swept toward Qin Tian. At that moment, the debt-collecting token activated, bestowing strength upon Qin Tian, who effortlessly tracked the trajectory of the sweeping spear. He reached out and seized it directly. What? Erlang God was utterly astonished, filled with disbelief. He realized that despite his efforts, the spear remained firmly in Qin Tian's grasp, unable to advance even a fraction. Not only was he unable to continue his assault on Qin Tian, but he could not even retract the weapon. Erlang God's mind was in turmoil. Capturing his own spear with bare hands was something even that insufferable monkey could not accomplish. This was the first time since his cultivation began. Yet, the situation was far from over. Qin Tian exerted force and wrenched the spear from Erlang God's grip, effortlessly reclaiming it. Holding the three-pronged, double-edged spear, Qin Tian smirked and said, "Young Jian, when you borrowed money from my department, this was your collateral, wasn't it? Now that you refuse to repay your debt, I shall take it as payment." With the spear in hand, Qin Tian turned to leave. Erlang God dashed in front of him. "Wait a moment. Are you truly going to battle me?" Qin Tian smiled enigmatically. Empowered by the identity token, he felt no fear towards Erlang God, even one as formidable as he, who instilled terror across the three realms. No, esteemed messenger, I was merely preparing to repay you." Erlang God hastily conjured a crystal card and handed it to Qin Tian. "This contains 10 million merit points, please verify." "Ha! Now you are so compliant. Weren't you just trying to default?" Qin Tian responded with a chuckle. "Misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Esteemed messenger, please accept it." In truth, Erlang God was not only immensely powerful but also remarkably astute. The earlier encounter had profoundly shaken him. And it would not be an exaggeration to say that he felt Qin Tian was the most formidable individual he had ever encountered in his life. In such a situation, he dared not confront Qin Tian directly, opting instead for a more conciliatory approach. To engage in a futile struggle would be the action of a fool. Qin Tian accepted the crystal card, and with a movement of the token within him, it was drawn into his being. After a brief pause of 2 seconds, with no anomalies arising, he confirmed the merit points within the card were intact. He then feigned a cough and remarked, "Had you been this compliant from the start, we would not have encountered the earlier issues." Yes, it was all my fault," Erlang God repeatedly admitted. He then pointed at the three-pronged, double-edged spear in Qin Tian's possession and said, "Esteemed messenger, now that I have settled my debts, might I request the return of the spear?" "Absolutely not." Qin Tian firmly rejected, resting the spear upon his shoulder. "Esteemed messenger, have I not repaid all my debts?" Erlang God implored. "You have repaid your debts. But you commanded the Celestial Hound to bite me and even attacked me," Qin Tian retorted. "Had I not possessed some skill, I might have been beaten or beaten to death by you all. Thus, the account remains unsettled between us." The expression on Erlang God's face darkened, filled with profound regret. Had he known the tenacity of the debt collector before him, he would never have dared to act against him. Qin Tian, with a sardonic smile, continued, moreover. What were you and your companions doing today outside the chamber of the celestial Chang'e in the palace of Guanghong, employing the art of invisibility? I recall you mentioning something about bathing. Qin Tian's voice rose intentionally. Erlang God, were you attempting to spy on Chang'e while she bathed? And no, absolutely not. Erlang God's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively reaching to cover Qin Tian's mouth, but he quickly restrained himself, mindful of Qin Tian's formidable prowess. This is not the case at all. Please, my lord, do not speak such nonsense. Qin Tian regarded him with a knowing smile. Whether I speak in jest or truth, you are well aware in your heart. He reminisced about the former Marshal Tianpeng, now the guardian of the purity altar, Zhu Beiji, who had been banished from the celestial realm for merely teasing Chang'e while intoxicated. Erlang God, what do you think would be the repercussions if your intention to spy on Chang'e were to be revealed? Upon hearing these words, Erlang God's expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions. Of course, Erlang God, you are immensely powerful, far superior to Zhu Beiji. Even if your actions were exposed, the Jade Emperor would not punish you as he did Zhu Beiji. However, the impact on your reputation would be considerable. My lord, what is it that you truly desire? At this moment, had it been anyone other than Qin Tian speaking, Erlang God would have struck him without hesitation. Yet, having experienced Qin Tian's might, he dared not act, compelled to yield. Qin Tian casually touched his nose and proposed, how about this, grant me your 8-9 profound skill, and I shall keep your secret. As well as overlook your prior attack on me. You wish to obtain the 8-9 profound skill. Erlang God was taken aback. Well, will you comply? Erlang God found himself in an agonizing dilemma. The 8-9 profound skill was a technique he had devoted himself to. A treasure shared only between him and Sun Wukong throughout the 3 realms, and he was reluctant to share it with anyone. However, with Qin Tian leveraging the matter of the trident and the potential exposure of his intentions, he realized the precariousness of his situation. After much internal conflict, Erlang God finally resolved, my lord, I shall entrust you with the 8-9 profound skill, but you must honor your promise to return my weapon and keep my secret. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Qin Tian promptly handed the trident back to Erlang God. I can return it to you now. Erlang God caught it. And with a flick of his left hand, a stream of luminous energy surged into Qin Tian's forehead. In that instant, Qin Tian felt a torrent of information flooding into his mind. Elated, he realized that this must be the method for cultivating the 8-9 profound skill. Having acquired this invaluable knowledge, Qin Tian did not linger at the true monarch's residence but returned at once. With his departure, Erlang God stood there, exhaling a deep breath. Murmuring to himself, he pondered, how can there exist such terrifying individuals in the 3 realms? I have never heard of them before. The celestial hound rose from the ground, approached him, and while rubbing his chest, remarked, Master, you truly bestowed upon him the 8-9 profound art. This is an unparalleled technique. Otherwise, what could it be? The Erlang God turned to him and stated, you have just witnessed his formidable prowess. The celestial hound's expression shifted through a myriad of complex emotions. After accompanying Erlang God for thousands of years, this was the first time he had seen him suffer such a significant setback. Suddenly, Erlang God broke into a grin. However, the 8-9 profound art is obscure and difficult to comprehend. Even if I were to grant it to him, it would be futile if he could not grasp its meaning. Moreover, the version I just imparted to him is not complete. Upon returning to his rented room, Qin Tian eagerly delved into the 8-9 profound art. Soon, he realized that the information in his mind regarding the technique was exceedingly arcane and perplexing. It was akin to deciphering celestial scriptures, utterly incomprehensible. At that moment, a radiant light flashed in his mind, and the once esoteric information suddenly became clear and accessible. The chaotic light. Qin Tian was elated, for he recognized this luminescence as the chaotic light his boss had previously transmitted to him. After comprehending the information of the 8-9 profound art, he quickly discerned several evident flaws and deficiencies, yet under the influence of the chaotic light, these shortcomings were swiftly rectified. Qin Tian had not anticipated that the chaotic light possessed such remarkable capabilities. In his excitement, as the 8-9 profound art was perfected, He understood that it was not merely a cultivation technique, it also encompassed various minor parts, such as alchemy, talisman crafting, divination, and transformation, among others. Erlang God primarily cultivated the path of transformation within the 8-9 profound art. However, after thousands of years, he had only achieved great success, not perfection. Disregarding all else, Qin Tian immediately settled onto his bed, following the cultivation method outlined in the 8-9 profound art. As he activated the technique, wisps of spiritual energy began to detach from the atmosphere, converging towards him from all directions, ultimately penetrating his body through his skin's pores. Qin Tian distinctly felt that, accompanied by the influx of spiritual energy, changes were occurring within him, particularly in the area of his lower abdomen, the dantian, where a previously faint energy mass began to thicken and multiply. Through the 8-9 profound art, Qin Tian recognized that this energy mass was the true chi of a cultivator. Engrossed in his practice, he lost track of time until the late hours of the night when his phone rang, jolting him from his meditative state. Lu Zong. The caller was none other than Lu Qianxun. Hello, Qin Tian, where are you? I have already booked your ticket, hurry and take your ID to the airport. Lu Qianxun spoke somewhat incoherently. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian realized she was inebriated. Consequently, he inquired, Lu Zong, are you drunk? Where are you? I am not drunk. I am at the cloud bar. Lu Qianxun urged, Qin Tian, you need not concern yourself with me. Hurry and escape, for my cousin will undoubtedly not spare you. Qin Tian, however, did not wait for her to finish her sentence before abruptly ending the call and making his way to the cloud bar. From their conversation, it was evident that Lu Qianxun was inebriated, her consciousness evidently clouded. In the dead of night, with a stunning beauty like her alone in a bar, Qin Tian felt a pang of concern for her safety and resolved to check on her. As for fleeing from Huang Xiuhui's revenge, he remained untroubled, given his current prowess. Should she dare to retaliate, it would be she who would suffer. Upon arriving at the cloud bar, having previously contacted Qin Tian, Lu Qianxun sat forlornly at the bar, downing drink after drink. Her exquisite visage was marred by a profound sadness. She had devoted herself tirelessly to the Huang family, amassing untold wealth for them. Yet she faced incessant injustices simply because she was a granddaughter. Lost in her thoughts, Lu Qianxun drained another glass. Brother dog, I feel it's time for action. One of the ruffians exclaimed. I've traversed numerous nightlife venues, yet never encountered such beauty. Tonight shall be unforgettable. While Lu Qianxun drank alone at the bar, she remained oblivious to the fact that two unscrupulous men had set their sights on her. After another drink, she could no longer bear the weight of her inebriation and slumped over the bar. The two ruffians, known as Brother Dog and Blackie, seized the opportunity and approached, intent on dragging her away. As they gazed upon Lu Qianxun's striking features and flawless figure, they could hardly contain their excitement. Qin Tian arrived at the cloud bar, and upon entering, they immediately spotted Brother Dog and Blackie flanking Lu Qianxun, their hands reaching out toward her. With a furrowed brow, he dashed forward and commanded, stop. Grasping Brother Dog's outstretched hand, he halted him in his tracks. What do you think you're doing? Brother Dog retorted, turning to Qin Tian. What do you intend to do? Qin Tian countered. What we do is none of your business. Let go of Brother Dog. Blackie hissed menacingly from the side. With a sharp crack, Qin Tian swiftly struck Blackie across the face. Even without their words, he was well aware of their intentions, he was no fool. Stunned by the blow, Blackie quickly regained his senses and bellowed, how dare you hit me? He clenched his fist and swung it towards Qin Tian's face. However, engaging with Qin Tian was akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Before Blackie's punch could land, Qin Tian delivered another resounding slap, this time with increased force, sending Blackie spinning before collapsing to the ground. Brother Dog, witnessing the scene, stood frozen in fear, paralyzed into inaction. Paying little heed to the two ruffians, Qin Tian scooped Lu Qianxun into his arms and exited the bar. As he carried her, the fabric of her off-shoulder dress brushed against his palm, stirring a sensation within him. It was no wonder those two rascals were so excited. How many men could withstand the allure of such breathtaking beauty? General Lu. Qin Tian struggled to suppress the turbulence within him as he attempted to rouse Lu Qianxun, who lay unresponsive in his embrace. In such circumstances, He felt compelled to bring her back to his home rather than abandon her on the streets in her inebriated state. Upon reaching home, he gently laid Lu Chenxin on his bed. To his astonishment, he noticed blood trickling down her thigh. What is this? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had arrived at the cloud bar just in time, although two ruffians had intended to harm Lu Chenxin, they had not succeeded. How could she be bleeding now? Had she been injured? This thought suddenly struck him. With this notion in mind, he sat on the bed, muttering to himself, General Lu, I mean no harm. I merely wish to ascertain whether you are injured. Otherwise, excessive bleeding could prove fatal. As he spoke, he gently lifted Lu Chenxin's skirt. However, as he did so, he found no signs of injury on her legs. Eventually, he realized that the blood was not a result of an injury but rather due to her menstrual cycle. Enlightenment dawned upon Qin Tian. Letting out a sigh of relief, he silently thanked his fortune for being present that evening. Had she been left to the mercy of the ruffians during such a vulnerable time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moments later, he ventured out to purchase a pack of sanitary pads. Mustering the courage to place one beneath her and cover her with a blanket before retreating to the bathroom for a cold shower. The task of checking on Lu Chenxin had filled him with frustration, necessitating the cooling embrace of cold water to regain his composure. After his shower, he found his bed occupied by Lu Chenxin. Given that his rental unit housed only a single bed, he resigned himself to sitting nearby, engrossed in his phone. Qin Tian had discovered that since consuming the 9-tan golden pill, his energy levels had surged, allowing him to function without sleep for an entire night without any adverse effects. He opened his loan application and noted an additional 100,000 in his balance from the recovery of Erlang God's debt. He clicked to withdraw, and before long, 10 million appeared in his bank account. Elated, Qin Tian reveled in the ease with which he had earned this money. He contemplated transferring some funds back to his parents, who still labored in the countryside, wishing to relieve them of their toils and allow them to enjoy a life of comfort. Yet, after some contemplation, he ultimately abandoned the idea of transferring a large sum. He realized that if he sent a substantial amount to Zheng Jingyun, they might misinterpret his intentions. Worrying that he had engaged in illicit activities rather than rejoicing in his newfound fortune. Thus, Qin Tian resolved to return home in a few days, devise a plausible explanation, and present the money to his parents in person. The night passed without incident. The following morning, just after 7, Lu Chenxin opened her eyes. She felt a sudden wave of dizziness and pain in her head. Raising her hand, she gently massaged her temples, only to find herself lying on a strange bed. Startled, she instantly sat upright. Upon noticing bloodstains on the sheets and signs that her dress had been tampered with, her eyes filled with tears. At that moment, the door to the rented room was pushed open, and Qin Tian entered, carrying steamed buns and soy milk. Seeing Lu Chenxin awake, he remarked, Lu, you're awake. Just how much did you drink last night to end up like this? Fortunately, I came to find you, otherwise, you. Qin Tian. It's you. I'm going to kill you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chenxin screamed, hurling a pillow at him. Hey Lu, what are you doing? Qin Tian, you scoundrel. I'm calling the police on you. How am I, scoundrel? After throwing the pillow, Lu Chenxin leaped off the bed barefoot and dashed into the adjacent bathroom, locking the door behind her. I'm calling the police right now to have you arrested. Seeing her determination to call the police, Qin Tian hurried to the bathroom door, pleading. Lu, please don't misunderstand. You got drunk at Yunshengba last night and were almost taken by a rogue. I saved you. I didn't do anything to you. The blood on the bed is from your relative visiting, and it has nothing to do with me. Lu Chenxin paused in her motion to call the police, instinctively looking down at herself. Realizing her relative had indeed come, her initial feelings of sadness and anger dissipated. Soon, Qin Tian heard her voice from within the bathroom. What is this sanitary napkin on me? Qin Tian awkwardly touched his nose and replied, Lu, I saw you bleeding quite a bit last night and was worried about your dress getting stained, so he left the sentence unfinished, but the implication was abundantly clear. In an instant, Lu Chenxin's face flashed crimson. She exclaimed, followed by another loud shout from the bathroom. 10 minutes later, Lu Chenxin finally emerged from the bathroom, somewhat composed. Now understanding the situation, she no longer intended to call the police. She seated herself on a chair in the rented room, her expression awkward as she said, "Qin Tian, thank you for last night." Although Qin Tian had lifted her skirt and changed her, it was ultimately for her own good, wasn't it? Qin Tian waved his hand dismissively, not a big deal, it was just a small effort. "I'll take my leave now," he added. Lu Qianxin seemed at a loss on how to face him and was about to depart. However, as she reached the door, she suddenly halted, turned around, then said, "By the way, Qin Tian, I booked you a flight at 9 o'clock from Qin City to Lingjiang. You went to my house to provide evidence for my cousin yesterday. She definitely won't let you off easily. You should hide in Lingjiang for a while and come back later." Qin Tian shook his head and smiled. "I'm not going anywhere." Lu Qianxin furrowed her delicate brows and said, "Qin Tian, do not assume I am attempting to intimidate you. My grandfather oversees the Huang family, which, although not a prominent clan in Qin City, possesses assets in the billions. If my cousin desires to take revenge on you, she has countless means at her disposal. Do not be obstinate." In Lu Qianxin's perspective, Qin Tian was merely an ordinary worker earning a few thousand a month, while her grandfather's family boasted assets worth billions. Dealing with Qin Tian would be exceedingly simple for Huang Xiaohui. Qin Tian shook his head resolutely. Just a few days ago, he might have felt a twinge of fear in such a situation. However, now, even if the Huang family were a vast conglomerate, he felt no apprehension. Lu Qianxin's brow contorted into a pronounced frown. She had never anticipated Qin Tian would be so stubborn. Nevertheless, she was left with no option but to declare, "Fine. If you refuse to leave, then you must stay at home these next few days and refrain from wandering about. Should anything occur, remember to call me immediately." With that, she exited through the door. Qin Tian accompanied her downstairs and watched as she entered a taxi, preparing to return home for a brief nap. Just as he turned away, his phone rang. Checking the unfamiliar number, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" A courteous voice responded from the receiver, "Is this Mr. Qin?" "This is Hon San Qian. The paperwork for the Wangwei Mountain Villa has been completed. When would you be available to collect it?" Realizing it was old Hon, Qin Tian replied, "I am free right now." "Where are you located?" "I will send a car to pick you up," came the response. "I am on Yushi Road, near the Medai Group." "Understood, Mr. Qin. Please hold on, I will dispatch a vehicle immediately. It will arrive in no more than 10 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Tian couldn't help but smile. The wealthiest man in Qin City was treating him with such courtesy. Indeed, having power is advantageous. He decided against returning upstairs and instead waited by the roadside. After a brief interval, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz halted before him, and Leng Feng stepped out of the vehicle. Approaching Qin Tian, he respectfully bowed and opened the door, saying, "Mr. Qin, please." Qin Tian accepted the invitation and took a seat inside. "Your name is Leng Feng, correct? I hope you are well after being struck by that man in plain clothes yesterday." Qin Tian inquired as the car began to move. Leng Feng, focused on driving, replied, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Qin. I took some medicine after returning home yesterday, and I am now quite well." Qin Tian expressed surprise. "What kind of medicine did you take? Its effects seem remarkably effective." After all, he had witnessed Leng Feng being thrown back and spitting blood just the day prior. After a moment's hesitation, Leng Feng answered, "Mr. Qin, the master has befriended a practitioner of traditional medicine who concocts remarkable remedies. For the past few years, whenever the master or any of us fell ill or sustained injuries, he has been the one to treat us." Qin Tian nodded in understanding, choosing not to probe further. In the Xionglan Garden Villa area, one of Hon San Qian's residences in Qin City, he sat in a luxurious hall opposite an elderly gentleman, who scrutinized the contract documents laid out before him with a furrowed brow. In a moment, he spoke up to old Hon. "Are you truly certain about gifting that individual a villa in Wangwei Mountain? This is valued at 300 to 400 million. And it's not guaranteed that wealth alone can secure it. He saved my life yesterday. Without him, I would have perished," Hon San Qian replied without hesitation. "Bestowing upon him a villa is worthwhile. Master Deng, please refrain from further persuasion." Master Deng, referred to by Leng Feng, was the practitioner of the art of Qi and Huang, known as Deng Wangnian. Hearing this, Deng Wangnian expressed his displeasure. "Old Hon, I've been with your family for several years, assisting you countless times, yet you have never been this generous towards me. Master Deng, what are you saying? Have I ever treated you poorly? Over the years, Hon Sanqian had provided Deng Wannian with 50 million annually. Moreover, should Deng Wannian have any other needs, such as specific medicinal herbs, Hon Sanqian would procure them regardless of their rarity. In truth, it was not an exaggeration to say that Hon Sanqian's expenditures on Deng Wannian exceeded 100 million each year. I just feel that you ought to avoid impulsive actions, old Hon. From what you said, the other party is merely a lad in his 20s, Deng Wannian remarked. At such a young age, do you think he could be a master-level practitioner? Upon hearing this, Hon Sanqian's brow furrowed slightly. Indeed, Qin Tian was quite young. Could he truly be of master caliber? Had he made a mistake? Shortly thereafter, the Leng Feng drove into Xianglong Garden. Qin Tian followed Leng Feng into the villa where Hon Sanqian resided. Sir, Mr. Qin has arrived. Leng Feng respectfully announced to Hon Sanqian while courteously greeting Deng Wannian, Master Deng. Upon spotting Qin Tian, Hon Sanqian immediately rose and approached him, saying, Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Allow me to introduce you, this is Master Deng Wannian. Master Deng, this is Mr. Qin Tian, the one who saved my life yesterday. Upon hearing Hon Sanqian's introduction, Qin Tian proactively greeted Deng Wannian, Master Deng, hello. To his surprise, Deng Wannian scoffed disdainfully and turned his head away. Qin Tian was taken aback. He felt he had not offended the man. In response, Hon Sanqian hurriedly picked up the documents from the coffee table. Mr. Qin, these are the transfer documents and credentials. From now on, the villa number 7 in Wangwei Mountain is yours. The villas in Wangwei Mountain were fully furnished. Equipped with all necessary appliances, one could move in immediately. As Qin Tian accepted the documents, a wave of excitement surged within him. At that moment, Deng Wannian seemed to sense his elation and said mockingly, young brother Qin, you saved old Hon yesterday. I hear you are a master-level practitioner. Well, something like that. Qin Tian replied. What does something like that mean? Deng Wannian challenged, either you are or you aren't, or what do you mean by that? That is indeed the case. Qin Tian stated before he was a foundational stage practitioner, and his true strength likely surpassed that of most master-level practitioners. Haha, Deng Wannian grinned, seemingly skeptical. He rose from the sofa and approached Qin Tian, saying, I am but an unremarkable cultivator, yet I stand merely a step away from mastering inner strength. Young brother, you are a master-level practitioner. I would be honored to experience your prowess. Might you be willing to share your insights? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Hon Sanqian. Observing this, Hon Sanqian interjected, Master Deng, what are you doing? Today, Mr. Qin is our guest. Deng Wannian interrupted, since we are all cultivators, I simply wish to engage in a friendly spar with the young brother. I have yet to witness the might of a master. It would be enlightening. Moreover, I am curious to see if this villa gifted by old Hon is truly worth its price. At last, Qin Tian understood at the moment he entered. The other party had emitted a faint air of hostility. It became clear that Deng Wannian coveted the villa Hon Sanqian had bestowed upon him. With a bemused expression, Qin Tian scrutinized Deng Wannian and replied, Master Deng, I fear you may not be worthy of sparring with me. What did you say? Deng Wannian's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Tian deliberately continued, I said, should we spar, I fear I might inadvertently end your life. Given that Deng Wannian had yet to achieve full mastery of inner strength, his abilities were inferior even to the unassuming man from the previous day. How could he possibly be a match for Qin Tian? Though his words were harsh, they were nonetheless the truth. From the moment he arrived, Deng Wannian had exhibited disdainful and sarcastic behavior, and Qin Tian was not one to tolerate such provocation. His temper was not to be trifled with. He could easily rouse even the wrath of deities like Nezha or Erlang. Thus, his words were devoid of courtesy. Deng Wannian's anger reached a boiling point. And he pointed a finger at Qin Tian, exclaiming, you repeat that. With a flick of his right hand, Qin Tian swatted away the finger aimed at him. Then swiftly struck Deng Wannian's chest with his left hand. Deng Wannian cried out in pain and staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the sofa. Qin Tian scoffed. Is this all you've got? You wish to challenge me? Deng Wannian, seated on the sofa, turned various shades of pale and furious. You ambushed me. Is that a display of skill? Ha! Just now, I didn't even exert 1/10 of my strength. Had I applied a modicum more force, you would have been struck dead with a single blow. Deng Wannian sprang to his feet, ready to engage Qin Tian in combat. However, Hong Sanchen quickly intervened. Master Deng, do not act impulsively. Please, calm down. Just yesterday, Mr. Qin single-handedly repelled a master practitioner. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Indeed, I also saw it, added Leng Feng in agreement. Only then did Deng Wannian halt his advance, though his hostility remained palpable. He turned to Hong Sanchen and declared, "Old Hon, this young man is insufferably arrogant. I do not take kindly to him. I demand you reclaim the villa." Deng Master, this. Hong Sanchen's expression grew troubled. Qin Tian fixed his gaze upon Deng Wannian, retorting, "You old car, who exactly is the arrogant one here? The moment I stepped through your door, you targeted me. Have I desecrated your ancestors' graves or offended your lineage?" Deng Wannian, hearing these words, was rendered speechless. His face flashed with fury, his body trembling in rage. Immediately, he turned to Hong Sanchen and said, "Old Hon, you must reclaim the villa. Let me be clear, today, it's either him or me." Upon hearing this, Hong Sanchen's expression twisted into a profound conflict. Sensing his hesitation, Deng Wannian continued, "Old Hon, you need to think this through. If I were to leave the Hon family, it would be you who bears the loss. Without me, should you or any other members of the Hon family face any issues in the future, there will be no one to concoct medicine for you. Without the remedies I provide, it is not merely a matter of your cultivation stagnating. It may become increasingly difficult for you to even extend your lifespan." Qin Tian clearly observed that when Hong Sanchen heard these latter words, his countenance shifted dramatically, the turmoil and conflict within him almost palpable. Hong Sanchen invested a substantial sum each year into Deng Wannian, not solely due to his identity as a practitioner but primarily because of his proficiency in traditional medicine and pharmacology. Hong Sanchen, a practitioner of internal force at a modest level, had not seen any advancement in his abilities for quite some time. Currently, he relied on Deng Wannian's concoctions, believing they could assist him in his progress. Indeed, he had placed his hopes of cultivation entirely in Deng Wannian's hands. Moreover, perhaps due to aging, Hong Sanchen's physical condition had deteriorated, necessitating the restorative potions crafted by Deng Wannian. Each week, he consumed a dose of medicine prepared by him. Should the latter cease providing these remedies, not only would his cultivation stagnate, but his health would likely worsen. Qin Tian inquired, "Old Hon, is your health failing?" Hong Sanchen's face shifted through a myriad of emotions before he sighed, "With age comes physical ailments, it's simply unavoidable." Deng Wannian sneered, "Old Hon, make your decision clear. If you do not reclaim the villa and align with him, then I shall depart from the Hon family today. Weigh the pros and cons of losing me over a mere young lad." Hong Sanchen stood still, his emotions in turmoil, caught in an excruciating dilemma. Naturally, he did not wish to lose Deng Wannian, yet he equally yearned to forge a connection with Qin Tian, such a young masterful practitioner. As Hong Sanchen remained silent and conflicted, Deng Wannian cast a triumphant sneer at Qin Tian. A mere boy yet daring to contend with him. Perhaps his cultivation was not as formidable as Qin Tian's, yet he excelled in traditional medicine and pharmacology. With such expertise, even masterful practitioners would seek his aid. After a moment, Deng Wannian suddenly recalled something and addressed the still tormented Hong Sanchen, "Old Hon, we have known each other for several years. Do not say I am being unreasonable, I can refrain from insisting that you reclaim the villa." Hong Sanchen's eyes brightened suddenly. Deng Wannian continued, "As long as you agree to one condition, then I will overlook the previous transgressions against me." Hong Sanchen blurted, "Master Deng, what is the condition? Please, tell me." With a slight smile, Deng Wannian replied, "Simply put, if you grant me a villa on Wangwei Mountain and increase my annual tribute to 500 million, then all will be well." Upon hearing his words, both Qin Tian and Hong Sanchen, along with the bystander Leng Feng, were momentarily taken aback. Hong Sanchen, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "Master Deng, is your request not a tad excessive? Previously, the annual tribute I offered was a mere 50 million. Now you demand 500 million, an outrageous tenfold increase. While I may be the wealthiest in Qing City, I am hardly a fool. Additionally,
Regarding the villas on Wangye Mountain, there are only 10 in total, of which I possess 2. Should I wish to acquire another? Even if I am inclined to do so, it is uncertain whether the seller would be willing to part with it. Deng Wannian shrugged nonchalantly, stating, "This is my only condition. If you agree, Old Horn, I shall consider this matter as if it never transpired. Should you refuse, I will reclaim his villa and evict him, otherwise I shall take my leave." He was well aware that Hon Sanchen was dependent on the medicinal concoctions he provided. Thus his ultimatum was blatant and unyielding. "Old Hon, your health seems to be in jeopardy, may I take a look?" At that moment Qin Tian interjected. "Excuse me?" Hon Sanchen turned his gaze towards him. "Mr. Qin, you possess medical knowledge." Deng Wannian scoffed. "Old Hon's condition is not merely a common ailment. Even if you are skilled in medicine, it would be futile." Without acknowledging the two, Qin Tian approached Hon Sanchen and requested he extend his hand. Although somewhat perplexed, Hon Sanchen complied. Qin Tian placed 2 fingers upon the pulse of Hon Sanchen, concentrating intently. Having recently acquired knowledge of the 8-9 profound art, Qin Tian understood its comprehensive nature, particularly the alchemical practices intertwined with medical science. This fortuitous circumstance prompted him to explore the depths of Hon Sanchen's condition. As he felt Hon Sanchen's pulse, Deng Wannian resumed his derisive commentary. "I have stated repeatedly that Old Hon is neither ill nor injured, even if you possess medical skills. This examination will yield nothing of value." Ignoring him, Qin Tian continued his focused assessment. To his astonishment, as his fingers rested on Hon Sanchen's pulse, a vivid image of the latter's physical state materialized in his mind. He discerned that Hon Sanchen's body was in a state of extreme overexertion. Although he appeared radiant and full of vitality, this vigor was merely a FAOD, purchased at the cost of his future life force. In essence, under normal circumstances, Hon Sanchen might have lived to the age of 90 or even 100, however, this depletion would drastically curtail his lifespan. The very method by which Hon Sanchen was sacrificing his vitality to procure his present energy was a direct result of the pharmacological stimulus. At last, Qin Tian comprehended the implication behind Deng Wannian's earlier remark regarding Hon Sanchen's longevity being in jeopardy without his assistance. If he were not mistaken, Hon Sanchen's current predicament was indeed the handiwork of Deng Wannian. Deng Wannian, noticing that Qin Tian disregarded him, huffed, "Well, what have you discerned after all this time?" Hon Sanchen felt a surge of curiosity and yearned to inquire, yet he suppressed his urge. After a brief pause, Qin Tian withdrew his fingers from Hon Sanchen's pulse. "What is your assessment, Mr. Qin?" Hon Sanchen inquired. "Your health is quite good now," Qin Tian replied. Upon hearing this, the look of disdain deepened on Deng Wannian's face. Qin Tian smacked his lips and continued, "Your health is indeed good, but if you persist in this manner, it won't be long before it deteriorates." "Mr. Qin, what do you mean by that?" Hon Sanchen asked in bewilderment. Deng Wannian raised an eyebrow. Qin Tian stepped closer to him, the smile playing on his lips, and inquired, "Master Deng, do you find my earlier statement accurate? I just found that the current good condition of Old Hon is achieved at the expense of draining his vitality. Once his vitality is exhausted, he will be finished. Master Deng, you truly excel in the art of medicine to concoct such a remedy, it is impressive." At the end of his statement, Qin Tian deliberately gave Deng Wannian a thumbs up. Deng Wannian's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. "I do not comprehend what you are saying." Without waiting for Qin Tian to respond, he turned to Hon Sanchen and said, "Old Hon, it seems you are unwilling to accept my terms and choose to side with him. Very well, from this moment forth, I shall leave the Hon family. Our ties are severed." With that, he strode out of the villa. Despite Hon Sanchen's calls from behind, Deng Wannian remained indifferent, hastily exiting the premises. As Deng Wannian departed, Hon Sanchen stood in the living room, his face filled with regret. However, Qin Tian understood that the abruptness of the other party's departure likely stemmed from his own guilt. Thus, Qin Tian remarked, "Old Hon, the medicines that Master Deng previously prescribed for you are problematic." He elaborated on the physical condition he had assessed. Hon Sanchen was left in shock, exclaiming, "How could this be?" Leng Feng approached and said, "If that is the case, what about our master's health?" Qin Tian responded with a faint smile, "Old Hon, if you trust my words, I can assist you.
Your vitality has been forcibly drained by that Master Deng through medicinal means to exchange for temporary vigor, which is a significant depletion. I can concoct a pill to help you restore that drained vitality. Upon hearing this, Hon Sanchuan widened his eyes in astonishment. Mr. Qin, you can refine pills. As a cultivator, Hon Sanchuan was well aware of the intricacies of pill refining. Deng Wanyan was skilled in medicine but could not refine pills, as the prerequisites were exceedingly stringent, requiring not only knowledge of pharmacology but also a high level of personal cultivation. Let us give it a try, Qin Tian suggested. I will write down a few herbs. They can be purchased at any ordinary pharmacy. You can go and procure them. All right, Hon Sanchuan replied excitedly. Following Qin Tian's instructions, Leng Feng fetched a pen and paper, and Qin Tian wrote down the names of the herbs, which Leng Feng immediately took to procure. Meanwhile, Lu Xianxin, who had just exited Qin Tian's rented apartment, initially headed to Meidai Group. However, upon arriving, she discovered that Wang Jinquan had indeed made good on his word. He had dismissed her from the position of general manager and appointed Huang Xiuhui in her stead. Feeling utterly disheartened, Lu Xianxin returned to the Biu Villa district to pack her belongings and move out. Lu Xianxin emerged from her room, having packed her belongings. Just as Huang Yinguang descended the stairs, he called out to her, prompting her to halt her steps. What is it, uncle? Do you have further inquiries? Are you truly determined to move out? He asked. Indeed. Truthfully, Qianxin, if only you would refrain from being so stubborn and opposing Hui at every turn, there would be no issues at all. Huang Yinguang continued, do consider, your entire family relies on the Huang family for sustenance at this moment. Lu Qianxin took a deep breath, striving to calm her tumultuous emotions. She had grown weary of explaining herself, having done so countless times before, only to be met with indifference. In a moment of resolve, she dragged her luggage forward, intent on leaving. You may move out, but the day after tomorrow, you must visit the Marriott Hotel. Jin Shaocheng has returned from studying abroad and wishes to treat you to dinner, Huang Yinguang's voice called after her. Lu Qianxin paused. Turning back to inquired Jin Shaocheng. I am hardly acquainted with him, why would he invite me to dinner? Your grandfather wishes to matchmake you with Jin Shaocheng, who, I hear, is quite fond of you. Thus, he intends to invite you for a meal, Huang Yinguang replied with a smile. Qianxin. The Jin family is a prominent and wealthy family in Qin City, far surpassing our Huang family in terms of assets. If you were to become involved with him, your future would be devoid of worries. However, upon hearing these words, Lu Qianxin's expression darkened and she resolutely stated, I will not go. Without further regard for Huang Yinguang, she departed with purposeful strides. Observing her retreating figure, Huang Yinguang remained stationary, a gentle smile gracing his face, devoid of anger. Hey! Whether you go or not may not be entirely up to you. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Hello, Dad, how are the discussions proceeding? Haha, splendidly. The Jin family is quite generous, the betrothal gifts they offer are substantial. The cheerful laughter of Huang Jinquan resonated through the receiver, conveying his uncontainable delight. Meanwhile, Leng Feng swiftly returned with the medicinal herbs. He handed them to Qin Tian, who fixed his gaze intently upon him, eager to observe his alchemical process. Qin Tian stated, Old Hon, I require a quiet room. Please grant me 2 hours without interruption. Of course, Hon Sanchuan readily agreed, leading Qin Tian to a room within the villa. Once the two had departed, solitude enveloped Qin Tian. He contemplated the herbs for a moment before channeling the true energy within his dantian to commence the refinement process. According to the descriptions found in the 8-9 profound art concerning alchemy, crafting ordinary elixirs does not necessitate a furnace, sufficient true energy is adequate. He employed his true energy to decompose the herbs into their liquid essence and subsequently amalgamate them into pill form. In a blink, the herbs began to disintegrate under the influence of Qin Tian's true energy, visibly breaking down with remarkable speed. Once all the herbs had transformed into liquid, he proceeded to envelop and integrate them, following the guidelines of the 8-9 profound art. Initially, Qin Tian found the task effortless, however, as time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow. He sensed the vital energy within his dantian depleting at an alarming rate. Goodness, not so fast, he thought desperately. as he observed the medicinal liquid derived from various herbs still not fully amalgamated. If his vital energy were to be entirely consumed, his attempt at alchemy would surely fail. However, just as he felt on the verge of exhaustion, a radiant light illuminated his dantian. In an instant, the dantian, which was about to be depleted, became replenished. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood that this luminescence was none other than the chaos light bestowed upon him by his master. Overwhelmed with astonishment and joy, he marveled at the myriad benefits of the chaos light. It had previously aided him in absorbing the 9 transformation golden pill and allowed him to effortlessly comprehend the profound 8-9 mystical arts. And now it was replenishing his dwindling vital energy. Nonetheless, he had no time to ponder further. The restoration of his vital energy compelled him to continue melding the herbs. Outside, Qin Tian paced the living room, while Leng Feng stood by, his expression reflecting a mix of emotions. After a moment, Leng Feng inquired, "Master, do you genuinely believe Mr. Qin can perform alchemy?" Qin Tian halted his steps, countering with a question, "Do you believe it?" Leng Feng shook his head, "I am uncertain. In this regard, I lack your depth of understanding. However, I once heard Ding Wannian mention that alchemy is 100-fold more challenging than concocting medicine. He has devoted decades to the study of Qi Huang's techniques and can only prepare medicine, not refine pills. Mr. Qin is quite young. Even if he possesses medical skills and is well-versed in pharmacology, I doubt." His statement trailed off, leaving the implied skepticism unmistakable. In truth, not only did he harbor doubts about Qin Tian, but Qin Tian himself also held reservations regarding Qin Tian's alchemical capabilities. Deep down, he felt that Qin Tian could not possibly succeed in alchemy. He even questioned Qin Tian's assertion that his current robust health came at the cost of future vitality. Just then, the door creaked open, and Qin Tian emerged with a beaming smile. Qin Tian and Leng Feng ceased their conversation and promptly approached him. "Mr. Qin, how did it go?" Qin Tian asked eagerly. Qin Tian extended his right hand, revealing a pill the size of a pinky finger before Qin Tian and Leng Feng. "It's done," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with his left hand. "Old Hon, you should take it as a token of gratitude for the Moonlight Mountain villa you gifted me." Gazing at the pill, Qin Tian hesitated before reaching for it, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. Sensing this, Qin Tian smiled and reassured him, "It's all right, Old Hon, if you doubt me, you need not consume it. You may discard it if you wish. I have other matters to attend to, so I shan't linger any longer. Farewell." He placed the pill on a nearby table and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he paused, glancing back to hold up the contract for the Moonlight Mountain Villa. "Thank you." After Qin Tian departed, Qin Tian wrestled with his indecision for a considerable time before ultimately succumbing to curiosity and consuming the pill. As he consumed the elixir, an overwhelming euphoria enveloped him. He felt an indescribable sense of ease coursing through his body, and most significantly, he perceived a subtle yet promising shift in his long-stagnant cultivation. "Boss, what exactly is the chaotic light you imparted to me?" Upon exiting the Xionglan courtyard, Qin Tian seized his phone and sent a message to his employer regarding the debt. Shortly after, his employer replied, "The chaotic light is simply the chaotic light. Boss, I have discovered that the chaotic light is remarkably potent. It aids me in absorbing the medicinal properties of the 9-ton golden pill, comprehending and mending the defects in the 8-9 mystical arts, and today, it even replenished my true energy." Qin Tian continued to inquire, "What other miraculous effects does it possess?" He. "What you have encountered thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg. As your own cultivation strengthens, you will unveil its myriad capabilities," the boss responded enigmatically. "For instance, what other functions does it have? You are currently too feeble, revealing more would serve no purpose. Experience it gradually for yourself." Qin Tian rolled his eyes, ready to conclude the conversation, but before he could set his phone down, another message from his boss appeared. "Qin Tian, a word of caution, Zhu Beiji owes our company 20 million merit points. It would be prudent for you to collect the debt from him sooner rather than later, otherwise, if you wait a few more days, he may find himself devoid of funds, and recovering our dues could take an eternity." Immediately, Qin Tian opened the overdue client list and located Zhu Beiji's name. Borrower, Zhu Beiji, due to the purchase of a jade bracelet, a delicate necklace.
And a premium luminous pearl, he borrowed 10 million merit points from our company, which is now overdue by 250 years. The total repayment, including principal and interest penalties, amounts to 20 million merit points. Zhu Beiji has pledged his position as the priority envoy as collateral should he refuse to repay. The debt collector may enforce the collection by seizing his title. Upon reading this information, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned, taken aback by the revelation. The position of priority envoy could also serve as collateral. If the borrower defaulted, he could confiscate the title. It is essential to note that Zhu Beiji's role as the priority envoy was bestowed by the Buddha himself, not even the Jade Emperor could revoke it. Perhaps sensing Qin Tian's astonishment, his boss promptly sent another message, clarifying, "Do not underestimate the power of the priority envoy title. Even if the Jade Emperor were to use his position as collateral and dared not repay, you could directly seize his title." Impressive, Qin Tian thought to himself. Since this was a personal reminder from his employer, he decided to take action. Later, Qin Tian turned into a secluded corner and clicked on Zhu Beiji's name. A vortex portal materialized before him, drawing him inside. Upon his emergence, he found himself before a temple entrance. Glancing up at the plaque above the door, he read the ornate characters inscribed in traditional script, "The Temple of the Priority Envoy." Qin Tian stepped forward and entered. Inside the main hall of the Priority Temple, he beheld Zhu Beiji, portly and bespectacled, draped in a robe, clutching a merit point crystal card, his expression fraught with concern. Before him stood a girl clad in a flowing white dress. The girl possessed a striking beauty, adorned with two fluffy accessories atop her head, rendering her both enchanting and adorable. Zhu Beiji hesitated and inquired, "Jin Maoshu, are you certain that this investment carries absolutely no risk of loss?" Jin Maoshu nodded affirmatively and replied, "Brother Zhu, we have known each other for quite some time, since you were still the marshal of the heavenly canopy. Do you still not trust me? This investment is undeniably profitable. I am only sharing this with you out of gratitude for your kindness in the past. I wouldn't disclose it to just anyone." While speaking, her beautiful eyes were fixated on the merit crystal card in Zhu Beiji's hand, sparkling with a glimmer of allure. Zhu Beiji remained somewhat hesitant, saying, "But the 2,300 merit points contained within this card represent my entire fortune at present. If I entrust them to you for investment, I will have no funds left for future purchases." "Oh dear, Brother Zhu, haven't I told you numerous times?" Jin Maoshu approached Zhu Beiji, linking her arm through his and gently shaking it. "If you give me this money for investment within 2 months, I will return it to you. Not only will you regain your principal, but you will also earn an additional 10 million in profit. Come now. Can you imagine such a lucrative opportunity? Where else could you find a chance to gain 10 million in just 2 months? After Jin Maoshu's persistent persuasion, particularly while she clung to his arm with her sweet, melodious voice, Zhu Beiji's heart began to melt. With a firm resolve, he finally decided to hand the crystal card to Jin Maoshu. Jin Maoshu's heart leaped with joy as she reached out to accept the card. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the grand hall, interrupting their exchange. They both turned to see Qin Tian, clad in the attire of a debt collector, striding into the hall. Qin Tian halted a few meters before them and questioned, "Zhu Beiji, what is going on here?" Zhu Beiji, puzzled, replied, "Who are you?" Qin Tian scanned Zhu Beiji and Jin Maoshu with an odd expression and retorted, "Zhu Beiji, haven't you become a pure altar envoy and entered the Buddhist path? What are you doing?" Realizing the implication, Zhu Beiji quickly withdrew his arm from Jin Maoshu's grasp, exclaiming, "Toh, we aren't doing anything untoward. I was merely discussing business with Jin Maoshu." Jin Maoshu, however, did not react as dramatically, given her lack of commitment to the Buddhist path. She scrutinized Qin Tian with confusion, asking, "Who are you to seek out Brother Zhu?" "I am a debt collector from the heavenly court. Over 200 years ago, the pure altar envoy borrowed money from my department, and today I have come to collect the debt," Qin Tian stated. "A debt collector?" Jin Maoshu turned to Zhu Beiji. "Brother Zhu, what is the meaning of this? Did you borrow money from him?" Zhu Beiji stood in silence for a moment before nodding slightly, showing no intention of denial. In an instant, Qin Tian continued, "Zhu Beiji, since that is the case, it is time for you to repay the debt, including interest. You owe my department 20 million merit points." Zhu Beiji's brow furrowed, and a troubled expression crossed his face.
His predicament does not stem from an intention to evade his debts, nor does he wish to renege on his obligations, rather. He finds himself in a situation where his entire fortune amounts to a mere 23 million merit points. Should he repay Qin Tian, he would be left with no funds to honor his promise to invest in the Golden Fadrat. It appears that the Golden Fadrat has discerned Zhu Beiji's thoughts, as her expression towards Qin Tian grew icy in an instant. What is this nonsense about debt collection? I, a lady of unparalleled prowess in the divine realm for millennia, have never encountered such a thing. You assert that Brother Zhu owes you money. I would argue that he does not owe you a single coin. She winked at Zhu Beiji, signaling him to agree. Isn't that right, Brother Zhu? You owe him nothing. Zhu Beiji, understanding her cue, wore a conflicted expression and replied. Golden Fadrat, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Over 200 years ago, I indeed borrowed 10 million from them to purchase goods. The Golden Fadrat was taken aback. She had not anticipated Zhu Beiji's honesty. His integrity surpassed even that of Nezha and Erlang. When he sought to collect from them, they attempted to evade payment, forcing him to employ coercive measures before they would repay. Regaining her composure, the Golden Fadrat felt a surge of frustration and shot Zhu Beiji a glare, as if reproaching him for his excessive honesty. Nevertheless, the situation had reached a point of no return, and since the acknowledgement had been made, she turned to Qin Tian. Even if my brother Zhu borrowed 10 million, why must he repay 20 million now? Qin Tian responded coolly, dear lady, does borrowing money not incur interest? Furthermore, he has delayed repayment for over 200 years, then there are penalties attached. For him to repay 20 million is already a generous offer on our part. Qin Tian's words rang true. In the mortal realm, even reputable lending institutions would demand astronomical sums for debts overdue by such a duration. Yet, the Golden Fadrat was not ready to concede the argument. This time, as she began to speak, Zhu Beiji interrupted, enough. Golden Fadrat, do not say another word. It is a fact that I borrowed money from them and have neglected repayment for over 200 years. I accept the 20 million. He stepped forward to Qin Tian, extending the crystal card in his hand. Debt collector, within this card are 23 million merit points, please take it. Wait. The Golden Fadrat swiftly approached, seizing the crystal card while Zhu Beiji and Qin Tian were momentarily distracted. Qin Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Zhu Beiji protested, Golden Fadrat, what are you doing? That money cannot be returned. Why not? Repaying one's debts is a matter of principle, she retorted. Because I do not agree. The Golden Fadrat glared at Qin Tian, her voice laced with indignation. But your disagreement is irrelevant, this is between me and Zhu Beiji. He lamented. The Golden Fadrat, undeterred by his protests, declared, you promised me. You currently possess only this sum. If you repay him, you will have nothing left to give to me. Therefore, I cannot allow it. Zhu Beiji fell silent. However, whether it was due to the Golden Fadrat's beauty or some other reason, he did not feel anger. Instead, he patiently urged, Golden Fadrat, please return the crystal card to me. They have come to collect. If I do not repay them today, the longer I delay, the more I will owe later. He reached out, attempting to reclaim the card. The nimble Fadrat swiftly withdrew her hand, evading him. No. You have already promised to give me this money for investment. Brother Pig, I shall take my leave. With that, she pretended to depart. In response, Qin Tian hurriedly stepped forward to obstruct her path. The nimble Fadrat's expression darkened. What do you think you are doing? Qin Tian extended his hand towards her. If you wish to leave, you must leave the crystal card behind. Startled, the nimble Fadrat's hand trembled, and the crystal card vanished from her grasp. Why should I? This was given to me by Brother Pig. It seems you intend to hinder my collection of debts. Qin Tian's tone grew stern. Yet, the nimble Fadrat remained unafraid, retorting, what of it? Do you intend to strike me? A smirk curled at the corner of her mouth, forming a disdainful act. Let me tell you, I, the nimble Fadrat, am not to be trifled with. Back when Pig 8 was still the marshal of heavenly forces, the nimble Fadrat had already cultivated into a demon, possessing thousands of years of profound skill. Even many deities in the heavenly realm were no match for her. Thus she held no fear of Qin Tian. Observing her demeanor, Qin Tian let out a cold laugh. It appears you truly wish to obstruct my collection of debts. Instantly, the identity token within him activated, exuding a formidable and oppressive aura that pressed toward the nimble fad rat. She felt the force and retreated 2 steps, her eyes widening in astonishment. Pig 8, witnessing this, wore a face of disbelief. This terrifying presence, how could it feel even stronger than that of his elder brother? Why, you are so powerful. The nimble fad rat managed to stammer, suppressing her inner shock. Qin Tian offered no reply, only sneering, I give you one chance, present the crystal card. Or else, should I take action, a single strike would suffice to subdue you. The nimble fad rat gasped in disbelief. Do not think I am boasting. Recently, I sought debts from Nezha and Erlang. At first, they too attempted to evade payment, but after I gave them a beating, they became rather compliant. Qin Tian smacked his lips and continued, do you truly believe yourself mightier than Nezha and Erlang? At this proclamation, both the nimble fad rat and Pig 8's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. The nimble fad rat remained rooted, engaging in several seconds of internal struggle before her right hand trembled. Conjuring the crystal card once more. Reluctantly, she handed the card to Qin Tian. Here. Had you done this earlier, it would have been much simpler. Qin Tian remarked as he accepted the card, the oppressive aura dissipating. The nimble fad rat instinctively raised her hand to her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Pig 8 followed suit, letting out a breath of his own. With the crystal card in hand, the debt-collecting token within Qin Tian stirred. And the 20 million merit points disappeared from the card. He returned the card to Pig 8. I thank you for your cooperation, esteemed messenger. It is my duty. Pig 8 replied, though his mind lingered on the formidable aura Qin Tian had just unleashed. This sudden appearance of a debt collector, someone he had never heard of before, could emanate an aura as fierce as his elder brothers and could even contend with Nezha and Erlang. When had the divine realm gained such a powerful individual? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Moments later, the golden rat left a remark, turned on the spot, and vanished without a trace. The other party had already returned the crystal card, and naturally, Qin Tian did not hinder him further. At that moment, Zhu Beiji glanced up and down at Qin Tian. Inquiring the debt collector, have you truly struck the Erlang God? Absolutely, Qin Tian retorted. When he attempted to evade repayment, I had no choice but to take action. If you are not lying, I shall personally inquire with him, Zhu Beiji murmured, somewhat delighted. Qin Tian paid him little heed. Recalling that Zhu Beiji had borrowed money under the pretext of purchasing jade bangles, exquisite necklaces, and luminous pearls, and he curiously asked, Zhu Beiji, why did you buy so many adornments for women? The mention of jade bangles and necklaces immediately suggested their appeal to women. Upon hearing this question, Zhu Beiji scratched the back of his head, finding it difficult to respond. In truth, he had acquired these items as gifts for women, including the exquisite necklace he had originally intended for the golden rat. Now, as a person of the Buddhist faith, he felt somewhat embarrassed to admit that he borrowed money to purchase gifts for women. Noticing his discomfort, Qin Tian smiled faintly, wisely refraining from pressing further. Very well. Since your debt has been settled, and I have no other matters at hand, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, he said, cupping his hands in farewell. Wait. Zhu Beiji called out to him once more. Qin Tian halted and asked, what is it? Is there something else? Zhu Beiji hesitated for a moment before saying, I would like to borrow an additional 20 million merit points. I shall repay the principal and interest in 2 months. Qin Tian's eyes brightened. Having collected a debt today entitled him to a 1% reward, and should he lend Zhu Beiji another 20 million, he would earn an additional 2% commission. Thus, he could potentially gain 30 million in mundane currency from this venture. Judging by Zhu Beiji's previous demeanor, he seemed trustworthy and honorable. After a brief contemplation, Qin Tian decided to lend the money. However, just as he prepared to express his consent, the voice of his employer echoed in his mind, do not lend. Qin Tian was taken aback, mentally querying, why not? Because having lent him money today, you shall not expect to recover it. He doesn't seem like that kind of person. Qin Tian protested. He appeared quite decent, far superior in character to Nezha or the Erlang God. While Zhu Beiji's character was indeed commendable, he had unfortunately associated himself with a swindler like the golden rat. The employer continued, if you lend him now, he will hand it over to the golden rat. When that occurs, he will be left with nothing, and even if he wishes to repay us, he will have nothing to offer. Or Qin Tian responded, bewildered. The employer pondered for a moment before adding, to put it in terms you understand, the golden rat is enticing Zhu Beiji to invest, promising substantial returns. In reality, she is running a pyramid scheme. Once Zhu Beiji parts with his funds, it will be like a dog swallowing a meat bun, impossible to retrieve. I urge you to pursue Zhu Beiji for the debt promptly to prevent the golden rat from swindling his money fast. Upon hearing his superior's words, Qin Tian addressed Zhu Beiji, I apologize, but my responsibilities lie solely in debt collection. I am not authorized to engage in loan matters. Given that his counterpart was Zhu Beiji, Qin Tian could not outright refuse him and thus sought a diplomatic excuse to decline. In response, Zhu Beiji pressed, then, esteemed envoy, who among you possesses the authority to grant loans? Qin Tian feigned contemplation before responding, in our operations, debt collection and loan disbursement are distinctly separate responsibilities. And I regret to admit that I am not well acquainted with the latter. I sincerely apologize for being unable to assist you. With the boss's directive in mind, Qin Tian could not permit Zhu Beiji to make a poor decision, as he genuinely wished to safeguard his interests. Very well, Zhu Beiji replied, visibly disheartened. Subsequently, Qin Tian returned from the Jingtan temple to the mortal realm. Although there were no additional earnings from pursuing Zhu Beiji for debts, his bonuses alone amounted to 20 million, marking the highest income he had accrued in his debt collection endeavors thus far. Presently, his bank account boasted over 30 million, firmly establishing him as a millionaire. Later, Qin Tian made his way to the Wanwei mountain villa. Hong Sanqian had gifted him a villa, and he was eager to explore it. Moreover, Hong Sanqian had assured him that the villa was fully furnished and equipped with appliances ready for immediate occupancy. Naturally, he wished to inspect the property. Should it meet his expectations, he intended to move in that very day. With such a grand villa at his disposal, he had little desire to continue residing in a rental property. The Wanwei mountain villa area was distinct from the ordinary high-rises and townhouses surrounding it. 10 villas were constructed in the finest location of Qing City, positioned with a river view in front and mountains behind, offering a harmonious blend of both scenic landscapes. Upon arriving at the Wanwei mountain villa area by taxi and disembarking, Qin Tian marveled at the surroundings, silently affirming its reputation as the premier villa district in Qing City. As he approached the entrance of the community, he was halted by a security guard. Halt. Access is restricted to homeowners only. Qin Tian looked at the guard and asserted, I am indeed a homeowner here. Villa number 7 is mine. The guard chuckled, come on, do you even know where you are? This is the Wanwei mountain villa area. You should leave and stop causing a disturbance. It was evident that he did not believe Qin Tian could afford a villa in such an upscale community. After all, as a security guard, he was acutely aware of the exorbitant prices of the villas within. Dressed in ordinary attire and arriving by taxi, it was implausible that Qin Tian could be an owner in the Wanwei mountain villa area. Just as Qin Tian was about to retort, he caught sight of a red Ferrari sports car pulling up at the entrance. The guard immediately ceased his conversation with Qin Tian and hurried over to greet the newcomer. Miss Ji, you're back. I'll open the gate for you. The window rolled down slightly, revealing a head peeking out. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he beheld a face that rivaled the beauty of Lu Chenxun. With an oval face adorned with a touch of makeup and sunglasses patched atop, her red lips moved, likely chewing gum or some similar confection. Upon seeing her, Qin Tian's mind instantly conjured two words, playful and charming. Perhaps sensing Qin Tian's gaze upon her, she extended a finger, lowered her sunglasses, and cast a glance at him. Immediately following it with a cold half-humph, stinky man. Qin Tian was taken aback, his expression darkening in confusion. What had he done to earn such a remark? Just as he was about to inquire, she pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari sped into the residential complex. The security guard, noticing Qin Tian's unwavering attention on the car's rear, approached him again and said, brother, with someone like Miss Ji, you ought not to harbor any thoughts. Best you leave quickly. With no other option, Qin Tian produced the contract that Hong Sanqian had given him for the guard to inspect. He also presented his identification. Take a look for yourself, is the name on the property deed for villa number 7 not mine. Am I deceiving you?
The guard took the documents and, upon seeing the name on the contract matched Qin Tian's ID perfectly, was left astonished. After thorough verification, the guard finally opened the gate, allowing Qin Tian to enter. The environment within the complex was splendid, adorned with lawns, artificial hills, and meandering streams. Qin Tian made his way directly to Villa number 7. Upon attempting to unlock the door, he discovered it pushed open effortlessly, revealing that it was not locked at all. He murmured to himself, "The front door is left unlocked? How careless. What if a thief were to enter?" However, he soon shook his head, dismissing his concerns with the stringent security measures outside. It was improbable for any thief to breach the complex. Stepping inside, he was met with opulent decor and an array of high-end furnishings, prompting him to exclaim in astonishment, "How incredibly extravagant." After briefly exploring the ground floor, he ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered a bedroom. Without a second thought, he pushed the door open. To his utter surprise, as he entered, he was greeted by a breathtaking sight. The girl who had been driving the Ferrari was now without her sunglasses, standing in the room clad only in her bare skin, holding a piece of clothing. Upon hearing the sound, the girl turned, locking eyes with Qin Tian. In that instant, time seemed to freeze, and the air became thick with tension. After an indeterminate period, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Pervert, I'll kill you." Pillows and clothing were hurled at Qin Tian in a flurry. He managed to deflect a pillow, only to have a black garment land atop his head, and he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance. Removing the garment, he realized it was a black bikini, causing his facial muscles to twitch in disbelief. The girl, witnessing this scene, emitted another scream and charged towards him, flailing her arms in a frenzied attack. Given her lack of clothing, Qin Tian was momentarily overwhelmed. After a brief struggle, the girl finally noticed the direction of Qin Tian's gaze. And only then did she comprehend her predicament. She retreated to the bed, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt. "Stupid pervert, bastard. Get out of here. I'll leave right away, just don't be agitated. Get out." Qin Tian hurriedly exited the room, ensuring the door was firmly closed behind him. Once he stepped outside, the girl swiftly leaped from the bed to don a set of clothes in a matter of moments, and then retrieved a sword measuring half a meter from the nearby wardrobe before charging out of the room. Qin Tian stood at the doorway, perplexed. Was this not the house that Hon San Chen had gifted him? Why was this girl suddenly in his home? Suddenly, the girl brandished her sword and lunged at him, prompting him to swiftly sidestep her attack. "What on earth? Where did you acquire that sword?" he exclaimed. "You shameless rogue, I shall slay you," she shouted. And with a missed strike, she continued her relentless pursuit of Qin Tian. He had no choice but to evade her, after all. He had just seen her in an unguarded state. As he dodged and fled, he called out, "What is going on? Why are you in my house?" However, the moment he uttered those words, it was as if he had poured gasoline on a fire, further igniting her rage. "You scoundrel. If I do not slay you today, I shall not be called Ji Xiaoyu. So your name is Ji Xiaoyu. Could you not calm down? Let us discuss this rationally," he pleaded. "Calm down. How dare you? Go to hell." Ji Xiaoyu was in no mood to listen, her determination to kill Qin Tian unwavering. Qin Tian was taken aback. How could such a beautiful girl possess such crudeness? Moments later, in a bid to escape Ji Xiaoyu's relentless assault, he dashed from the second floor to the ground level. She pursued him doggedly, and in the spacious living room, he attempted to circle around her while persuading her to lower her weapon. Yet, no matter what he said, she refused to relent. Ultimately, with no other options left, Qin Tian resolved to take action and subdue her fast. He halted his retreat, and as Ji Xiaoyu closed in, sword poised to strike, he suddenly seized her wrist. With a swift motion, he spun around, positioning himself beside her, then wrapped his other arm around her, applying just enough pressure to send her tumbling into his embrace. With both of her hands restrained, Ji Xiaoyu found herself helplessly trapped in his hold. Qin Tian, looking down at her from above, he noted that their faces were scarcely 10 centimeters apart. Ji Xiaoyu could even feel the warmth of his breath on her face. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson with a mix of embarrassment and anger. "Let me go.
I will kill you, she shouted. Qin Tian replied, bemused. Let you go so you can attack me? Do you take me for a fool? Ji Xiaoyu struggled to break free, but despite her best efforts, she made no headway. Stop wasting your energy. I want to let go, and even if you summon all your strength, it won't matter, he stated, somewhat dismissively. As panic began to creep into Ji Xiaoyu's demeanor, she realized that in the secluded villa, there was no one else around. Bound within Qin Tian's grasp. She feared what he might do if he chose to act further. I warn you, she threatened, I am from the Ji family of Lin Hai. If you dare to lay a finger on me, my family will not let you off easily. Sensing her emotions, Qin Tian surmised the thoughts occupying her mind and remarked. You are overthinking, for-eyed Qin Tian, I'm a man of integrity and would never stoop to base and sordid actions. Ji Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, wanting to retort that he was indeed a man of integrity, and he ought not to tarnish the term. However, under the current circumstances, she had no choice but to suppress her feelings. Unaware of her internal musings, Qin Tian continued, Miss Ji, what brings you to my residence? This villa no. 7 was a gift from Hon San Qian. Upon hearing his words, Ji Xiaoyu momentarily froze in his embrace. After a few seconds, her face flashed as she exclaimed. This is villa number 8, not number 7. Realizing his blunder, Qin Tian quickly released her and rushed to the front door, scrutinizing the number on the wall, which indeed read 8. His lips twitched in embarrassment that he had genuinely taken a wrong turn. Perhaps concerned that Qin Tian might escalate the situation, Ji Xiaoyu refrained from pursuing him with her sword. Instead, she remained in the living room, retrieving her phone to call for assistance. Throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation, let alone being exposed in such a manner. Upon returning to the villa and noticing her intent to make a call, Qin Tian hurriedly interjected, Miss Ji, please remain calm and do not act impulsively. Ji Xiaoyu retorted with a cold smile, are you afraid? I am not afraid. This is all for your benefit, Qin Tian shrugged and replied, if you call the police or summon someone, and they inquire about the situation, will you confess that I saw you undressed? If you choose to disclose that, I would not be overly concerned, but as a young woman, it wouldn't reflect well on your reputation. Ji Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, halting her dialing, thus she found merit in Qin Tian's argument. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Tian continued. Miss Ji, we have clarified the matter, it was my first visit here, and I accidentally entered the wrong house. I sincerely apologize. He inclined his body slightly, offering a genuine bow, as long as you do not report this, I assure you that today's incident will remain confidential, buried within me, never to be revealed to anyone. A flicker of hesitation crossed Ji Xiaoyu's beautiful visage. After a moment of contemplation, she finally set her phone down. Observing this, Qin Tian exhaled in relief, stating, since we have reached an understanding, I shall take my leave. As neighbors, should you encounter any issues requiring my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach me. I will do my utmost to help, and even if I cannot, I shall endeavor to do so. With that, fearing she might reconsider, Qin Tian swiftly exited the door, locating villa number 7 next door, and promptly unlocked the door to step inside. Ji Xiaoyu approached the threshold, gazing at his retreating figure, feeling an unsettling sense of loss, as if she had suffered a considerable disadvantage. Inside his new villa number 7, Qin Tian took a moment to appreciate his surroundings, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Subsequently, he swiftly departed from the Wangwei Mountain Villa area, returning to his rented accommodation to pack his belongings and relocate. As Qin Tian returned to his rented accommodation, he merely gathered his essential belongings since the villa was already well equipped. He summoned a delivery vehicle to transport his items. Just as he was about to board, a BMW and 3 vans arrived, halting around him. The door of the BMW swung open, and a man and a woman emerged, the man impeccably dressed in a suit, strikingly handsome, while the woman, unfortunately, was less than appealing, short and stout, resembling a cloud of dust. She was none other than Huang Xiaohui. The 3 vans opened their doors, and about 20 to 30 thugs armed with iron rods disembarked. Upon spotting Huang Xiaohui, Qin Tian immediately grasped the situation, indeed, she had returned for revenge. However, he felt no trepidation. Despite the increased number of henchmen, he regarded them as no different from previous encounters. Confident in his ability to handle the situation effortlessly, The thugs encircled Qin Tian and the delivery vehicle, yet they refrained from attacking immediately. Hand in hand, Huang Xiuhui and the handsome man approached the delivery vehicle. Huang Xiuhui taunted, "What is the matter, Qin Tian? Are you scared and planning to flee?" Qin Tian glanced at the handsome man and remarked, "This fellow seems unfamiliar. He doesn't appear to be an employee of the Mayday Group." "Manager Huang, have you found yourself a toy boy outside? I must say, your demands in that regard are quite insatiable, even with so many employees at Mayday Group. They seem inadequate for you." Huang Xiuhui dismissed his words, her tone icy. "Qin Tian, do you think you are the only man in the world? Let me tell you, there are countless men more handsome than you. Take this charming young man beside me, not only is he good-looking, but his skills are unparalleled. You've chosen to provoke me, and even if you agree to my terms today, I won't let you off the hook. Brothers, teach him a lesson. But don't kill him, leave him breathing." "Understood," the thugs replied in unison, beginning to close in on Qin Tian. Hey, let us talk this over. Violence is illegal," the delivery driver exclaimed, alarmed by the escalating situation. "Get lost, or you'll be on the receiving end too," one thug snarled menacingly at the driver, causing him to instinctively retreat, his back pressed against the vehicle door. Suddenly, one of the thugs wielding an iron rod lunged at Qin Tian, aiming for his head. Qin Tian deftly dodged, countering with a punch that sent the attacker flying, inadvertently knocking over 2 or 3 others in the process. Huang Xiuhui shouted, "He is trained. Don't go one by one, everyone attack together." Heeding her command, the remaining thugs surged towards Qin Tian. "You can't do this, you are breaking the law." To Qin Tian's astonishment, the delivery driver stepped forward, attempting to intervene as the group assaulted him. Yet he was merely an ordinary man, unarmed and incapable of halting the onslaught of professional thugs. One thug swung his iron rod, striking the driver on the head, causing him to collapse, bloodied and unconscious. "Driver!" Qin Tian let out a fierce shout, his hands striking out with precision, and the 20 or so thugs fell to the ground one after another. In his presence, they were utterly powerless. Huang Xiuhui and the handsome man beside her stood there, dumbfounded. Huang Xiuhui had never imagined that despite bringing nearly 30 professional fighters, all armed, they would be no match for Qin Tian. Was he even human? "Hey, Sister Hui, we should get out of here quickly." The handsome man, frightened, released Huang Xiuhui's hand and dashed towards the BMW. Faced with such a situation, Huang Xiuhui had no choice but to follow suit and hurriedly entered the car. The BMW then sped away like a fleeing deer. Qin Tian did not pursue them. At that moment, the delivery driver lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. Having been struck due to the chaos instigated by the thugs, he could not ignore the man's plight. Rushing to the driver's side, he examined him briefly and realized that the driver had merely suffered a severe blow to the head, rendering him unconscious. Though there was no immediate threat to his life, he needed urgent medical attention to prevent excessive blood loss. Thus, Qin Tian swiftly carried the driver into the delivery vehicle, took the wheel, and sped towards the nearby Second People's Hospital. As for the fallen thugs, he paid them no mind, his actions had been measured and had only inflicted minor injuries. In a few minutes, they would likely recover and be able to rise. After delivering the driver to the hospital and handing him over to the doctors, Qin Tian felt a sense of relief. If anything were to happen to the driver because of him, he would never forgive himself. About half an hour later, the driver emerged from the treatment room with a thick bandage wrapped around his head. Qin Tian had been waiting outside and immediately approached him. "Master, how are you feeling?" he inquired. The blow to his head was serious, but fortunately, there are no major issues. We've stitched up the wound, and now he just needs to rest, the attending physician explained. "Does he need to be hospitalized?" Qin Tian asked. "No, just come in for a dressing change every 3 days, the doctor replied. At that moment, the driver turned to Qin Tian and asked, "Who were those people that attacked you?" Recalling the earlier scene, the driver still felt a shiver of fear. Qin Tian shook his head. "Master, I will handle this matter myself. Thank you for your help earlier. What is your bank card number? I wish to compensate you for your medical expenses." The delivery driver said nothing further and provided Qin Tian with his bank card number. Qin Tian took out his phone and transferred funds to him. Before long, the driver received a text message and was astonished. Sir, why did you transfer me 100,000? This is far too much. Qin Tian smiled gently. Just accept it. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been injured at all, and for a while you won't be able to work. So this amount covers not only your medical expenses but also your lost wages. Even so, this is just too much, the driver protested. Qin Tian stopped him. Master, this amount is nothing to me. Have you forgotten? I'm moving today to the Wangwei mountain villa area. The driver stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Qin Tian heard a very familiar voice from the side. Instinctively, he turned his head, somewhat surprised, and said, Hifeng. I didn't realize you were at this hospital too. Hifeng, clad in a patient's gown, appeared pale and unsteady on her feet, clearly having just undergone surgery. Qin Tian glanced around and noted that apart from her, there was no one else in sight, prompting him to remark, "Oh, you've had a recurrence of your illness and undergone surgery, yet you have no one to accompany you. He learned of my relapse and the treatment cost of 200,000 to 300,000. He broke up with me that very day," Hifeng said through gritted teeth. "He is nothing but a beast, a scoundrel." "Really, Qin Tian, I've never..." Qin Tian quickly interrupted, enough, this is your matter, not mine. So please spare me the details. Master, please go home and rest well. If anything else arises, feel free to call me, he said to the cargo driver. As for your vehicle, I'll handle moving my things to Wangwei Mountain and return the car to you afterward. All right, no problem, sir. You are truly a good person. The driver expressed his gratitude before walking out of the hospital. Having resolved the situation, Qin Tian prepared to leave and drive his belongings to the villa at Wangwei Mountain. Yet, just as he took a step, Hifeng called out to him. What is it? Qin Tian halted, turning his back to her. However, Hifeng stepped in front of him, saying, Qin Tian, I really have broken up with that beast Huang Jihu. You are clearly the one who was cast aside, he interjected. I, Hifeng, am now single regardless. Qin Tian, shall we get back together? Qin Tian chuckled wryly. Hifeng, are you joking with me? He attempted to sidestep her and leave. Yet, Hifeng blocked his path once more, refusing to let him go. Qin Tian's expression darkened. Seemingly undeterred, Hifeng continued, Huang Jihu neglects me. I had to borrow nearly 300,000 online for the surgery. And now I have no idea how to repay it. Qin Tian, I heard that person mention you transferred him 100,000. What are you doing now? Making a fortune, are you? Qin Tian responded with a cold laugh, whether I've made a fortune or not has nothing to do with you. Hifeng pleaded. I know you are angry with me. Even if you are unwilling to reconcile, since you have money now, could you help me repay my online loan? Hifeng stated. Without your assistance, I am utterly unable to repay the nearly 300,000 I owe. Oh, Qin Tian laughed aloud, amused by her shamelessness. Hifeng. They say a person should have dignity and a tree should have bark. How do you manage to be so utterly shameless? Step aside. Do not provoke me against a patient. He forcefully maneuvered past her, but she attempted to stop him again. He gently pushed against her, causing her to fall to the ground. Hey, everyone, come look. There is a big scoundrel here, she exclaimed from her spot on the floor, immediately resorting to theatrics. Qin Tian, you heartless man. I was your girlfriend, and now because of my illness that requires 200,000 to 300,000 for treatment, you want to abandon me. In the beginning, I took contraceptives and underwent an abortion for you, and now you treat me this way. With her outcried, patients and doctors alike gathered around. In no time, a crowd encircled the two of them. How can you behave like this? Are you even a man? Just because your girlfriend is ill, you abandon her. Bah, what a scoundrel. Uninformed bystanders began to chastise and even berate Qin Tian. Listening to the uproar, Qin Tian turned to Hifeng, his face dark with fury. Hifeng, unfazed, whispered a threat, Qin Tian, if you do not reconcile with me and help me clear my online debts, do not expect to have an easy life. I will ensure you become notorious online, your reputation in tatters, and the world will know you as a scoundrel. At that moment, many onlookers had already taken out their phones, recording the scene. In this digital age, if the video were to be posted online, Qin Tian could indeed be misperceived as a heartless rogue, his reputation irreparably damaged. Observing Hifeng's vile demeanor, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap her. Her shamelessness reaching intolerable heights. Just as he stood there, pondering how to clarify the situation, a doctor clad in a white coat and 2 nurses pushed through the crowd. The doctor, who was Hifeng's attending physician, frowned upon seeing her and said, "Hifeng, you have just undergone surgery. I told you not to run around. Why do you not listen?" He pointed at Qin Tian and inquired, "And who is he?" "I sent your boyfriend, that Huang Jihu. He brought you to the hospital and after I informed him that your treatment would cost 200,000 to 300,000, he vanished without a trace." At that moment, the eyes of the bystanders shifted entirely to Hifeng. Her boyfriend was someone else, not the Qin Tian before them. Hifeng's lips twitched. She wanted to say something but had not yet opened her mouth when a young nurse beside the doctor interjected, "Qin Tian, Hifeng, it truly is you too." Qin Tian turned to the nurse, taken aback, and then said, "Nurse Lu, aren't you working at the 3rd hospital? How come you are here?" The nurse, named Lu Wenwen, had been present during Hifeng's first surgery at the hospital. That time, Qin Tian accompanied Hifeng to the 3rd People's Hospital, where Lu Wenwen was responsible for her care. Since she was specifically assigned to Hifeng, Qin Tian had interacted with her frequently, and they were relatively familiar. Lu Wenwen was also aware of the situation regarding Qin Tian's online loan for Hifeng's treatment and how she had subsequently abandoned him to be with Huang Jihu. Having overheard Hifeng's prior remarks, Lu Wenwen now cast a look of utter disdain at her and remarked, "Hifeng, if I recall correctly, it was you who rejected Qin Tian, wasn't it? At that time, you were undergoing surgery at our 3rd hospital, which required an exorbitant sum of hundreds of thousands. In a selfless act, Qin Tian went to great lengths to borrow money online for your sake. However, once you recovered, you heartlessly abandoned him, running off with another man, leaving him burdened with substantial debts. Fortunately, I was your nurse and had a deeper understanding of your situation, otherwise, I might have been swayed by your earlier statements. Hifeng, it is you who embodies the essence of a deceitful woman. Your ability to distort the truth is truly remarkable." With her words, coupled with the earlier statements from the attending physician, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Shame on you, shameless woman. I was almost deceived by your lies. It was because of you that he incurred such debts, and yet you discarded him for that reason. Are you even human? What a disgraceful harlot." The tide of anger quickly turned against Hifeng, with many directing their ire towards her, while others offered apologies to Qin Tian. Hifeng's face flushed with embarrassment, a mix of crimson and pallor, wishing desperately to find a hole to hide in and never emerge. Eventually, unable to bear the humiliation any longer, she retreated back to her hospital room. As the onlookers dispersed, Qin Tian turned to Lu Wenwen and said, "Thank you." Lu Wenwen waved her hand dismissively. "There's no need for gratitude, I merely spoke the truth. That Hifeng, truly born into fortune yet oblivious to her blessings, cast aside such a good man for a scoundrel, and now she realizes the gravity of her actions. But let us speak no more of her. I have severed all ties with her." Qin Tian inquired, "Nurse Lu, I thought you worked at the 3rd hospital, how is it that you are here at the 2nd? "Oh, I transferred last month, I will be working here from now on," Lu Wenwen replied. Qin Tian nodded in understanding. After a moment, Lu Wenwen's eyes sparkled with determination as she said, "Qin Tian, I have a question for you." "Ask away, I shall answer anything within my knowledge," Qin Tian responded. During Hifeng's treatment at the 3rd hospital, she had stayed for a full 2 months, and Lu Wenwen had taken exemplary care of her, leaving a favorable impression on Qin Tian. Lu Wenwen suddenly fidgeted with a part of her nurse's uniform, her tone somewhat awkward. "Are you currently single?" Qin Tian was taken aback by the unexpected question, momentarily stunned. However, regaining his composure, he answered truthfully, "Yes, I am single." "Wonderful!" Lu Wenwen exclaimed, her joy evident as she instinctively clapped her hands in delight. Qin Tian, observing her reaction, was left speechless. "You are happy that I am single?" he asked incredulously. No. Lu Wenwen quickly shook her hands in denial. "Qin Tian, please stop calling me Nurse Lu, just call me Wenwen." "Alright, as long as you don't mind. I will call you Wenwen from now on. How about we have a meal together sometime?" Lu Wenwen suggested, her gaze lowered as if shy to meet Qin Tian's eyes.
I know a restaurant nearby that serves delicious dishes. Today may not be feasible, I still have matters to attend to. Perhaps we could reschedule for another day. Qin Tian was still contemplating moving his belongings to the Chang'e mountain villa. The cargo van, laden with his possessions, was parked outside the hospital. Upon hearing this, Lu Wenwan's face flickered with disappointment. Alright, let us arrange for another day then. Well, we have each other's phone numbers, and we are friends on WeChat. So we can easily set up a meeting. Qin Tian remarked as he waved goodbye and exited the hospital. Lu Wenwan remained rooted to the spot, watching his figure until it vanished from sight before reluctantly averting her gaze. Just as she was about to leave and turned around, she discovered someone standing behind her. Unbeknownst to her. Chang'e, when did you get behind me? You nearly scared me to death. Nurse Chang'e glanced towards the hospital entrance with a smile. Wenwan. That person just now, is he the one you have a crush on? The one you keep mentioning to me, an exceptionally good man. Indeed. He possesses a kind heart and handsome looks. No wonder you, Wenwan, have such discerning taste. She playfully gave Lu Wenwan a thumbs up. Lu Wenwan swatted her hand away, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Who has a crush on him? Chang'e, stop talking nonsense. Of course he is your crush, Chang'e retorted, rolling her eyes. We share a dormitory, and you incessantly rave about how wonderful he is. I am practically developing calluses in my ears from hearing it so often. Oh. I'm done talking to you. I have to get to work, Lu Wenwan said, feeling as though her secret thoughts had been exposed. She maneuvered around Chang'e and headed towards her department. However, Chang'e followed closely behind, continuing to chatter. With your looks and figure, you should confidently pursue that man. I assure you, success would be within your grasp. Just look at that pat backside, even our nurse's uniform can't conceal it. It makes me, a woman, feel envious. As she spoke, she quickened her pace and playfully slapped Lu Wenwan's backside. Smack. Oh my goodness, Chang'e, are you trying to get me killed? There are so many people around. Lu Wenwan exclaimed. Haha, not only is it pat, but it's also quite bouncy. If you were to pursue that man, he'd surely be overwhelmed. You wait and see, I'll sew your mouth shut if you keep talking. Meanwhile, Qin Tian drove a cargo van towards the Chang'e mountain villa area. As he approached the entrance, the security guard, upon seeing him, experienced a moment of hesitation. His expression a complex mix of emotions. Had he not encountered Qin Tian that morning and confirmed that he was indeed the owner, the guard would have certainly denied him entry. What the hell? Living in a multi-million-dollar villa yet driving a dilapidated van worth barely $20,000. And with the cargo services logo plastered on it. Is he attempting to experience life as a delivery driver? Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, the guard's thoughts were far from his mind as he parked the vehicle in front of his villa and began unloading his belongings one by one. From the window of her bedroom in Villa 8, Jixiao had a clear view of the entrance to Villa 7. She stood at the window, observing Qin Tian as he methodically transported items from the cargo van, her expression one of intrigue. After a while, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone call connected, and she inquired, "Hello, old Hon, did you purchase Villa number 7 and then gift it?" The recipient of her call was none other than Hon Sanqian, the wealthiest man in Qing City. "Yes, Miss Ji, is there an issue?" Without answering, Ji Xiao countered. "Who is he and why did you give it to him?" Hon Sanqian replied, "Miss Ji, has something occurred?" "No, I'm merely curious," she responded. "Qin Tian is a friend of our Hon family and has rendered me significant assistance. As a token of gratitude, I gifted him Villa number 7 at Chang'e Mountain." "Understood." With that, Ji Xiao abruptly ended the call and resumed watching Qin Tian as he unloaded his belongings. After about 20 to 30 minutes, Qin Tian finally moved everything from his car into the villa. He dusted off his hands and sank into the plush sofa in the living room. Thankfully, he was now a foundational-level cultivator. Had he still been an ordinary person, moving such a multitude of items alone would have left him utterly exhausted. Yet, having completed the task, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Moments later, Qin Tian's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Hon Sanqian. He answered, "Hello, old Hon, have you taken that elixir? How do you feel?" Clearly, he assumed the call was regarding the elixir. Hon Sanqian responded with excitement, excellent, excellent. Mr. Qin, I cannot thank you enough, this kindness will be etched in my memory for a lifetime. You are too kind, old Hon. You have already gifted me such a luxurious villa. Upon hearing the word villa, Hon Sanqian quickly adjusted his tone, saying, by the way, Mr. Qin. Now that you will be residing in the Wangwei Mountain Villa area, there is something I must advise you. Oh. What is it? It is best not to offend the resident of Villa number 8. Hon Sanqian said earnestly that Ji Xiaoyu is quite headstrong and willful. If you happen to cross paths with her, I hope you can overlook any slight. Should she prove excessively troublesome, please inform me. And I shall assist you in addressing the matter. Qin Tian was taken aback. Why? Is she someone of great influence? This time. Hon Sanqian paused for 2 seconds before responding, Miss Ji does indeed hold considerable influence, and her background is rather unique. So what? Qin Tian pressed for clarity. Previously, Ji Xiaoyu had threatened him, casually mentioning her lineage from the Ji family of Linhai. However, in Qin Tian's recollection, he had never heard of any prominent families named Ji in Linhai. While he had never visited the city in this digital age, information about wealthy families and tycoons from any city was readily available online. Just as with Hon Sanqian, who was well known not only in Qing City but also in other provinces. Nevertheless, he had never encountered a prominent family with the surname Ji in Linhai. In any case, due to her unique identity, I advise you to avoid conflict with her whenever possible. Hon Sanqian considered revealing Ji Xiaoyu's true identity to Qin Tian, but after careful deliberation, he ultimately chose to refrain. Although Qin Tian was filled with curiosity, he was not the type to delve too deeply into matters, choosing instead to maintain a sense of discretion. After concluding his phone call with Hon Sanqian, he took it upon himself to tidy up the villa. As evening approached, he set out in a delivery vehicle to return it to the driver. Ding. During his journey, a notification from WeChat interrupted him. Upon checking, he found a message from Lu Wenwen. Qin Tian, what are you up to right now? I'm driving, he replied. Oh, then drive safely. I'll reach out to you later, she responded. Make sure not to use your phone while driving. Stay safe. After sending these 2 messages, Lu Wenwen fell silent. Qin Tian couldn't help but smile, his emotions a bit complex. He was no fool from her inquiry about his relationship status earlier at the hospital. As well as her reaction upon learning he was single, he surmised that she likely harbored feelings for him. In that moment, images of Lu Wenwen's appearance and figure flooded his mind. To speak frankly, Lu Wenwen was exceptional, both in beauty and physique, on par with Lu Chenxin. The only disparity between them lay in their personas. Lu Chenxin embodied the archetype of a beautiful and aloof CEO, while Lu Wenwen, perhaps due to her profession or inherent nature, was remarkably approachable and gentle. Qin Tian distinctly recalled that during Hifeng's hospitalization at the 3rd hospital, numerous men would shower Lu Wenwen with flowers and gifts in their attempts to win her affection, including many distinguished individuals and affluent second-generation heirs. It is no exaggeration to say that during Hifeng's 2-month stay, Qin Tian encountered at least 30 suitors vying for Lu Wenwen's attention. Yet, she resolutely declined all their advances, refusing to accept any of their gifts, regardless of their value. Hifeng, often filled with envy and jealousy, would quietly express her frustration to Qin Tian, suggesting that Lu Wenwen was foolish for not pursuing a wealthy boyfriend, which would alleviate her burdens at the hospital. At that time, Hifeng's materialistic side became apparent, although Qin Tian paid it no mind. Thus, he had never anticipated that such a goddess-like figure would be interested in him. And the prospect of her pursuing him left him in a quandary, should he accept or not. Qin Tian's thoughts began to spiral. And as he contemplated Lu Wenwen's radiant beauty and alluring figure, his mind wandered off course. After returning the vehicle to the driver, he emerged into the evening. Already past 7 o'clock. He planned to find a place to eat, followed by pursuing overdue clients for debt collection, before settling in for some evening training. However, before he could find a suitable dining spot, Lu Wenwen's voice call came through. Hello, Qin Tian, are you no longer driving? No, I'm not. Have you had dinner yet? Not yet, I was just about to go eat, Qin Tian replied. Perfect. I just finished work and haven't had dinner either.
Let us eat together. Where are you? At this moment, on Chang'e Road. Qin Tian had initially intended to inform her that he would head to the second hospital to meet her. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lu Wenwen interjected, saying, "Wait for me, I'll definitely arrive in 10 minutes. Then, the call was abruptly terminated. Thus, Qin Tian found himself waiting by the roadside. After 7 or 8 minutes, a taxi came to a halt before him, the door swung open, and Lu Wenwen alighted. Upon seeing her, Qin Tian's eyes instantly brightened, captivated by her presence. At that moment, Lu Wenwen had changed out of her nurse's uniform and donned her casual attire. She wore a white t-shirt paired with snug-fitting jeans that perfectly accentuated her figure. With minimal makeup, just a hint of eyeliner and a touch of lipstick, she sported a pair of white sneakers, exuding a vibrant air of youthful exuberance. Noticing Qin Tian's gaze, Lu Wenwen felt a surge of delight and approached him, asking, "Qin Tian, what would you like to eat?" "It's my treat." Qin Tian, regaining his composure, replied, "You are the girl here, it should be you who decides what to eat, and I will treat you." After a moment's thought, Lu Wenwen suggested, "How about we go to that restaurant next to the second hospital? It's out quite close, it only took me a few minutes to get here by taxi." Qin Tian readily agreed, saying, "Sure, had I known this, I would have waited for you at the second hospital instead. I wasn't afraid you would run away." Lu Wenwen mumbled instinctively. "What?" Qin Tian inquired. "Oh, nothing, nothing." She hurriedly waved her hand and proposed, "Let us walk over, it's not far. And it won't take long." "No problem, whatever you decide," he responded. Thus, the two of them strolled towards the second hospital. As they walked side by side, Lu Wenwen initially exhibited a hint of shyness, remaining somewhat quiet. However, as time passed, her bashfulness waned, and she ventured to ask Qin Tian, "How much online debt did you incur for Hifeng?" "Several 100,000, Qin Tian replied without hesitation. Lu Wenwen pressed further, "How much have you repaid? And how much is left?" "I've settled it all," he stated. Lu Wenwen's expression momentarily froze, but she quickly regained her composure and shifted the topic, saying, "Qin Tian, let me tell you, the chef at the restaurant next to the second hospital has extraordinary skills. Many of our colleagues dine there for lunch and dinner every day. Once you try it, I assure you, you will love it too." Qin Tian was taken aback by the abrupt change in conversation. The leap in topics too great to fathom. Nevertheless, he dismissed it and replied, "Is that so? I'll have to savor it later." Throughout their exchange, his eyes frequently wandered towards Lu Wenwen, unable to resist admiring her long legs, perfectly encased in her jeans, and her elegantly shaped figure. He found himself unconsciously lagging a step behind her, purely to have a better view. After a while, Qin Tian instinctively swallowed hard. Lu Wenwen felt his gaze upon her. A faint blush creeping across her cheeks, however, she chose to remain silent, secretly elated. After half an hour, Lu Wenwen led Qin Tian to a restaurant near the second hospital. It was a modest establishment, yet as Qin Tian observed, it was nearly filled to capacity. Bustling with patrons. "Xiaowen, you are here." As the two entered the restaurant, a middle-aged woman in an apron greeted Lu Wenwen warmly. Lu Wenwen introduced, "Aunt Jian. This is Qin Tian, a friend of mine. I brought him here for a meal today. Do you still have any seats available?" she inquired. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman's gaze shifted to Qin Tian, her eyes sparkling with surprise. She then remarked to Lu Wenwen, "Xiaowen, how rare. You've visited us so many times. Yet this is the first time I've seen you bring a male friend along. Young man, you are indeed fortunate." Hello, Aunt Jian," Qin Tian replied, a bit awkwardly. Lu Wenwen's face flashed even more as she shyly said, "Aunt Jian, do you have any seats left? If not, Qin Tian and I might have to leave." "Of course, Xiaowen. There must be a spot for you. However, the first floor is full. So I can only arrange for you to sit on the second floor." "That is perfectly fine, either floor works." "Surely. Please take these two guests to a window-side table on the second floor," the middle-aged woman instructed a nearby staff member. Before departing, she added to Lu Wenwen, "Xiaowen, I need to assist with the guests now. Once I'm free, I'll personally attend to you and Qin Tian." With a playful gesture of encouragement towards Qin Tian,
She left, leaving Lu Wenwen blushing once more as she said, "Don't mind Aunt Jian, she is just like that." Following Shirley's lead, Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen ascended to a table on the second floor, where Lu Wenwen ordered several signature dishes from the menu. Once Shirley had departed, Qin Tian immediately inquired, "Wenwen, who is that Aunt Jian?" "Aunt Jian is the owner of this restaurant, which she runs alongside her husband, Chef Zhou," Lu Wenwen explained. Chef Zhou is the head chef here, and the restaurant's success is largely due to his exceptional culinary skills. "I must tell you, Chef Zhou's cooking surpasses even that of chefs in 5-star hotels. The food here is delicious and affordable, making it a favorite among the staff of the second hospital. Many of them dine here daily." Qin Tian scanned the room, noticing numerous individuals donning white coats and nursing uniforms. Indeed, they were the doctors and nurses of the second hospital. Continuing his inquiries, Qin Tian asked, "From what I saw earlier, are you and Aunt Jian relatives?" "Not at all." Lu Wenwen shook her head and explained. "The reason I am so familiar with Aunt Jian is that last month, when I just transferred here, Master Zhou's mother was hospitalized in the second hospital. I happened to be responsible for her care, and since I dine here almost every day for lunch and dinner, we became acquainted and developed a good friendship." Qin Tian nodded in understanding. In the next moment, Lu Wenwen, sitting opposite him, suddenly leaned forward and whispered, "Qin Tian, let me share a little secret with you. I am a lifetime member here, and Aunt Jian mentioned that I get a 40% discount every time I dine." Before long, the dishes Lu Wenwen ordered were served, personally brought over by Jiang Fengji. "Qin Tian, since this is your first visit to our establishment, do try it and see if the flavors please your palate." Jiang Fengji greeted him warmly. Lu Wenwen picked up her chopsticks and placed a generous portion of food into Qin Tian's bowl. "Qin Tian, you must taste this," she urged. Noticing Lu Wenwen serving Qin Tian, Jiang Fengji couldn't help but glance at him a couple more times. As Qin Tian took a bite, his eyes lit up with delight. "Delicious," he exclaimed. Lu Wenwen, brimming with pride, responded, "See, I wasn't misleading you. Master Zhou's culinary skills are truly exceptional." In the midst of their conversation, she continued to serve Qin Tian with several more dishes. "Well, as long as you enjoy it, I shall leave you to your meal," Jiang Fengji said. Not wishing to intrude further, then departed. Throughout the meal, it was primarily Lu Wenwen who served Qin Tian, while he barely noticed her own plate. Qin Tian felt a pang of guilt. "Wenwen, you should eat too." "Oh, it's all right. I've tasted Master Zhou's cooking many times before." "Since this is your first visit, you should indulge a bit more," Lu Wenwen insisted, continuing to serve him. Unbeknownst to either of them, at another table in a corner on the second floor, 4 individuals were dining, 2 men and 2 women, who kept their eyes fixed on Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen. Particularly, one man's expression darkened as he watched Lu Wenwen serve Qin Tian with a smile. "Who is that guy?" one of the men asked, clearly unsettled. "Why is Lu Wenwen being so kind to him? Could he be her boyfriend?" "I haven't heard that Lu Wenwen has a boyfriend," one of the women replied. "Indeed. Lu Wenwen lives in the same dormitory as me and Lon Qing. We've chatted a few times, then she always claims to be single," another woman chimed in. It was evident that the 2 women were nurses from the second hospital, Lon Qing and Hu Feifei. The 2 men were doctors, Tang Sheng and Jian Quan. With Tang Sheng being the chief neurosurgeon, the prominent figure in the hospital. Listening to their conversation, Tang Sheng clenched his right fist and lightly struck the table, declaring, "Whoever he is, he better not think he can steal her away. Lu Wenwen belongs to me, Tang Sheng." Jian Quan remarked, "Shenggu, ever since Lu Wenwen joined our second hospital, you have been pursuing her. It has been over a month now, yet she remains indifferent to your advances. Now, she is even getting close to another man, clearly indicating that she has no feelings for you. I find Lu Wenwen to be rather foolish. It's astounding that she could reject someone as exceptional as Shenggu, but I am utterly impressed," Lon Qing added. Hu Feifei pouted and said, "Oh, I truly envy her. If only Shenggu would consider me as his girlfriend, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Unfortunately, Shenggu only wishes to play games with me." Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. Tang Sheng hardly paid attention to their chatter. He stood up and walked towards the table where Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen were seated. Jian Quan, Hu Feifei, and Lon Qing followed suit. "Lu Wenwen," Qin Tian exclaimed.
as she offered him another dish. However, just as she was about to place the food in his bowl, her voice interrupted Director Tang. I see you are dining here as well. Lu Wenwen paused and turned to see Tang Sheng. Upon seeing Tang Sheng, Qin Tian noticed his gloomy expression. While El Jinquan and the others stood behind him, arms crossed, wearing bemused smiles. Lu Wenwen hurriedly introduced Qin Tian. These are my colleagues from the second hospital, Director Tang and Dr. El. Tang Sheng declared. Shouldn't you offer me an explanation, Lu Wenwen? Who is he? Just now. You are quite intimate with him. What does that mean? Lu Wenwen was taken aback, as was Qin Tian, who curiously studied Tang Sheng, wondering why he spoke as if Lu Wenwen were his girlfriend. Unintentionally, Qin Tian cast a glance of confusion at Lu Wenwen. Lu Wenwen felt the tension and her expression turned icy. Director Tang, we are merely colleagues. Why should I explain myself to you? My relationship with Qin Tian is none of your concern. I kindly ask you to refrain from making statements that could lead to misunderstandings. So your name is Qin Tian, Tang Sheng responded, focusing on Qin Tian. What do you do, and why does Lu Wenwen treat you so well, serving you food? Qin Tian found the situation amusing. Were it not for Lu Wenwen's words, he might have assumed Tang Sheng was her boyfriend or even husband. He took a bite of the food Lu Wenwen had just served and intentionally remarked, simply because she desires to. What, are you not satisfied? If you aren't, you'll just have to watch. Tang Sheng, infuriated, pointed an accusing finger at Qin Tian, nearly fuming. What, are you going to hit me? Qin Tian replied, refusing to back down. Tang Sheng, enraged, seemed ready to confront Qin Tian, but fortunately, El Jinquan and the others intervened. Calm down, Shenggu, El Jinquan urged. Lu Wenwen, you truly do not know how fortunate you are. Shengji's affection for you is a blessing. You must understand. The number of women wishing to marry Shenggu is countless, even just within our hospital. Indeed, Lu Wenwen, quality men like Shenggu are rare these days. You must seize this opportunity, Lon Qing added. Hu Feifei cast a disdainful glance at Qin Tian, her face betraying her contempt. Wenwen, what does your boyfriend do? Can he compare to a mere finger of Shenggu? Rejecting Shenggu for a loser like him, you must be truly foolish. Lu Wenwen sprang to her feet in indignation. Hu Feifei, how can you speak like that? The insult directed at Qin Tian ignited a fierce anger within Lu Wenwen, more intense than if Hu Feifei had insulted her directly. Unfazed, Hu Feifei continued, am I wrong? Shenggu is the chief physician at our hospital, earning an income that surpasses most. He easily outshines 99% of the men in Qin City. How could he possibly compare to Shenggu? No sooner had she finished her sentence than Tang Sheng interjected, Wenwen, I pursued you, you turned me down, and for what? This trash. Can he hold a candle to me? Lu Wenwen's face flashed with rage, ready to retort. However, before she could utter a word, Qin Tian stood up and grasped her hand. He then turned to Tang Sheng, smirking, so, you have a good job. Umph. I'm the chief physician at the second hospital. What do you think? Tang Sheng scoffed, puffing out his chest. Your income is substantial. Qin Tian pressed on. Let me put it this way, earning tens of thousands a month is a low estimate for me, given my position and abilities. Raking in 6 figures monthly is a piece of cake. Tang Sheng's nostrils flared with arrogance. Observing his demeanor, Qin Tian smiled slightly and replied, and so? What does it matter? You are so impressive, yet Wenwen still doesn't favor you. I may be a loser, but Wenwen likes me. Qin Tian stepped closer to Lu Wenwen, wrapping his arm around her soft waist, then asked Tang Sheng provocatively, how does that make you feel? Caught off guard by Qin Tian's embrace, Lu Wenwen stiffened momentarily but quickly relaxed, leaning into him, resting her head on his shoulder, and affirming, indeed, I like Qin Tian. Tang Sheng's face turned ashen with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. If looks could kill, Qin Tian would have perished several times over. Yet, he ultimately suppressed his rage, pointing at Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, declaring, very well, let us see how this unfolds. Lu Wenwen, I hope you don't regret your choice. He called out to LV Jinquan and the others, turning to leave. You've crossed Shenggu, Lu Wenwen, you truly are something else. Wenwen, I honestly don't know what to say to you.
As Lon Qing and LV Jian followed suit, they both cast glances back at Lu Wenwen. Only Hu Feifei remained silent, rolling her eyes at Lu Wenwen, considering her a fool. Watching the four descend the stairs, Lu Wenwen stood rooted to the spot, awkwardly asking, Qin Tian, are we still eating? Realizing the situation, Qin Tian quickly withdrew his arm from around her waist. I'm sorry about that. Those so-called chief physicians can be quite arrogant. I just wanted to provoke him a bit. Let us continue eating. He returned to his seat, resuming his meal. As Lu Wenwen settled into her seat, she muttered to herself, I have no reason to blame you. Outside the restaurant, Lu Jian inquired of Tang Xiong, Brother Xiong. Are you prepared to give up? Nonsense, Tang Xiong retorted vehemently. Lu Jian chuckled, but judging by what just transpired, that Qin Tian truly is Lu Wenwen's boyfriend. And so what? Tang Xiong shot back, fixing his gaze on him. Do you think, with my capabilities, I cannot win her over? Of course not. Lu Jian hurriedly waved his hands. What I mean is, Lu Wenwen is exceedingly stubborn. You've pursued her for a month without success, and now that she has a boyfriend, it will be even more challenging to court her. Hu Feifei, with a hint of jealousy, remarked, Brother Xiong, why persist with someone who does not appreciate you? While she may possess beauty, it is merely skin deep. In other respects, she cannot compare to me. For instance, my skills are undoubtedly superior. Being with me would be far more enjoyable for you. Hu Feifei continued, moreover, have you forgotten? I am proficient in a myriad of arts and countless techniques. She spoke without reservation, causing Lu Jian to display a peculiar smile, while Lon Qing stifled a laugh behind her hand. What do you know? Tang Xiong interjected. A gem like Lu Wenwen is unmatched, not even by celebrities. The moment I laid eyes on her, I resolved to win her heart. Even if I fail to do so, I must at least experience her once. As he spoke, his fist clenched tightly, revealing his profound obsession with Lu Wenwen. Hu Feifei attempted to voice her thoughts but was silenced by Lon Qing's gentle shake of the head, prompting her to reluctantly close her mouth. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xiong turned to Hu Feifei and said, Feifei, I'm feeling out of sorts today, you should stay with me tonight instead of going home. Hu Feifei hesitated, saying, Brother Xiong, I didn't return home the night before last, and if I don't go home tonight, my boyfriend might get upset. Your boyfriend is no pushover. If he gets angry, let him. It doesn't concern us. Alright then, I'll send him a message saying that Lon Qing is celebrating her birthday and I won't be back. Lu Jian laughed, well then, Brother Xiong, Lon Qing and I shall take our leave. Enjoy your time with Feifei. Goodbye, Brother Xiong and Feifei. Lon Qing waved as they turned to depart. Afterward, Hu Feifei took out her phone to text her boyfriend and Tang Xiong impatiently urged to hurry up. Tonight I intend to unlock your new techniques. Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen spent nearly 2 hours dining together. By the time they finished, most of the patrons in the restaurant had already left. They approached the cashier on the first floor to settle the bill, and Jiang Fengji said, Tonight's meal is on me. Lu Wenwen replied, That won't do, as we agreed, Auntie Jiang, you should give me a 40 discount. Qin Tian pulled out his phone to scan the payment code, saying, Yes, Auntie Jiang, you are running a business and should collect your dues. However, Jiang Fengji swiftly covered the payment code, preventing Qin Tian from scanning it. I have decided to treat you both to dinner tonight, Jiang Fengji said earnestly. Qin Tian, you must remember to treat Xia Wen well. She is a wonderful child, both beautiful and kind-hearted. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall not spare you. Qin Tian instinctively glanced at Lu Wenwen, whose face flushed crimson. Ultimately, the two could not outmaneuver Jiang Fengji, and they left the restaurant without paying. Jiang Fengji escorted them to the entrance, repeatedly admonishing Qin Tian to be good to Lu Wenwen, ensuring she would not be wronged. This made Lu Wenwen's face turn a deep shade of red, reaching all the way to her neck. Qin Tian felt a tinge of embarrassment as well. However, neither Qin Tian nor Lu Wenwen offered any explanations in response to Jiang Fengji's words, they merely listened in silence. Due to Tang Xiong's situation and Jiang Fengji's remarks, Lu Wenwen felt a renewed shyness towards Qin Tian. Residing in the staff dormitory of the second hospital, conveniently close to the restaurant, she decided to return to her accommodation as it was getting late. Qin Tian walked her to the entrance of the dormitory and, after she entered, took a taxi back to the Wangwei Mountain Villa district.
Later that night, around 10 o'clock, Qin Tian returned to the villa. After freshening up, he sat cross-legged in a room practicing the 8-9 profound art. After a period of cultivation, he realized that although the 8-9 profound art is a top-tier technique, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was exceedingly low, resulting in very slow progress in his training. He practiced for several hours, from just after 10 until around 4 or 5 in the morning, yet he found no improvement in his cultivation, remaining at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Initially, Qin Tian felt a bit disheartened, questioning whether his talent was lacking. However, he then recalled the deities and monsters in the divine realm, each having achieved profound mastery through hundreds or even thousands of years of cultivation, and he felt a sense of relief. If it took others centuries to attain their results and become deities or monsters, it would indeed be strange for him to advance significantly after just a few hours of practice. With this thought, Qin Tian found balance in his heart and decided not to rush his cultivation. Instead, he turned in for the night, resolved to wake up and pursue overdue clients for debt collection the next day. The night passed without incident. The following morning, shortly after 8 o'clock, Qin Tian, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the ringing of his phone. "Hello, who is this?" he answered groggily. "It's me, Qin Tian," came the reply. Upon hearing the voice, the previously dazed Qin Tian immediately regained his composure. "Lu, is there something you need?" Lu Qianxin did not respond right away, but instead she inquired, "Qin Tian, did my cousin come to retaliate against you yesterday?" Qin Tian sat up and smirked. "Yes, but with the people she brought, they were no match for me. I easily took them down." "Have you practiced before?" "Well, sort of," Qin Tian replied. "In any case, a few random individuals cannot harm me." "I understand," Lu Qianxin said in a more serious tone. "Qin Tian, I may need your assistance with something today. If possible, I would like to meet with you in an hour at the Starbucks next to the Medai group to discuss it." "What is it?" Qin Tian asked, intrigued. Indeed, Lu Qianxin wished to speak directly but hesitated momentarily. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Shall we discuss this face to face?" "Very well. Let us meet at Starbucks in an hour," he replied. After hanging up, Qin Tian rolled out of bed, tidied up a bit, and made his way to the Starbucks adjacent to the Medai group. Meanwhile, in the divine realm, within the true monarch's palace of Erlang in heaven, Erlang stood in the grand hall, his expression inscrutable as he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Beiji. Zhu Beiji stood a few meters in front of Erlang, his eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe, even circling around him once. It was indeed unexpected that the illustrious Erlang young Jian, the foremost warrior of heaven, would find himself at the receiving end of a beating. After completing his circuit, Zhu Beiji grinned broadly and remarked, "What a surprise. Who would have thought?" Upon hearing this, Erlang's countenance darkened abruptly. "Zhu Beiji, what do you mean by that?" Zhu Beiji smacked his lips and replied, "Erlang, you feign ignorance. You owe a debt and refuse to repay it, seeking to evade responsibility, only to end up being thrashed. TSK, if this news were to spread, wouldn't it leave many in utter astonishment?" With a swift motion, Erlang brandished his three-pronged spear, pointing it menacingly at Zhu Beiji. The latter felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. "Zhu Beiji, do not presume that your affiliation with the Buddhist path grants you the audacity to provoke me. Should you continue to babble nonsense, do not blame me for removing your tongue. You have entered my domain, and even that deceased monkey. Should the Buddha wish to intervene on your behalf, we would find no justification." A chill ran down Zhu Beiji's spine. He was well aware of his inferiority to Erlang. Having suffered humiliation at his hands on multiple occasions in the past, he harbored resentment and had come specifically to confront him today. Nevertheless, he mustered his true energy to withstand Erlang's oppressive aura and gritted his teeth, declaring, "Young Jian, let me make myself clear, should you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure that your disgraceful debt and the thrashing you received are revealed far and wide, restoring your notoriety across the three realms." "How did you come to know of this?" Erlang questioned, his spear inching closer to Zhu Beiji's throat, now merely half a centimeter away. Zhu Beiji chuckled coldly. "How I know is of little consequence, what matters is that I do know. Unless you are prepared to kill me, to the extent of my soul being shattered. If you so much as touch me, I shall narrate this tale like a bird." Erlang remained motionless, finger pointed at Zhu Beiji. After a moment, he withdrew the spear and said, Zhu Beiji, I shall not strike you, you may leave. However, I implore you to keep this matter to yourself and not divulge it to anyone else. I sincerely apologize for having offended you in the past, my apologies. Erlang offered a slight bow. Though he might consider striking Zhu Beiji, he lacked the courage to contemplate killing him. Unable to eliminate Zhu Beiji and fearing the repercussions of his own humiliation at the hands of Qin Tian being exposed, he chose to yield and display humility. Haha, haha. Zhu Beiji reveled in the moment, thoroughly amused by Erlang's bow of apology, bursting into laughter. He laughed for a good 10 seconds before finally stopping, exclaiming, I wonder if you'll dare to bully me again. With this newfound leverage, even if he could not overpower the other, he would no longer feel intimidated. As for the events involving Zhu Beiji and Erlang in the Divine Realm, Qin Tian was blissfully unaware. Upon arriving at Starbucks, he found that Lu Chenxin had already secured a seat inside. He hurried over, saying, Ms. Lu, you arrived so swiftly, I apologize for making you wait. No. I merely arrived too early, as I mentioned an hour, Lu Chenxin replied, gesturing for Qin Tian to sit down and pushing a cup of coffee toward him. I ordered you an Americano, I hope it suits your taste. Since it was personally ordered by you, I must enjoy it, Qin Tian declared. Taking a sip only to find it excessively bitter, nearly causing him to spit it out. However, recalling his earlier words, he furrowed his brow and forced himself to swallow. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, he said, Ms. Lu, if there is something you need from me, please speak freely. As long as it is within my capabilities. I assure you I will not disappoint. A fleeting shadow crossed Lu Chenxin's delicate features as she took a gentle sip of her coffee and remarked, My grandfather has arranged a marriage for me, but I do not wish to marry that person, so you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend? Qin Tian interjected, recalling a common trope from novels. However, Lu Chenxin shook her head. Qin Tian was taken aback, struggling to comprehend that her implication was not merely to act as her boyfriend. Lu Chenxin pondered briefly, her cheeks flushing slightly. Not a boyfriend, but to pretend to be my man. What? At her words, Qin Tian instinctively leapt from his seat, eyes wide in disbelief. The distinction between man and boyfriend, though subtle in wording, carried profound implications. Lu Chenxin paid no heed to his dramatic reaction and continued with a hint of self-deprecation, I know my grandfather's temperament. If you were merely to pretend as my boyfriend, they would certainly force us to break up and then push me to marry Jin Shaocheng, rendering it futile. But if you act as my man, wouldn't he that? Qin Tian's words trailed off, though his meaning was unmistakably clear. Lu Chenxin offered a rueful smile. I would rather forfeit my reputation than be compelled to marry a nearly stranger. Qin Tian, you need not concern yourself with anything else. Simply consider whether you will agree to my request, Lu Chenxin stated earnestly. The man my grandfather wishes me to marry is called Jin Shaocheng, from the Jin family. You are from Qing City, I presume you have heard of the Jin family. Qin Tian nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed heard of the Jin family. They were regarded as one of the more prominent families in Qin City, their wealth substantial, though perhaps not rivaling the richest, Hong Sanqian. Nonetheless, their total assets were likely in the billions. Lu Chenxin continued, Qin Tian, there are certain matters I must clarify with you beforehand. If you impersonate my boyfriend, it is inevitable that you will offend Jin Shaocheng. Consequently, not only will my grandfather take action against you, but it is highly probable that the Jin family will also retaliate. Therefore, if you are apprehensive, you may choose to decline, I shall not hold it against you. Her expression was earnest and solemn. Should you agree to assist me, upon completion, I will directly provide you with 500,000. Enabling you to retreat to another province for a while. Qin Tian displayed a look of astonishment. Previously, when he had agreed to provide evidence against Hong Xiuhui, he had received 20,000. Now, to impersonate her boyfriend, she was willing to offer him 500,000. At that moment, Qin Tian felt that since he had become a debt collector, earning money had become remarkably effortless. He finally understood that the earlier phone call inquiring whether he had received any training was likely a consideration of his safety post-event. If he were to face retaliation from the Jin family, his skills would provide him with a considerable degree of safety. At this juncture, Qin Tian could not help but recall certain scenarios from novels wherein the female protagonist, in an effort to evade someone's pursuit, would hastily ask the male protagonist to pretend to be her boyfriend, completely disregarding the potential repercussions and the male protagonist's ability to endure any retaliation. Such behavior seemed utterly nonsensical. Lu Qianxin's approach, however, was much more rational. She had already devised an escape route for Qin Tian. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian assented. "As long as you, Ms. Lu, do not mind, I shall undertake this task." Lu Qianxin's eyes flickered with surprise. "Are you not at all fearful of the Jin family's retribution?" Qin Tian smiled gently. "To be honest, I am not the slightest bit afraid." Lu Qianxin could not fathom the source of his confidence. She wished to remind him that even if he was killed in combat, this society did not resolve every issue through sheer force. Ultimately, she restrained herself from voicing her thoughts, secretly resolving to ensure that once the matter was concluded, she would promptly send him to another province, rendering him unreachable to the Jin family's vengeance. "Thank you," Lu Qianxin said. "In that case, this afternoon, Jin Shaocheng has invited me to lunch at the Huiguang Grand Hotel, and you shall accompany me." "Certainly." Thus, they lingered in Starbucks for a while longer. And as the clock approached 11, they departed. Upon reaching the parking lot, they entered Lu Qianxin's car and set off for the Huiguang Grand Hotel. During the journey, Lu Qianxin's phone rang. While driving, she answered the call. "Xiaoxin, where are you right now?" Qin Tian, seated in the passenger seat, recognized the voice as belonging to Huang Jinquan. Before Lu Qianxin could respond, Huang Jinquan immediately asserted, "Jin Shaocheng has invited you for lunch today, you must attend. I am not negotiating with you. If you dare to decline, neither you nor your parents will receive a single penny from the Huang family in the future. Do you understand?" At that moment, as they were en route to the Huiguang Hotel, Lu Qianxin felt a surge of sadness and anger upon hearing Huang Jinquan's words. She coldly retorted, "I am already on my way." Huang Jinquan listened intently, and his previously stern voice transformed into a cheerful tone. "Oh, so you are already on your way? That's splendid. Remember, Shaocheng said to arrive by 12 o'clock. Do not be late, lest others form a poor impression of you." Lu Qianxin abruptly hung up the phone. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian inwardly sighed. To outsiders, Lu Qianxin appeared to be the epitome of success, a beautiful CEO. Blessed with good looks and a prosperous family background, and at a young age she managed several companies, truly a winner in life. Qin Tian, too, had once viewed her in this light. However, after visiting Lu Qianxin's home recently, he gained insight into her circumstances, revealing that her situation was far from the FA order of perfection. In fact, it was quite dire. Many aspects of her life were beyond her control, including her marriage, as everything hinged on the whims of Huang Jinquan and Huang Yinguang. The brilliant hotel, a 5-star establishment, attracted the elite of Qin City. Lu Qianxin parked her car in the hotel's lot and led Qin Tian through the entrance. Huang Jinquan had already informed Lu Qianxin about the reserved private rooms by Jin Shaocheng, so she guided Qin Tian to the elevator and ascended. According to Huang Jinquan, Jin Shaocheng had booked room 6666 on the 6th floor of the hotel. Upon reaching the 6th floor and exiting the elevator, Lu Qianxin intended to proceed directly to the private room. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly recalled something and called out, "Lu, wait a moment." Lu Qianxin paused. "What is it?" "Qin Tian, are you having second thoughts?" "Of course not," Qin Tian replied. "Lu, since I am here to play the role of your boyfriend today, we must immerse ourselves in the act. We cannot remain distant, we need to appear more intimate to convince Jin Shaocheng." Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxin recognized the logic in his words and inquired, "How should we demonstrate that intimacy?" "Or, it is evident that you have never been in a relationship, Lu. The closeness between couples is naturally expressed in this manner." Qin Tian extended his right arm, wrapping it around Lu Qianxin's slender waist, gently drawing her towards him until she was fully leaning against him. Lu Qianxin stiffened, suddenly aware of the situation, and instinctively attempted to pull away. Qin Tian held firm. "Lu, if you want Jin Shaocheng to believe us, we must engage in this manner." Lu Qianxin ceased her struggle, although she felt her cheeks begin to flush. Qin Tian smacked his lips and continued, "Not only should we do this, but we must also alter how we address each other. For instance,
I can call you Xinshin, and you may call me Tian Tian, simply Tian. Lu Qinshin fought to suppress her embarrassment, a family rejecting, no way. Not possible. Qin Tian released her, spreading his hands in exasperation. If that is the case, then I believe there is no need for us to continue this charade. What kind of couple refers to one another by their full names? Unless Jin Shaocheng is a fool, he will see through our ruse instantly. Lu Qinshin stood in place, her exquisitely beautiful face reflecting a deep inner conflict. Undoubtedly, she found herself ensnared in a battle of thoughts. Qin Tian intended to embrace her waist and affectionately call her Xian Xian. Throughout her life, only her parents had referred to her in such a manner. Even Huang Jinquan and Huang Yinguang addressed her as Xiao Xian. The notion of calling Qin Tian 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 made her skin crawl with discomfort. It was utterly cheesy. However, after a moment of inner turmoil, Lu Qinshin ultimately acquiesced. Cheesy or not, it was a small price to pay compared to marrying someone she did not love, which would ruin her life far more. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her racing heart and said, "You may embrace my waist and call me Xian Xian. But only to this extent. Rest assured, even if you were to request more, I simply cannot comply." Qin Tian's right hand returned to Lu Qinshin's waist, causing her body to tense once more, yet she remained silent. "I shall call you Tian then," Lu Qinshin declared, unable to bring herself to utter Tian Tian. "That works." Qin Tian nodded. "We can proceed now." Thus, with Qin Tian's arm around Lu Qinshin's waist, they walked side by side toward room 6666. Dressed in a fitted dress, Lu Qinshin felt Qin Tian's hand encircle her waist, the closeness allowing her to sense the warmth of his palm and the delicate fragrance wafting between them, causing Qin Tian's thoughts to drift. Upon reaching room 6666, Lu Qinshin raised her hand and knocked lightly twice. Coming. Is that you, Qinshin? I've been waiting for you." A voice responded from within, and the door swung open to reveal a formally dressed man in his 30s. Jin Shaocheng's smile faltered upon seeing Qin Tian, especially as he observed the intimate way Qin Tian held Lu Qinshin. After several seconds of silence, he inquired Qinshin, "Who is he?" Lu Qinshin hesitated, wanting to declare, "He is my man," but found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Qin Tian introduced himself. "Hello, Shaocheng, I am Qin Tian, Xian's partner." Jin Shaocheng stood in shock, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. Yet, seeing Lu Qinshin's silence, he accepted the situation, though his demeanor darkened. "Qinshin, your grandfather mentioned just a few days ago that you were single and had no romantic involvement. We have been together for quite some time. I simply hadn't disclosed it to them," Lu Qinshin replied. "Jin Shao, I brought Tian here today specifically to inform you, which means marriage is not a possibility for us." Jin Shaocheng remained rooted in place, his expression fluctuating between emotions. After a moment, his frown vanished, replaced by a smile. "Oh, I see, Qinshin, you already have a boyfriend. Had I known sooner, I would not have encouraged my family to discuss your marriage with old Master Huang. Please, come in and sit, do not linger at the door." He stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Lu Qinshin was reluctant to dine with the other party, having made her intentions clear, she wished to leave. However, faced with such an invitation, she could not afford to slight him. Thus, she exchanged a glance with Qin Tian and entered the private room. Yet, upon their arrival, both Qin Tian and Lu Qinshin furrowed their brows in unison. For what they beheld was not a dining room, but rather a room suited for accommodation. At the back of the hall, a bedroom door stood ajar, revealing a spacious bed within. In light of this unsettling situation, Qin Tian leaned closer to Lu Qinshin, whispering in her ear, "It appears that Jin Shaocheng harbors ill intentions. His pretense of inviting you to dinner is merely a facade, his true aim is to seduce you." Lu Qinshin was taken aback, her eyes now reflecting a cold disdain as she regarded Jin Shaocheng. "Thank goodness you asked me to accompany you today," Qin Tian reassured her. "Rest assured, with me here, he shall not lay a finger on you, I will protect you." Strangely, Lu Qinshin felt a sense of comfort at his words. Noticing the exchanged glances, Jin Shaocheng hastily explained, "Oh, I simply have an affinity for the number 6, which is why I chose room 6666. Qin Tian scoffed inwardly at this childish reasoning. Come, take a seat." Jin Shaocheng beckoned them to a table in the living area.
I ordered the dishes half an hour ago, the server will bring them shortly. Before long, the server arrived, presenting an array of dishes along with 5 bottles of red wine. Observing this, Qin Tian's internal mocking intensified. Booking such a room and ordering this much wine. Jin Shaocheng clearly intended to intoxicate Lu Qianxin. Once she was inebriated, with only the 2 of them in the room, he could do as he pleased. Lu Qianxin, too, discerned his intentions, then her impression of Jin Shaocheng plummeted to an abyss of revulsion. Under such circumstances, her appetite vanished. Young Master Jin, I just remembered that I need to accompany Tian to the hospital for a checkup, so I shall forgo this meal. Since you are already aware of my relationship with Tian, you can inform my grandfather about the cancellation of our engagement. Jin Shaocheng inquired, puzzled, to the hospital. What for? Qianxin, are you unwell? Lu Qianxin shook her head, then lowered it, placing a hand on her abdomen. No. I am expecting Tian's child and I'm going for a prenatal checkup. Upon hearing this, Jin Shaocheng was left utterly astonished, and even Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, wearing a look of disbelief. Yet, his response was swift, as he seamlessly added, Indeed, Qianxin is carrying my child, it has been over a month. And we have an appointment with the doctor today. He raised a hand to gently caress Lu Qianxin's abdomen. So flat, not a trace of excess flesh. This was the involuntary thought that crossed Qin Tian's mind. Lu Qianxin struggled to maintain her composure and said, Tian, let us go. All right, he replied. Qin Tian waved to Jin Shaocheng, saying, Brother Shaocheng, we shall take our leave now. Enjoy yourself, goodbye. With one arm wrapped around Lu Qianxin's waist and the other resting gently on her abdomen, they exited the room. Qianxin, be careful, do not disturb our child's spirit, he cautioned. After they left, it took a while for Jin Shaocheng to regain his composure. He seized a bottle of red wine from the table and smashed it on the floor with a resounding crash. Damn it. He roared, his fury palpable and nearly tangible. Subsequently, he picked up his phone and dialed Huang Jinquan. Upon connecting, Huang Jinquan's voice resonated through the receiver. Haha, Shaocheng, you met our Qianxin, right? What do you think? I sent she becoming more beautiful as I said? Jin Shaocheng suppressed his anger, his voice dark and foreboding. Huang Jinquan, you deceived me. You dared to deceive the Jin family. You have some audacity. Sensing the unusual tone in his voice, Huang Jinquan's laughter faltered. Shaocheng, what are you talking about? Umph. What I mean is that your granddaughter has a man now, and she is already carrying his child. Jin Shaocheng declared. Huang Jinquan. Let me make this clear, if my marriage with Lu Qianxin falls through, then the betrothal gifts we promised to your Huang family shall be rendered null and void. I give you 1 day to return the deposit contracts we provided. With that, he hung up the phone before Huang Jinquan could respond. Standing there, he clenched his fists and muttered, Lu Qianxin, do not think that just because you have a man and are pregnant, I will let you off. Just wait. I will have you. The mere thought of Lu Qianxin's appearance and figure ignited a wave of desire within him, overwhelming his self-control. A pregnant woman, how intriguing. I have had my share of experiences, but never with a pregnant woman, especially one as exquisite as you. His face twisted into a sinister grin as he licked his lips. Meanwhile, Qin Tian kept his left arm around Lu Qianxin's waist, his right hand gently resting on her abdomen, maintaining this posture as they made their way to the hotel and entered the car. Sitting in the passenger seat, he exhaled and said, Qianxin, your sudden announcement about the baby caught me completely off guard. Luckily, I am quick on my feet, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep up with you. Lu Qianxin shot him a look of annoyance. You couldn't keep up. You clearly did just fine earlier. And your hands were quite cooperative. Understanding her implication, Qin Tian chuckled, Qianxin, I was merely trying to assist you, I did not intend to take advantage of you. Lu Qianxin, uninterested in further debate, thought to herself that this was not the first time she had been at a disadvantage with him, after all. He had even helped her change sanitary pads once, having seen her in her most private moments. After a moment, she said, Qin Tian, send me your bank account details. I will transfer some money to you shortly. Also, you need to buy a plane ticket immediately. No matter where you go. Just leave Qing City as soon as possible, at least for half a year, so that Jin Shaocheng does not retaliate against you. Qin Tian shook his head. I am not leaving. Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Qianxin's phone rang, prompting him to silence himself. Lu Qianxin pressed the answer button. And an enraged voice crackled through the receiver. Lu Qianxin. How dare you secretly date someone behind my back? I give you half an hour to return with that wild man of yours. If I do not see you both in half an hour, you shall never set foot in the Huang family home again, and not just you, your father will be expelled as well. As Huang Jinchuan's words echoed in her ears, Lu Qianxin barely had time to respond before the line went dead. With a bitter smile, she placed her phone down, realizing it was undoubtedly Jin Shaocheng who had reported her. Turning to Qin Tian, she said, Qin Tian, you must leave quickly, my grandfather is furious this time. Qin Tian interjected, Xian, drive us back. I will accompany you. Lu Qianxin protested, Qin Tian, what are you thinking? If you stay, Jin Shaocheng will target you. And my grandfather will too. What will you do then? No matter how skilled you are in a fight, can you truly take on 50 or 100 opponents? As her anxiety heightened, Lu Qianxin's voice rose, you have to leave now, the sooner the better. This is not a joke. Seeing her distress, Qin Tian's expression turned serious as he locked eyes with her. I am not joking either. I will return with you. Trust me. If your grandfather or Jin Shaocheng truly wish to confront me, I have my ways to handle it. At his reassuring words, Lu Qianxin met his gaze for several seconds before finally conceding, all right. Without further persuasion, she started the car and drove back to the Biu Villa district. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence in the Biu Villa district, Lu Tian was standing in the grand hall alongside a beautiful woman facing Huang Jinquan and Huang Yinguang. Lu Tian stood there, head bowed and slightly hunched, anxiously stating, Dad, there must be some misunderstanding. Xian has always been obedient, please don't be angry. Obedient? Huang Yinguang interjected. Brother-in-law, do you misunderstand what obedient means? If your daughter were truly obedient, she wouldn't have repeatedly tried to expel Huihui from the Meidai group. The beautiful woman beside Lu Tian responded, Xian didn't intend to expel Huihui, rather, Huihui's actions have had a profoundly negative impact on the group. She only wants what is best for Meidai. Enough. Huang Jinchuan's sharp voice cut through. And Jian, we are not discussing company matters, we are dealing with your daughter, who is involved with someone outside and is even pregnant. Now the Jin family no longer wants her, what do we do about that? Unquestionably, the beautiful woman was Lu Qianxin's mother, Huang Anqian. After a moment of silence, she argued, Dad, although Xian is dating someone without informing us, she is an adult. And her choice of friends is her own freedom. Freedom. Huang Yinguang scoffed. Sister, what do you propose we do now that the Jin family wants to break off the engagement? Let them break it, Huang Anqian replied. Xian does not necessarily have to marry into the Jin family. Golden Spring suddenly stood up, pointing at her and shouting, repeat that. Huang Anqian, frightened, shrank her neck and took a couple of steps back. Clearly, she was equally terrified of Golden Spring. Lu Tianzheng supported Huang Anqian, also shrinking his neck, not daring to meet Golden Spring's gaze. Lu Qianxin drove back to the villa with Qin Tian at the fastest speed. Upon entering, they saw Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian standing in the hall, filled with fear and unease, while Golden Spring, seated on the sofa, was seething with anger. Accompanied by Huang Yinguang, who wore a cold smirk. Dad, Mom, Lu Qianxin quickened her pace to join them. Xian, you are back, Huang Anqian grasped Lu Qianxin's hand. Golden Spring, upon seeing Lu Qianxin, bellowed, Lu Qianxin, you have some audacity, kneel down. Dad. Huang Anqian cried out, ignoring her. Golden Spring fixed his gaze on Lu Qianxin, without my permission, you dare to date someone outside and have gotten pregnant. Do you even consider me, your grandfather? Huang Yinguang scoffed, Dad, I have told you many times, Lu Qianxin seems obedient, but she is quite rebellious and has a fiery temperament. His words acted like pouring gasoline on a fire, intensifying Golden Spring's fury. He shouted again at Lu Qianxin, kneel down. In that instant, Lu Qianxin gazed at Golden Spring, her eyes reddening, tears welling up. Qin Tian approached, exclaiming, what era is this? Even if you are Xian's grandfather, there is no need for her to report everything to you about her dating. With that, the attention of Golden Spring and the others abruptly shifted to him. Only then did they notice Qin Tian. Huang Yinguang frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" Without any hesitation, Qin Tian stated firmly, "I am Xian's boyfriend." In that moment, everyone, Golden Spring, Huang Yinguang, Lu Tianzheng, and Huang Anqian, was taken aback. Regaining their composure, Golden Spring turned to Lu Qianxin and asked, "Is what he said true?" Lu Qianxin nodded in affirmation. Seeing this, Huang Anqian's expression was complex as she scrutinized Qin Tian, while Lu Tianzheng also observed him with a discerning look. Golden Spring's fury erupted completely. "Oh, so you dare to date behind our backs and even choose someone so worthless. I will not let you off today." He stepped forward, raising his hand to slap Lu Qianxin across the face. However, before his hand could descend, Qin Tian swiftly seized his wrist, no matter how hard Golden Spring tried. He could not bring his hand down. Qin Tian stated calmly, "Even if you are Xian's grandfather, I will not allow you to strike her." Although his tone was mild, it carried a profound sense of determination, providing Lu Qianxin an immense sense of security. "You dare to lay a hand on my father? Have you lost your mind?" Huang Yinguang shouted, "Let go." As Qin Tian loosened his grip, Golden Spring, the infuriated, attempted to strike Qin Tian once more. With a mere glance from Qin Tian, Huang Dongchang was halted in his tracks. "Chairman Huang, you have already witnessed my capabilities. Do not blame me for not warning you. Should you choose to act recklessly, the misfortune shall befall yourselves." As Huang Jinquan recalled the scene from days prior when Qin Tian had effortlessly subdued the security personnel of the community, he ultimately restrained his anger. "Father, please sit down. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over such a worthless matter," Huang Enguang urged, assisting the irate Huang Jinquan back onto the sofa. Turning to Lu Qianxin, he continued, "Qianxin, I truly did not anticipate that you would associate with someone like him. He is merely an ordinary employee of our Meidai group. Compared to Jin Shaocheng, he doesn't even hold a candle to him. No, he lacks the very qualifications to be compared to Jin Shaocheng. To reject Jin Shaocheng for him. What on earth are you thinking?" Huang Enguang, astonished, genuinely believed that Lu Qianxin had lost her senses. How could she forsake a scion of $1 billion family to pursue a relationship with someone earning a meager salary? It was quite incomprehensible. Or, never mind. I shan't dwell on this any longer. After a brief moment, Huang Jinquan waved his hand and said, "Qianxin, you must visit the hospital promptly and terminate the pregnancy. It would be best to do so today. I will swallow my pride and explain things to the Jin family, pleading with them to reconsider and hope that Jin Shaocheng might overlook this and not annul the engagement. However, should it indeed come to fruition, you must treat Jin Shaocheng well. Even if he wrongs you, it would be prudent to turn a blind eye considering your own initial indiscretions." "Grandfather!" Lu Qianxin exclaimed in shock. Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian mirrored her disbelief. Qin Tian stared incredulously at Huang Jinquan, questioning whether he had misheard. Was this truly the kind of statement a grandfather would make to his granddaughter? Lu Qianxin had initially believed that upon learning of her pregnancy, Huang Jinquan would, despite his anger, relinquish the notion of marrying her off to Jin Shaocheng. Yet, she never imagined he would so resolutely insist she terminate the pregnancy and suggest that she must be accommodating towards Jin Shaocheng, even if he were to wrong her. Disappointment washed over Lu Qianxin as she shook her head repeatedly, her heart sinking to unfathomable depths. Yet, Huang Jinquan remained indifferent to her turmoil, inquiring, "What is the matter? Are you unwilling? Qianxin, do you realize how much the Jin family is willing to offer as a bride price?" Huang Enguang interjected. "A staggering 20 million in cash, alongside cooperation contracts exceeding 100 million. Where else could you find such a bountiful bride price? Furthermore, should you marry Jin Shaocheng, our families would become in-laws. With the Jin family's vast resources, they could easily provide us with opportunities that would enable our Huang family to flourish. It is not beyond the realm of possibility for us to elevate our status to that of a grand family." As he spoke, Huang Enguang's excitement grew, his eyes sparkling with fervor. "So, for the sake of wealth, you intend to sell Qianxin?" Qin Tian opened his mouth, disdain evident in his tone. "Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. For the sake of money, one can even betray their own granddaughter, then casually speak of terminating their own great-grandchild." His gaze shifted between Huang Jinquan and Huang Enguang. "Are you still human? Huang Yinguang's excitement abruptly vanished, replaced by furious outbursts. Who do you think you are? Our family matters are none of your business. I am Xian's man, the father of the child in her womb. What do you think I am? Qin Tian retorted sharply, let me be clear, the child in Xian's belly will not be aborted. And her marriage to that Jin Shaocheng is absolutely out of the question. If you wish to cling to the Jin family, then have your own daughter, Huang Xiuhui. Marry into it. Huang Yinguang was so enraged that he trembled with fury, glaring at Qin Tian through gritted teeth. Unfazed, Qin Tian mocked, what is the matter? Do you still wish to bite me? It's not me looking down on you, with someone like you, I could handle 100. Xian, let us leave. Let us see who dares to stop us. With that, he seized Lu Qianxun's hand and made to exit. Huang Jinquan abruptly stood up, Lu Qianxun. If you dare step out that door today, do not ever return. And your father, I will expel him as well. The threat directed at Lu Tianzhen caused Lu Qianxun to pause in her tracks. She could disregard her own feelings, but she could not ignore Lu Tianzhen and Huang Anqian. Frankly speaking, over the years, she had endured countless grievances in the Huang family, largely due to the existence of Lu Tianzhen and Huang Anqian. No need to expel us. We will live on our own. At this moment, Huang Anqian suddenly interjected, Father, 4 years you have favored my brother and Hui, targeting our family at every turn. No matter how outstanding Xian is or how much she has contributed to the company, it cannot change your color's heart. I have had enough. Since you believe we are outsiders and this home cannot accommodate us, we shall take our leave. She turned to Lu Tianzhen, we are going to pack our things. Lu Tianzhen hesitated, glancing fearfully at Huang Jinquan. Anqian, this. Huang Anqian glared at him, what do you still want to stay here? If you refuse to leave, I will go with Xian. Xian, please wait a moment, I will go pack my things. With that, she turned and headed toward her room. Lu Tianzhen stood frozen, apprehensively looking at Huang Jinquan, but ultimately followed Huang Anqian into the room to gather their belongings. Huang Jinquan was taken aback. And only after the two entered the room did he react. He then shouted loudly, leave, all of you get out. Once you are gone, you don't ever come back. Lu Qianxun was also surprised, yet remained silent, disregarding Huang Jinquan's curses as she walked outside with Qin Tian to wait. Before long, Lu Tianzhen and Huang Anqian emerged, each carrying large suitcases and several bags. Qin Tian hurriedly stepped forward to assist. Soon, they loaded their belongings into Lu Qianxun's vehicle, and without a moment's hesitation, she drove away from the Biu Villa area. Huang Jinquan, witnessing their departure from within the villa, was so incensed that his body trembled. Huang Yinguang, sensing the situation, hurriedly consoled, Father, if they wish to leave, let them. What is the big deal? They depend on us, not the other way around. For years, they have been eating and living off this household, and now that they have grown wings, they dare to defy you. With a glint of cunning in his eyes, Huang Yinguang continued, Father, since they are so audacious, there is no need for you to show them mercy. I propose we suspend all the bank cards and credit cards held by second sister and Lu Qianxun to teach them a lesson. Huang Jinquan furrowed his brows, appearing somewhat hesitant. Noticing his father's indecision, Huang Yinguang pressed on, Father, please do not soften your heart. If we do not discipline them this time, they will only become more unrestrained in the future. Furthermore, if we suspend their bank accounts, they will understand the consequences, and Qianxun will certainly not return. At that point, our alliance with the Jin family will be in jeopardy. Further, that represents 20 million in cash plus a contract worth 100 million. It amounts to a third of our total assets, we cannot afford to lose it. Upon hearing Huang Yinguang's final words, Huang Jinquan's hesitation vanished very well. He conceded, promptly retrieving his phone to call the bank. A shadow of triumph flickered across Huang Yinguang's face as he too stepped aside to make a call. Hello, Hui. Where are you right now? Oh, Dad, I'm out having fun. Is there something you need? Both of you, pause for a moment, my father is calling. Huang Xiuhui's breath came in strange gasps through the phone, and Huang Yinguang faintly heard her conversing with someone else. In an instant, he surmised what she was up to, a frown crossing his face. He glanced at Huang Jinquan in the distance and whispered, Stop playing around outside. Just now, your grandfather has expelled Lu Qianxun's family from our home. This is our prime opportunity to take control of all companies under the Huang family. Hurry back. And make sure to call your mother to return from your grandmother's house. I have important matters to discuss with you both. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiuhui was elated. All right. All right, I will stop playing and head back right away. In a luxurious suite of a 5-star hotel in Qin City, Huang Xiuhui, having finished her call with Huang Yinguang, immediately climbed out of bed, hastily donning her clothes. In the room lay 2 unclothed men who exchanged glances, one of them asking, "Sister Hui, are you leaving already? Not going to play anymore?" "No more fun, there are important matters at home," she replied, quickly putting on her clothes. She retrieved 2 thick stacks of cash from her bag and tossed them onto the 2 men. "Hey, you two are great, strong and skilled. I'll call you again next time." She leaned down to plant a kiss on each of their faces before excitedly exiting the suite. As Huang Xiuhui departed, the 2 men lay on the bed, their faces filled with despair. One of them, clutching the cash, sighed heavily. "If it weren't for this money, I wouldn't want to be involved with such a disgusting person, even if it meant death. Indeed, it's utterly revolting." The other man nodded in agreement. In the car, Lu Tian asked, "Where are we headed now?" Huang Anqian remained silent, her gaze fixed on Qin Tian, who sat in the front passenger seat alongside Lu Tianzheng. After a brief moment, she spoke up, asking, "Your name is Qin Tian, isn't it? Are you truly involved with Xinxin?" Despite Qin Tian's previous declarations at the villa and Lu Qianxin's own admission, as a mother, she deeply understood her daughter's character. Such significant matters could not have escaped her notice entirely. Thus, she harbored doubts about the nature of Lu Qianxin's relationship with Qin Tian. Upon hearing the inquiry, Qin Tian did not respond but turned his attention towards Lu Qianxin. Sensing his gaze, she fell silent for a couple of seconds before replying truthfully, "Mom, my relationship with Qin Tian is fabricated." A flicker of surprise crossed Lu Tianzheng's face, yet Huang Anqian displayed no signs of emotional upheaval. "I knew it," she remarked, her demeanor reflecting a sense of anticipation. She then probed further, "Xinxin, what about the child in your womb?" "All lies," Lu Qianxin answered. "I have no intention of marrying Jin Shaocheng. My original plan was to use this method to persuade Grandpa to change his mind." "Hot," she chuckled bitterly, "I overthought it." Huang Anqian's face mirrored her daughter's rueful smile. "Your grandfather has always regarded our family as outsiders. To him, we are merely tools for profit. He will not hesitate to betray us for his own gain." Lu Qianxin turned the steering wheel, guiding the car to the side of the road. She then addressed Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian, saying, "Dad, Mom, Jin Shaocheng is a despicable little man. Do you know where he booked for our first meeting today? A hotel suite. His intentions were anything but honorable. Had Qin Tian not been with me today, who knows what might have transpired." Upon hearing this, both Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian were momentarily taken aback. Lu Tianzheng then clenched his fist and struck the seat, exclaiming, "That scoundrel Jin Shaocheng. Xinxin, you must never marry such a person." Lu Qianxin nodded resolutely, stating, "Even if it cost me my life, I will never wed someone like him." Huang Anqian cast a glance at Qin Tian and said, "Xinxin, there is something I wish to discuss with you privately." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian promptly interjected, "Oh, Xinxin, I just remembered that I have a friend to meet this afternoon. I'll take my leave now. If you need anything further, just give me a call. Uncle, Lanti. I'm off now. Goodbye." He bid farewell to Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian before stepping out of the car. "Qin Tian. You," Lu Qianxin attempted to call out to him, but Huang Anqian's gaze stopped her. After Qin Tian exited the vehicle, Lu Qianxin, perplexed, asked, "Mom, what are you doing? He helped me today and has offended Jin Shaocheng. I want him to leave Qing City as soon as possible to avoid danger." Huang Anqian paused, then responded, "It's fine. Once I finish my questions, you can reach out to him just the same. Why can't you ask whatever you need to in front of Qin Tian?" Her tone grew more complex as she inquired, "Xinxin, do you have feelings for this Qin Tian?" This caught Lu Qianxin off guard, and she awkwardly replied, "Mom, what are you saying? I just explained that my relationship with him is a facade." Huang Anqian pressed, "If you do not have feelings for him, why did you choose to involve him in your charade?" Huang Anqian spoke to herself, "The fact that you can find him indicates that you harbor feelings for him. At the very least, you are not averse to him. Mother, please refrain from interrupting, or allow me to finish. Huang and Chen continued. Qin, you are no longer a child. Given your beauty, countless affluent young gentlemen in Qin City have their eyes on you. If you could secure a partner, it would be beneficial to thwart your grandfather's intentions to use you as a bargaining chip. Mother wholeheartedly supports this. However, with such a grandfather and the circle you inhabit, your prospective partner must possess the strength to withstand the pressure. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to both you and him. Indeed, I concur with what your mother has said. Lu Tianzhen interjected. If your partner is too ordinary, the situation will mirror today. Conversely, if your partner is exceptionally capable, even your grandfather would hesitate to voice his objections. Though their words were veiled, Lu Tianzhen grasped their implication. Qin Tian was too ordinary, not a suitable match, and a relationship with him would yield unfavorable outcomes. I understand. Lu Tianzhen replied, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. To divert the conversation, she asked, where are we headed now? Lu Tianzhen turned to Huang and Chen and suggested, why don't we return to my father's place for a while? After a moment of contemplation, Huang and Chen nodded. That seems to be the only option. Qin, drive us to your grandfather's, she instructed. Certainly. Upon exiting the vehicle, Qin Tian wandered alone down the street. As he pondered his next course of action, he passed a park. Suddenly, he sensed a remarkable concentration of spiritual energy in the air, markedly more intense than in other locales. Without further deliberation, he turned and entered the park, following the direction of the abundant spiritual energy. Before long, he arrived at a grove within the park. He discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of other areas in the city by at least 1 or 2 times. What a splendid place! Qin Tian silently praised. Noticing no one around, he climbed a tree and settled himself, commencing his cultivation of the 8-9 mystical art. As time flowed on, Qin Tian engaged in cultivation for a continuous span of 10 to 20 hours. When he finally concluded his practice, it was already the following day. Exhaling a breath of impure air, he leapt down from the tree. Checking his phone, he found several missed calls and a multitude of WeChat messages. Upon opening them, he saw that the calls were from Lu Tianzhen, while one message was from Lu Wenwen, and the rest were all from Lu Tianzhen. Lu Wenwen's message simply inquired whether he had eaten dinner the previous night. In contrast, Lu Tianzhen's messages were filled with concern. Qin Tian, where are you? Why aren't you answering your phone? Are you in danger? Clearly, since he did not answer the calls, Lu Tianzhen feared that he might have been retaliated against by Jin Shaocheng or Huang Jinquan and was in peril. Each of her messages conveyed a sense of urgency. In light of this, Qin Tian promptly returned her call. Qin Tian, where are you? Are you all right? The moment the call connected, Lu Tianzhen's voice overflowed with a barrage of inquiries. Qin Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, remarked, I am at the wetland park, and I am perfectly fine. A sigh of relief washed over him as he distinctly heard Lu Tianzhen's heavy breathing, as if a heart that had been suspended in anxiety finally settled back into place. In the next moment, Lu Tianzhen's voice, tinged with tears, exclaimed, you are fine, yet you don't answer my calls or reply to my messages. I thought something terrible had happened to you at the hands of Jin Shaocheng. Woo! Overcome with worry, she had begun to weep. Hastily, Qin Tian reassured her. Qin, please don't cry. I accidentally set my phone to silent, so I didn't hear your calls. It was not intentional. Previously, Lu Qin had endured great grievances at the Huang family's hands without shedding a tear, but this time, when Qin Tian failed to answer, she feared he had faced retribution from Jin Shaocheng, and her composure crumbled. After a while, Lu Qin managed to suppress her sobs and solemnly stated, Qin Tian, for your own safety, you should leave Qin City for a while. Qin Tian replied, I will not leave Qin City. Qin Tian, why are you being so stubborn? Lu Qin exclaimed, her frustration evident as she stamped her foot. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she continued, all right, Qin Tian. Since you are unwilling to leave Qin City, then give me a reason. And please don't say it's because you are strong. I've already told you that no matter how skilled you are, can you truly take on 100 foes. Therefore, provide me with another reason that can convince me. Qin Tian scratched his head, initially tempted to respond by boasting of his combat skills and fearlessness of retaliation. However, before he could speak, Lu Qianxun had already preempted him, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, inspiration soon struck him, and he declared to Qianxun, "The reason I am unafraid of Jin Shaocheng or your grandfather's revenge is not only due to my skills but also because of a very significant factor." Lu Qianxun inquired eagerly, "What is it?" "I know Hong San Qian." Even over the phone, Qin Tian could sense Lu Qianxun's astonishment at his statement. After a brief pause, she responded incredulously, "Hong San Qian is the richest man in Qing City, and I know him too." "What does that matter?" No, I haven't finished my thought. Not only do I know Hong San Qian, but I have also previously assisted him with a considerable favor. Qin Tian elaborated, "Therefore, Hong San Qian owes me a debt of gratitude. And should I encounter any difficulties, he will aid me." Lu Qianxun exclaimed in surprise, "Hong San Qian owes you a favor, truly." "Absolutely true. I can swear to you," Qin Tian asserted with utmost seriousness. Lu Qianxun fell silent for several seconds before finally responding, "If that is the case, and Hong San Qian can assist you, then indeed, you need not leave Qing City to evade trouble. The Jin family may be prominent in Qing City, but they pale in comparison to the wealth and influence of Hong San Qian. Thus, Qianxun, rest assured, I am well aware of my limits and there will be no issues." Suddenly, Lu Qianxun said, "Since that is the case, I won't keep you any longer. I have an interview to prepare for." The position of general manager at the Medi Group has been usurped by Huang Xiuhui, who has also been removed from her roles in several other enterprises under the Huang family by Huang Jinqian. Now, she, along with Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian, has departed from the Huang family, and naturally, she must seek new employment. Most critically, shortly after leaving the Huang residence yesterday, they discovered that their bank cards had been frozen. Under such circumstances, Lu Qianxun is in dire need of a new job to ensure a steady income. However, Lu Qianxun is unfazed about finding new employment, confident in her capabilities. After ending a call, Qin Tian sent Lu Wenwen a message. To his surprise, she replied immediately, "Qin Tian, I thought you were ignoring me. I sent you a message last night and you only just responded." There seemed to be a hint of melancholy in Lu Wenwen's tone. I was out dining with friends last night. Had a bit too much to drink and just woke up." Qin Tian fabricated an excuse. "Really?" she inquired. "Indeed, more genuine than pearls." "Well then, I must have wronged you earlier." Lu Wenwen then asked, "Do you have time tomorrow?" "I'm off work, let us hang out." Qin Tian felt a bit peculiar. Was she genuinely preparing to pursue him? After pondering for a moment, he replied, "I should be free tomorrow, but I can't be certain." "Oh. I'll call you tomorrow. I must get back to work now, so I'll chat with you later. Goodbye." "Goodbye." After finishing the conversation, Qin Tian exited the chat interface. Soon after, he left the park and took a taxi back to the Wanghe Mountain Villa area. At the entrance of the community, the security guard, seeing Qin Tian alight from a taxi, felt a mix of emotions. He thought Qin Tian to be quite an unusual resident, living in such a high-end area yet opting for taxi rides, seemingly out of place with the luxurious vibe of Wanghe Mountain. Upon returning to the community and entering Villa number 7, Qin Tian remained unaware that, throughout this process, Jixiao had been watching him from her room. Once he stepped inside, a sly smile crept onto Jixiao's lips. After resting at home for a while, Qin Tian opened his debt collection app. He had not pursued debts for 2 days and knew he had to work today, otherwise, he would face his boss's ire. After perusing the overdue client list for some time, he gazed at the names and the amounts owed, feeling a wave of astonishment. The individuals on this list were renowned figures, celebrated across realms. Who would have thought they were debtors? Had Qin Tian not become a debt collector himself, he would never have believed that these illustrious beings could owe such vast sums of money. After a moment, his scrolling finger paused on a particular name. Debtor Pulao, for unspecified reasons, borrowed 5 million merit points from our company, overdue by 130 years, now required to repay 9 million merit points. Unspecified reasons. Qin Tian pondered aloud, puzzled by the message. Other clients had clearly stated their reasons for borrowing, including Nezha, Chang'e, Erlang God, and Zhu Beiji. How did you come to the Moon Elder and still keep it a secret? Thus, filled with confusion, Qin Tian sent a message to his superior, inquiring about the situation. However, this time, as he awaited a response, 10 minutes passed, then 20, and eventually, nearly 50 minutes went by without a word from his boss. In light of this, Qin Tian decided against waiting any longer and directly clicked on the Moon Elder, at which point a swirling vortex appeared before him and drew him in. When Qin Tian reappeared, he found himself in the Moon Elder's residence, the fragrant Lin Palace, located in the heavenly realm. Before him lay a spacious room adorned with countless red threads, intertwined in a chaotic array that left Qin Tian utterly bewildered, unable to discern the beginning from the end or the connections between them. A person suffering from a fear of clutter might very well have been frightened by the sight of these intricate red threads. At that moment, in one corner of the room, there stood a figure clad in a crimson robe, meticulously sorting through several red threads. Unsurprisingly, this individual was the master of the place, the deity responsible for overseeing all romantic destinies, the Moon Elder. Given the overwhelming presence of red threads surrounding him, Qin Tian had no intention of approaching directly. He cleared his throat and, adopting an air of authority, proclaimed from his position, "Ahem, I have arrived. Why does the Moon Elder not come forth to receive me?" Upon hearing the voice, the Moon Elder turned around, his face displaying a profound expression of surprise and confusion. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from afar and appeared before Qin Tian. "Who are you? How did you come to be in my Hall of Fate?" The Moon Elder inquired, puzzled. "I am the debt collector of the heavenly realm," Qin Tian replied, placing his hands behind his back and feigning an imposing demeanor. "Moon Elder, you borrowed 5 million merit points from my office, which has now been overdue for over a century. The total amount due, including principal and interest, is 9 million merit points." He extended his right hand from behind him, presenting it before the Moon Elder. "It is time to settle your debt." The Moon Elder glanced at the outstretched hand, then raised his gaze to meet Qin Tian's face, momentarily speechless, his expression still betraying confusion. Noticing this, Qin Tian could not help but roll his eyes and ask, "What is the matter? Have you forgotten about the money you owe my office?" After a 3-second pause of silence, the Moon Elder finally asked, "Are you the debt collector from the Heavenly Realm's loan company?" "Indeed. But I have never heard of such a position in the Heavenly Realm's loan company before." "Well, now you have," Qin Tian said, deliberately darkening his expression and impatiently adding, "Let us cut to the chase. You must repay the money you owe today, or I shall not hesitate to take other possessions of yours as collateral." Having experienced the previous incidents involving Nezha and Erlang God, Qin Tian had come to realize that in dealing with overdue clients, one must exhibit firmness. Otherwise, they may perceive you as a pushover, which would be detrimental to the debt collection process. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the Moon Elder appeared somewhat intimidated. I will repay. I was merely curious." As he spoke, he flicked his left hand, producing a merit point crystal card and presenting it to Qin Tian. Qin Tian accepted it, and as the token within him activated, his phone chimed with a notification confirming the successful repayment. Indeed, while the deity of matchmaking, Yulao, governs the matters of love, his combat prowess is considerably lacking, to the extent that he cannot even contend with some of the more formidable celestial warriors in the heavenly court. Consequently, he harbors a genuine apprehension regarding Qin Tian's potential actions. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Tian had silently appeared within his matchmaking pavilion without a hint of forewarning heightened Yulao's trepidation. Upon witnessing the completion of the repayment, Qin Tian felt uncertain about the remaining merits within the crystal card and promptly returned it to Yulao. The latter accepted it, adopting a tone of deference as he explained, "Esteemed envoy, I assure you that it was not my intention to default on this debt. I borrowed funds from your organization, and though I had intended to repay it when I came into possession of some wealth, I was unable to locate you, which has led us to this present predicament." Upon hearing this, a wave of curiosity washed over Qin Tian. As a newly appointed debt collector, he remained entirely oblivious to the prior dealings of the Heavenly Debt Company and his superior. His knowledge was limited to a mere list of debtors, and he was solely tasked with the collection of debts. After a brief pause, Qin Tian inquired, "Yulao, may I ask who facilitated your loan from our company?" "That would be Daozong," Yulao replied. "Daozong? Qin Tian's intrigue deepened. He pondered the identity of this individual, wondering if it could possibly be his superior. Nevertheless, he chose to keep this curiosity to himself. With the date settled, Qin Tian had no intention of lingering, preparing to depart. However, his gaze caught sight of the myriad red threads, and a sudden realization struck him. Yulao, these red threads represent the bonds of love, do they not? Indeed. My lord, each red thread signifies a connection of love, Yulao responded with respect. As Qin Tian began to pace within the room, he exercised great caution to avoid disturbing the intricate threads. Through meticulous observation, he soon discerned certain anomalies within the tangled lines. For instance, he noted that some red threads were singular and connected to a single name, while others intertwined with multiple threads, linking one name to several others. Turning to Yulao, he queried, what is the meaning of this? Oh, some individuals possess a wealth of romantic connections, and their partners are not limited to one. A single red thread connecting to multiple others signifies that this individual has romantic ties with several others, Yulao elucidated. In an instant, Qin Tian grasped the concept. In the mortal realm, most individuals marry once, yet many experience subsequent marriages. There are also those who, throughout their lives, may never wed but have engaged with numerous partners. It appeared that a single red thread intertwined with multiple others referred to this category of individuals. Before long, during his observations, Qin Tian noticed a particular red thread at both ends, with the names Le Wentai and Guodigeo. He inquired, Le Wentai and Guodigeo, are these names of two men? Upon hearing this, Yulao approached for a closer look and nodded in affirmation. Indeed, these are the names of two men. Then, if they are both men, how is it that their threads of love are intertwined? Qin Tian asked, perplexed. With a seemingly ordinary expression, the deity of love, Yulao, remarked, the esteemed messenger. I oversee the destinies of love among all beings in the universe. This encompasses not only the unions between men and women, but also those between men and men, and women and women. Qin Tian stood frozen, his lips twitching in disbelief. The notions of same-sex relationships reminded him of certain occurrences in the mortal realm. And he considered that these peculiarities were perhaps not so shocking after all. A moment later, he wandered to a corner of the room where the threads of fate appeared significantly sparser than elsewhere. However, at the ends of these threads, he observed not solely human names, but also the likes of pig, dog, cow, and other animals. Taken aback by this revelation, he turned to Yulao and inquired, what is the meaning of this? Yulao responded with an awkward smile, esteemed messenger, you must understand that some individuals possess rather unconventional tastes. Their affections may extend beyond humans to include animals. In that instant, realization struck Qin Tian like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly stunned. His expression morphed into one of shock and disbelief, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yulao continued, in a vast forest, one can encounter all manner of creatures. It is entirely normal. As the god of love, he had witnessed such unusual unions countless times and had long since become desensitized to them. After a lengthy pause, Qin Tian regained his composure and exclaimed, but why do you not intervene in these grotesque and perverse unions? As the deity of love, it is your duty to prevent them. Yulao shook his head, saying, esteemed messenger, you overestimate my authority. Some fates are predestined, even as the god of love. I am powerless to alter them. With a soft sigh that betrayed a sense of helplessness, Yulao added, if I truly wielded such power, I could have severed the fateful bond during the incident with the 7 fairies and the weaving maiden. Why then would the heavens have sought to cut their ties with mortals, only to find them unbreakable? The complexities of love, he mused, are such that once ensnared, even the mightiest cannot easily extricate themselves. Yulao continued, in the heavenly realm, my strength and status pale in comparison to those formidable deities. Thus, what they cannot accomplish, I am even less capable of achieving. Qin Tian nodded in understanding and refrained from further inquiries. He scrutinized the threads connected to animals, shaking his head in dismay. What is the point of this? Why must it be so? Especially as his mind involuntarily conjured up certain unsettling images, a wave of revulsion washed over him. Suddenly, he noticed a thread connected to a dog bearing a familiar name, the Jin Shaocheng. Instantly, he turned to Yulao and asked, do you know about this Jin Shaocheng? He wished to ascertain whether this was indeed the Jin Shaocheng he knew or merely another individual sharing the same name. Yu Lao grasped the thread in question, closed his eyes for a few moments, and then opened them to reveal this Jin Shaocheng is an ordinary mortal, a resident of Qin City in the mortal realm. He hails from a well-off family and is a wealthy young master. In the city of Qin, the affluent young master, upon hearing the name Qin Tian, was almost certain that this Jin Shaocheng was indeed the Jin Shaocheng he knew. In an instant, Qin Tian's expression became exceedingly complex. He never expected Jin Shaocheng to be so abhorrent and possess such peculiar preferences. Huang Enguang was wholeheartedly intent on marrying Liu Chenxin to him. Qin Tian felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Your Excellency, what troubles you? Noticing Qin Tian's expression, the matchmaker inquired with curiosity. Oh, nothing, nothing. Qin Tian quickly returned to reality, shaking his head and deciding against continuing to observe the threads of fate. Matchmaker, I have a friend named Qin Tian. Could you assist me in discerning his romantic prospects? He had lingered earlier specifically to inquire about his own fate. Please wait a moment, I shall investigate. The matchmaker replied without hesitation, standing still as he folded his hands in intricate patterns, murmuring incantations. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble shook the entire pavilion of romantic destinies as if an earthquake had struck. What is happening? Qin Tian exclaimed in bewilderment. The matchmaker immediately ceased his incantations, his face a mask of astonishment. Your Excellency, who precisely is this friend of yours named Qin Tian? Qin Tian was perplexed. He is just an ordinary person. What else could he be? The matchmaker shook his head vigorously. No, Your Excellency, you must be deceiving me. I cannot ascertain the romantic prospects of this Qin Tian. It would be best if you refrained from asking further. Qin Tian, utterly baffled, could not comprehend the situation. However, seeing the matchmaker's terrified expression and the beads of sweat forming on his brow, he chose not to press for answers, though a tinge of disappointment lingered within him. He merely sought to uncover the nature of his romantic fate, yet the matchmaker refused to divulge it. Subsequently, with nothing more to be done, Qin Tian cupped his fist in farewell and returned to his own realm. After his departure, the matchmaker, wiping the sweat from his forehead, murmured to himself, how terrifying. Truly terrifying. Who is this Qin Tian? Why does his romantic destiny provoke such a cosmic upheaval? In the luxurious villa area of Wangye Mountain, time slipped away unnoticed. And night fell softly. From villa number 8, a shadow darted forth, arriving at the front of villa number 7. With a graceful leap, she ascended to the second-floor balcony and slipped inside. Without a doubt, the enigmatic figure was none other than Ji Xiaoyu. Clad in dark attire, she was shrouded. Save for her two piercing eyes, then she gripped a sword in her right hand. Upon entering villa number 7, she conducted a thorough search both upstairs and down, only to find the house eerily vacant. She paused in the second-floor corridor, pondering, where has Qin Tian gone? I distinctly saw him return home today. Yet I have not seen him leave since. Ji Xiaoyu was utterly confounded. She had been secretly observing since Qin Tian's return earlier that day. Several hours passed, and as night fell, she had yet to see Qin Tian emerge from the house. How could it be that the room was now empty? Upon returning from the Xionghualin Palace, Qin Tian immediately noticed a figure standing in the corridor. Instinctively, he exclaimed, who goes there? Startled by Qin Tian's sudden appearance, Ji Xiaoyu gasped and made to leap from the second floor to the ground below. Realizing her intention, Qin Tian dashed forward. Where do you think you're going? He swiftly reached out, seizing her shoulder and preventing her from jumping. In response, Ji Xiaoyu spun around, swinging her long sword in a horizontal arc, compelling Qin Tian to release her and retreat hastily. Seizing the opportunity, she leaped down to the first floor, landing gracefully in the hall. A cultivator. From the display of her skills, Qin Tian quickly discerned that she was no ordinary person. Without hesitation, he leaped after her, pursuing Ji Xiaoyu as she attempted to flee the villa. Ji Xiaoyu fought back fiercely, striking at Qin Tian with her sword, but he effortlessly dodged each of her attacks. Notably, her sword remained sheathed, yet she wielded it with remarkable proficiency. Each time Qin Tian evaded her strikes, Ji Xiaoyu's eyes reflected her astonishment. After several successful dodges, Qin Tian seized the moment, grasping her sword hand and pivoting behind her, locking her arms in a firm hold. His other hand captured her remaining wrist, rendering her immobile. However, as Qin Tian secured her, he felt an unexpected softness pressing against him, leaving him momentarily stunned. His arms encircled her chest, which also conveyed a peculiar sensation. You are a female thief. Qin Tian stammered. You're the thief. Your entire family are thieves. Ji Xiaoyu retorted, her face flushed with embarrassment and rage. Qin Tian. You shameless rogue, let me go. At the sound of her voice, Qin Tian recognized her as Ji Xiaoyu and quickly released her, stepping back. The realization that he had been so close to her was incredibly awkward, especially given the circumstances. He feared he might lose control and embarrass himself. Now free. Ji Xiaoyu turned, her sword pointed accusatorily at Qin Tian as she scolded, "You scoundrel. You lecher." Qin Tian, exasperated, replied, "Who is the lecher here? You show up at my home dressed like that in the dead of night. My actions were merely self-defense. If this were to escalate to the police, I would be in the right. They would apprehend you, not me." Ji Xiaoyu fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. Qin Tian then moved aside to turn on the lights. In an instant, the previously dark hall was illuminated, allowing him to see Ji Xiaoyu clearly. Ji Xiaoyu's night attire was form-fitting, akin to the uniforms of detectives in cinematic thrillers. With her naturally exquisite figure, curvaceous in all the right places, this snug garment accentuated her devilishly alluring silhouette, rendering it even more striking. Previously, when Qin Tian inadvertently stumbled upon her changing in the villa, he had glimpsed her bare form. Yet, in this moment, he found Ji Xiaoyu clad in this tight night outfit to be even more enticing than before. At that instant, Qin Tian comprehended the allure of uniforms. Recognizing their captivating power, Ji Xiaoyu noticed Qin Tian's gaze lingering on her, at a look of desire that seemed to want to meld with her very being. And she scolded him in a mix of embarrassment and anger, warning, "Look all you want, but be careful, or I might just gouge your eyes out." Reluctantly, Qin Tian diverted his gaze, clearing his throat as he remarked, "Ahem, you know you can't defeat me." Ji Xiaoyu, infuriated, nearly exploded with rage. "Qin Tian, you, all right. Miss Ji," Qin Tian interjected, "let's skip the pleasantries. Be honest and tell me what you intend by coming to my home dressed like this. Also, how did you manage to enter?" He settled onto the nearby sofa, smirking as he added, "If you don't come clean, you might find it difficult to live tonight." Ji Xiaoyu froze momentarily, then abruptly yanked down the black cloth covering her mouth and face, approaching Qin Tian with a challenging demeanor. "What do you mean by that?" Seated with one leg crossed, Qin Tian appraised her with an unsettling gaze. "Isn't it obvious? On a night like this, the stunning beauty appears uninvited. What do you think my intentions are?" "You dare?" Ji Xiaoyu retorted. "Why wouldn't I? This is my home. You trespassed in this attire. And even if you called the police, they would side with me. So, should I choose to act, no one would come to your aid. Besides, you lack the strength to resist, even if you wished to," he concluded with a sinister grin, licking his lips in anticipation. At his brazen demeanor, Ji Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back, her wariness towards Qin Tian intensifying. She yearned to flee the villa, but having previously experienced his prowess, she realized her own limitations rendered escape impossible. Regret washed over her, she lamented her decision to come here, having unwittingly walked into a lion's den. Clutching her sword tightly, she warned Qin Tian, "I advise you, should you dare to lay a finger on me tonight, you will deeply regret it." Unfazed, Qin Tian interrupted, "Spare me your threats. I am not easily intimidated. Answer my questions honestly, or I may just embrace my inner rogue." The fear evident in Ji Xiaoyu's eyes prompted her to retreat a couple of steps. After a moment of contemplation, she stilled herself and declared, "Very well, Qin Tian. I will tell you. Last time you barged into my room and caught me changing clothes, I was concerned that you might breach your promise and spread rumors. Tonight, I contemplated capturing your intimate moments while you were bathing or sleeping. What nonsense is this?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tian sprang to his feet, astonished. Ji Xiaoyu instinctively took a step back, clutching her sword as she continued, "But Qin Tian, do not misunderstand me. My intention to take your photograph is devoid of any ulterior motive, I merely wish to hold some leverage over you to prevent you from speaking indiscreetly." Qin Tian replied. Exasperated, "I clearly assured you last time that I would not speak out of turn. Do you truly lack faith in me?" We are not well acquainted. Why should I trust you? At a loss for words, Qin Tian found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Ji Xiaoyu murmured, I have answered you honestly. May I leave now? Absolutely not, Qin Tian retorted, prompting Ji Xiaoyu's temper to flare. Qin Tian, do not overstep your bounds. Just because you believe yourself to be somewhat superior, I do not think you can intimidate me. If pushed to the edge, I will fight back. Her right hand was already gripping the sword's hilt. Although she had refrained from drawing her sword during their previous encounter, should Qin Tian dare to threaten her, she would unsheath it without hesitation. Sensing her rising ire, Qin Tian quickly raised his hands in a placating manner. Miss Ji, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I simply meant that since you do not trust me, I could remove my clothing for you to take a few photographs. If you desire my intimate images, you could just ask me directly rather than resorting to covert methods. Perverted rogue. Ji Xiaoyu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, before turning on her heel and fleeing the villa. Qin Tian watched her departure without attempting to stop her. Understanding her motives and recalling their earlier exchange, he recognized that she had refrained from drawing her sword, indicating no malicious intent towards him. After all, he was not a true rogue. Standing there, he shook his head and remarked, you wish to take my picture. Yet when I offer to let you, you refuse and label me a pervert. Sigh, the trials of being a man are indeed arduous. Emerging from Villa 7, Ji Xiaoyu sprinted back to her own villa, locking the door behind her. Leaning against the door, she placed a hand over her heaving chest, exhaling deeply. After half a minute, she regained her composure, ascended the stairs to her room, set down her sword, and changed out of her nighttime attire. Then, she approached the window. Gazing at Villa 7. Qin Tian, who would have thought you were also a cultivator? Given your earlier display, your mastery must be at the pinnacle of inner strength. Perhaps even at a master level, she murmured to herself. After a while, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Uncle Gu. I need you to investigate someone for me. His name is Qin Tian, in his 20s. A hefty reward of 900,000 had just come through, how delightful. Meanwhile, Qin Tian was at home, accessing his debts and transferring the rewards from his debt collection endeavors to his bank account, feeling a surge of joy. However, this elation was fleeting, as he soon returned to a state of calm. Having engaged in debt collection for a week or two, his perspective and experiences had significantly broadened. He was no longer the ordinary worker he once was. For a moment, Qin Tian smacked his forehead in frustration, exclaiming, how could I forget to inquire about the reason for the money borrowed from the old man of the moon? He had long been curious about the purpose behind the old man's request for a loan from the Heavenly Court's lending company, as it had never been made clear. There was no need to overthink it, the lack of clarity must have its reasons. At that moment, the voice of his boss echoed in his mind. With a hint of exasperation, Qin Tian remarked, why did you only respond to my message from this afternoon now? I was busy with work, his boss replied. Do you think I have all day to spare? Expecting me to reply instantly every time is simply unrealistic. Furthermore, I am your boss. Not one of those young girls who dote on you. Qin Tian felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him, the conversation was entirely off the mark. He refrained from arguing and instead asked, boss, what was the reason behind the old man of the moon borrowing money from our company? It's actually fine to tell you. His boss pondered briefly before continuing. The old man borrowed money to purchase tickets for the pitch banquet as he wished to attend. This matter was not explicitly stated due to its potential violation of heavenly rules. Qin Tian was taken aback. Does the old man of the moon really need to pay for a ticket to the pitch banquet? I sent he a deity of the heavenly court. The pitch banquet, held once every 300 years by the Queen Mother, was the grandest celebration in the heavenly court and even the entire three realms. While the old man was indeed a deity, his status was somewhat lowly, and the Queen Mother would not extend an invitation to him. His boss elaborated, in such circumstances, if he wanted to attend the pitch banquet, he had to resort to discreet means to acquire a ticket from others. The price of entry was quite steep. And lacking sufficient funds, he turned to our company for a loan. Upon hearing this, a look of understanding dawned upon Qin Tian. I see, he replied, then inquired further. Since purchasing a ticket for the pitch banquet without permission violates heavenly rules, why did the Queen Mother or the heavenly court not intervene? Instead of answering, his boss countered. In your mortal realm, scalping tickets is also illegal, yet how many scalpers still operate? Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. You must understand that in this world, light exists alongside darkness, absolute purity leaves no space for life, his boss admonished. The heavenly court is no different from your mortal realm. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother are the rulers responsible for maintaining overall stability and peace in the three realms. As long as their subordinates do not overstep too far, they may choose to overlook the occasional transgression. Qin Tian grasped the implication and refrained from further questioning. His boss continued, our lending company in the heavenly court provides loan services to all deities and demons who are in need. As long as someone approaches us for a loan and possesses the ability to repay it, we do not concern ourselves with their identity or the purpose of the loan. We simply provide assistance. Remember this well. Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. It was evident that his boss's words served as a caution, aimed at preventing him from refusing loans based on the identity of the borrower or the intended use of the funds. Well then, do you have any further questions? If not, I must return to my duties. The boss left with a few words, clearly in a hurry. Qin Tian quickly called out, boss, one last question. Today, I sought out the matchmaker for debts, and he mentioned that he borrowed money from someone called Daozong. Is this Daozong you? Qin Tian inquired. Well. That's for you to guess. The boss, however, showed no intention of elaborating on the matter. With a chuckle, his voice completely faded from Qin Tian's mind. In response, Qin Tian displayed a look of helplessness. Later, having witnessed the red thread of fate connecting Jin Shaocheng with another, Qin Tian contemplated calling Lu Chenxun. Yet, upon realizing it was already past 11 in the evening, he halted his actions, deciding to postpone the conversation until the following day. A night of silence ensued. The next morning, Qin Tian awoke and promptly dialed Lu Chenxun's number. Hello, Qin Tian. The line connected, and Lu Chenxun's voice resonated through the receiver. However, Qin Tian detected a hint of despondency in her tone. She seemed rather downcast. Nevertheless, Qin Tian pushed aside his concerns and cautioned her, Chenxun. Jin Shaocheng is not a good person, he is utterly despicable. You must not marry him, regardless of the pressure from your grandfather or anyone else. I understand. Lu Chenxun replied. Qin Tian wanted to share what he had learned in the temple, but ultimately refrained, knowing she would likely dismiss his concerns as irrational. Instead, he earnestly reiterated, Chenxun, if your grandfather or anyone from the Jin family pressures you, reach out to me. I will help you. Thank you. Lu Chenxun responded. Rest assured, I cannot possibly marry Jin Shaocheng, you witnessed everything that transpired before. I have an interview to prepare for, so I must go now. We'll talk later. With that, she ended the call. As Qin Tian listened to the silence that followed, he felt a sense of bewilderment. Something seemed off, her mood was noticeably low. However, respecting her need to prepare for the interview, he restrained himself from calling her back immediately. Later, while heading out for breakfast, he found himself glancing at Villa number 8. A smile involuntarily pulling at the corners of his mouth. During breakfast, he received a WeChat message from Lu Wenwen, inquiring if he was free that day. Without much hesitation, he typed a reply affirming his availability. They soon arranged to meet for some leisure time together. After finishing his breakfast, Qin Tian took a taxi to the Second People's Hospital. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the hospital, Lu Wenwen, after their conversation, set her phone down. Her face marred by evident irritation. Taking several deep breaths, she moved towards an office door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The voice that emerged from the office belonged to Dr. Tang Xiong, the esteemed head of the neurosurgery department at the hospital. Lu Wenwen opened the door and stepped inside. In the spacious office, Tang Xiong reclined comfortably in his chair behind his desk. Upon entering, Lu Wenwen found him in a state of blissful relaxation. Puzzled, she stood there until a figure emerged from beneath the desk, causing her to startle in realization. It was a nurse clad in scrubs, who wiped her mouth and cast a flirtatious glance at Tang Xiong, inquiring, Director Tang, may I take my leave? Tang Xiong exhaled contentedly, nodding, yes, you may go. The nurse expressed her gratitude, thank you, Director Tang, as she exited the office, leaving behind an oddly enigmatic smile for Lu Wenwen.
The scene left Lu Wenwen's face flushed with embarrassment, then she muttered indignantly, "Shameless." She turned to leave the office. "If you wish to forfeit this job, then by all means depart," Tang Xiong remarked as he rose from his seat, adjusting his trousers. Lu Wenwen's instinctive step faltered. He approached her, scrutinizing her intently, then said, "Lu Wenwen, you have been at our second hospital for over a month, yet I have pursued you relentlessly, only to meet with your indifference. Why do you feign innocence? That woman you just saw is a newly arrived intern. I could easily facilitate her transition to a permanent position, just as I could dismiss you with a mere word. Lu Wenwen, I am aware of your family circumstances. Both your parents are laid-off workers, and your mother suffers from asthma, requiring ongoing medication. Your household relies solely on your income. Consider the implications if you were to lose your job." Lu Wenwen shuddered, recognizing the blatant threat in his words. Tang Xiong, noting her reaction, smiled and continued, "However, if you comply and agree to be my girlfriend, not only will I ensure your continued employment, but I can also guarantee you the position of head nurse, along with a double salary." "Absolutely not," Lu Wenwen vocally rejected. Tang Xiong remained unfazed. "Do not be too hasty in your refusal. I shall grant you 20 minutes to contemplate your decision. Remember, one must not be selfish, you must also consider your parents." With that, he returned to his chair and began fiddling with his phone. Lu Wenwen stood frozen, battling a storm of emotions, anger, resentment, and conflict. She yearned to leave. Yet the potential consequences held her back, leaving her paralyzed. Meanwhile, Qin Tian arrived at the second hospital after hailing a taxi. He disembarked at the entrance and sent a message to Lu Wenwen, but received no response. He attempted to call her, yet she did not answer. "What is going on?" he wondered, perplexed. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure, Hu Feifei, exiting the hospital, and he promptly approached her. Hu Feifei noticed him as well, momentarily taken aback before she too moved towards him. As the two parties approached each other, before Qin Tian could utter a word, Hu Feifei fixed him with a peculiar gaze and exclaimed, "Oh my, what happened to your head?" Qin Tian touched his own head, perplexed. Hu Feifei continued, "Why is there such a vast expanse of green grass on your head? It's truly quite verdant." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian grasped her meaning and, with a frown, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? I came to find Wenwen. Do you know where she is?" "Of course I know where she is," Hu Feifei replied candidly, deliberately adding, "Wenwen should be in a scuffle with Brother Xiong if there are no unforeseen circumstances. The battleground is in Brother Xiong's office." Qin Tian, not a fool, understood her insinuation and angrily exclaimed, "You, woman, with such a foul mouth, don't blame me for being rude." Enraged, he exuded an icy aura that caused Hu Feifei to shiver involuntarily. However, she quickly regained her composure and defiantly stated, "I speak nothing but the truth. If you don't believe me, go to Brother Xiong's office and see for yourself." Brother Xiong's office was located on the third floor, at the stairwell's corner. Hearing her words, Qin Tian wasted no time in heading directly to the third floor. Observing this, Hu Feifei did not rush out but instead turned back to the third floor. On her way upstairs, Hu Feifei encountered Lon Qing, who questioned in surprise, "Feifei, didn't you go out? Why are you back?" Hu Feifei replied excitedly, "Let me tell you, Lon Qing, Lu Wenwen's boyfriend has come to the hospital. He is currently in Brother Xiong's office. We are about to witness a good show." 20 minutes later, Tang Xiong set his phone down and inquired of Lu Wenwen, "So, have you made your decision?" After 20 minutes of hesitation and turmoil, Lu Wenwen finally resolved, saying, "Tang Xiong, you should abandon this hope. Even if you resort to despicable means to force me away from the second hospital, I will never acquiesce. I intend to report you to the hospital's leadership for your abuse of power and misconduct." With that, Lu Wenwen turned and left the office. Tang Xiong appeared taken aback by her decision, sitting in his chair, stunned for a few seconds. Once he regained his composure, fury surged within him as he burst out, "Since you refuse my hospitality, I shall take matters into my own hands." He swiftly pursued Lu Wenwen, positioning himself in her path. Lu Wenwen instinctively stepped back, stammering, What do you intend to do?" Tang Xiong shrugged off his coat, tossing it carelessly to the floor. "What do you think I'm doing?" "Tang Xiong, this is a hospital. And there are many people outside. Do you dare to act recklessly?" Lu Wenwen continued to retreat.
What if there are people outside? Tang Xiong advanced towards her. Let me share another piece of news. The vice president of this second hospital is my cousin, so here, I can do as I please, no one can stop me. As he spoke, he lunged at Lu Wenwen. She screamed in fright, dodging to the side. Undeterred by his missed attempt, Tang Xiong continued his pursuit. Lu Wenwen fled within the office calling for help, yet regrettably, there was no response from outside. In this situation, Tang Xiong felt even more triumphant. It was well known that in the second hospital, no one dared to meddle in his affairs, even if they overheard something. They would feign ignorance. Wenwen, you should stop resisting and obediently yield to me, haha. Qin Tian swiftly ascended to the third floor, and as soon as he arrived, he heard Lu Wenwen's cries. In an instant, he found himself at the door of Tang Xiong's office, delivering a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The door burst open with a resounding crash. Inside, Tang Xiong was fervently pursuing Lu Wenwen, his demeanor brimming with excitement. At the sound, he froze in place, nearly paralyzed by fear. Who is it? Upon seeing Qin Tian, his fury intensified, and he pointed at him with a malevolent grin, exclaiming, haha, it's you. You arrived just in time. Indeed, I have been intending to pursue your girlfriend, and since you are here, you can watch closely how I go about it. Qin Tian. Lu Wenwen dashed to Qin Tian, enveloping him in a tight embrace, trembling and weeping as she said, Tang Xiong is a scoundrel, a beast. He wants to. What does he want in the hospital? Tang Xiong interrupted. Come here and serve me well, and we can discuss anything. Having already torn off any pretense, Tang Xiong no longer felt the need to disguise his intentions, and even with Qin Tian's arrival, he showed no sign of restraint. He approached the two, feigning to pull Lu Wenwen back. Lu Wenwen clung to Qin Tian even tighter, crying out, Qin Tian, save me. Qin Tian was consumed by rage, his expression dark as if blood would drip from it. As Tang Xiong drew nearer, he suddenly lifted his leg and kicked, striking Tang Xiong in the abdomen and sending him flying. The impact resonated throughout the room. Fueled by fury, Qin Tian's kick was powerful. And Tang Xiong let out a scream as his back collided forcefully with the desk, toppling it over. Hu Feifei and Long Qing arrived just in time at the doorway. Witnessing the scene unfold, both visibly shaken. Xionggu, they exclaimed, rushing in to assist Tang Xiong in standing. Upon seeing blood trickling from Tang Xiong's mouth, Hu Feifei turned to Qin Tian, exclaiming, how dare you strike Xionggu? You must have a death wish. Long Qing added in shock, you dared to hit Xionggu? You're finished. At that moment, the commotion in the office attracted a throng of doctors and nurses from outside. As they beheld the unfolding chaos, expressions of astonishment painted their faces. Even Lu Wenwen, witnessing Qin Tian's actions against Tang Xiong, felt a pang of panic. Qin Tian. Tang Xiong is not only our chief physician, but his cousin is also the vice president of our hospital. You need to leave quickly. Wenwen. There's no need for fear. Qin Tian gently patted Lu Wenwen's back, offering comfort. As long as I am here, nothing will happen. Supported by Hu Feifei and Long Qing, Tang Xiong rose, his face contorted with malice as he glared at Qin Tian, vowing, you dare lay a hand on me? I will make you pay dearly. He then turned to Lu Wenwen, gritting his teeth, and declared, Lu Wenwen, your boyfriend dares to strike me, and you shall pay the price too. Even if you agree to undress and let me have my way, I will not let you off the hook. I shall not only ensure that you cannot remain in the second hospital, but I will make it impossible for you to stay in any hospital within Qing City. With a swift motion, Lu Wenwen's complexion turned pale. A group of doctors and nurses gathered at the entrance side internally. Realizing that both Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen were in for a great misfortune. Wenwen, please let go of me for a moment, Qin Tian implored. Hearing this, Lu Wenwen reluctantly loosened her grip, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her anxious face. As soon as she released him, Qin Tian stepped forward towards Tang Xiong. What are you planning to do? Tang Xiong instinctively inquired upon witnessing the scene. Qin Tian approached him, disregarding Hu Feifei and Long Qing on either side, and delivered a sharp slap to his face. The sound echoed, slap, slap. With each strike, Tang Xiong's cheeks rapidly swelled with visible bruises. Had he not been supported by Hu Feifei and Long Qing, he would have collapsed to the ground. You dare to hit me? I will fight back. Tang Xiong broke free from their assistance, clenching his fist and swinging at Qin Tian. However, before his punch could land, Qin Tian swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Tang Xiong was sent flying once more, crashing to the ground several meters away. Coughing violently, he lay there, unable to utter a word. Hu Feifei, Long Qing. The doctors and nurses at the entrance, along with Lu Wenwen, were all astonished, never expecting Qin Tian would dare to strike Tang Xiong in front of such a crowd. Was he truly resolved to bring about his own downfall? Step aside, step aside. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. The doctors and nurses quickly parted to make way for a short, stout man entering the office. This individual was none other than the Vice President of the Second People's Hospital, Gue Dafu. Vice President. Vice President. Upon seeing Gue Dafu, Hu Feifei and the others greeted him in unison. Lu Wenwen's anxiety was palpable, almost materializing in the air. Tang Xiong, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose to his feet and approached Gue Dafu. Cousin, you arrived just in time. This person assaulted me in my office. Call for security at once. I want him dealt with. Lu Wenwen hastily interjected, Vice President, it was Tang Xiong who attempted to assault me first. Qin Tian is my boyfriend. He was merely protecting me. You can ask them, they all witnessed it. Gue Dafu turned to Hu Feifei and Long Qing. To his surprise, both shook their heads. Vice President, I did not see Director Tang assault Nurse Lu when entered, I only saw her boyfriend attacking Director Tang. Yes. I also did not witness Director Tang assaulting Nurse Lu. Gue Dafu then cast his gaze upon the crowd of doctors and nurses gathered at the entrance. They averted their eyes or lowered their heads, not one of them willing to speak in Lu Wenwen's defense. Stunned, Lu Wenwen stood frozen in place. A faint, cold smile played upon Qin Tian's lips. He was not surprised by the turn of events. After a moment, Gue Dafu broke the silence. Does anyone here have any work to attend to? The crowd of onlookers immediately dispersed. Vice President, Director Tang, we shall take our leave now. Director Tang. You seem to be injured. Do remember to seek medical attention. Hu Feifei and Long Qing greeted the two and exited the office, casting a glance of pity towards Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen as they departed. Gue Dafu then addressed Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, declaring, neither of you can leave. Lu Wenwen instinctively opened her mouth to respond, but Qin Tian interjected, rest assured, the matter from earlier is far from settled. Even if you plead for us to depart, we shall not budge. Tang Xiong erupted in a torrent of curses, but his invective was abruptly halted by Gue Dafu. Gue Dafu regarded Qin Tian with a look of intrigue, remarking, you possess a certain boldness, young man. Qin Tian retorted, I have always been audacious. So, how shall we proceed? Gue Dafu, with a smirk, inquired, what terms do you propose? Qin Tian pointed at Tang Xiong, stating, he must apologize to Wenwen for his transgressions and pledge to refrain from abusing his authority against her in the future. If Wenwen forgives him, I shall consider this matter resolved. Gue Dafu could not contain his laughter, guffawing for several moments before his expression shifted to one of bemusement as he regarded Qin Tian. Let me share my perspective, he began. You perpetrated violence on my territory, leaving my brother in such a state. Even if I choose not to retaliate, should I decide to involve the authorities, you would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Moreover, as the Vice Dean of this institution, I have connections that could ensure you remain incarcerated indefinitely. This was an overt threat. Tang Xiong chimed in fiercely, cousin. Let us dispense with the idle chatter and report him to the authorities. Let him rot behind bars. Lu Wenwen, alarmed, pleaded, Vice Dean, please do not call the police. I implore you. Ignoring both Tang Xiong and Lu Wenwen, Gue Dafu continued with Qin Tian, naturally, I am a benevolent individual who enjoys offering opportunities. I have a request, if you acquiesce, I shall refrain from making your life difficult. Qin Tian, with a sardonic smile, remained silent. Gue Dafu elaborated. My request is quite simple, allow me to enjoy the company of your beautiful girlfriend for a month. If I am satisfied, all will be well. Lu Wenwen gasped in disbelief, her expression a blend of shock and indignation. Cousin, you can't be serious. Tang Xiong mirrored her astonishment. Gue Dafu turned to him with a smile, dear cousin. Such a stunning beauty is desirable to both of us. Fear not, as brothers, I shall include you in the fun. Tang Xiong was momentarily speechless. Gue Dofu's gaze returned to Qin Tian. So, what will it be? A fate of imprisonment or the company of your girlfriend for a month? Make your choice. He then leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice. I must inform you, should your girlfriend spend a month with me after my guidance, she will experience significant enhancement in all aspects. You will undoubtedly appreciate her even more afterward. With that, he flashed a grin at Qin Tian, who felt a wave of revulsion at the blatant lewdness of his words. Lu Wenwen, understanding the implications, felt her face flush with a mix of anger and embarrassment. How utterly vile and shameless. Qin Tian shook his head and remarked, you two truly are brothers, one more despicable and shameless than the other. You are nothing short of disgraceful elements in the medical field. I retract my previous statement. Even if you were to kneel before Wenwen and apologize, I would not spare you. I demand that you remove your lab coats and be utterly expelled from the medical profession. Accompanying his words, not only Guida Fu burst into laughter, but Tang Xiong too was unable to contain his amusement, for they felt they had just heard the greatest joke in the world. To suggest they could not thrive in the medical field. Even the director of the second hospital would not dare utter such words to them. After all, while their morals might be questionable, their abilities were undeniably exceptional. As the laughter subsided, Tang Xiong addressed Qin Tian with a tone brimming with disdain. What do you think you are? Guida Fu sighed, adding, due to your earlier remarks, I must now stipulate that in the future, when we engage with your girlfriend, I expect you to watch from the sidelines. Otherwise, prepare to spend the rest of your life behind bars. With a cold smirk, Qin Tian retrieved his phone from his pocket and stepped aside to make a call. What are you doing? Tang Xiong inquired. Guida Fu interrupted, let him make the call. I am curious to see how he plans to ensure we cannot survive in the medical community. The young man chuckled. If you can't make us remove our lab coats today, we shall strip your girlfriend of her clothes instead. Qin Tian paid them no mind, and soon his call connected. Hello, old Hon, this is Qin Tian. Unsurprisingly, he was speaking to Hon Sanqian. Mr. Qin, Hon Sanqian responded respectfully, is there something you require? Qin Tian stated plainly. I am at the Second People's Hospital, and two disgraceful individuals have provoked me. I wish to see them vanish from the medical field. Can you assist me? Absolutely, Mr. Qin, Hon Sanqian replied without hesitation. Please inform me of their identities. One is the vice president of the hospital, and the other is named Tang Xiong, Qin Tian disclosed. Very well, Mr. Qin. Please grant me 5 minutes. After hanging up, Qin Tian returned to Lu Wenwen, who appeared visibly anxious and bewildered. He took her hand reassuringly, saying, it's all right, everything will be fine. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lu Wenwen felt her heart settle considerably at his touch. Aren't you the one who said we wouldn't survive in the medical field? Hurry up. Tang Xiong taunted once more, you will regret offending us today. Just wait and see how we ruin you. Qin Tian replied calmly, do not be hasty, in 5 minutes, you will witness the outcome. But, fool. Tang Xiong spat on the ground. I must say, you are the most boastful person I have ever encountered. Guida Fu chimed in, since you claim 5 minutes, I shall indulge you for another 5. He sauntered over to the nearby sofa, propped his legs up, and lit a cigarette. Tang Xiong limped to the couch and sat down as well. However, before Guida Fu could finish his cigarette, the office door was suddenly flung open, and a person rushed in, clearly in a state of urgency. Upon seeing the newcomer, Guida Fu and Tang Xiong instinctively stood up. Lu Wenwen's face displayed astonishment as she exclaimed, Director, Director. Guida Fu inquired, Old Gu, what brings you here? Tang Xiong called out, Director. The visitor was none other than the director of the second hospital, Gu Yuan. As Gu Yuan entered, he surveyed the office, taking in the overturned desk, scattered documents, and the overall disarray. Noticing the look in his eyes, Guida Fu hastily began to explain, Old Gu, just now this brat, however. Gu Yuan raised his hand to silence him and interjected, Guida Fu, Tang Xiong, you are both dismissed. Pack your belongings and leave the second hospital immediately. Apart from Qin Tian, who exhibited little reaction, Guida Fu, Tang Xiong, and Lu Wenwen were all taken aback, their faces reflecting profound shock. Regaining his composure, Guida Fu protested. Old Gu, are you joking? Indeed, Director, please do not jest, Tang Xiong added. Gu Yuan coldly regarded them, declaring, who is joking with you? I am serious. Pack your things and get out. Realizing that Gu Yuan was not jesting, Gu Dofu's expression darkened. Gu Yuan, do not presume that your position as director makes you formidable. I am not to be trifled with. You may dismiss me, but with my capabilities, countless hospitals would vie for my services. He signaled to Tang Sheng, who quickly chimed in, exactly, Director Gu. Do not forget, my initial arrival at the second hospital was due to my cousin's influence, otherwise I could easily have entered any first-tier hospital. By dismissing me and my cousin, you will find that no one of our caliber can be easily replaced. And should we secure positions elsewhere, the losses to the second hospital would be considerable. Gu Yuan let out a cold laugh. Rest assured, no hospitals in Qin City, be they public or private, would dare to employ you. Moreover, you will not even be able to open your own clinic henceforth. There will be no place for you in the medical community. Upon hearing this, Gu Dofu and Tang Sheng finally grew anxious, their earlier nonchalance evaporating. Old Gu, you cannot be serious, this cannot be real, can it? Gu Yuan replied with a scoff, I will give you half an hour to vacate the second hospital. If you are still here after that, I shall have security escort you out. With that, he turned to leave the office, casting a complex glance at Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, as if he wished to inquire about something, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Earlier, Qin Tian had called him, instructing him to immediately expel Gu Dofu and Tang Sheng and to announce a citywide ban on the two, the reasons for which Qin Tian had not disclosed. Thus, Gu Yuan remained unaware of the connection to Qin Tian. Old Gu, you cannot leave. In this precarious situation, Gu Dofu and Tang Sheng rushed after Gu Yuan, their anxiety about their professional futures momentarily overshadowing their concerns for Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen. As the three exited, only Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen remained in the office. Lu Wenwen's delicate features were etched with shock, confusion, and bewilderment. She gazed at Qin Tian, her tone imbued with complexity as she inquired, Qin Tian, did Din Gu expel them because of the phone call you just made? Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. After all, the others had witnessed it, there was no denying it. Lu Wenwen's expressive eyes widened in astonishment. How on earth did you manage that? Who did you call? Qin Tian pondered for a moment before responding. I have a friend at the health bureau, I called him just now. Your Vice Dean and Tang Sheng are disgraceful blights on the medical community, frequently abusing their authority to exploit female nurse subordinates. I lodged a complaint against them, and he subsequently contacted your dean. He refrained from revealing the entire truth, as Hon Sancheng was the wealthiest man in Qin City, a figure far too formidable for Lu Wenwen to comprehend. Is that so? Lu Wenwen's eyes lit up with the realization. Soon after, her spirit soared. Regardless of the circumstances, Tang Sheng's dismissal was monumental news for her. Grabbing Qin Tian's hand, she excitedly exclaimed, Qin Tian, you have rendered me an enormous favor today, I must express my gratitude properly. Qin Tian glanced at her, shaking his hand, and mischievously asked, how do you intend to thank me? By offering yourself? Lu Wenwen was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flashing as she retorted, you wish I will treat you to a meal at Aunt Jian's instead. Haha. Gu Dofu and Tang Sheng pursued Din Gu into his office. Old Gu, let us discuss this matter amicably. We have worked together for over a decade, we are old friends. Gu Dofu implored. You cannot simply expel me on a whim. Tang Sheng chimed in, Din, I have been with this hospital for several years. While I may have made minor mistakes on occasion, I have never committed any grave errors. If I have erred, there is no need for expulsion. Din Gu fixed his gaze upon Tang Sheng and queried, Tang Sheng, do you believe that at over 60 years of age I have become senile? Are you bold enough to assert that you have only made minor mistakes these past years? Under the weight of his scrutinizing gaze, Tang Sheng faltered, unable to respond. Din Gu continued, Gu Dofu, Tang Sheng, we are not fools. You both know full well what you have done during your tenure at this hospital. I have tolerated your behavior in light of your capabilities. But you have shown no signs of repentance and have only escalated your transgressions. Now, you have finally reaped what you have sown. Seeing Din Gu's unwavering resolve, Gu Dofu fell silent for a moment before stating, very well, if we must perish, let us at least understand why. Why did you previously overlook our actions?
Yet suddenly decide to expel us this time. Fine, I will clarify things for you, Din Gu replied. Just a short while ago, Elder Hon personally called me, instructing me to expel both of you. Furthermore, Elder Hon has issued a directive for a complete industry-wide ban on you too. Any hospital that dares to employ you will be opposing Elder Hon. Additionally, Elder Hon has notified the Health Bureau, ensuring that you will not be permitted to open a clinic or pharmacy. Gue Dofu furrowed his brow. Who is Elder Hon? Din Gu retorted, what do you think? In Qing City, how many individuals possess such power to be referred to as Elder Hon? Gidafu pondered for a moment, then trembled all over, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Is it Hon Sanqian, the wealthiest man in Qing City? Tang Sheng, upon hearing this, exclaimed, what? The richest man in Qing City? In response to their intense reaction, Gu Yuan wore a cold smile, remaining silent, which served as an implicit confirmation. In an instant, Gidafu collapsed onto the ground, utterly shattered. It's over, time finished. If he had been indifferent to Gu Yuan's earlier expulsion and the citywide ban, at this moment despair truly enveloped him. After all, having served as the deputy director of the second hospital for many years, he had amassed considerable connections, and with his own capabilities and qualifications, even if he left the second hospital, he would not lack for opportunities and could still thrive. However, in the face of Hon Sanqian, all of that amounted to nothing. If Hon Sanqian sought to obliterate him, he would have no means of resisting. Witnessing Gidafu's reaction, Tang Sheng's face also turned pale, the feeling of hopelessness spreading within him. After a moment, Gidafu sprang to his feet, shouting at Gu Yuan, oh why? I don't even know this Hon Sanqian, why is he doing this to me? I was about to ask you the same, Gu Yuan replied with a peculiar expression. You two brothers often bully others. Have you finally encountered a formidable opponent related to Hon? Tang Sheng instinctively shouted, could it really be Lu Wenwen's boyfriend? Does he know Hon Sanqian? Gidafu. Gu Yuan inquired, are you referring to those two individuals from your office earlier? Tang Sheng did not respond but shook his head, muttering, impossible. How could Lu Wenwen's boyfriend possibly know Hon Sanqian? Absolutely impossible. Suddenly, both he and Gidafu were engulfed by profound regret, lamenting why they had ever set their sights on Lu Wenwen and provoked Qin Tian. However, it was too late. No matter how much they regretted, their fate was sealed, and they could forget about making a name for themselves in the medical field henceforth. As it was still early, Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen left the hospital, with Lu Wenwen first returning to her dorm to change into casual attire. They then strolled around the vicinity, and only after 11 did they head to a restaurant. Xiaowen. Qin Tian, you've arrived. As they approached the restaurant entrance, Jiang Fengji warmly welcomed them, personally leading them to a delightful window seat on the second floor. Aunt Jiang. Just like last time, please bring us a dish of each of Master Zhou's specialties, Lu Wenwen requested. Certainly, Jiang Fengji replied and turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Wenwen recalled something and called out, Aunt Jiang, could you bring us a few bottles of beer? Both Qin Tian and Jiang Fengji were taken aback. Jiang Fengji, surprised, remarked, Xiaowen, you want to drink? I remember you don't drink. Qin Tian interjected, indeed. We can simply enjoy a meal, why drink? Lu Wenwen shook her head and said, Aunt Jiang, you don't understand, something wonderful happened today. And I must toast with Qin Tian to celebrate. A wonderful event? Jiang Fengji instinctively inquired, did you two get your marriage certificate? Qin Tian, Lu Wenwen sighed and said, Aunt Jiang, where did your thoughts wander? It's simply that an unscrupulous leader from our hospital has been dismissed, and I am quite pleased. So that is the case. I thought you two were off to the Civil Affairs Bureau today, Jiang Fengji chuckled. Well, since there is cause for celebration, I shall fetch you 2 bottles of beer. Shortly after, Jiang Fengji returned with 2 bottles of beer, handing one to each of them. She admonished Lu Wenwen twice, urging her to drink sparingly and not to get drunk. Qin Tian, observing this, felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was evident that Jiang Fengji was worried about Lu Wenwen becoming inebriated, but what was he to do? He wanted to exclaim, it's broad daylight. What do you think I would do? Besides, I am not that kind of person. Reflecting on the previous days, he recalled how he had not succumbed to the tempting advances of Chang'e despite the unconscious allure of Lu Chenshin even when the opportunity was so tantalizingly close.
As the dishes were served, Lu Wenwen poured a glass for Qin Tian and filled her own, raising her glass and declaring, "To you, Qin Tian. If it weren't for you today, that scoundrel Chang'e might have succeeded in his schemes against me." With that, she drained her glass in one go. "Drink a little less, you don't need to rush," Qin Tian cautioned, then he threw down his drink in one swift motion. Lu Wenwen disregarded his advice and promptly filled a second glass, lifting it again. "Qin Tian, I toast you once more. Not only did you save me today, but you also banished Chang'e from the second hospital. I shall no longer fear him making my work life difficult. I can now work at the second hospital with peace of mind." She downed the second glass as well. After finishing, she filled a third glass, clearly intent on continuing the toasts. At this moment, Qin Tian quickly grasped her hand, saying, "Wenwen, I want you to enjoy yourself, and if you wish to drink, I shall accompany you, but take it easy. Let us eat and drink at a leisurely pace." Finally, Lu Wenwen set her glass down, refraining from rushing to finish her third drink, and instead began to eat. Qin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and joined in, savoring the meal. To his utter astonishment, as they ate, he noticed drops of water falling from Lu Wenwen's face onto the table. He looked up to find that, unbeknownst to him, Lu Wenwen had begun to cry, her eyes glistening with tears. "Oh, Wenwen, what is wrong? Why are you crying?" he exclaimed, quickly pulling out several tissues to offer her. Lu Wenwen lifted her head. At that moment, Qin Tian noticed that her cheeks had flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe red apples. She accepted the tissues, dabbed at the tears escaping from the corners of her eyes, and said, "Qin Tian, do you know why I transferred from that previous hospital to the second hospital? It was because there was a doctor there who pursued me. After I rejected him, he began to target me in various ways, making my life unbearable. That is why I ultimately decided to move to the second hospital. Upon arriving at the second hospital, Chang'e took an interest in me. From the very first day of my arrival, he began to pursue me. I had heard from colleagues at the hospital about his questionable character. Many female co-workers had fallen victim to his abuse of power. Naturally, I was not inclined to engage with him. At this juncture, Lu Wenwen lifted her third glass of beer, and before Qin Tian could react, she finished it. She wiped her mouth with her hand and continued. "After I rejected him several times, his true nature revealed itself. He resorted to threats and temptations, using my job and future to intimidate me. Today, he even attempted to confront me directly in the office." Here, she reached out and grasped Qin Tian's right hand, leaning closer to him. "If it weren't for you today, I would have had a difficult time leaving the office. You helped me preserve my dignity." She positioned herself mere inches from Qin Tian's face, her breath brushing against him, carrying a faint fragrance mingled with a hint of beer. Qin Tian felt both enjoyment and embarrassment as he remarked, "Wenwen, you are intoxicated." "I am not drunk." Lu Wenwen immediately waved her hand in denial. Initially, she had been grasping Qin Tian's hand propped against the table, but upon this gesture, she nearly toppled over. Fortunately, Qin Tian's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her shoulders just in time. Lu Wenwen, however, paid no mind to her near fall and continued to speak with fervor. "Qin Tian, I am genuinely grateful to you. When I learned that you were able to borrow a large sum for your girlfriend's medical treatment, I found myself drawn to you. So, when you suggested I offer myself to you in the office today, I must confess, I was quite willing, truly." At her words, Qin Tian's gaze instinctively lowered. In that moment, as she leaned before him, his eyes fell upon her collar, revealing a glimpse of her splendid figure. He caught sight of a delicate curve and a hint of pale skin, leading him to swallow hard, striving to maintain his composure. "Wenwen, you are inebriated. Please, sit down and have something to eat." He gently guided her back to her seat. However, as soon as he released her, Lu Wenwen slumped over the table, drifting into slumber. Qin Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated her alcohol tolerance to be so low. 3 beers were evidently too much for her. In light of this, he decided to forego his meal and called for Jian to settle the bill. To his surprise, upon seeing Lu Wenwen unconscious on the table, Jian immediately confronted Qin Tian. "Did you get showered drunk?" "I did not," Qin Tian replied. Jian scrutinized him with skepticism, unable to believe his words. "I assure you that I did not get her drunk. It was her own doing."
She has a low tolerance and collapsed after just 3 drinks. Only then did Jiang Fengji turn her attention back to Lu Wenwen, gently patting her back and calling out, Shawen, Shawen. Yet, there was no response. Qin Tian spoke up, and Jiang, please calculate the bill, she is intoxicated, and I will take her back to her dormitory. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Fengji cast him a glance, then assisted Lu Wenwen to her feet. I have a bed here, let her sleep here since she is so intoxicated, she stated. Disregarding Qin Tian's reaction as she guided Lu Wenwen towards a bedroom on the 2nd floor. Qin Tian stood at the table, observing with a look of helplessness. It was clear that she still did not trust him. After settling Lu Wenwen, Jiang Fengji soon returned and said to Qin Tian, you need not pay. This meal is on me. Qin Tian hurriedly replied, that cannot be, you treated us last time. Little one is a benefactor to our family. I regard her as my own daughter, so please do not be courteous. Just as Qin Tian was about to say more, a waiter rushed over. Madam, there's trouble downstairs. Someone is causing a disturbance. You should go check. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fengji immediately disregarded Qin Tian and headed downstairs. Naturally, Qin Tian had no intention of lingering upstairs alone and followed her down. On the 1st floor, a group of ruffians, adorned with tattoos on their arms, occupied a table. They had only a single dish before them. One of them took a bite and promptly spat it out. Ugh, what is this? It's utterly disgusting. He spat directly onto the foot of a nearby patron. The patron glanced over, then with a fierce glare, retorted, what are you looking at? You got a problem. Be careful, or I'll gouge your eyes out. The patron, upon seeing the group, dared not provoke them and quickly left the scene. In the next moment, another companion stood up and placed his foot on the table, loudly declaring, how can you stomach such vile food? Hurry up and leave before you ruin your stomach. He then prepared himself and spat a thick globe of phlegm onto the floor, creating a nauseating sight. The surrounding diners were repulsed and began to leave in droves. Sir, this is a restaurant, please put your foot down and refrain from spitting on the floor. A brave waiter approached and said. However, the man not only ignored the request but deliberately spat in her direction, the phlegm landing squarely on the waiter's pants. Witnessing this, even more diners stood up to exit. In no time, the 1st floor was nearly empty. When Qin Tian and Jiang Fengji descended, they were met with this chaotic scene, and Qin Tian frowned. Jiang Fengji swiftly approached, furiously questioning, Duan Quan, it's you again. What exactly do you want? Clearly, she recognized the leading man among the group. At that moment, a man clad in a chef's uniform emerged from the kitchen and approached the group, saying, Duan Quan, if you continue this way, we will have to call the police. The man was Jiang Fengji's husband, the restaurant's head chef, Zhou Honping. Duan Quan, with an owl tattoo on his arm, stood up and looked at the two, sneering. Call the police? Boss Zhou, Sister Jiang, go ahead. We haven't done anything wrong, we just find the food inedible. Even if the police come, they can't do anything to us. He wore an air of indifference, stating that since Boss Bao had instructed him, as long as this establishment remained open for a single day, he and his companions would come daily at noon and night to oversee their business. Jiang Fengji and Zhou Honping exchanged glances, each recognizing the simmering anger reflected in the other's eyes. This fury was intertwined with a deep sense of helplessness. There was no way out. Qin Tian approached and inquired, Aunt Jiang, who are they? They are here at the behest of Bao Xinxing, specifically to create trouble, she replied. And who is Bao Xinxing? Qin Tian asked. Zhou Honping explained, he is the contractor for the cafeteria at the 2nd hospital. Since our restaurant attracts 80% of the hospital staff, Bao Xinxing believes we are encroaching on his profits, thus, he has sent these ruffians, including Duan Quan, to disrupt our operations, hoping to force us out. After clarifying this to Qin Tian, Zhou Honping turned back to Duan Quan and said, call Bao Xinxing over. We need to discuss this matter face to face. Duan Quan chuckled, Boss Zhou, I've been waiting for you to say that. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Once he finished, he assured Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji, wait here, Boss Bao will arrive shortly. Please tidy up the tables, Jiang Fengji instructed several wait staff. She and Zhou Honping then took a seat on a nearby bench. Duan Quan and his henchmen continued to sit, their feet propped up on the benches, loudly discussing amongst themselves.
At this moment, the restaurant was devoid of patrons, so Jiang Fengji and Zhou Honping paid them no heed, occasionally casting them resentful glances. Qin Tian remained in the restaurant, observing quietly from the side. Moments later, a middle-aged man with a pronounced beer belly and a large bag under his arm entered the establishment. Brother Bao. Duan Quan and his companions greeted him. Bao Xinxing acknowledged them with a nod and approached Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji directly. "Our brother Zhou, sister Jiang. I see you have been waiting for me. My apologies for being late, I appreciate your patience." Jiang Fengji, offering no pretense of politeness, demanded Bao Xinxing. "Why do you repeatedly send thugs like Duan Quan to disturb our restaurant? What will it take for you to cease this behavior?" "Sister Jiang. You know my terms have been quite clear," Bao Xinxing retorted, pulling up a chair to sit before them. "You close your restaurant. And brother Zhou comes to work at my cafeteria, I will pay him a monthly salary. If you agree to my proposal, we can consider ourselves allies." "Dream on." Zhou Honping interrupted, unable to contain his frustration as he slammed his hand on the table. "Bao Xinxing, we live in a society governed by law. If you do not instruct Duan Quan and his gang to desist, I will certainly report you to the authorities." Bao Xinxing shrugged nonchalantly, "Report away. Do you think I fear that? I merely have Duan Quan and his crew dining here daily, is that against the law?" He flashed a grin at Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji, adding, "To be honest, even if the police were to arrest Duan Quan and his associates, I could easily find others to look after your restaurant's business, hehe." Upon hearing this, the two individuals were filled with indignation. And Zhou Honping could no longer contain his fury, rising to his feet in a fit of rage. Bao Xinxing feigned fear, exclaiming, "Oh, what is the matter, brother Zhou? Are you planning to resort to violence? If you strike me, the police will certainly apprehend you." Zhou Honping clenched his fists, glaring intently at Bao Xinxing, who displayed an utter lack of shame. Jiang Fengji stood up, grasping his hand, and cautioned Honping, "Do not act impulsively. If you hit him, it will only serve his purpose." Bao Xinxing sat on the stool, a smirk plastered on his face, while Duan Quan and his henchmen nearby wore expressions of amusement, relishing the spectacle. "Aunt Jiang is right, Uncle Zhou, if you lay a hand on him, he would relish it." After a prolonged silence, Qin Tian spoke again, "Moreover, Uncle Zhou, engaging with such scum will only tarnish your hands." Bao Xinxing turned to Qin Tian, squinting slightly, and inquired, "And who might you be?" "I am a friend of Aunt Jiang and Uncle Zhou," Qin Tian replied, moving closer to them. "So, Bao boss, unable to compete in business, you resort to attempting to shut down others? How utterly rogue of you." Bao Xinxing stood up, retorting, "What do you think you are? My affairs are none of your concern. If you wish to avoid misfortune, I suggest you remain silent, or else I'll show you why the flowers bloom so red." As if in response to his words, Duan Quan and his henchmen immediately stood up, cracking their knuckles and casting malevolent glances towards Qin Tian. Jiang Fengji, witnessing this scene, quickly urged Qin Tian, "This does not concern you, please refrain from speaking. Indeed, young man, we appreciate your goodwill, but this matter does not involve you." Zhou Honping added. However, Qin Tian remained undeterred and addressed Bao Xinxing, "I sincerely apologize, I have a penchant for meddling in affairs that do not concern me. So I shall take charge of this situation." "Hey, kid, you are asking for trouble, guarantee you." Duan Quan approached in a few strides, raising his hand to push against Qin Tian's chest. Qin Tian sidestepped, seizing his arm, and with a slight exertion, hurled him out of the restaurant's entrance. "Quan brother." His subordinates rushed at Qin Tian, ready to engage him. Qin Tian deftly maneuvered, using his hands to grab the approaching ruffians and toss them out one by one. Within mere seconds, 5 or 6 thugs lay sprawled at the restaurant's entrance. Zhou Honping, Jiang Fengji, and Bao Xinxing stood in stunned disbelief. Qin Tian approached the doorway, dusting off his hands. "You pathetic fools dare to challenge me. How utterly presumptuous." Zhou Honping and the others followed him outside. Jiang Fengji stared at Qin Tian in astonishment. You practiced martial arts?" Qin Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Bao Xinxing, regaining his composure, pointed at Qin Tian and declared, "Well, you truly dare to strike." Zhou Honping, Jiang Fengji, "If you engage in violence, I will call the police and have your establishment shut down." He pulled out his phone, poised to dial for the authorities. The commotion had drawn the attention of many onlookers who began to converge upon the restaurant. At this moment, Director Gu Yuan of the second hospital had just concluded matters concerning Gui Dafu and Tang Xiong and was emerging from the hospital. Spotting a throng gathered at the entrance of a restaurant, he approached out of curiosity. Bao Xinxing was preparing to call the police, while Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji appeared anxious, as Qin Tian had physically assaulted someone, and if the police arrived, they would find themselves in a precarious position. At Bao Xinxing's silent cue, Duan Quan and his companions lay sprawled on the ground, remaining motionless for quite some time. Notably, Qin Tian had merely tossed them out with little force. "Oh dear, someone has been killed. Come quickly, everyone. Master Zhou's restaurant has seen a death." They cried out dramatically from the ground. "Boss Bao, what on earth happened?" Gu Yuan squeezed through the crowd and inquired upon seeing Bao Xinxing. Upon recognizing Gu Yuan, Bao Xinxing halted his call to the police and hurriedly approached him. "Director Gu, what brings you here?" "Here for a smoke." He quickly retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his bag and offered one to Gu Yuan. Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji, knowing Gu Yuan well, felt their hearts sink further at his arrival. As Bao Xinxing was the contractor of the second hospital's cafeteria, it was evident that he was quite familiar with Gu Yuan. If Gu Yuan were to support Bao Xinxing, their situation would be dire. Gu Yuan pushed aside the cigarette offered by Bao Xinxing and pointed at Duan Quan and his companions on the ground, asking, "What has happened to them?" "Director Gu. They came here for lunch today, and just now they were assaulted by this person." Bao Xinxing gestured towards Qin Tian. "He is a friend of the restaurant owner." Gu Yuan's gaze followed, and upon recognizing Qin Tian, he stiffened. Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji hurried over to clarify, "Director Gu, it's not what you think. Please listen to me." However, Gu Yuan had no intention of hearing their explanation and approached Qin Tian directly. "It's you." Qin Tian responded nonchalantly, "Director Gu. We meet again." Gu Yuan's expression grew complex as he asked, "Is it true that Hon Lao's situation is due to you?" Qin Tian smiled slightly and nodded. A flash of shock crossed Gu Yuan's face as the doubt in his heart dissipated. Bao Xinxing, oblivious to this exchange, pressed on to Director Gu. "The people from Master Zhou's restaurant are utterly lawless, daring to assault someone in broad daylight. I intend to call the police." Deliberately turning away, Bao Xinxing cast a triumphant glance at Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji. "Director Gu, you are quite familiar with the officers around here, you must help me testify." Seeing this, Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji's hearts plummeted to the depths of despair, their anxiety reaching its peak. If Gu Yuan intervened, they would truly be finished. "I must say, your ability to distort the truth is indeed remarkable." Qin Tian remarked, "It is clear that you believe Master Zhou's restaurant has encroached upon your cafeteria's business, deliberately instigating trouble by hiring thugs to create a scene, hoping that Master Zhou would close his restaurant and have him work for you instead. Now you dare to turn the tables on me, do you have no shame?" "Qin Tian, please stop," Jiang Fengji cried out. Zhou Honping continually gestured to Qin Tian, signaling him to cease his words. Gu Yuan and Bao Xinxing were in agreement, and Bao Xinxing was resolute in his intent to undermine them. Reasoning with him would only serve to further infuriate the adversary. As anticipated, Bao Xinxing scoffed, "Say what you will, the person lies here. When the police arrive, I am keen to see whom they will apprehend." With this, he approached Qin Tian and Zhou Honping, as well as Jiang Fengji, and sinisterly remarked, with Din Gu present, "You are doomed." "Boss Bao," Gu Yuan called out to Bao Xinxing. Din Gu." Bao Xinxing turned back. Gu Yuan cast a glance at Qin Tian, inhaled deeply, and stated, "Boss Bao, from today onward, our second hospital is terminating the canteen contract with you. You and your company must vacate the premises within a week." The once self-satisfied Bao Xinxing's expression abruptly froze, as though struck by lightning. Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji displayed shock, believing they had misheard. Only Qin Tian was slightly surprised. Quickly coming to terms with the situation, Gu Yuan's awareness of his connection with Hon Sanchuan, yet still daring to assist Bao Xinxing, would indeed be peculiar. After a moment, Bao Xinxing addressed Gu Yuan, "Terminate the contract, Din Gu. Are you jesting with me?" Gu Yuan regarded him coldly, "Am I well acquainted with you to jest? You cannot compete and thus wish to shut others down. Your vile conduct leaves me exceedingly displeased with you and your company. You have 1 week to leave the second hospital, or do not blame me for being impolite." His tone was resolute, unmistakably carrying a hint of menace. Bao Xinxing's facial muscles twitched in confusion and resentment. However, he could not afford to offend Gu Yuan, the dean of the second hospital. Ultimately, he left the restaurant in a daze, disregarding Qin Tian and Zhou Honping. With the termination of his canteen contract, he had no need to demand the closure of Zhou Honping's restaurant. Upon witnessing their boss's departure, the men on the ground, including Duan Quan, ceased their pretense and hurriedly stood up. "Boss Bao, do not leave just yet, you still owe us money," Duan Quan shouted as he chased after him. This revelation prompted the onlookers to comprehend the situation, turning their fingers in disapproval at Bao Xinxing's retreating figure. As the crowd dispersed, Gu Yuan intended to say something to Qin Tian, but upon noticing Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji nearby, he swallowed his words, simply nodding at Qin Tian before turning to leave. Zhou Honping and Jiang Fengji took several minutes to awaken from their stupor. As they realized the matter had concluded, they felt as if they were in a dream. They never even dared to imagine such an outcome. "Aunt Jiang, I wish to see how Wen is doing," Qin Tian exclaimed. "Oh, all right," Jiang Fengji replied, regaining her focus as she led Qin Tian into the restaurant. Upon reaching the bedroom on the second floor, Qin Tian found Lu Wenwen still fast asleep. Her cheeks flushed. Jiang Fengji stood nearby and remarked, "Xiaowen is deeply intoxicated. She will likely sleep for several hours. If you have matters to attend to, you may leave. I will take good care of her, so do not worry." "Very well, Aunt Jiang, I appreciate your help." Qin Tian expressed his gratitude as they exited the bedroom. Jiang Fengji locked the door behind them. Qin Tian found himself in a comical yet exasperating situation. He had just observed Lu Wenwen, who stood nearby, seemingly reluctant to leave, as if fearing he might do something inappropriate. Nevertheless, with Jiang Fengji present and Lu Wenwen there as well, he felt reassured. Upon exiting the restaurant, Qin Tian briefly pondered how to spend his afternoon. Ultimately choosing between debt collection and cultivation, he opted for the latter. Thus, he made his way to the wetland park, a place imbued with a richer aura of spiritual energy compared to other locales. He resolved that this park would serve as his cultivation heaven henceforth. Before commencing his practice, Qin Tian sent a message to Lu Qianxin and Lu Wenwen to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident where they could not reach him during his training, leading to unnecessary worry. In the Buvilla district, at the Huang residence, Huang Yinguang, Huang Xiuhui, and a rather attractive woman were gathered in a special study. The woman was none other than Huang Yinguang's wife, Wu Chanyan, and Huang Xiuhui's mother. Strangely, though Wu Chanyan was not conventionally beautiful, she possessed a respectable appearance and physique, a trait shared by Huang Yinguang. Yet, their daughter, Huang Xiuhui, was short, overweight, and unattractive, making the trio seem rather dissimilar. At that moment, Huang Xiuhui exclaimed with excitement, "Dad, Mom, we now oversee all the companies under the Huang name, haha." Huang Yinguang joyfully added, "Indeed. Your grandfather has frozen the bank accounts of Huang Xuanxi and Lu Qianxin's family. In the past few days, Lu Qianxin has been diligently interviewing for jobs at various companies." Wu Chanyan inquired, "By the way, how is Lu Qianxin's job search progressing?" Huang Yinguang smirked slyly. "The situation is such that for every company she interviews with, she will be rejected without exception, and no firm will hire her." Wu Chanyan responded, "So you mean Lu Qianxin must marry Jin Shaoqing for us to receive the substantial betrothal gifts from the Jin family? Your father wants Lu Qianxin back?" Huang Yinguang affirmed. "Precisely, a father does not wish for Lu Qianxin to find employment outside. With my whispers in the right ears, I have ensured that all major companies are aware not to hire her. Thus, even if Lu Qianxin possesses considerable talent, she will find it impossible to secure a job." "Excellent." Huang Xiuhui clapped her hands in delight, nearly leaping from her seat. Her relentless rivalry with Lu Qianxin stemmed not only from the influence of Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan but also from deep-seated envy and jealousy. Lu Qianxin's beauty and elegance starkly contrasted with Huang Xiuhui's own shortcomings, leaving her feeling profoundly unsettled. Huang Yinguang seemed to understand her sentiments well, remarking, "Hui. What does it matter if Lu Qianxin is beautiful? She is merely a tool for our Huang family to gain wealth. As far as I know, Jin Shaoqing's character leaves much to be desired. He not only engages in promiscuity but also harbors some rather repugnant habits. If Lu Qianxin marries him, her life will be effectively over."
As for you, when the time comes, with our family's resources, finding you an exceptionally qualified suitor to marry into our family will be a trivial matter. Thus, your life must undoubtedly surpass that of Lu Qianxun. After such a remark, Huang Xiuhui's feelings of envy and jealousy towards Lu Qianxun diminished somewhat. This time, Qin Tian immersed himself in cultivation at the wetland park, losing track of time for a total of 2 nights and a day. By the time he concluded his practice, it was already the morning of the 3rd day. Following this extensive period of cultivation, he sensed a slight improvement in his abilities, although he remained in the early stages of foundational cultivation. More significantly, he gained a deeper understanding of alchemy, and he also brushed against the realm of talisman crafting. The 8-9 mystical arts encompass a myriad of disciplines, including various minor parts, with talisman crafting being one of them. Qin Tian felt that with his current level of cultivation, he could produce some basic talismans. According to the information Qin Tian had gathered, the crafting of talismans within the 8-9 mystical arts includes hundreds, if not thousands, of methods. This implies that as long as he possesses sufficient vital energy and knows the techniques, he could directly create talismans. However, at present, he could only produce the most rudimentary and simplest talismans. Even though the methods exist within the 8-9 mystical arts, he lacked the capability to craft more advanced ones. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian left the wetland park, intending to head to the market to purchase some yellow paper and test whether he could successfully create talismans. Talisman crafting requires not only cultivation and techniques but also the most fundamental tools, such as yellow paper. On his way to the market, Qin Tian retrieved his phone, which had been set to silent, and opened WeChat, discovering several unread messages. Unsurprisingly, these messages were all from Lu Wenwen, 1 from the night before last and 2 from yesterday. The message from the night before last informed him that she had awoken, while the 2 messages from yesterday reminded him to respond once he finished his tasks and urged him to rest and not overexert himself. Upon reading such messages, Qin Tian felt a mix of emotions. His relationship with Lu Wenwen had not been formally defined, they were not officially a couple. Yet after the events they had experienced and the words she had spoken in her drunken state, their bond felt akin to that of a romantic relationship. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Tian replied to her message, indicating he had completed his tasks. Qin Tian, after 2 days, you have finally finished. Lu Wenwen responded almost instantly, our department is aiming to achieve a top-tier status, so I've been inundated with work lately. I anticipate that I will be working continuously for the next 2 weeks without a break. However, as soon as I do get some time off, I will let you know, and then we can plan to meet up then. She sent several messages in quick succession, leaving Qin Tian astonished by her typing speed. Was she a novelist, typing so rapidly? He replied, work is important. You focus on that for now, and we can arrange to meet when you have some free time. Will you miss me if we don't see each other for a week or 2? Qin Tian was taken aback. The patient is calling for me. I must return to work. Bye. Finally, Qin Tian set his phone down, shaking his head. Yet at that moment, his heart swelled with joy. For how could he not feel elated knowing that such an exquisite beauty as Lu Wenwen took an interest in him and was so proactive? Upon arriving at the market, Qin Tian procured yellow paper and returned to his villa on Wangwei Mountain. After a brief preparation, he commenced the crafting of talismans in the hall. According to the descriptions in the 8-9 profound arts, the creation of a talisman necessitates the utilization of one's true energy to inscribe runes onto the yellow paper. Ultimately, one must condense a stream of true energy into the runes, thereby sealing it within. Only then can one claim success. Should the runes be inaccurately drawn or fail to contain the true energy, it would be deemed a failure. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tian laid a sheet of yellow paper flat upon the tea table before him. Drawing forth true energy from his dantian and concentrating it at the tip of his right index finger, he then adhered to the instructions from the 8-9 profound arts, bringing his fingertip close to the yellow paper and gliding it slowly. As he moved his finger, lines began to materialize upon the paper. And under Qin Tian's meticulous control, these lines ultimately coalesced into a symbol. During this process, the true energy within Qin Tian's dantian rapidly diminished. Furthermore, the necessity for absolute precision in drawing these runes demanded an extraordinary level of mental focus. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form densely on his forehead and face. After approximately half an hour, a complete rune emerged on the once blank yellow paper. And Qin Tian had finally succeeded in his task. He concentrated one final surge of true energy and, with a touch of his fingertip upon the yellow paper, it was instantly absorbed by the rune as if drawn by an invisible force. Standing motionless, he gazed intently for several seconds, noting no signs of energy leakage. A broad smile spread across his face. I did it. I succeeded. Haha. Indeed, the runes he inscribed were accurate, successfully absorbing and sealing the true energy. This marked his inaugural attempt at talisman crafting, and he triumphed at the very first endeavor. At the precise moment of his success, high above in the celestial realm, an elderly man clad in white robes sat cross-legged upon a vibrant cloud. Gently stroking his long white beard, he murmured to himself, remarkable. To succeed on the first attempt at crafting a talisman, albeit a simple spirit-enhancing talisman, is truly commendable. In days of yore, Patriarch Bodhi failed 7 times before succeeding on his 8th attempt. And as for alchemy, you have also achieved success on your first try. Even the Supreme Lord Laozi failed several times in his early days. Your talent in alchemy surpasses that of Laozi. And your aptitude for talisman crafting exceeds that of Patriarch Bodhi. Qin Tian, you are indeed a promising disciple. The elderly man sat upon the colorful cloud, wearing a contented expression. Qin Tian picked up the yellow paper, now properly referred to as a talisman. He examined it in his hand, turning it over and nodding in satisfaction. This was the simplest of spirit-enhancing talismans, designed to invigorate the spirit. The method of utilizing the talisman was equally straightforward, one merely needed to tear it, thereby disrupting the runes. However, after the exhilaration subsided, Qin Tian's mood settled into a calm reflection, accompanied by a sigh. He realized that the crafting of the spirit-enhancing talisman had depleted 2/3 of the true energy in his dantian, leaving him with but 1/3 remaining, an even greater expenditure than that experienced during his earlier alchemical endeavors for Hong San Qian. At this moment, he finally comprehended why his low cultivation level hindered his ability to concoct advanced talismanic elixirs. Primarily, his vital energy was simply inadequate. Eventually, Qin Tian carefully stored the invigorating talisman, found something to eat, and retreated to his bedroom to sleep. The substantial depletion of his vital energy left him feeling utterly fatigued. He had no desire to pursue dates or engage in any activities, only yearning for a deep slumber. Most importantly, he had been cultivating tirelessly for 2 consecutive nights and a day, thus deprived of rest. In the afternoon, at the Biu Villa district, Jin Shaocheng arrived at the Huang family villa with 8 robust men clad in suits. These 8 were no ordinary individuals, they were the private bodyguards of the Jin family. Huang Jinquan and a few others personally greeted them, and upon witnessing such an imposing display, they were somewhat taken aback. Shaocheng, what is the meaning of this? Huang Jinquan inquired. Jin Shaocheng replied nonchalantly, Old Master Huang, the last time I called, I requested the return of the betrothal gifts we had prepaid. Several days have passed. Why has there been no refund? Huang Jinquan wished to respond but barely uttered a word before Jin Shaocheng interrupted, Actually, I have given it considerable thought over the past couple of days. Although Lu Chenxun has found a partner and is expecting another man's child, she is still of use. Upon hearing this, Huang Jinquan's expression stiffened, yet he refrained from comment. Jin Shaocheng continued, however. The previously agreed sum of 20 million in cash and 100 million in a contract was based on Lu Chenxun not having been in a relationship. Given her current situation, she is no longer worth that price. I have decided to have the betrothal gifts. If Old Master Huang can agree, then my marriage with Lu Chenxun may proceed. Before Huang Jinquan could respond, Huang Yinguang hastily interjected, No problem, Shaocheng. This matter is indeed our fault. Having the betrothal gifts is only right. He then quickly pulled Huang Jinquan aside and whispered, Father, given Lu Chenxun's circumstances, it is already quite fortunate that Jin Shaocheng is willing to marry her. Even with a half betrothal gift, that still amounts to 10 million in cash plus 50 million in contracts, the equivalent to a quarter of our Huang family's assets. Huang Xiuhui approached and echoed, Indeed, grandfather. Lu Chenxun is no longer pure, for young Master Jin to be willing to spend such a sum to marry her is already a blessing for her. She candidly added, To be honest, if I were a man, I wouldn't wish to marry her either, let alone expend such a fortune. Wu Chunyan also joined in, advising, Father, do not hesitate, agree quickly. If Jin Shaocheng changes his mind, our Huang family would suffer a tremendous loss, the 6 million, after all. With their persuasive words, Huang Jinquan scarcely hesitated. He turned to Jin Shaocheng and conceded, all right, Shaocheng, I agree. Rest assured, I will ensure Chenshin terminates the pregnancy with your child, allowing her to wholeheartedly commit to you. Unexpectedly, Jin Shaocheng hastily waved his hands, no. There is no need to terminate the child. Since she is already pregnant, let her give birth. As long as she agrees to marry me, I will take care of the child. He presented himself as magnanimous and remarkably generous. Upon witnessing the scene, the few individuals accompanying Huang Jinquan, including the 8 bodyguards he had brought along, were taken aback. Wu Chunyan then remarked, Shaocheng, you truly possess a grand demeanor. Our Chenshin is fortunate to encounter you in this lifetime. It must be the result of her virtuous deeds in her past life. No, Jin Shaocheng replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then inquired of Huang Jinquan and his companions, where is Chenshin now? I wish to meet her. Chenshin is currently out for an errand. We shall call her and urge her to return swiftly, Wu Chunyan responded, promptly instructing Huang Inguang to dial Chenshin. Huang Inguang retrieved his phone. A look of concern crossing his face as he said, if I call her, she will undoubtedly refuse to come back. Wu Chunyan, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, pulled Huang Inguang aside and whispered, inform Lu Chenshin that her grandfather is gravely ill and on the brink of death. What? Huang Inguang instinctively glanced back at Huang Jinquan. However, under Wu Chunyan's direction, he ultimately made the call to Lu Chenshin. At that moment, Lu Chenshin was searching for employment and had just exited an interview when she received Huang Inguang's call. Upon hearing of Huang Jinquan's critical condition, she hurriedly made her way to the Biu Villa district. She also placed a call to Huang Tian. While awaiting Lu Chenshin's return, Jin Shaocheng and one of the bodyguards stepped outside the villa for a smoke. The bodyguard, Feng Duong, who had served the Jin family for over 5 years, held a relatively esteemed position within the household. He inquired with confusion, young master, I truly cannot comprehend why you would not want Lu Chenshin to terminate her pregnancy. You even mention encouraging her to give birth and promising to assist in raising the child. What are your true intentions? Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Jin Shaocheng exhaled slowly and replied, Brother Feng, you may not grasp this. Over the years, I have indulged in numerous women, yet I have never experienced a pregnant woman. This time, I wish to savor that experience. If she were to terminate the pregnancy, she would no longer be a pregnant woman, would she? Feng Duong was left speechless. Jin Shaocheng continued, moreover, when I say I will help raise the child, I genuinely mean it. You are being overly honest, Brother Feng. Feng Duong instinctively probed further. Young master, do you imply that, Jin Shaocheng's lips curled into a wicked smile. My desire to prevent her from terminating the pregnancy stems not only from wanting to relish the experience of having a pregnant woman but also from the notion that if she gives birth to a daughter, after a few years of raising her, wouldn't that be quite advantageous? Lu Chenshin is exceptionally beautiful, and her daughter is bound to be equally stunning. Though his words remained somewhat veiled, the implication was unmistakable. Particularly as Feng Duong listened to him and observed his sinister grin, the message became crystal clear. In that instant, the muscles in Feng Duong's face twitched violently, and he was profoundly shocked. Understanding Jin Shaocheng's intentions filled him with a visceral urge to strike him down. For the latter's demeanor was utterly base and devoid of humanity, even as a bodyguard of the Jin family. Jin Shaocheng, oblivious to Feng Duong's reaction, finished his cigarette and remarked, by the way, once we bring Lu Chenshin back today, you should promptly take people to deal with her boyfriend. Remember, do not kill him. Merely incapacitate him. I wish for him to spend the latter half of his life in bed, a fate worse than death. You have gathered all the information about her partner, correct? Feng Duong responded affirmatively, yes, young master, I have thoroughly investigated. Very well, Jin Shaocheng said, flicking away the cigarette butt and patting his shoulder, Brother Feng, if you follow me diligently, I shall not treat you poorly. With the Jin family backing us, there will be no issues. Understood. Jin Shaocheng smiled with satisfaction, withdrew his hand, then turned back towards the villa. Old Master Huang, how much longer until Chenshin returns? Feng Duong stood in place, watching his figure fade away. Once Jin Shaocheng had completely entered the villa, Feng Duong did not rush into action.
A mixture of conflict, hesitation, and struggle played across his face. After a considerable pause, he seemed to reach a resolution, retrieving a number to dial. At Wangwe Mountain Villa. Qin Tian was peacefully asleep when suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone jolted him awake. Slightly irked, he answered, "Hello, who is this?" "You are Qin Tian. The partner of Lu Chenshin, correct?" Sitting upright in bed, Qin Tian responded, "Who are you?" "My name is Feng Duong, a bodyguard of the Jin family," he replied. "You need to come to the Biu Villa district immediately, and no matter what it takes, you must prevent Lu Chenshin from marrying Jin Shaocheng. Otherwise, if she weds him, you will live to regret it." Qin Tian struggled to comprehend the urgency of his words. "Wait, how do you, as a bodyguard of the Jin family, know my number? Did you get it from Lu Chenshin? And if you are indeed Jin Shaocheng's bodyguard, why are you warning me?" Feng Duong replied, "That is of no consequence. If you wish to avoid a lifetime of regret and truly care for Lu Chenshin, you must hurry to the Biu Villa district. Jin Shaocheng is nothing but a beast." After uttering this, Qin Tian had a deadline. The caller had hung up. In that moment, Qin Tian sprang out of bed, hastily dressing to make his way to the Biu Villa district. Yet, just as he was about to leave, a thought struck him, prompting him to rush back inside. He retrieved a piece of yellow paper and began to channel his energy to create a talisman. It must succeed, it must succeed. He silently prayed during the process. Having only rested briefly, his internal energy had somewhat replenished but remained at merely half of his peak condition. The talisman he was crafting, although the simplest of its kind, was of a slightly higher tier than the invigorating talisman. As before, Qin Tian immersed himself in the creation of the talisman, and as time passed, his internal energy was rapidly depleting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead until his complexion turned pale. Fortunately, after about 40 to 50 minutes, he completed the talisman, infusing it with a surge of energy, successfully sealing it. With a sigh of relief, Qin Tian exhaled the tension. A smile of satisfaction gracing his face as he grasped the talisman and rushed out of the villa. However, after taking just 2 steps, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to stumble. Due to the creation of this talisman, the vital energy within his dantian was entirely depleted, leaving him utterly fatigued and even weak, as if he were barely able to walk. Nevertheless, recalling the words of Feng Duong, he dared not delay even a moment and hastened towards the Huang family, having already spent 40 to 50 minutes crafting the talisman. At the Huang residence, Feng Duong had called Qin Tian, and within half an hour, Lu Chenshin returned. Shortly thereafter, Huang and Qian and Lu Tianzheng rushed back as well. Upon their return, the trio encountered Jin Shaocheng and his companions, only to discover that Huang Jinquan was not ill. It was Huang Yinguang who had deceived them. Enraged, Lu Chenshin turned to leave, but as fate would have it, before she could take a single step, Jin Shaocheng and Huang Xiuhui obstructed her path. Jin Shaocheng fixed his gaze upon her and asked, "Chenshin, do you truly despise me so? What does my status lack compared to your current partner?" Wu Chanyan interjected, "Indeed. Shaocheng is the eldest son of the Jin family and possesses remarkable looks. Can your boyfriend even measure up to him?" Huang Yinguang added, "Chenshin, do not be ungrateful for the fortune you possess." Upon hearing this, Lu Chenshin, along with Huang Anqian and Lu Tianzheng, displayed expressions of utter astonishment. With a complex gaze, Lu Chenshin looked at Jin Shaocheng and replied, "I'm sorry, but I am already in a relationship, thus I cannot marry you." Huang Xiuhui could no longer restrain herself and scoffed, "Lu Chenshin, having been in a relationship and now pregnant with another's child, let's face it. You are nothing but a disgrace. Do you not recognize the privilege of Jin Shaocheng's background? How dare you speak like that, Huang Xiuhui?" Huang Anqian retorted angrily. Lu Tianzheng chimed in, "Your words are utterly distasteful. Do you possess no decency?" Unfazed by their outrage, Huang Xiuhui merely rolled her eyes in response. Wu Chanyan sneered. "What is wrong with my daughter's words? She merely spoke the truth, and I find it entirely correct." Huang Xiuhui, emboldened, continued, "Exactly. A disgraceful person still tries to maintain an image. What is the point? If Jin Shaocheng were to marry me, I would awaken from my dreams with a smile." Jin Shaocheng instinctively turned to glance at her, his lips twitching in disgust. He inwardly cursed, "I'd rather marry your mother. With your unattractiveness, I wouldn't even consider marrying you." Suppressing his revulsion, he put on a stern facade and barked, "Can you not speak properly? If you cannot, then keep silent." Since she had insulted Lu Qianxin, it would imply that he too was being insulted, given his desire to marry her. Huang Xiaohui paused momentarily. Wu Chanian quickly interjected, "Xiaocheng, please do not misunderstand, we did not mean it that way, she simply wishes to encourage Qianxin to marry you." That is right, that is right. Xiaocheng, please do not take offense, I did not mean to insult you, Huang Xiaohui explained. Upon hearing her call him Xiaocheng, Jin Xiaocheng felt a shiver run through him and retorted with disdain, "Could you please keep your mouth shut? No one will mistake you for a mute if you do." Huang Yinguang perceived Jin Xiaocheng's reaction and promptly said, "Hui, please refrain from speaking further. Perhaps you should return to your room or take a stroll outside." As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Huang Xiaohui. Understanding the implication, Huang Xiaohui realized that Jin Xiaocheng despised her due to her appearance. Anger surged within her, her face flushed with indignation. With a huff, she stormed out of the villa. Once she departed, Jin Xiaocheng exhaled deeply and unabashedly questioned Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanian, "Is she truly your daughter? Both of you possess normal appearances. How could you produce a daughter so exceedingly unattractive? Moreover, she is the cousin of Qianxin. I can scarcely fathom it. Just now, I nearly had my eyes burned out." Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanian were at a loss for words, engulfed in a profound awkwardness, wishing they could vanish into the earth forever. Not only they, but even Lu Qianxin and others present felt the weight of the uncomfortable silence. After a moment, it was Huang Jinquan who broke the tension, stating, "Qianxin, Xiaoqian, we have already reached an agreement with Xiaocheng. Regardless of the circumstances, the marriage between Qianxin and Xiaocheng is an unchangeable matter." "Grandfather," Lu Qianxin began. "Dad," Huang Anqian interjected. Huang Jinquan raised his hand authoritatively, declaring, "Enough. Even if you were to argue until the heavens fell, I shall not listen. Qianxin, whether you wish to marry or not, you shall marry. If you comply, I will still be your grandfather, otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. As I could ensure that your family struggles to find employment in Qin City." His words were laden with a palpable threat. Lu Qianxin and Huang Anqian exchanged glances, both reading the depths of resignation and bitterness etched on each other's faces. Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanian looked at one another, their expressions betraying a sense of triumph. After standing in contemplation for about a minute, Lu Qianxin, with a bittersweet smile, resignedly said, "All right, grandfather, I promise to marry Jin Xiaocheng." "Qianxin." Huang Anqian grasped her arm tightly. Lu Tianzhong's gaze was fixed on her, revealing his anxiety. Lu Qianxin gently patted Huang Anqian's hand, offering a reassuring smile, "It's all right. Dad, Mom, grandfather is right, marrying Jin Xiaocheng is indeed a blessing." However, her smile bore an unmistakable hint of sorrow. In her heart, Lu Qianxin harbored a million reasons to resist marrying Jin Xiaocheng, yet what could she do? Huang Jinquan wielded her parents as leverage against her, leaving her with no choice. While she could disregard her own feelings, she could not ignore those of her parents. Thus, she yielded. Upon hearing her agreement, Huang Jinquan erupted in joyous laughter. "Qianxin, I knew you would be the most understanding. If you had done this earlier, none of this would have been necessary." Yes, Qianxin. Marrying Xiaocheng means you can look forward to a life of comfort." Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanian beamed with delight. For their daughter's union with Jin Xiaocheng signified a windfall of 60 million, not to mention the subsequent benefits that would follow. Jin Xiaocheng's gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Qianxin. Today, she had dressed formally for her job interviews, donning a tailored women's suit and elegant shoes, exuding an undeniable aura of a strong woman. Over the years, relying on the wealth of the Jin family, Jin Xiaocheng had indulged in numerous affairs, including several top-tier celebrities. However, he had never encountered a woman as stunning as Lu Qianxin, who also possessed an extraordinary strong woman demeanor. The fact that Lu Qianxin was carrying a child only intensified the tumult within him. Had this been any other setting aside from the Huang family residence, he would have likely lunged at her without hesitation. The thought of conquering such a remarkable pregnant woman was intoxicating. Lu Qianxin could sense Jin Xiaocheng's gaze and felt a surge of revulsion, yet she suppressed her feelings. Moments later, Jin Xiaocheng involuntarily swallowed and said, "Since we've already agreed, I would like to invite you to dinner this evening, if that is acceptable." Before Lu Chenxin could respond, Wu Chanian eagerly chimed in, of course, no problem at all. After a brief pause, Lu Chenxin nodded slightly, all right. However, just as she opened her mouth, the resounding voice echoed from outside, not allowed. Everyone in the villa turned in unison to see a figure stride through the entrance. It was Qin Tian. Upon seeing him, both Lu Chenxin and Huang Enqi expressed their surprise. Huang Jinquan, Huang Inguang, and Jin Shaocheng were equally taken aback. Yet, recovering quickly, Huang Inguang stepped forward. His face turned as he barked, "Who permitted you to come in? Get out." Ignoring him, Qin Tian made a beeline for Lu Chenxin. Huang Inguang attempted to block his path but was halted by a mere glance from Qin Tian. Having witnessed Qin Tian's prowess previously, he felt an instinctive fear. Qin Tian reached Lu Chenxin's side, disregarding the reactions of those around them, and stated firmly, "You cannot marry Jin Shaocheng." At that moment, Qin Tian appeared pale and unwell. Lu Chenxin, noticing his condition, inquired, "Qin Tian, what is wrong with you?" "I'm fine," Qin Tian replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Lu Chenxin and Huang Enqi. He continued, "Jin Shaocheng is nothing but a beast, you must not marry him." "Who are you calling a beast? Do you seek death?" Jin Shaocheng's 8 bodyguards, excluding Feng Duong, surged forward menacingly. With a cold smirk, Jin Shaocheng retorted, "Beast. It seems you are unaware of the meaning of death. Shaocheng, teach him a lesson so he understands the consequences." Huang Inguang egged on from the sidelines. Disregarding the bodyguards, Qin Tian addressed Huang Jinquan, "Old Master Huang. When I said Jin Shaocheng is a beast, it was not an insult but a statement of fact. He is not as glamorous as you perceive, in truth. He is quite despicable. The despicable and beastly deeds you cannot even begin to fathom." As he spoke, his right hand stealthily slipped into his pocket, where the talisman he had crafted prior to his arrival lay concealed. As he caressed the talisman, he tore it with 2 fingers, shattering its runes. And the vital energy sealed within surged forth, merging with Jin Shaocheng's body. This scene went unnoticed by anyone except Qin Tian. Even Jin Shaocheng himself remained oblivious. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Jin Shaocheng erupted in fury, "You are talking nonsense. If you keep spouting such drivel, I will knock all your teeth out." He turned to his comrades, "Brother Feng, seize him and extract his teeth one by one." "Understood," the other bodyguards replied in unison, rolling up their sleeves, ready to act. "Stop!" Qin Tian shouted. The bodyguards halted momentarily, while Jin Shaocheng sneered, "What is wrong? Are you afraid? If you are, kneel and apologize, then slap yourself 100 times. And I might consider sparing you." With a cold smile, Qin Tian retorted, "Jin Shaocheng, you claim I speak nonsense. So allow me to inquire, how many women have you harmed throughout your life? You scoundrel." Jin Shaocheng was about to curse back but abruptly shifted his tone. "I don't know the exact number of women I've harmed, only that it's countless." "What is happening?" he exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. His previous response had been beyond his control, spilling from his lips involuntarily. Lu Chenxin and the others were equally stunned. Qin Tian pressed on, "And now tell me, was my accusation of you being a beast accurate?" Jin Shaocheng nodded vigorously, "Indeed. At 14, I spied on the maid bathing, at 15, I forcefully violated another maid. When I was 20, I caused the death of a female college student. Furthermore, I have killed several female dogs over the years. Just last month, I played to death a female husky, whose body lies buried beneath the large tree in my backyard. I am truly a beast, having committed many heinous acts." A wave of shock swept through the gathering, whether it was Lu Chenxin and her companions, or Jin Shaocheng's 8 bodyguards, all were utterly astounded. Their eyes widened to an almost unbearable degree, as if they might burst from their sockets. Even Qin Tian, though anticipating some revelation, was taken aback. He had learned from the matchmaker about Jin Shaocheng's sordid affection for dogs, but he never imagined the extent of his brutality, including the death of a female college student. At that moment, Qin Tian felt that the term beast was insufficient to describe him. He was utterly subhuman, no, even less than that. Within the villa, everyone stood in shock, gazing at Jin Shaocheng as if time had ceased, remaining silent for an extended period. Jin Shaocheng, feeling their penetrating stares, covered his mouth with both hands and took 2 steps back in retreat. Suddenly, he shook his head violently and shouted like a madman, "No.
Everything I just said is untrue. Do not believe me, that I do not even know why I uttered such words. He charged toward Qin Tian, raising his hand to point accusingly at him, exclaiming, "It is you. You are the one manipulating me, aren't you? What have you done to me?" Qin Tian merely sneered, unwilling to provide any explanations. Indeed, whatever he had previously asked, the other party had answered truthfully, and it was entirely due to his own actions. Before coming here, he had crafted a talisman at home, specifically a truth talisman. The individual affected by the truth talisman, when questioned by the practitioner, would respond honestly. Even if they wished to conceal or lie, the power of the truth talisman would render such efforts futile. The truth talisman he had produced, given his current cultivation level, would last for 10 to 20 minutes. Thus, taking advantage of the talisman's effect, he disregarded the other's frenzied emotions and continued to inquire, "Jin Shaocheng, answer me honestly. What is the true reason you wish to marry Liu Qianxun?" Jin Shaocheng, with his finger nearly touching Qin Tian's nose, was about to unleash a tirade. However, as soon as he uttered a single word, he quickly withdrew, covering his mouth with both hands. His face flushed red, he held his mouth tightly shut, seemingly resisting and struggling. Nonetheless, against the truth talisman's influence, his resistance proved futile. Eventually, he lowered his hands and confessed, "The real reason I want to marry Liu Qianxun is that she is extraordinarily beautiful. I desire to be with her. Moreover, she is pregnant, and I wish to experience the pleasures of being with a pregnant woman." At that moment, Liu Qianxun's face turned an intense shade of anger, and both Huang Anqian and Liu Tianzheng erupted in fury. Yet, it did not end there. Jin Shaocheng continued, "Once she marries me, I want her to bear the child within her. If it is a boy, I will have 1,000 ways to torment him. If it is a girl, I will raise her, and as soon as she grows a little, I can beast." With that, Liu Qianxun could no longer endure the words and raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap across Jin Shaocheng's face. The impact jolted everyone awake. Liu Tianjin clenched his fist and swung at Jin Shaocheng's face, exclaiming, "I will kill you, you beast." The combination of a slap and a punch sent Jin Shaocheng staggering several steps to the side and nearly toppling over. Regaining his composure, he touched his cheek and shouted at Feng Duang and his 8 bodyguards, "Are you all dead? They are hitting me. Why are you still standing there? Get rid of them, eliminate them. Hold down that filthy woman. I want to enjoy her right now." At that moment, he caught sight of Huang Anqian's appealing appearance and bellowed, "Grab her mother too. Once I am done with Liu Qianxun, I will have my way with her mother." Clearly, at this point, Jin Shaocheng had completely lost his mind, revealing his true, unhinged nature. Instantly, apart from Feng Duang, who remained motionless, the other 7 moved to attack Liu Qianxun, Liu Tianzheng, and Huang Anqian. "Beast! Come on, today I will fight you, you filthy creature. Xiaocheng, cease your actions at once." The 3 women, Liu Qianxun and her mother, were utterly enraged, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, prepared to confront Jin Xiaocheng directly. Huang Yinguang, distressed, stamped his feet and urged them to stop. Upon witnessing the escalating tension, Wu Chanyan and Huang Yinguang instinctively retreated to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the fray. At that moment, Qin Tian retrieved his first talisman, the spirit-reviving talisman, and tore it apart. The essence within surged into his body, instantly alleviating much of his fatigue and revitalizing his spirit. Although the talisman merely invigorated him without replenishing the spiritual energy depleting from his dantian, it sufficed against the Jin family's bodyguards, as he hardly required any spiritual energy for this confrontation. He swiftly intercepted the 7 bodyguards before Liu Qianxun and her companions could react, unleashing a flurry of strikes. His speed far surpassed theirs. Before they could comprehend the situation, they felt a sharp pain in various parts of their bodies and were sent sprawling backward. In a mere exchange, all 7 bodyguards lay defeated on the ground. Jin Xiaocheng, previously consumed by fury, was doused with the cold water of reality, trembling and rendered silent. Feng Duang, astonished, glanced at Qin Tian before approaching the dazed Jin Xiaocheng. "Young master, we must leave at once. This man is formidable, and we cannot match him," he insisted, half pushing, half dragging him out of the villa. The 7 bodyguards struggled to their feet, limping as they followed. Xiaocheng, I apologize, it was he who struck first, we bear no responsibility," they exclaimed, To Qin Tian's surprise, as Jin Xiaocheng exited the villa, Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan regained their composure and hastily followed to the entrance, offering explanations and apologies to him. Once Jin Xiaocheng and his entourage had departed in their vehicle, the two returned, their faces etched with fury. Wu Chanyan pointed an accusing finger at Qin Tian, exclaiming, "You wretch! If you seek death, do not drag our Huang family with you." She then rebuked Lu Chenxun and Lu Tianzheng, "How dare you strike Jin Xiaocheng? Have you lost your senses? Do you wish to bring ruin upon your father and our Huang family?" "Oh dear, oh dear." Huang Yinguang repeatedly shook his head in despair. "You have struck Jin Xiaocheng, and he has suffered at the hands of your actions. The Jin family will surely retaliate, so we are doomed. It is all your fault." He glared at Qin Tian with venomous eyes. "We had everything settled, and now you have stirred chaos. What do you want from us?" Qin Tian met his gaze resolutely. "What manner of person is Jin Xiaocheng? We all heard the truth earlier. At this juncture, do you still intend to marry Chenxun to him? No matter the circumstances. She is your niece. Is this how you treat your own kin?" Huang Qianxian stepped forward, addressing both adults. "Jin Xiaocheng is no better than a beast. Even if it costs me my life, I will never allow her to wed such scum. Chenxun, fear not. With your father here, should anyone dare to force you into marriage with Jin Xiaocheng, they will have to contend with me first." Lu Tianzheng declared firmly. "Chenxun, let us depart." After speaking, he took Lu Chenxun by the hand and strode out of the villa. Huang Anchen followed without hesitation. Qin Tian cast a glance at Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan, both seething with anger, as well as the silent and complex expression of Huang Jinquan before departing as well. Initially, Huang Yinguang had no intention of letting Lu Chenxun leave. But the presence of Qin Tian made him hesitate to intervene. Once the four had exited the villa, he approached Huang Jinquan immediately, saying, "Father, are you truly allowing them to leave? They have assaulted Jin Xiaocheng, the Jin family will undoubtedly seek retribution. What are we to do?" Wu Chanyan anxiously chimed in. "The Jin family is immensely powerful and the foremost aristocracy in our city. If they turn against us, our Huang family will be doomed. Father, you must devise a strategy." Huang Yinguang tentatively suggested, "Perhaps we should consider persuading Chenxun to return and marry Jin Xiaocheng." Only then, his words were abruptly halted by Huang Jinquan's piercing gaze. Huang Yinguang fell silent. However, Wu Chanyan continued, "Father, we are all considering the welfare of the Huang family. You have worked tirelessly to elevate our family. We cannot allow this incident to lead to our ruin. Frankly speaking, if Jin Xiaocheng had taken a liking to my daughter, for the sake of the Huang family, I would be willing to make sacrifices." "Enough," Huang Jinquan interrupted. "I am somewhat fatigued, allow me a moment to reflect." With that, he disregarded their reactions and turned back to his room. With a crash, Jin Xiaocheng returned home. Upon entering, he grabbed a porcelain ornament and smashed it violently to the ground, causing the household servants to freeze in fear, hardly daring to breathe. Moments later, a well-preserved matron heard the commotion and descended from upstairs. Seeing Jin Xiaocheng causing destruction, her face flashed with anger as she hurried over and inquired, "Chang'e, what has happened? Did you not go to propose to the Huang family? Why are you so enraged?" "Mother, at the Huang residence, Lu Chenxun and her wretched father dared to strike me. Look at the mark on my face, it is from their assault," Jin Xiaocheng exclaimed, pointing to his cheek. The matron was none other than his mother, Gao Fulon. Upon seeing the bruise on his face, her fury ignited instantly. "Has the Huang family lost their minds to lay hands on you? That Lu Chenxun even managed to overpower the bodyguards I brought along." Jin Xiaocheng clenched his mother's arm, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Mother, I seek vengeance. I will obliterate the Huang family and make Lu Chenxun and her parents regret their actions to the point of tears. Rest assured, anyone who dares to strike my son will face the wrath of the Huang family disappearing from our city." Gao Fulon moved aside and quickly picked up the landline phone. Once the call connected, she directly commanded, "Hello, Secretary Xiao, from this moment forth, spare no effort to suppress the Huang family's enterprises." "Yes. I mean Huang Jinquan's Huang Corporation. I want all of its companies shut down immediately. I will handle matters with the old Jin. You need not concern yourself with anything else, just execute my orders."
Putting down the phone, Gao Fulian returned to Jin Shaocheng's side, gently caressing his cheek. Does it hurt, Chang'e? Rest assured, within 10 days to half a month, all of the Huang family's enterprises will be shut down for good. How dare they lay a hand on my son? Such foolish beings. Thank you, Mom, Jin Shaocheng replied, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. After exiting the Huang residence, Qin Tian and his companions climbed into Lu Qianxin's car. As Lu Qianxin drove away from the Beau Villa area, she eventually came to a stop. Dad, Mom, I have another interview to attend shortly. So you two should head back to Grandma's house first. Oh, all right, Huang and Chen responded, glancing at Qin Tian in the passenger seat as Lu Tianzheng exited the vehicle. XIN, regardless of the circumstances, your parents will always stand by your side and support you. Lu Tianzheng assured her as he stepped out. Having learned of Jin Shaocheng's reprehensible nature, Lu Tianzheng and Huang and Chen felt even more disgusted by him than Lu Qianxin did. They would never allow their daughter to marry such a man. I understand, Lu Qianxin nodded. Then we shall take our leave. Qin Tian, farewell. As they exited, Huang and Chen waved at Qin Tian, causing him to momentarily freeze before hurriedly waving back. Shortly thereafter, Lu Qianxin started the car again, driving a little further before pulling over. Qin Tian, you saved me once more, thank you. Oh, it's nothing, really. No need for gratitude. No, Lu Qianxin abruptly turned to face Qin Tian. What may seem trivial to you is monumental to me. Qin Tian was taken aback by her sudden movement and could only nod in agreement. Lu Qianxin then softened her gaze slightly. You have assisted me immensely on several occasions, this kindness I shall never be able to repay. You needn't repay me. Qin Tian remarked, a hint of a smirk on his lips. XIN, we are friends now, it is only natural for friends to help one another. Upon hearing him refer to her as a friend, Lu Qianxin lifted her eyes again, her expression becoming exceedingly complex. Qin Tian felt a twinge of awkwardness under her gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Lu Qianxin continued to stare at him for several seconds before finally speaking, Qin Tian. Do you like me? Cough. At her words, Qin Tian's body stiffened in surprise, nearly choking on his own saliva. He had not anticipated such a direct inquiry. Yet, Lu Qianxin seemed unfazed by his reaction and continued, today, I confronted Jin Shaocheng when you even struck one of his bodyguards. We have undoubtedly offended the Jin family beyond repair. The Jin family possesses assets exceeding 100 billion in Qin City, and they are well connected, both in legitimate and illegitimate circles. As she spoke, her tone turned somber and almost desolate. There is no doubt that Jin Shaocheng will not let this matter rest. And in the face of the Jin family's ruthless retaliation, neither I, my parents, nor the Huang family possess any means of resistance. Sensing her despair, Qin Tian could no longer remain silent and interjected, but XIN, what exactly are you trying to convey with all this? Lu Qianxin suddenly smiled. Her tone shifting as she said, oh, it's nothing at all. Qin Tian, you've been a tremendous help to me today. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. What would you like to eat? Qin Tian's face was filled with puzzlement. However, noticing her reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from further inquiries and replied, anything is fine. I'm not picky. All right then, I shall choose a restaurant, she declared. Lu Qianxin took out her phone and selected a dining establishment. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, after making her selection, she also reserved a room at a nearby hotel. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Tian and Lu Qianxin arrived at the restaurant, opting for a lovely spot by the window. Once the dishes were served, Lu Qianxin even ordered 2 bottles of red wine. Thus, they dined and sipped wine, engaging in a conversation that meandered without delving into matters concerning the Jin or Huang families, which Lu Qianxin seemed keen to avoid. Throughout the meal, however, Qin Tian sensed something amiss in Lu Qianxin's demeanor, finding it quite peculiar. Their dinner extended for 2 to 3 hours, commencing at 5 and concluding around 8. After the meal, Qin Tian intended to settle the bill, but Lu Qianxin family insisted otherwise, ultimately taking care of the payment herself. Qianxin, I shall take my leave now. Qin Tian began as they exited the restaurant, but just then, Lu Qianxin interjected, Qin Tian, could you stay with me a little longer? There is something I wish to discuss.
As she uttered these words, she slightly lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, appearing somewhat bashful. Having consumed alcohol, her cheeks bore a faint blush, and coupled with her shy demeanor, Qin Tian felt a sudden dryness in his throat. He instinctively nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Lead the way. With that, Lu Chenshin turned and walked ahead. Qin Tian hurriedly followed. Soon, they arrived at a hotel where Lu Chenshin retrieved a key card from the front desk using her identification. Returning to Qin Tian, she instructed, follow me, and proceeded directly towards the elevator, leaving Qin Tian with no chance to voice his questions. Chenshin, what are we doing at this hotel? Have you been living here since moving out of the Huang family? Qin Tian inquired, his confusion mounting as they stood in the elevator. But Lu Chenshin kept her head down, offering no response. This only deepened Qin Tian's bewilderment. He couldn't grasp her intentions. He noticed that as the elevator ascended, her cheeks appeared to redden further. Before long, they entered a room in the hotel. Chenshin, what exactly do you? Qin Tian began, instinctively poised to ask more upon seeing the room's interior. However, at that moment, Lu Chenshin swiftly shut the door and locked it, her hands encircling his neck as she leaned in, her crimson lips drawing closer. Qin Tian was caught off guard, momentarily stunned by her sudden advance. In an instant, Lu Chenshin's lips pressed against his own. Oh no, not again. I've been kissed unexpectedly. Qin Tian's mind erupted with this thought as a reflexive response to the surprising turn of events. As realization dawned upon him, he instinctively pushed away Lu Chenshin. Chenshin, what are you trying to? Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chenshin kissed him once more. This time, Qin Tian did not resist. How dare she think he could be so easily bullied? He could overlook the last incident when Chang'e had forcefully kissed him. After all, she was a celestial being, and he was no match for her. But now, this was different. Did she not care for his dignity as a man? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he ceased to push her away and cradled Lu Chenshin's face in his hands, passionately reciprocating her kiss. Lu Chenshin, initially taken aback, quickly gathered herself and, spurred by some deep-seated emotion and a touch of alcohol, wrapped her arms around Qin Tian's neck. Soon after, they found themselves on the large bed in the room. One night passing without a word. The following morning, around 10 o'clock, Qin Tian was awakened by the sounds beside him. He groggily opened his eyes to behold a flawless figure before him. After the events of the previous night, Lu Chenshin was completely unreserved, picking up her scattered clothes from the floor and dressing right in front of him. Once she was dressed, Lu Chenshin spoke fast. Qin Tian, if you're too tired, sleep a little longer. We don't have to check out until 2 this afternoon. Qin Tian smiled broadly. I'm not tired at all, my physical condition is robust. Even if we were to repeat last night's escapades a few more times, I would be just fine. Lu Chenshin rolled her eyes at him, then grabbed her bag and tossed him a bank card from within. Qin Tian was taken aback. What is this for? This card contains all my savings from these past years. It's yours now, Lu Chenshin replied. Qin Tian, holding the card, was perplexed. After such an intimate night, why was she now offering him money? What did she take him for? It seemed she sensed his confusion and stepped closer to explain. However, as she moved, a sudden cry of pain escaped her lips. It was then that Qin Tian noticed a small stain of blood on the sheets. Last night had been her first time. In shock, he sprang to his feet, disregarding his own state of undress, and helped her sit back on the bed. Chenshin, if you are unwell, please sit and let us talk about it. Lu Chenshin steadied herself and looked him in the eye. Qin Tian, everything that happened last night and giving you my bank card was entirely my choice. You've helped me repeatedly, and I owe you. No, please let me finish. She interrupted. Yesterday, we severely offended Jin Shaocheng. The Jin family wields immense power and, should they retaliate, we would have no means of defense. I have come to realize that one cannot be selfish, thinking only of oneself. I cannot ignore my parents and the Huang family, they are my kin. And I cannot stand by and watch them suffer for my actions at the hands of the Jin family. Therefore, I have decided to marry Jin Shaocheng. This is the only way to potentially avert their wrath. However, I am reluctant to surrender my first time to Jin Shaocheng, for he is a beast.
Lu Qianxin smiled sadly and said, "As for you, Qin Tian, you have aided me on numerous occasions, making you my benefactor. Through our interactions, I have developed feelings for you. Thus, before I commit myself to Jin Shaocheng, I wish to entrust myself to you first. This way, I shall harbor fewer regrets." As she spoke, her eyes gradually reddened, and a tear slipped down her cheek. Witnessing this scene, Qin Tian felt a sudden pang in his heart, akin to a boulder pressing down upon him. He raised his hand to wipe away the tears on Lu Qianxin's face and took a deep breath, saying, "Qianxin, you are already mine, truly mine. I will never allow you to marry another, absolutely not. If you trust me, do not act foolishly. Leave everything to me. Whether it pertains to the Jin family or your grandfather, I assure you I will resolve all issues." Lu Qianxin turned her head away, evading his touch on her cheek, and asked bitterly, "How do you intend to resolve this? After all, the Jin family is a prominent household in Qin City." Qin Tian's face suddenly darkened with fierce resolve. "If the Jin family dares to retaliate, I shall make them vanish from Qin City." Lu Qianxin's expression froze. She could not fathom how Qin Tian, an ordinary worker, could make the Jin family disappear from Qin City. In fact, it was more likely that they would make him disappear. "Keep the bank card safe, the password is." Lu Qianxin stood up and declared, "I shall take my leave now, you should rest before departing." With that, she exited the room regardless of Qin Tian's reaction. Recognizing her disbelief, Qin Tian quickly dressed and resolved to confront the Jin family that very day to settle the matter once and for all. He decided that if the Jin family was willing to relent, he would spare them, however, should they utter even a single objection. He would indeed ensure their disappearance from Qin City. Given his current cultivation and connections with Hong Qian, making the Jin family vanish should not pose an insurmountable challenge. Beep. Beep. Just as Qin Tian stepped out of the hotel, his phone emitted a warning sound. He retrieved it to discover it was a notification regarding his debt collection duties. Upon opening it, a message appeared, "Qin Tian, you have not worked for 5.5 days. If you do not perform a task soon, you will incur a fine of 20,000 merit points." Qin Tian was taken aback, not anticipating that his role as a debt collector came with such stipulations and penalties. Under these circumstances, he reluctantly abandoned his plans to confront the Jin family and promptly scrolled through the overdue client list to select a debtor to pursue. 20,000 merit points equated to 200,000 in earthly currency. Even though he was not short on funds, no one relished the idea of incurring a fine. Regardless, he was known for his efficiency in debt collection, often completing tasks within hours. He could always approach the Jin family after resolving this matter. Before long, Qin Tian halted his scrolling and tapped on a name. Data Enyomoong. In pursuit of crafting a top-tier magical artifact and breaking the constraints of the Nezha's universe circle upon himself, he borrowed 8 million merit points from our company, which is now 76 years overdue. The principal, along with interest and penalties, amounts to a total of 10 million merit points owed to our company. The borrower has pledged a banana fund as collateral. In the event of non-repayment, the lender may directly seize the banana fund or an equivalent item of value. Since the inception of debt collection, Qin Tian has only pursued celestial beings, never once a demon. After reviewing the loan information concerning the Bull Demon King on the screen, he hesitated not at all and directly selected him. As he tapped the name of the Bull Demon King, a vortex emerged, drawing him in. In the divine realm, at the western region of New Hajio, lies Flame Mountain. Over a millennium ago, due to the journey of the monk Tang Seng to the west for scriptures, the flames of Flame Mountain were extinguished by the banana fan. Thus, at present, despite its name, Flame Mountain is devoid of any flames. Within this mountain, there exists a cave known as the Flame Cave, where the Bull Demon King and his wife, Princess Iron Fan, currently reside. The vortex transported Qin Tian directly to the Flame Cave. Upon his arrival, he spotted the Bull Demon King, adorned with 2 horns and clad in a plush bearskin coat, pacing before the cave entrance. What to do, what to do? He fretted, his face marred by worry, muttering incessantly as he walked. In response, Qin Tian cleared his throat and approached with an air of authority, declaring, "Bull Demon King, this emissary has arrived. Why do you not come forth to pay your respects?" Qin Tian had grown increasingly adept at his role as a debt collector. Armed with his identity token, even the most formidable of clients posed no threat to him. Thus, he felt no trepidation. The bull demon king halted in his tracks, puzzled, and inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the debt collector from the heavenly court," Qin Tian began. But before he could finish, the bull demon king suddenly rushed towards him, enveloping him in a tight embrace. Taken aback, Qin Tian was initially inclined to retaliate. But he soon realized that his identity token did not imbue him with any power in this instance, thus he found himself unable to escape the bull demon king's grasp. "Bull demon king, what do you intend?" "Oh, esteemed emissary. You have finally arrived. I have searched for you most earnestly," the bull demon king exclaimed. His emotions overwhelming him as he wept profusely, the tears and snot streaming down his face. Relieved that the bull demon king posed no threat, Qin Tian let out a sigh. However, seeing the demon's tears and mucus smeared across his own attire, he felt a twitch of discomfort in his facial muscles. "Bull demon king, could you possibly release me? If you have matters to discuss, let us converse once you let go. This is quite unbecoming." Qin Tian lamented, utterly at a loss. Is this truly the legendary bull demon king? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, one would hardly believe such a spectacle. Moreover, there's a debt collector. One would expect a more composed reaction upon learning of his identity. In that moment, a thought crossed Qin Tian's mind: could it be that the fabled bull demon king was, in fact, a rather eccentric individual? Finally, upon Qin Tian's gentle prodding, the bull demon king released him, wiping away the snot and tears that had stained Qin Tian's garments. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed emissary. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon seeing you, and I could not contain my emotions. I shall clean your attire." Qin Tian gazed at his pitch-black hands and swiftly took a step back. "Never mind, I shall return home and wash up myself," he inquired in Neo Emo. "Do you know who I am?" Of course. You are the debt collector from the heavenly court." Neo Emo nodded enthusiastically, reminiscent of a chick pecking at grain. "Previously, I sought to forge a magical artifact and borrowed 800,000 merit points from your debt collection agency. Are you truly so pleased to remember that?" Qin Tian was rendered speechless. Could it be that the formidable Neo Emo had lost his wits? However, he chose not to dwell on it. He extended a hand and stated, "Since you acknowledge my identity and recall borrowing money from my agency, it is time to repay your debt. You borrowed 800,000, and due to your failure to repay it on time, it has now been overdue for 76 years. Therefore, the total amount due, including principal, interest, and penalties, is 10 million merit points." Neo Emo glanced at the hand he had extended, then looked back at him with a grin, shaking his head. "I have no money." "What?" Qin Tian's expression darkened, and with an air of authority, he declared, "No money." "Neo Emo, do you intend to default on your debt? I warn you, no one dares to evade their obligations to our company." At that moment, the identity token within him bestowed a powerful aura, causing him to emanate a terrifying presence. Neo Emo felt it, his smile froze, and he retreated 3 steps. Summoning his own vital energy to barely withstand the pressure, he hastily explained, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. I told Neo, do not intend to default. I genuinely wish to repay you, but I am truly without funds." "Without funds, and yet you appear so agitated upon seeing me." Qin Tian was utterly bemused. He then calmly remarked, "No money is no obstacle. When you borrowed the funds, you pledged the banana fan as collateral. You may simply give me the fan now." "Absolutely not. I cannot do that." Neo Emo fervently waved his hands. "The banana fan belongs to my wife, and thus I cannot relinquish it." "Umph." Qin Tian scoffed coldly, "It seems you genuinely intend to default on your debt." His imposing aura surged once more, and Neo Emo realized that no amount of his magic could withstand it. With a thud, he knelt before Qin Tian. Witnessing this, Qin Tian was astonished. "My goodness! How powerful is this identity token? Merely this aura has caused the renowned Neo Emo to kneel." Despite his internal astonishment, he maintained a facade of indifference, exuding an air of entitlement. Neo Emo gritted his teeth and stammered, "My lord, please show mercy and allow me to explain." Having witnessed Qin Tian's might, he was rendered speechless, now referring to himself as Little Neo. Qin Tian slightly tempered his aura and approached Neo Emo, looking down upon him. "What more do you wish to say?"
My lord, little Neo does not wish to default, I simply am devoid of funds. I hope you can extend the deadline. I vow to repay the debt in full at that time. Qin Tian retracted all of his imposing aura and said, rise. Neo Emo Wang paused for a moment. Then swiftly stood up. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Qin Tian addressed the Bull Demon King, saying, I can choose not to accept your magical fan. And I may grant you an extension, but pray tell, how much time do you require? The Bull Demon King pondered for a moment before tentatively suggesting 3 months. Very well, Qin Tian replied decisively. I shall grant you 3 additional months. I will return to seek you out then. The request for an extension of 3 months held no significance for him, if granted, so be it. Previously, when he sought repayment from Chang'e, she had no funds within her cave, yet he allowed her to return to the Moon Palace, intending to collect from her later. Moreover, the Bull Demon King had only been overdue for 76 years, a far lesser duration compared to the 1 to 200 years that others like Nezha, Chang'e, and Erlang had exceeded. Furthermore, it was essential to note that Qin Tian was not one to resort to violent methods of collection. He bore a distaste for coercing those without means to repay debts. After all, he had experienced the harrowing nature of aggressive collection tactics himself. Those unscrupulous lenders would relentlessly pursue you, indifferent to your circumstances, potentially driving one to despair. Thus, Qin Tian harbored a profound aversion to such practices and was unwilling to become that kind of individual. As long as the Bull Demon King acknowledged his debt without feigning dishonesty, he was willing to afford him additional time. With their agreement established, Qin Tian prepared to take his leave. However, upon seeing him about to depart, the Bull Demon King called out, wait a moment, the esteemed envoy. Qin Tian halted his retreat and inquired, what is it? Do you have further business? The Bull Demon King rubbed his hands together, appearing hesitant. Qin Tian, growing impatient, urged. Speak your mind, Bull Demon King. Do not dawdle like a woman. The Bull Demon King nodded eagerly, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and confessed, esteemed envoy. I wish to borrow 2 million from your heavenly debt collection agency. What? Qin Tian exclaimed in astonishment. The Bull Demon King hurriedly explained. I am aware that I have yet to repay my previous debts, and I feel quite ashamed to ask for more. However, my lord, I find myself in dire straits. If you do not lend me 2 million, I am certain my wife will beat me to death. Intrigued by this revelation, Qin Tian probed further, why would your wife, Princess Ironfan, wish to harm you if I do not lend you the money? The Bull Demon King's expression revealed a moment of hesitation. But it quickly dissipated as he confessed, to be frank, my lord, last month, my wife entrusted me with 2 million to send to our child, who is serving as a good fortune boy under Guanyin Bodhisattva, so he may enjoy a better life. Yet, on my way to the west, I encountered a spider spirit who seduced me. He paused, clearly embarrassed to continue. Qin Tian, now even more captivated, encouraged him, do go on, I am listening. With a resolute determination, the Bull Demon King continued, that spider spirit seduced me, how could I possibly resist? I followed her to her lair and onto her bed. Afterward, before I even had the chance to dress, several leopard and tiger demons burst in. One of the tiger demons claimed the spider spirit was his wife and insisted that I pay compensation for having slept with her with no other recourse. I ultimately surrendered 2 million to them. The Bull Demon King, filled with both rage and grievance, lamented that 2 million was taken from me, leaving me unable to send any money to my dear red boy. If my wife finds out, she will undoubtedly kill me. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian stood in stunned disbelief. Could it be that the Bull Demon King had fallen victim to a cunning trap? The illustrious Bull Demon King, ensnared in a deceitful scheme. After a prolonged moment, Qin Tian finally regained his composure and remarked, you are the great sage Bull Demon King. Those creatures clearly orchestrated this extortion. Did you not consider confronting them? You simply acquiesced and handed over the money? Qin Tian scrutinized him with a gaze filled with complexity. Was this legendary Bull Demon King truly so naive, possessing immense power yet lacking in wisdom? Sensing Qin Tian's judgment, the Bull Demon King, with a mournful expression, replied. I had contemplated taking action against them, but there were several of them, and they warned me that they had allies waiting outside. If I retaliated, even if I eliminated them, their brethren would swiftly inform my wife about my indiscretions with the spider spirit.
He spread his hands in exasperation in such circumstances. How could I dare to act? I had no choice but to comply and give them the money. Qin Tian stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, he raised a thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You truly are the Bull Demon King, you are indeed formidable." Thus, the Bull Demon King implored. "O esteemed envoy, I beseech you, please assist me." His demeanor was pitiable and utterly humble. Witnessing his forlorn state, Qin Tian felt a pang of sympathy. However, he remained steadfast in his role and asserted, "While I may lend you another 2 million, you already owe us 10 million in merit points. Should I lend you more? What assurance do I have that you can repay it?" The Bull Demon King scratched his head, pondering briefly before declaring, "Thy esteemed envoy, I shall use my weapon, the mixed iron rod, and my steed, the water-avoiding golden crystal beast, as collateral. If I fail to repay, you may claim my mixed iron rod and water-avoiding golden crystal beast as payment. Both the mixed iron rod and the water-avoiding golden crystal beast are mine. Unlike the banana fan, which belongs to my wife, thus I have full authority over them." "Agreed," Qin Tian responded without hesitation. Although he was uncertain of the exact value of the mixed iron rod and the water-avoiding golden crystal beast, he was confident that these items were worth far more than 2 million merit points. With such collateral, he had no reason to fear that the Bull Demon King would default on his debt. Deep within his heart, he harbored a notion, secretly yearning for the absence of his counterpart, for then he could effortlessly claim the mixed iron staff and the water-repellent golden crystal beast. Qin Tian retrieved his phone and opened the debt application, inputting the information for an additional 2 million borrowed from the Bull Demon King. Naturally, due to the peculiar circumstances surrounding this loan, he refrained from explicitly stating the reasons, akin to how he had previously handled the lending with the matchmaker. After recording the information, Qin Tian requested the Bull Demon King to present a card containing his merit points. In no time, the loan was successfully disbursed, and the Bull Demon King found an additional 2 million in his card. Upon receiving the funds, he leapt with excitement, instinctively reaching out to embrace Qin Tian. However, recalling Qin Tian's formidable presence from earlier, he quickly withdrew his hands, refraining from the previous display of camaraderie. "Hey, my lord, I am overwhelmed with joy. Please do not take offense." "Not at all," Qin Tian replied, assuming an air of superiority. "Bull Demon King, I trust there are no other matters at hand. If not, I shall take my leave and return in 3 months. "Wait," the Bull Demon King interjected. "You have rendered me an immense favor today, and it is only fitting that I offer you a token of gratitude. Please, allow me the honor of inviting you into my lair for a few cups of celestial wine." At the mention of celestial wine, Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had never tasted such a beverage, nor had he ever even laid eyes upon it. Thus, he feigned hesitation before conceding, "Very well, since you are so insistent, I shall indulge you for a brief visit." The Bull Demon King eagerly led the way, exclaiming, "My lord, please follow me." With his hands clasped behind his back, Qin Tian strode confidently into the fiery cave, mindful that he must maintain the poise befitting a debt collector at all times. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the spaciousness within. He estimated that the interior of the fiery cave exceeded 500 square meters, featuring a main chamber accompanied by numerous smaller ones, reminiscent of a grand residence in the mortal realm. The cave was adorned exquisitely, with stone tables and chairs, and the surrounding walls bore numerous niches displaying various ornaments. Guided by the Bull Demon King, the two made their way to the main hall, where they seated themselves at a stone table. "Please wait a moment, my lord," the Bull Demon King said before stepping into a nearby smaller chamber. Mere moments later, he emerged with a tray bearing a jade bottle of azure hue and several small dishes of delicacies. With a flick of his wrist, he produced 2 iron-like cups, placing one before Qin Tian and keeping one for himself. He then uncorked the azure bottle and filled both cups. At that instant, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. "Today, my lord, you must indulge in a few extra cups. This wine is authentic heavenly nectar," the Bull Demon King proclaimed as he poured. "It is the very same wine used at the banquet hosted by the Queen Mother during the Peach Blossom Festival. I secured this from an old friend who attended the event, and it has been stored for over a century. I have been reluctant to partake. Special wine reserved for the Peach Blossom Festival." Qin Tian's eyes gleamed even brighter. However, he did not immediately lift the cup to drink. Instead, he turned around to survey the cave and inquired, "Where is your wife, Princess Iron Fan? Is she not at home?" Influenced by the Bull Demon King, Qin Tian had also taken to referring to her as wife. The Bull Demon King replied, "She is not here, she has gone to visit her sister." Understanding dawned upon Qin Tian as he nodded in acknowledgement. No wonder he had not seen Princess Iron Fan. "Come, my friend. Let us not depart until we are thoroughly intoxicated today." The Bull Demon King raised his cup in a toast to Qin Tian. Qin Tian reciprocated, clinking their cups together. And both consumed their drinks in one go. "Or truly worthy of the wine from the peach banquet, it is exquisite." After finishing, the Bull Demon King appeared immensely pleased. As the elixir coursed through Qin Tian's body, he not only relished its fragrant and potent flavor but also felt a warmth enveloping him, causing his mind to become somewhat hazy. "My lord, were it not for your financial assistance today, I would surely have faced the wrath of my fierce wife." The Bull Demon King filled their cups again and raised his own, stating, "Thus, my lord, I toast you once more, you are indeed my benefactor." "It was but a trivial matter, you are being overly courteous," Qin Tian replied. They drank again. "By the way, my lord, to what realm have you ascended in your cultivation? Just the release of your aura today left me breathless, you are truly formidable." The Bull Demon King spoke honestly. "To speak honestly, my lord, you are the most powerful individual I have encountered in these several millennia. In comparison, my sworn brothers, Sun Wukong and Erlang God, seem utterly insignificant. No, they lack even the qualifications to be compared with you." Qin Tian waved his arm dismissively, his expression one of humility. "Not at all," he said. At that moment, he could only respond with modesty, unable to reveal that his prowess stemmed from the authority granted by his identity as a debt collector. To the Bull Demon King, this was perceived as genuine humility. The Bull Demon King rose from his seated position, lifting his cup and saying, "My esteemed messenger, I have a humble request and hope you might grant it." At that moment, Qin Tian, having consumed 2 cups of celestial wine, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He shook his head and asked, "What is it? Speak." With a third, the Bull Demon King knelt before him once more, speaking with utmost solemnity, "If you do not mind, I wish to acknowledge you as my elder brother. From now on, I shall follow your lead." Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback, the dizziness in his head subsiding slightly. The Bull Demon King wished to recognize him as an elder brother. Seated, Qin Tian could hardly believe it, utterly incredulous. For a moment, he was rendered speechless. This was the great sage equal to heaven, the Bull Demon King. In the vast realms, he was a figure of immense renown. Aside from Nezha, who possessed the universe circle to restrain him, even Erlang God might struggle to secure a victory in battle against him. Seeing that Qin Tian did not respond, the Bull Demon King, fearing he might be rebuffed, urged, "My lord, I am sincere in my request, please accept me as your younger brother." Suddenly inspired, he set down his cup and swiftly entered the small cave from which he had previously procured the celestial wine. Qin Tian was left bewildered, feeling increasingly lightheaded. As the world around him began to spin, he shook his head vigorously, striving to maintain his wakefulness, yet to no avail. Fortunately, the Bull Demon King entered swiftly and emerged even more rapidly. Upon his return, he bore nothing extraneous save for a peach the size of a small fist. The Bull Demon King approached Qin Tian and knelt before him and presented the peach with both hands. "This peach," he declared, "was brought to me by an old friend from the peach banquet. Today, I offer it to you, my lord, as a token of my respect and a gift for my elder brother." Qin Tian shook his head, his words slightly slurred. Observing this, the Bull Demon King, unaware that it was due to intoxication, mistakenly believed Qin Tian disapproved of the gift. "I understand," he explained, "that for someone of your stature, a peach is hardly a rarity. But, my lord, in my household, my wife manages everything, and all our treasures are in her possession. I have little of worth here." The Bull Demon King's face was etched with a sense of helplessness. Qin Tian grasped the peach, his vision blurring as he examined it. "This peach is exceptionally red, far more vivid than ordinary peaches. Indeed, it is truly a celestial peach. Bull Demon King, you wish to take me as your elder brother, and I accept." "Thank you." "My lord, no, thank you, elder brother. The Bull Demon King exclaimed with uncontainable joy, lifting a cup from the table to propose another toast to Qin Tian. However, just as he raised his cup, he witnessed Qin Tian's head drop onto the table. The Bull Demon King froze, calling out, "Elder brother! Elder brother!" There was no response from Qin Tian. In this moment, the Bull Demon King displayed a look of utter astonishment, glancing at the jade bottle containing the celestial wine, murmuring, "Could it be that my elder brother has such a poor tolerance? He is intoxicated after just 2 cups." After several attempts to rouse Qin Tian proved futile. The Bull Demon King lifted him from the stone bench and placed him gently onto a small bed in a nearby nook. He even covered Qin Tian with a blanket, ensuring he could rest comfortably. In the mortal realm, at Qin City, under Gao Fulon's command, the Jin family unleashed all available resources to undermine the Huang family's enterprises. The Huang family suffered grievously. Within merely 3 days, their assets had diminished by at least half. Aside from the Meidai Group, several other companies under the Huang banner were forced to shutter their doors. At the Huang family villa, Huang Jinqian, Huang Yinguang, Wu Chanyan, Huang Xiuhui, along with Lu Chenxun and her parents, were present. Huang Yinguang pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Chenxun and Lu Tianzheng, exclaiming, "Look at what you've done. The Jin family is retaliating against us, and in 3 days, we've lost half our assets. If this continues, even Meidai will close. And we'll all be begging on the streets." Wu Chanyan retorted quickly, "Given the Jin family's current momentum, we might not even be allowed to beg on the streets. You are nothing but a harbinger of misfortune." Huang Xiuhui berated, "Our family has been cursed by your presence." "Huang Xiuhui, could you not speak so rudely?" Huang Anchen replied in anger. She remained silent, which was somewhat better, but the moment she spoke, Huang Xiuhui immediately pointed at her and began to yell, "Your entire family has brought such ruin upon the Huang family. Yet you still expect me to keep my mouth clean. I assure you, if you do not find a way to quell Jin Shaocheng's fury and stop the Jin family before the Huang family meets its demise, I will ensure your destruction fast." Being subjected to such vitriol from Huang Xiuhui, Huang Anchen trembled with rage. After all, she was the other party's aunt. Neither Huang Jinquan nor Huang Yinguang or Wu Chanyan intervened to stop Huang Xiuhui's abuse towards Huang Anchen. Lu Tianjing, unable to bear the humiliation of his wife and daughter being so insulted and threatened, turned pale with anger and was about to strike Huang Xiuhui. However, before his hand could reach her, Huang Yinguang landed a punch squarely on his face. In an instant, Lu Tianjing staggered to the side, nearly losing his balance. What was even more infuriating was that Huang Xiuhui, upon regaining her senses, dashed forward and seized the opportunity to slap Lu Tianjing across the face. "How dare you? You have brought such calamity upon our Huang family, and now you wish to strike me. Dad." Lu Qianxin and Huang Anchen rushed to support Lu Tianjing. Upon seeing the blood trickling from Lu Tianjing's mouth, Lu Qianxin's eyes turned red with fury, and she was ready to confront Huang Xiuhui. Enough. At that moment, Huang Jinquan finally spoke up. "Are you all done? The Huang family is on the brink of total bankruptcy, then you continue to bicker here. Do you truly desire the downfall of the Huang family?" With his stern voice, both sides finally fell silent. Huang Jinquan turned to Lu Qianxin and the others. His anger palpable, "The plight of our Huang family today stems entirely from you. Shaoguang, if Hui slaps you or scolds you, is that truly unacceptable?" Huang Anchen retorted, "Father, I am her aunt, and Tianzheng is her husband. What of it?" Huang Jinquan interrupted. "I tell you, if we do not devise a plan today to make the Jin family relent, I will not spare you." What else could Huang Anchen say? She could only laugh despondently. Although Lu Qianxin and Lu Tianjing felt a surge of anger, they had endured such bias far too often, and thus refrained from arguing with Huang Jinquan. They understood that no matter how much they argued, it would bear no fruit. Huang Jinquan would continue to protect Huang Xiuhui. A triumphant gleam shone unreservedly on Huang Xiuhui's ugly face as she continued to threaten the 3 of them. "Hurry up and find a solution," Wu Chanyan remarked. "What solution could there possibly be? The only chance we have to make the Jin family relent is for Lu Qianxin to marry into their family. Sincerely apologize to Jin Shaocheng and seek his forgiveness." Her words struck like a bolt of enlightenment, causing both Huang Xiuhui and Huang Yinguang's eyes to light up. Huang Xiuhui exclaimed, "Yes, yes. Lu Qianxin, you must quickly cleanse yourself and approach Jin Shaocheng, appeasing his wrath. If you dare utter even a single word of dissent today, I will end you. Faced with Huang Xiuhui's menacing threat, Huang Anqian and Lu Tianzheng could no longer contain themselves and were ready to stand up for Lu Qianxin once more. However, this time, before either of the two could utter a word, Lu Qianxin preemptively interjected, declaring, "Very well, I shall marry. I will seek out Jin Shaocheng shortly and implore him to cease his hostilities against the Huang family." "Qianxin, what are you saying?" Both Huang Anqian and Lu Tianzheng gasped in astonishment, instinctively responding to her declaration. Huang Xiuhui, Huang Yinguang, and Wu Chanyan also stood momentarily stunned, but soon expressions of delight spread across their faces. Huang Jinquan stood rooted in place, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression a complex blend of emotions, neither overtly joyful nor displeased. In quick succession, Huang Xiuhui exclaimed with great joy, "Lu Qianxin, had you said this sooner, we would not have encountered such tribulations. And the Huang family would not have suffered a loss of half our assets." She added with an air of reprimand, "When you go to see Jin Shaocheng, be sure to attend to him well. Whatever he asks of you, comply without question. Only by doing so might you quell his ire. Indeed, he who speaks wisely." Wu Chanyan concurred. "If you can placate Jin Shaocheng, the Jin family will surely relent. Who knows? He may even compensate us for the losses we've endured these past few days." Huang Yinguang remarked, "Qianxin, the fate of our Huang family now hinges upon you." Lu Qianxin managed a sorrowful smile. "I must return to prepare myself now. Once ready, I will seek out Jin Shaocheng." With that, she turned and made her way towards the villa's exit. "Qianxin, you cannot marry Jin Shaocheng, he is not a man." Huang Anqian and Lu Tianzheng hurriedly followed her, attempting to dissuade her. However, Lu Qianxin paid them no heed and briskly departed the villa. Unexpectedly, as the three reached the entrance, a Lamborghini and 5 Mercedes-Benz vehicles came to a halt before the villa. Lu Qianxin and her companions instinctively froze in their tracks upon witnessing Jin Shaocheng alight from the cars, accompanied by 15 bodyguards clad in suits. Jin Shaocheng then led them into the Huang residence. Observing this scene, Huang Jinquan and the others hastily stepped forward to greet him. "Shaocheng, you have arrived," they exclaimed. "We were just persuading Qianxin, and she has agreed to marry you. Shaocheng, we sincerely apologize for the previous misunderstandings. Please, do come in." Huang Yinguang, Huang Xiuhui, Wu Chanyan, and even Huang Jinquan adopted a fawning demeanor akin to eager lapdogs. Jin Shaocheng swaggered into the house, casting a casual glance at Lu Qianxin and the others before making his way to the sofa in the living room. In light of this development, Huang Yinguang and the others quickly signaled Lu Qianxin to refrain from leaving and to approach him instead. Subsequently, Jin Shaocheng lounged upon the sofa, his legs crossed, while the 15 bodyguards stood rigidly at attention on either side. Lu Qianxin and her companions stood before him, their faces adorned with sycophantic respect, their bodies slightly bowed. Jin Shaocheng smiled at them and inquired, "So, how has the Huang family fared these past couple of days? Do you know why I have come today?" As Huang Jinquan opened his mouth to respond, Huang Xiuhui stepped forward, ingratiatingly addressing Jin Shaocheng, "Young Master Jin, we have successfully persuaded Qianxin. She has consented to marry you. Furthermore, as a gesture of goodwill, she assures you that she will be obedient after the marriage and will comply with whatever you ask of her." As she spoke the latter half of her sentence, she playfully winked at Jin Shaocheng, her expression suggestive and teasing. Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian were incensed by the sight. However, before either could voice their indignation, Jin Shaocheng abruptly rose, striking Huang Xiuhui across the face with a resounding slap, followed by a vicious kick to her abdomen. "You wretched woman, can you refrain from nauseating me? If you continue to prance around in my presence, I swear my eyes will be blinded by your presence. Get away from me, I do not wish to see you." Huang Xiuhui found herself toppled onto the ground, her face a mask of terror. Previously, Jin Shaocheng had harbored intentions of marrying Lu Qianxin, and out of respect for her, he had tolerated Huang Xiuhui. But now that relations between their families had soured, he felt no compunctions. Disgusted by Huang Xiuhui's audacity to linger before him, he acted without hesitation. Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan hurried to assist Huang Xiuhui to her feet, urging her to leave fast as they had done previously. Huang Xiuhui, caught in a whirlwind of embarrassment and rage, was powerless against Jin Shaocheng's wrath and could only shield her face as she exited.
Wretched woman, do not ever appear before me again, or I shall strike you each time I see you, Jin Shaocheng muttered in her wake. Huang Xiaohui, overwhelmed by humiliation, quickened her pace to flee the villa. Her parents, Huang Yinguang and Wu Chunyan, shared in the awkwardness but could only endure in silence. Wu Chunyan remarked, Jin Shaocheng, please calm your temper, I assure you. We will not appear before you again. Our Qianxin has already agreed to marry you, do consider that. Jin Shaocheng raised his hand, interrupting her, today. I have 3 demands of your family. If you can fulfill them, the Jin family shall cease its hostilities towards you. Speak, Shaocheng, Huang Yinguang replied, eager to understand. Jin Shaocheng turned to Lu Qianxin, grinning as he stated, my first demand is quite simple, I want you, not as my wife, but as my companion. When I require your presence, you will be at my beck and call. Absolutely not. Jin Shaocheng, how dare you regard our Qianxin in such a manner? As expected. Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian erupted in furious protest. Jin Shaocheng, undeterred by their outrage, continued, my second demand stems from the last incident when your companion assaulted my bodyguard, which left me quite displeased. I require you to deliver him to me so that I may teach him a lesson. Absolutely not, Lu Qianxin interjected vehemently. In response, Jin Shaocheng stepped closer to her, inquiring with a smile, what, you cannot bear to see him harmed? Let me make this clear, while I no longer intend to marry you, should you choose to be with me, you will remain exclusively mine. I will not permit you to engage with any other man, otherwise, I shall not hesitate to end you. His tone, though smiling, was laced with an undeniable cruelty, causing Lu Qianxin to shiver at the implication. It was evident he intended to treat her as his possession. Yet, this was not the end. Jin Shaocheng then turned his attention to Huang Anqian, licking his lips suggestively. Sensing the tension, Huang Anqian instinctively drew closer to Lu Tianzheng, stammering. What are you planning to do? Hey head, came Jin Shaocheng's ominous chuckle. Jin Shaocheng flashed a wicked grin and said, as for the third request, given your exquisite beauty, I find myself quite taken with you. I wish for you to accompany me for a night. Upon hearing these words, the onlookers were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly grazing the ground. Even the 15 bodyguards Jin had brought along shared the same expression of disbelief. You beast! Lu Tianjin exclaimed, tightly clutching Huang Anqian's shoulder and pointing an accusing finger at Jin Shaocheng, his voice trembling with rage. Lu Qianxin quickly regained her composure and raised her hand to strike Jin Shaocheng, declaring, you are inhuman. However, before her palm could descend, Jin Shaocheng seized her wrist, forcefully pushing her back several steps. You filthy wretch, do you still wish to strike me? Jin Shaocheng snarled menacingly. Let me make myself clear this time. I will have my way, and I will have your mother as well. If you fail to meet even one of my 3 demands, the Huang family can expect to vanish without a trace. Huang Jinquan, flustered, interjected, Shaocheng, can we not discuss this civilly? Your demands are simply outrageous. Indeed. Jin Shaocheng's 3 requests were increasingly perverse, leaving even Huang Jinquan feeling that they crossed a line. Yet, Huang Yinguang and Wu Chunyan, while internally agreeing that Jin Shaocheng's demands were excessive, particularly the last, remained silent. They even considered advising Lu Qianxin and Huang Anqian to acquiesce for the sake of the Huang family. However, upon glancing at Huang Jinquan, who appeared torn and hesitant, they refrained from speaking. Shao Huang, Jin Shaocheng called to a bodyguard standing nearby. Instantly, a tall bodyguard stepped forward, young master. From this moment forth, you and your brothers are to encircle this villa. No one is permitted to leave without my command. At his words, the bodyguard gestured to the other 10 bodyguards, who promptly exited to secure the perimeter of the Huang family's villa. Huang Jinquan gasped, Shaocheng, what do you intend to do? Jin Shaocheng replied with a chilling smile, Lu Qianxin, I assure you, I will not force myself upon you. I will merely allow you to witness the gradual demise of the Huang family's assets one by one. As long as you refuse to comply with me, the Jin family will persist in its assault on the Huang family. I am eager to see how long you can endure this. Oh. And do not even think about calling the police, you know it would be futile. With that, Jin Shaocheng returned to the sofa, casually picked up the remote from the coffee table, and began watching television with an air of leisure. In the realm of the divine, amidst the fiery mountains of Xinyohajo, the bull demon king found himself in a precarious situation.
Have you lost your mind? Who is he that you would call him your elder brother? At that moment, Princess Ayanfan had just returned from visiting her friends and was scolding the Bull Demon King. You are the great sage Bull Demon King. Even that unruly monkey must address you as elder brother. And yet, here you are calling an unknown nobody your elder brother. Do you not feel embarrassed? I am mortified for you. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. My lady, please be gentle. You still no pain, do you? Tell me, have you lost your senses? My lady. Could you please release me so I may explain? Very well, I shall listen, declared Princess Ayanfan, as she released her grip on the Bull Demon King's ear and settled onto a nearby stone bench. If you cannot provide me with a reasonable explanation today, prepare to face my wrath. Madam, my elder brother possesses remarkable prowess, the Bull Demon King hastily responded, moving behind her to massage her shoulders. Just moments ago, his mere presence was so overwhelming it rendered me breathless. Such formidable aura, I have never encountered before. You know, I, the old bull, have traversed the 3 realms for millennia and have encountered countless mighty beings. Yet, I can assure you, none of those formidable figures can rival my elder brother. Princess Ayanfan turned in astonishment, her eyes wide. Is this truly the case? Indeed, it is. I would not dare deceive you, madam, the Bull Demon King affirmed. Thus, it is my fortune to have such a powerful figure as my elder brother. In the future, should I face any hardships, he will surely assist me. She regarded him for 2 seconds, noting the sincerity in his expression and tone, which seemed devoid of deceit, before turning away once more. Furrowing her brow, she pondered aloud. But why have I never heard of such a powerful individual? Madam, the 3 realms are vast, and among them lie transcendent beings concealed from our knowledge. It is not an unusual occurrence, the Bull Demon King explained. Let us not speak of ourselves, even the Jade Emperor, the sovereign of the heavens, may not possess complete awareness of all that transpires in the 3 realms. If he is indeed as formidable as you say, then your calling him elder brother is quite understandable. Princess Ayanfan mused. Yet, if he is so powerful, why did he become so inebriated after merely 2 cups of celestial wine? That is not so strange, one's capacity for alcohol does not necessarily correlate with their abilities. No sooner had the Bull Demon King uttered these words than they both heard a stir from the small cave where Qin Tian lay sleeping. Instantly, their conversation ceased, and they both entered the cave. Qin Tian sat up, rubbing his temples, feeling a lingering dizziness and ache. Elder brother, you have finally awakened. Had I known your tolerance for alcohol was so poor, I would not have rushed to toast you. Upon seeing Qin Tian sitting up, the Bull Demon King beamed with civility. Although Qin Tian was intoxicated, his memories remained vivid, and he recalled the Bull Demon King addressing him as elder brother. Thus, he felt no surprise at the title. Then, he noticed a beautiful woman clad in an ancient green dress. Bull Demon King, is this your esteemed wife, Princess Ayanfan? Indeed, indeed. She is my wife, Princess Ayanfan. The Bull Demon King eagerly affirmed, nodding his head and reiterating the introduction. Madam, this is my elder brother. Princess Ayanfan scrutinized Qin Tian with a piercing gaze, as if attempting to see through him. Under her intense scrutiny, Qin Tian felt a twinge of discomfort, fearing she might discern his mortal identity. However, he soon recalled his former employer's assertion that even the fiery eyes of Sun Wukong could not penetrate his human gaze. And his anxiety swiftly dissipated. The Ayanfan princess scrutinized him for a few moments. Under the persistent gestures of the Bull Demon King, she averted her gaze and slightly bowed, exclaiming, Ayanfan pays her respects to elder brother. There's no need for such formalities. Qin Tian waved his arm dismissively and inquired. Bull Demon King, how long have I been asleep since I got drunk? Elder brother, you have slept for a full 4 days. The Bull Demon King replied with a look of helplessness. 4 days? What do you mean 4 days? Qin Tian thought to himself, realizing the gravity of the situation. With a mere thought, he vanished from their sight. The Bull Demon King and the Ayanfan princess were astonished to witness Qin Tian's sudden disappearance. Particularly because they felt no trace of magical energy, they were both taken aback. In their understanding, no matter how powerful a cultivator might be, it was impossible to live without a sound, especially in their presence. Yet, Qin Tian's departure was utterly devoid of any magical disturbance. Exchanging glances. They saw mutual astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. However, the bull demon king quickly recovered, a hint of pride in his voice. I told you. The elder brother I have sworn allegiance to is extraordinary. He truly deserves to be my elder brother. The Iron Fan princess instinctively nodded but soon recalled something and asked, Old bull, how did you come to know him? He is a debt collector from the Heavenly Court's loan company, here to seek me out. The bull demon king began to explain, but he abruptly halted mid-sentence. It was too late. The Iron Fan princess had already caught on. Heavenly Court's loan company. Old bull. Did you borrow money? My lady, I just remembered that the Flood Dragon King invited me for a drink today, so I must take my leave. With that, the bull demon king transformed into a wisp of black smoke and swiftly exited the fire cave before the Iron Fan princess could respond. Upon returning to the mortal realm, Qin Tian immediately called Lu Qianxun. His pursuit of the bull demon king for debt collection had resulted in 4 days passing in a drunken stupor. And he feared that Lu Qianxun might have done something rash. His irritation grew as he attempted to call Lu Qianxun multiple times without success. Left with no other option, he hailed a cab and rushed towards the Jade Villa district. A day later, under the machinations of the Jian family, the Huang family suffered another loss of 30 million. And the final remnants of the Medai group faced imminent closure. In the Huang family villa, Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan paced anxiously in the hall, akin to ants on a hot pan. Huang Jinquan sat in a chair, his silence betraying the urgency reflected in his heavy expression, which matched the anxiety of Huang Yinguang and Wu Chanyan. Lu Qianxun, Lu Tianzheng, Len Huang and Qian sat on a nearby sofa, their faces etched with worry, anger, and profound helplessness. Since Jin Shaocheng had sent bodyguards to seal their villa the previous day, they had not ventured out for a full day and night. The Huang family was suffering continuous losses due to the Jin family's onslaught, and none of them had managed to rest. Father, this cannot continue. If it does, our Huang family will be left with nothing. After a moment, Huang Yinguang approached Huang Jinquan, speaking with deep concern. To him, every penny lost was a personal loss, and his heart ached with each passing moment. He turned back to glance at Lu Qianxun and the others, declaring, I am no longer concerned. I shall awaken Jin Shaocheng and acquiesce to his 3 demands, allowing the Jin family to cease their actions. With that, he disregarded the reactions of Lu Qianxun and the others, striding towards a bedroom adjacent to the hall. Throughout that day and night, they were restless with anxiety, while Jin Shaocheng remained remarkably nonchalant. In their household, he casually took food when hungry and chose any bedroom to sleep in when tired. As Huang Yinguang approached the bedroom door, just as he raised his hand to knock, the door swung open, revealing Jin Shaocheng stretching lazily as he emerged. Shaocheng, what are you doing? Huang Yinguang humbly pleaded, we have made our decision to fulfill your request. Please hasten to call off the Jin family. Oh. Jin Shaocheng's eyes gleamed with interest as he swiftly walked to the hall, casting a malevolent glance at Lu Qianxun and Huang Anqian simultaneously. Haha. It took only a day for you to falter. The piercing gaze of Jin Shaocheng made both Lu Qianxun and Huang Anqian feel a wave of revulsion. In the next moment, disregarding the objections of Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian, Lu Qianxun stood and proclaimed, Jin Shaocheng, I can agree to your first request, however. I hope you will retract the second and third. If you consent, I will accompany you now, and I shall comply with whatever you ask of me in the future. She could never agree to his intentions of retaliating against Qin Tian or targeting Huang Anqian. However, Jin Shaocheng shook his finger at her with a smile, saying, no. I require all 3 demands and no less. Qianxun, perhaps you should all agree together. At this, Wu Chanyan approached and remarked, regardless, you will end up with Shaocheng. Why concern yourself with your partner? She further urged Huang Anqian, sister, just agree to Jin Shaocheng, spend a night with him, you won't lose a piece of flesh. Wu Chanyan. Is that how you speak? Have you lost your humanity? Lu Qianxun, Huang Anqian, and Lu Tianzheng glared at her in unison. If glares could kill, Wu Chanyan would have surely perished by now. Observing this, Jin Shaocheng raised his hands in a gesture of indifference, stating, it seems you have yet to reach a consensus. In that case, take your time to deliberate, I am in no hurry. At that moment, Qin Tian arrived at the Bu Villa district. He noticed several imposing figures in suits pacing outside the Huang family villa. Without hesitation, he approached them directly. Halt. Who are you? The bodyguard, Xiao Huang, stepped forward to block his path. Qin Tian, with a stoic expression, retorted, then who might you be? None of your business, scrum. Without further ado, Qin Tian launched a punch that sent him flying several meters away. The surrounding bodyguards instantly closed in, but Qin Tian, without uttering a word, unleashed a flurry of strikes, toppling them all. Inside, hearing the commotion outside, Jin Shaocheng stepped out to investigate. What is happening? Before he reached the doorway, he saw Qin Tian entering. His footsteps told as Qin Tian coldly addressed him, Jin Shaocheng, I knew it was you. Upon seeing Lu Chenxun and the others in the hall, he felt a slight sense of relief. However, soon, he approached Jin Shaocheng with a cold expression, advancing step by step. Why have you brought so many people here? It seems the last lesson was insufficient, and you remain unaware of the consequences. If that is the case, allow me to enlighten you today. As he spoke, he deliberately attempted to intimidate his opponent, cracking his knuckles ominously. Upon witnessing this, Jin Shaocheng recalled a recent altercation and felt a twinge of fear, hastily retreating. Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang, are you all dead? Hurry and come in to protect me. He shouted towards the door, hoping Xiao Huang and the others would rush in to shield him. However, all 15 of Xiao Huang's bodyguards were sprawled on the ground outside, still unable to rise. Thus, Jin Shaocheng retreated back into the hall, with Qin Tian following closely behind. Once near Huang Jichuan and the others, Jin Shaocheng regained some confidence and threatened sharply, young man. If you dare to lay a finger on me today, I will ensure the Huang family faces total ruin. And I will make you suffer alongside Lu Chenxun and the child she carries. What brings you here, Qin Tian? Lu Chenxun suddenly exclaimed, what do you want? Haven't I made myself clear? Leave, can't you understand human language? Taken aback by her outburst, Qin Tian hesitated. Yet, as he beheld the profound despair etched on her face and the moisture glistening in her reddened eyes, his heart ached inexplicably. He was unaware of the tribulations she had endured over the past few days, but he sensed that she had undoubtedly suffered tremendously. Therefore, he stepped closer to Lu Chenxun, gently caressing her cheek, and said, I am sorry, Chenxun. You have faced hardships these past days, and I have arrived late. Upon witnessing this, Jin Shaocheng's face darkened instantly. Remove your hand. Qin Tian turned, shooting a frosty glare in Jin Shaocheng's direction. The latter involuntarily shivered, instinctively sealing his lips. In that moment, a chill coursed through his body. Wu Chanyan, observing the scene, scolded loudly, bastard. Do you truly wish to see the Huang family brought to ruin? Shaocheng, calm down. We will teach her a lesson right away. Rest assured, we will fulfill your 3 demands. Please, do not be angry, I implore you, grant me a little more time. After her reprimand, she immediately began to apologize and plead with Jin Shaocheng, resembling a sycophant. The speed at which her demeanor shifted left Qin Tian utterly speechless. He turned to Lu Chenxun and inquired, what are the 3 demands? Lu Chenxun brushed his hand away, shaking her head, Qin Tian, you need not concern yourself. Just leave. Leave? Jin Shaocheng retorted fiercely, do you think after repeatedly attacking me, you can simply walk away? Do you truly believe the Jin family is powerless? Let me tell you. You have come to me willingly today, and you shall not depart unscathed. Once my family arrives, prepare for calamity. He had already pulled out his phone, messaging his mother to urgently dispatch more people to the Huang family villa. What did it matter if Qin Tian was skilled in combat? 8 or 15 bodyguards would be of no consequence, he would simply summon more, for the Jin family had ample resources. Qin Tian replied nonchalantly, rest assured. I will not be leaving. Qin Tian. Lu Chenxun exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. Lu Tianzheng, standing nearby, urged, young man, we appreciate your goodwill. But please heed Chenxun's words and leave swiftly. Huang Anqian, with reddened eyes, spoke softly, young man, you cannot contend with the Jin family. Depart now, while you still have the chance. Yet, despite the entreaties of the 3, Qin Tian showed no inclination to leave. Soon, he learned of the Jin family's assaults on the Huang family over the past 4 days, as well as the 3 demands put forth by Jin Shaocheng. For a moment, Qin Tian fixed his gaze on Jin Shaocheng, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his flesh. The audacity of his opponent continued to astonish him. In the next instant, he lunged toward Jin Shaocheng, seizing his collar with one hand. "What do you want to do?" Jin Shaocheng began to utter. But before he could finish, Qin Tian's other hand rained down blows upon his face like a torrential downpour. The crisp sound of slapping echoed through the villa. Relentless and piercing. In mere seconds, before anyone could react, Qin Tian had delivered no fewer than 20 resounding slaps to Jin Shaocheng's face. His visage became swollen and bruised. Akin to that of a pig, his skin torn, and several teeth knocked out. Once he had finished, Qin Tian released Jin Shaocheng's collar, causing him to collapse to the ground, his head buzzing, consciousness fading, unable to recover for quite some time. Of course, this leniency was merely a gesture of restraint. Had he desired, he could have easily struck him dead. For such a despicable creature, Qin Tian had no intention of granting him the mercy of death, as that would be too lenient. After dealing with Jin Shaocheng, Qin Tian disregarded the reactions of Lu Qianxin, Huang Jinqian, and Huang Anqian, and took out his phone, searching for Hon Sanqian's number to send him a text. Just as he finished, Wu Chunyan, infuriated by Jin Shaocheng's state, pointed at him and shouted, "You scoundrel! How could you hit him?" Her tirade was abruptly cut short as Qin Tian retaliated with a slap to her face. Wu Chunyan spun in place, covering her face in disbelief. How dare you strike me?" Huang Jingguang supported her, glaring at Qin Tian with fiery eyes. Qin Tian replied coolly, "If you continue to prattle on, I won't hesitate to deal with you both as well. After all, you have never regarded Xian as family. So why should I treat you with any courtesy?" At this, the two fell silent, instinctively glancing at the battered Jin Shaocheng, who lay in a pitiful state. They ultimately dared not utter another word, fully aware that if Qin Tian could inflict such harm on Jin Shaocheng, they would surely be in grave danger should he turn his wrath upon them. In truth, while Jin Shaocheng was a wretched beast, Huang Jingguang and Wu Chunyan were no less contemptible. As relatives of Lu Qianxin, they constantly undermined her interests, conspiring to aid Jin Shaocheng in harming her, which only served to further incite Qin Tian's disdain for them. Observing the scene, Huang Jinqian stood in shock, mouth agape, wishing to speak yet finding himself utterly speechless. Later, Lu Qianxin and the others urged Qin Tian once more to leave. Grasping Lu Qianxin's hand gently, Qin Tian reassured her, Xian, do not worry. I shall be fine. Have you forgotten that I know Hon Sanqian?" Lu Qianxin gasped in astonishment, "You are now my woman. And I shall ensure that neither you nor your uncle and aunt come to harm. Today, I vow to resolve matters with the Jin family." Listening to his words and gazing into his eyes, Lu Qianxin felt an inexplicable calm wash over her, replacing the intense anxiety that had previously consumed her. She gently nodded, refraining from urging Qin Tian to leave. The Huang family villa fell into a temporary silence, as Jin Shaocheng was assisted by Huang Yingguang and Wu Chunyan to lie on the sofa, with Wu Chunyan holding an ice towel to soothe his face. The sight filled Qin Tian and Lu Qianxin with a sense of nausea and desolation. After about 10 minutes, the sound of a car parking outside broke the stillness. Soon, they observed a wealthy matron accompanied by 2 or 3 dozen imposing men entering the villa. Upon seeing this, Jin Shaocheng sprang up from the sofa and rushed towards the matron. "Mother, you finally arrived. Your son has been severely beaten, you must avenge me." His speech was slurred, as several of his teeth had been knocked out by Qin Tian. The moment Gao Fulon saw her son in such a state, she was taken aback. Rage ignited within her, reaching a fever pitch as she stormed into the hall, demanding, "Who was it?" "Madam Jin. Please allow me to explain." Huang Jinguang hastily stepped forward, only to be shoved aside, landing on the floor. "I will ask again, who did this to my son?" The 2 or 3 dozen burly men brought by Gao Fulon surrounded Qin Tian and his companions, all exuding a fierce and menacing aura. Qin Tian, seated beside Lu Qianxin, gradually rose to his feet, declaring, "It was I. I am the one who struck him." Jin Shaocheng pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Tian, his voice dripping with hatred as he yelled, "Mother, I want him dead. I want him dead." Gao Fulon's face darkened, and with a sweeping gesture, she commanded, "Seize him." With a resounding clamor, the muscular men surged towards Qin Tian. Lu Qianxin anxiously grasped Qin Tian's arm, but he reassured her with a comforting smile, patting her hand gently. In the next moment, before the men could close in, he charged forward, Thuds echoed as Lu Qianxun and Gao Fulon could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow darting before them, followed by a series of dull thuds. The air was soon filled with anguished cries as one after another, the burly men were sent sprawling to the ground. Some crashing into furniture and causing chaos in the hall. In just over a minute, all the imposing men lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs or chests, groaning in agony. The scene was utterly chaotic. Gao Fulon was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. Jin Shaocheng, in his wildest dreams, never anticipated that even with reinforcements, they could not overpower Qin Tian. His body trembled uncontrollably, whether from fear or anger, he could not tell. However, being a woman of experience, Gao Fulon quickly regained her composure and addressed Qin Tian, "You are quite formidable. No wonder you dare to lay hands on my son. But unfortunately, this society does not allow one to act with impunity just because of strength. Offending the Jin family will inevitably lead to dire consequences." Qin Tian gazed at his opponent, his expression impassive as he declared, "Perfect, I was just about to convey the same sentiment to you. Your son has provoked my woman, and your Jin family shall pay the price." Ha ha ha. Gao Fulon, upon hearing his words, burst into laughter as if she had heard the most ludicrous joke. She laughed for several seconds before finally composing herself. "Is that so? Just you?" Qin Tian sensed the palpable disdain in her tone. Yet he had no intention of engaging in a verbal spar. He took out his phone, glanced at the time, and then murmured, "It should be about time. Qin Tian, you must leave at once." Seeing the strong man sprawled across the hall, Lu Qianxun was both alarmed and fearful, urging Qin Tian to depart once more. Having injured so many, should Gao Fulon report to the authorities, and if the Jin family were to wield their connections, Qin Tian would be doomed. Lu Tian and Huang Anchen, watching Qin Tian, shared a look of deep concern. With a slight smile, Qin Tian shook his head. "It's all right." Lu Qianxun was about to protest again when Gao Fulon's phone rang. She answered quickly, "What is it?" "I'm currently occupied." Before she could finish, an anxious voice crackled through the receiver, "Madam, we have a grave situation. Just now, various subsidiaries under the Jin Group have been subjected to surprise inspections by the relevant authorities. Several subsidiaries have already been found in violation and ordered to close. And the number is rapidly increasing." "What? How could this happen?" Gao Fulon exclaimed in shock. Before she could await a response, another call came in. Checking the caller ID, she had no choice but to answer, "Hello, President Shao." This President Shao was likewise the head of a prominent family in Qing City. And given their frequent business dealings with the Jin family, she dared not be dismissive. "Madam Jin, as of this moment, all collaborations between the Shao family and the Jin family are hereby terminated. Take care of yourself." Beep beep. The moment he finished speaking, he hung up without affording Gao Fulon a chance to respond. Listening to the dead air on the line, Gao Fulon's mind spun as confusion washed over her face. Yet, it did not end there. In the ensuing minutes, Gao Fulon received call after call, each one bearing alarming news. Either it was a termination of partnerships with the Jin Group or notifications that the family's enterprises were undergoing surprise inspections, resulting in closures. How could this be happening? How could this be happening? Gao Fulon's complexion turned pale, her body swaying as she stumbled back 2 steps. Jin Shaocheng, witnessing this, hurried to support her mother. "What is wrong? Who called?" Gao Fulon turned to him, "Son, someone is targeting our Jin family." Jin Shaocheng exclaimed, "Who possesses such power to bring down our Jin family?" Before Gao Fulon could respond, yet another call came through. She quickly answered, "Hello, my husband." "Gao Fulon, what on earth are you doing?" A furious voice erupted from the receiver, "What have you and Jin Shaocheng done to provoke Old Hon? He is determined to ruin us. Do you and your son wish to bring about our family's demise?" "Old Hon?" Gao Fulon's eyes widened to their fullest extent. "A husband, are you referring to Hon Sanqian? Who else could it be? Where are you and that ungrateful child? Hurry back to me." Gao Fulon set her phone down, disregarding all else, then seized Jin Shaocheng. Determined to leave. Jin Shaocheng, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, hesitated. "Mom, are we just leaving like this?" "Come with me," Gao Fulon exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to his already swollen face. The pain made Jin Shaoqing yelp, silencing any further objections as he followed his mother out. They rushed out so hastily that they paid no heed to the numerous bodyguards on the ground. Eventually, as they exited the villa, the bodyguards, seeing their master depart, endured their injuries and painfully dragged themselves to follow. Lu Xianxin, Huang Jinquan, and Huang Yinguang observed this scene, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. They were utterly perplexed as to what had transpired and why Gao Fuliang had so abruptly decided to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, peering through the glass window, watched as Gao Fuliang and Jin Shaoqing entered their vehicle and drove away, contemplating how he would ensure that the Jin family would be expelled from Qin City. Jin Shaoqing's blatant insolence would not go unpunished. His lack of intervention was not out of compassion, but rather a desire for them to witness the gradual decline of the Jin family's vast fortune. After a moment, Qin Tian stepped aside and dialed Hon Sanqian. Mr. Qin. Hon Sanqian began once the call connected. As per your instructions, I am currently deploying some connections to launch a comprehensive assault on the Jin family. However, given that the Jin family is a prominent force in Qin City with assets exceeding 100 billion, it will likely take some time to bring them to their knees. That's fine, collapsing them all at once would lack intrigue, Qin Tian replied. He wished for Jin Shaoqing to witness the slow disintegration of his family's empire, experiencing the depths of despair with each loss. Very well, daring to offend Mr. Qin, I, Hon Sanqian, will ensure that the Jin family is erased from Qin City. No matter the cost, Hon Sanqian affirmed resolutely. Thank you, should this matter be resolved, I, Qin Tian, will owe you a favor. Qin Tian expressed his gratitude. Though Hon Sanqian was indeed the wealthiest individual in Qin City, he understood that bringing the Jin family to ruin would inevitably incur his own losses. Qin Tian was not one to take advantage of others without consideration. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, I will, suddenly. A panicked shout from Lang Feng interrupted Hon Sanqian, followed by a scream of agony from him. Mr. Hon. Mr. Hon. Qin Tian called out twice. But the line fell silent, replaced by a dead tone. Realizing that something had gone awry, Qin Tian swiftly returned to Lu Xianxin and said, Xianxin, I must attend to an urgent matter immediately. Lu Xianxin instinctively inquired, what is it? In response, Qin Tian naturally refrained from revealing his intentions to the others and spoke to himself, in any case, I will handle my matters and return to find you. You should decide with your uncle and aunt whether to stay here or head back to your grandfather's. Qin Tian's gaze swept over Huang Jinqian, Huang Yinguang, and Wu Chang'e as he continued, if anyone troubles you after I leave, just call me, and I will come back to support you. Upon feeling his gaze, especially Huang Yinguang and Wu Chang'e instinctively turned their heads away, unable to meet his eyes. Recalling Qin Tian's previous fierce demeanor, they harbored a deep-seated fear of him. In their eyes, Qin Tian was nothing but a reckless youth, daring enough to confront Jin Shaoqing, let alone them. Having given his instructions, Qin Tian did not linger. He swiftly exited the door and hailed a cab to rush to the Shenglong Garden, where Hon Sanqian was currently residing. At Shenglong Garden, the Hon family villa was in a state of chaos. During a phone conversation with Qin Tian, Hon Sanqian was ambushed by assassins and was struck by a dagger, collapsing in a pool of blood. Upon receiving the news of Hon Sanqian's injury, his wife and daughter, who were out, hurried back. They immediately contacted the top medical experts in Qin City to provide urgent treatment for Hon Sanqian. Additionally, Lang Feng reached out to Deng Wangyan, requesting his return. Outside Hon Sanqian's bedroom door stood Lang Feng, a woman in her 50s, and a beautiful girl in her 20s, all wearing anxious expressions. The woman was none other than Hon Sanqian's second wife, Shi Yanru, while the lovely girl was their daughter, Hon Yao. Shi Yanru paced back and forth, anxiously murmuring, Heaven bless, Sanqian, please be safe. Hon Yao remained still, but her tightly clenched fist and the glistening in her beautiful eyes betrayed her inner turmoil and sorrow. Sensing their distress, Lang Feng comforted them, saying, Madam, Miss, Master Deng and Director Bai are inside treating your husband, he will surely be fine. Hon Yao inquired, Lang uncle, have you informed Hon Tongsheng about the incident? Why hasn't he returned yet? Hon Tongsheng was Hon Yao's half-brother, the son of Hon Sanqian and his first wife. With a somewhat complex expression, Lang Feng replied, I have called young master, he mentioned he was dealing with some matters and would return as soon as he could. Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Hon Yao's face as she exclaimed, that scoundrel Hon Tongsheng. Father has been attacked, and he remains unconcerned. All he does is frolic with his lewd friends, what business could he possibly have? Leng Feng's expression grew even more complicated, then he fell silent. Xianru halted her pacing and said, Yao Yao, do not speak so, he is still your elder brother. I would rather not have him as a brother. Just as Hon Yao finished her statement, a middle-aged man, slicked back hair and sunglasses patched on his nose, swaggered in. Upon seeing him, Leng Feng called out, the young master. You have returned. Undoubtedly, the man was Hon Tongsheng. Brother Feng, what is the current situation with my father? Approaching the door, Hon Tongsheng inquired of Leng Feng. He was born of Hon Sanchen and his first wife, several years older than Hon Yao, now in his 30s, nearing 40, not significantly younger than Leng Feng. Leng Feng replied truthfully, the master has been stabbed in the chest by an assassin. Master Deng and Director Bai from the first municipal hospital are doing their utmost to save him. Clueless fool. Hon Tongsheng interjected, his voice filled with ire. How could you allow an assassin to succeed right in our home? We've truly wasted our efforts raising you. Leng Feng felt his face flush with shame. Utterly embarrassed by the reprimand. He struggled to maintain his composure as he attempted to explain the assailant was a practitioner of the arts. Yet, before he could conclude, Hon Tongsheng dismissively waved his hand, no more excuses. As my father's personal bodyguard, your failure to ensure his safety is a grave dereliction of duty. Silenced, Leng Feng lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. At this juncture, Hon Tongsheng turned his attention to Hon Yao, the sardonic smile gracing his lips. Surely you wouldn't want me as your brother. Without me, if anything were to happen to father, wouldn't everything in the Hon family belong solely to you? To be candid, I too wish to be rid of you as a sister and this second stepmother. Xianru was momentarily taken aback, while Hon Yao's anger flared up instantaneously. However, before she could retort, the bedroom door swung open, revealing Master Deng and a frail, white-haired elder stepping out simultaneously. In an instant, Hon Yao disregarded Hon Tongsheng, rushing to join Xianru and Leng Feng. Master Deng, Director Bai, how is my father? The elderly man, Director Lu, sighed deeply and shook his head. Father. Upon witnessing the scene, Hon Yao and Xianru's faces turned ghostly pale. Leng Feng instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by sorrow. Only Hon Tongsheng displayed a momentary look of surprise, yet remained relatively unperturbed. Master Deng spoke solemnly, the assassin has pierced old Hon's heart, inflicting irreparable damage. I am unable to reverse the situation. I administered some medicine which revived him momentarily, he likely has only an hour or two left. You may enter to bid him farewell. Xianru swayed, nearly collapsing, but Hon Yao quickly steadied her. In the next moment, they rushed into the bedroom. Hon Sanchen lay on the bed, his complexion ashen, his lips devoid of color, his breath faint, as though it could cease at any moment. Upon entering, Hon Yao and Xianru were overcome with despair, collapsing at the bedside, weeping uncontrollably. Hon Tongsheng stood at the edge of the bed. His expression a complex tapestry of emotions, lost in thought. Father, you cannot leave us. Hon Yao cried amidst her tears. Hon Sanchen, with great effort, lifted his hand to caress Hon Yao's head, affectionately murmuring, Yao Yao, do not cry. Your father has lived a long life and is ready to depart. Father, you must speak. Hon Tongsheng urged. Indeed, old Hon, please refrain from speaking, Xianru added sorrowfully. With a forced smile, Hon Sanchen turned his gaze toward Leng Feng, who stood at the back. Leng Feng. Master, Leng Feng immediately stepped forward. After my demise, do not cease your efforts against the Jian family. Regardless of the cost, continue until they are utterly bankrupt, or until Mr. Qin orders a halt. Do you understand? Understood, Master, Leng Feng nodded in agreement. Hon Tongsheng, confused, inquired the father, why must we target the Jian family? However, Hon Sanchen showed no intention of responding, he opened his mouth as if to say something more, but instead was seized by a violent cough, spitting blood and closing his eyes. Father, father! Hon Yao cried out in alarm. At the doorway, Deng Wannian and Din Bai rushed in. Ladies, please make way. Hon Yao and Xianru quickly stepped aside, waiting at the entrance. Qin Tian arrived at Xionglan Garden by taxi, heading straight for the Hon residence. The main gate was ajar, allowing him to enter directly, where he immediately spotted Hon Yao and the other standing by the bedroom door and approached them. Upon seeing him, Lang Feng hastened forward to Mr. Qin. You have arrived. What transpired just now? Where is old Hon? With a sorrowful expression, Lang Feng recounted the dire situation of Hon Sanqian being attacked, struck in the heart, and on the brink of death. Hearing this, Qin Tian felt an inexplicable urgency, pushing to enter the bedroom. As he neared the doorway, Hon Tongsheng blocked his path. Lang Feng, who is he? Young master, he is a friend of the master, Mr. Qin Tian. Since when did my father have such a young friend? Hon Tongsheng scrutinized Qin Tian with a condescending gaze. My father is in critical condition, and Master Deng along with Din Bai are inside treating him. What do you intend to do? I wish to see old Hon's condition. Having cultivated the 8-9 mystical arts, Qin Tian possessed some medical knowledge and believed he might be of assistance. No. Hon Yao also stepped in front of Qin Tian, rejecting his request. They are treating my father, you cannot enter and disturb them. The two siblings, who previously had a strained relationship, found themselves united in this moment. Young man, if you wish to see old Hon, it would be best to wait, Xianru suggested. Realizing the identities of Hon Yao and the others, and that they were all against his entry, Qin Tian had no choice but to wait outside. After all, he could not force his way in. Thus, they stood at the doorway, awaiting the emergence of Deng Wannian and Din Bai, while Hon Tongsheng and Hon Yao continuously scrutinized Qin Tian. Likewise, Qin Tian occasionally glanced at Hon Yao, and upon learning she was Hon Sanqian's youngest daughter and Xianru his second wife, he inwardly marveled at the affluent. Indeed, they were often similar. Hon Sanqian was already in his 70s, it seemed Hon Yao was a late blessing for him. However, to speak candidly, Hon Yao was truly beautiful. The moment Qin Tian first beheld her, his immediate thought was another exquisite beauty. After approximately 10 minutes, the bedroom door swung open, and Deng Wannian and Din Bai emerged, prompting everyone to rush forward. Deng Wannian shook his head, stating, "You may prepare for old Hon's final arrangements. He has completely slipped into a coma and has, at most, half an hour left." Thunderstruck. His words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Hon Yao and Xianru's minds buzzing. Qin Tian was equally startled and rushed towards the bedroom. However, once again, he was obstructed by Hon Tongsheng at the threshold, who forbade his entry. "What do you intend to do? What do you think I want?" "I want to save your father." Qin Tian exclaimed urgently, "Step aside quickly. You wish to save my father? You must be out of your mind." Hon Tongsheng retorted coldly. "Did you not hear Master Deng's words? Furthermore, with your skills, do you truly believe you can save my father?" Qin Tian regarded Hon Tongsheng, who appeared to be in his 20s, similar in age to Hon Yao, with skepticism. He could not believe this individual possessed any medical knowledge capable of rescuing Hon Sanqian. After all, even Deng Wannian and Din Bai were at a loss regarding Hon Sanqian's injuries. Upon seeing Qin Tian, Deng Wannian's expression darkened. "You again. Old Hon's heart has been pierced by a dagger. Even if Watuo were alive, he could not save him." Qin Tian did not wish to engage in their arguments. He simply insisted, "Let me in. If you delay, it will be your father who suffers." Hon Tongsheng, the incensed, prepared to retort, but before he could utter another word, Qin Tian forcefully pushed him aside and entered. "What that bang?" Hon Tongsheng attempted to pursue him, but Qin Tian swiftly shut the door behind him. The onlookers stood at the threshold, exchanging glances. Inside the room, Qin Tian beheld Hon Sanqian, lying motionless on the bed with eyes tightly shut, his brow furrowed in concern. Were it not for the faintest hint of breath he detected, he would have thought Hon Sanqian was already deceased. Without hesitation, Qin Tian grasped one of Hon Sanqian's hands and took his pulse. As he did so, he immediately sensed the vital energy waning rapidly. And it would not be long before death claimed him. This was consistent with what Deng Wannian had previously stated. At that moment, several potential remedies to restore Hon Sanqian's vitality flashed through Qin Tian's mind, particularly elixirs. Regrettably, these concoctions were of a high grade, far beyond his current abilities to refine. Moreover, given Hon Sanqian's present condition, he surmised that there was a mere 20 minutes left, even if his cultivation was sufficient. He would not have time to prepare the necessary elixirs. What to do? Qin Tian released Hon Sanqian's hand and began pacing anxiously at the bedside. Would he truly have to witness Hon Sanqian's demise today? He yearned to save him, yet felt utterly powerless. In his desperation, he even contemplated pursuing overdue debts, seeking treasures from the divine realm to concoct life-saving elixirs. Alas, time was not on Hon Sanqian's side by the time he could execute such a plan. The body would likely be cold. Just then, as he rummaged through his pocket, his fingers brushed against something, and his eyes instantly brightened. Qin Tian retrieved the object, the pitch the size of a fist. Indeed, it was the pan pitch gifted to him by the Bull Demon King upon their introduction. He held it up, glancing between the pitch and the unconscious Hon Sanqian, murmuring to himself, the heavenly pitch, might it possess the power to save a life. However, shortly thereafter, he dismissed any lingering thoughts and swiftly resolved to offer the pitch to the other party. Regardless of whether the pitch possessed any life-saving properties, he felt compelled to try. After all, what if it did? Most importantly, Hon Sanqian had treated him well by assisting in his conflict with the Jian family, and he could not bear to witness his demise. Without a knife, Qin Tian resorted to his hands, tearing the pitch into several small pieces and feeding them to Hon Sanqian. As Hon Sanqian consumed the pitch, Qin Tian's keen senses discerned that the previously faint breaths, heartbeats, and pulses of the other were gradually regaining strength. It truly worked. Elated, Qin Tian continued to feed the remaining pieces of the pitch to Hon Sanqian. At that moment, as Qin Tian lifted the covers from Hon Sanqian, he was astonished to observe that the wounds on his chest were visibly healing at an extraordinary rate. The pitch not only restored his vitality but also possessed remarkable regenerative properties. Truly, it was a miraculous pitch. Watching the wondrous effects of the pitch, Qin Tian felt a twinge of regret. The tribute from the Bull Demon King, which he had intended for himself, was now being consumed by Hon Sanqian. Yet, this thought quickly dissipated. Saving Hon Sanqian's life with the pitch was a decision he did not regret. As vitality surged back, Qin Tian noticed Hon Sanqian's eyes fluttering before they opened. Upon seeing Qin Tian, a mix of surprise and confusion flashed across Hon Sanqian's pupils. Mr. Qin, how did you end up here? I thought I was dead. Qin Tian chuckled. Just take a moment to feel for yourself. Hearing this, Hon Sanqian instinctively looked down at his chest, and upon discovering that the wound had vanished, he reflexively sat up. Remarkably, he felt no discomfort in his body. It was as if he had never been injured at all, leaving him utterly astonished. He stared wide-eyed at Qin Tian. Mr. Qin, did you heal my wounds? Qin Tian shrugged nonchalantly. What else could it be? Outside the door, Hon Tongsheng said to Lang Feng, break down the door. But, young master. Lang Feng hesitated. What are you waiting for? That scoundrel has been inside for far too long. Who knows what he's doing? If he harms all Hon, it will be too late for regrets. Seeing Lang Feng's indecision, Deng Wannian declared, if you won't do it, I will. He clenched his right fist and struck the door lock with a powerful blow. As a practitioner of the minor inner force, the door was forcefully smashed open with a resounding crack. Once the door swung wide, Hon Tongsheng, Hon Yao, Shi Yanru, a director by, and Deng Wannian all rushed into the bedroom. Get out. Hon Tongsheng charged in fast, preparing to berate Qin Tian, who stood by the bed. However, halfway through his tirade, he noticed Hon Sanqian sitting peacefully on the bed and was instantly rendered speechless. Hon Yao and the others, upon seeing Hon Sanqian sitting there in good health, were struck as if by lightning, frozen in disbelief. In that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Seeing the commotion they had caused by barging in, Hon Sanqian rolled off the bed. As he witnessed the seemingly unscathed individual rise from his bed, both Deng Wannian and Din Bai instinctively gaped, their mouths agape in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate an ostrich egg. How could this be possible? Hon Sanqian descended to confront Hon Tongsheng, exclaiming, who were you shouting at just now? Who did you tell to get lost? At that moment, Hon Ya was the first to regain her composure, rushing to embrace Hon Sanqian, sobbing, Dad, you are all right. This is wonderful. Shi Yanru was unable to contain her tears, exclaiming in excitement, Old Master, you've recovered. Don't cry, Yao Yao. Mr. Qin saved me, I am completely well now. Hon Sanqian reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Unsurprisingly, his words sent another tremor through Deng Wannian and Din Bai. Deng Wannian pointed incredulously at Qin Tian, stammering, Old Hon, are you saying that he healed you? Indeed.
Hon Sanqian affirmed with a nod. But your injuries were evidently severe, or how is this possible? Din Bai appeared utterly bewildered. Hon Sanqian, however, paid little heed to their astonishment. Redirecting his gaze to Hon Tongsheng, apologized to Mr. Qin. Dad, Hon Tongsheng hesitated, but Hon Sanqian's insistence brooked no argument. I said, apologize to Mr. Qin. Reluctantly. Hon Tongsheng subdued his own shock and, with a pained expression, addressed Qin Tian, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for saving my father. Upon learning that it was Qin Tian who had rescued Hon Sanqian, Hon Yao approached him, bowing deeply in gratitude. Xianru also expressed her thanks profusely. They then moved to the living room, where the awe surrounding Qin Tian's miraculous revival of Hon Sanqian lingered, leaving both Hon Yao and Deng Wannian, along with Din Bai, in a state of disbelief. Particularly after Deng Wannian and Din Bai examined Hon Sanqian's health, confirming that he was indeed free of any ailment. Including the healed wound on his chest, their astonishment deepened exponentially. This was a miracle, no, it was a divine phenomenon. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Deng Wannian inquired, Mr. Qin, how did you manage to heal old Hon's injuries? Qin Tian surveyed the assembly, noting the perplexed expressions on their faces, including Hon Sanqian's. With a mysterious smile, he replied, that is my secret, one I prefer to keep to myself. Master Deng, would you care to share your own secrets with everyone? Qin Tian countered playfully. Deng Wannian's expression stiffened. In the next moment, he rose to address Hon Sanqian, saying, Old Hon, now that you are well, I shall take my leave and not intrude further. With that, he turned and departed from the Hon family villa. Observing this, Din Bai bid farewell to Hon Sanqian and the others, casting a glance laden with complexity at Qin Tian before taking his leave as well. Having cured Hon Sanqian and noticing that Deng Wannian had exited, Qin Tian contemplated returning to seek out Lu Chenxi. However, before he could voice his intentions, Hon Sanqian spoke first. Mr. Qin, you have saved my life again today. Including the previous incident at the Wangye Mountain Sales Center, this marks your second life-saving act. Today, you must allow me the honor of treating you to a meal, and I shall also update you on the Jin family situation. Listening to the words of the other party, Qin Tian initially intended to decline. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, he hesitated not for a moment and readily agreed. Hon Sanqian instructed the servants at home to prepare a lavish dinner, inviting Qin Tian to feast at his residence. Mr. Qin, you have saved my life on 2 occasions, I raise this glass in your honor. Hon Sanqian lifted a cup, standing upright, and respectfully toasted to Qin Tian with both hands. His demeanor was marked by utmost reverence. This display astonished Hon Yao and the others nearby. As the wealthiest individual in Qing City, Hon Sanqian possessed a lofty status and social standing, and they had never witnessed him exhibit such deference towards anyone. Nevertheless, upon recalling that Qin Tian had saved Hon Sanqian's life twice, Hon Yao and Xianru quickly reconciled with the situation. Only Hon Tongsheng remained seated, his gaze towards Qin Tian consistently unfriendly. After a moment, Hon Yao proactively lifted her cup and toasted to Qin Tian as well. Mr. Qin, rest assured, I will take care of the Jin family affairs, I shall surely bring them down. After putting down the cup, Hon Sanqian patted his chest in assurance to Qin Tian. Father, so your previous intentions towards the Jin family were because of him, Hon Tongsheng remarked. However, father, the Jin family's power in Qin City is not to be underestimated. Bringing them down will undoubtedly incur some cost. As the saying goes, to kill 1,000 enemies, one may lose 800. The Jin family's total assets exceed 100 billion. If we are to completely dismantle them, I estimate we will suffer losses of at least several billion. And so what? Hon Sanqian turned to him and asked, do you believe that the 2 lives saved by Mr. Qin are not worth several billion? That is not what I meant, father. Hon Tongsheng replied, sensing the displeasure in his tone, and lowered his head to focus on his meal, refraining from further comment. Not long after, as everyone enjoyed their meal, Hon Sanqian's mobile phone rang. He took it out, glanced at the screen, then promptly hung up. He informed Qin Tian that the call was from Jin Wanli, the head of the Jin family. At this moment, with the intent behind the call so apparent, Hon Sanqian had no inclination to answer. As long as Qin Tian remained silent, his assault on the Jin family would not cease for a moment. Shortly after Hon Sanqian hung up, their landline began to ring. Jian rushed over to check, discovering it was another call from the Jian family. Hong Sanqian gestured for her to hang up as well. At the Jian residence, Jin Wanli had attempted to reach Hong Sanqian multiple times without success, infuriated enough to smash his phone on the ground. Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian stood nearby, trembling in fear. Immediately, Jin Wanli pointed at the two, his eyes reddened with rage, and shouted, "This is all you're doing. Now Hong Sanqian is out to ruin us. What do you propose we do?" Faced with this furious outburst, Gao Fulian trembled again and responded, "Husband. Hong Sanqian's sudden attack on us has nothing to do with us." Jin Shaocheng, somewhat aggrieved, defended, "Yes, father. My mother and I have never provoked anyone from the Hong family, this is not our concern." "Nonsense," Jin Wanli bellowed. "If it is not your fault, then whose could it possibly be?" Jin Shaocheng retracted his neck, hesitant to engage in a debate with the other party, yet his expression conveyed a persistent defiance. He believed that the Hong family's actions against the Jin family were unrelated to him. At that moment, a thought struck Gao Fulian's mind. She recalled Qin Tian's assertion at the Huang family's residence that the Jin family would have to pay a price. Her countenance shifted dramatically. Could it truly be him? However, she quickly shook her head like a rattled drum. "Impossible, impossible." Noticing her demeanor, Jin Wanli inquired, "Who is he? What is impossible?" Without addressing Jin Wanli, Gao Fulian turned to Jin Shaocheng and asked, "My son, could the Hong family's aggression towards us be connected to the Huang family? Is it possible that Lu Shenxun's partner is behind this?" Jin Shaocheng paused for a moment, then scoffed, "Mom, what are you joking about? That is absolutely impossible. I have investigated Lu Shenxun's partner. Aside from some brute strength, he is a mere impoverished loser. How could he possibly have the clout to command the Hong family to take revenge on us?" Indeed, Gao Fulian nodded in agreement. I was being hasty and confused. After a brief moment, Jin Shaocheng proposed to Jin Wanli, "Dad, I have an idea. Since Hong Sanqian is not answering our calls, why don't we go directly to his home? We can ask him in person for clarification. I recall you had dinner with Hong Sanqian before. Once we understand the reason, we can discuss it face to face. I believe everything is negotiable. Moreover, my relationship with Hong Tongsheng from the Hong family is quite good. I can ask him to speak on our behalf." Upon hearing this, Jin Wanli's eyes lit up with excitement. Without any delay, the three of them set out, driving towards the Hong residence. As fate would have it, Qin Tian and Hong Sanqian had spent nearly 2 hours dining together, and by the time they finished, the sky outside had nearly turned dark. As Qin Tian prepared to leave, Hong Sanqian handed him a black card. "Mr. Qin, this is a specially crafted black card for you. From now on, all expenses at any of the Hong family's establishments will be entirely complimentary." Hong Yao and Hong Tongsheng, witnessing this, were once again taken aback. As the children of Hong Sanqian, they knew that nearly a decade ago, he had commissioned the creation of 5 black cards. The materials used for these cards were ordinary, and the craftsmanship was unremarkable, yet their significance was monumental. Those who possessed a black card could enjoy complimentary services at all Hong family establishments and could mobilize over 5 billion in capital at any time through these cards. From what Hong Yao and Hong Tongsheng understood, 10 years had passed, and only 3 of Hong Sanqian's 5 black cards had been bestowed. Hong Tongsheng had once coveted one, but Hong Sanqian had refused to part with it. It could be said that with this black card, Qin Tian wielded greater privileges within the Hong enterprise than Hong Tongsheng and Hong Yao, who were his own flesh and blood. In that instant, as Hong Tongsheng observed Hong Sanqian presenting the black card to Qin Tian, a deep shade of jealousy enveloped his pupils, and his hands involuntarily curled into fists. Realizing the significance of the black card, Qin Tian was initially taken aback and refused to accept it. However, after Hong Sanqian's persistent insistence, he ultimately accepted it. He had saved the other twice, and even this time, in order to rescue him, he had given up the peaches gifted by the Bull Demon King for the other's consumption. Accepting the black card from his companion, he felt a sense of justified ease. "Yao Yao, Mr. Qin is leaving, please see him off," Hong Sanqian called out to Hong Yao. Oh, all right." Hong Yao, snapping out of her daze, instinctively replied. She hurried over to accompany Qin Tian out the door. However, just as they reached the entrance, a black sedan drove in and halted before the Hong family villa.
The car door swung open, and Jin Shaocheng, Jin Wanli, and Gao Fulian emerged. Upon seeing the three, Qin Tian and his companions abruptly halted their steps. As Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian approached the villa, they froze mid-stride upon spotting Qin Tian. This prompted a puzzled Jin Wanli to inquire, "What are you doing?" Yet before the two could respond, Jin Wanli noticed Hon Sanqian at the doorway and immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Old Hon." Hon Sanqian regarded Jin Wanli with a blank expression. Slightly surprised, Jin Wanli, "I never expected you to find your way to my home." "Old Hon, I didn't wish to intrude, but I find myself with no other choice." Jin Wanli stood before Hon Sanqian, slightly bending his body in a show of humility. "Today, your sudden action against our Jin family's enterprises has led to numerous closures within just a few hours, resulting in losses amounting to several hundred million. If you do not relent, our Jin family will truly be finished in a matter of days." Hon Sanqian turned to glance at the nearby Qin Tian. A smirk curling his lips, "What I desire is precisely the downfall of your Jin family." Jin Wanli's body trembled, a mix of anger and confusion surging within him. Yet, he dared not express his fury, suppressing his emotions as he continued in a humble tone, "Old Hon, what is the reason behind this?" Qin Tian, observing Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian, spoke with a sardonic smile, "You ought to inquire with them." Jin Wanli, then familiar with Qin Tian, followed his gaze to Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian. The two felt a chill run down their spines. Subsequently, Gao Fulian hurried over, glancing between Qin Tian and Hon Sanqian, before finally fixing her incredulous gaze back on Qin Tian, exclaiming, "Is it really because of you?" Qin Tian smiled coolly. "I had promised to make you pay the price." In that instant, Jin Shaocheng felt as if his mind had exploded, utterly incredulous. "Impossible. How could this be? How could you possibly have such connections?" Gao Fulian, overwhelmed, stumbled backward a step. Jin Wanli, witnessing this scene, instantly grasped the situation. The Hon family's sudden and ruthless actions against them were indeed due to the two individuals before him. They had provoked Qin Tian, and the evident bond between him and Hon Sanqian was unmistakable. In a fury, Jin Wanli slapped Gao Fulian across the face and then turned to kick Jin Shaocheng in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Beasts! How did you offend this gentleman? Apologize at once." Gao Fulian and Jin Shaocheng dared not utter a word of defiance, hastily offering their apologies to Qin Tian. However, Qin Tian raised his hand to interrupt them, stating, "There is no need, I cannot bear your apologies, and I shall not accept them." Jin Wanli, with a tone laden with complexity, implored, "Sir, I am unclear about how my wife and son have offended you. I hope you can show magnanimity and grant our Jin family a single opportunity, allowing Old Hon to cease his actions. Old Hon, I beseech you. If you could spare our Jin family, you may impose any conditions, and I shall comply with all." Hon Tian, however, directed his gaze toward Qin Tian, conveying that the decision rested solely with him. Observing this, Jin Wanli resumed his pleas to Qin Tian. To speak candidly, witnessing the other's humble and desperate demeanor stirred within Qin Tian a fleeting sense of compassion. After all, the turmoil had been instigated by Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian, seemingly bearing little relevance to their father. Yet, as he recalled Jin Shaocheng's reprehensible actions, the flicker of sympathy swiftly dissipated. As the saying goes, if a child is unruly, the parent bears the blame. Jin Shaocheng's reprehensible behavior undoubtedly implicated his father. Thus, he shook his head, indicating his refusal. Upon seeing this, Jin Wanli turned back and delivered a resounding slap to Gao Fulian, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks directed at Jin Shaocheng. "Old father, please stop. If you continue, I shall perish. I shall never dare again." Jin Shaocheng cried out, writhing on the ground in agony. Hon Yao, witnessing the scene, turned her head away, unable to bear the sight. Hon Tongsheng, hearing the commotion outside, emerged. Upon spotting Hon Tongsheng, Jin Shaocheng seized him as a lifeline, breaking free from Jin Wanli's assault and rushing to Hon Tongsheng, pleading, "Tongsheng, help me. Convince your father not to target our Jin family." Hon Tongsheng furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat hesitant. Jin Shaocheng shouted, "Hon Tongsheng, are you not human? I have bestowed upon you several of my beautiful companions. You promised that if I encountered trouble, you would aid me. How can you now renege on your word?" The gazes of Qin Tian, Hon Tian, and Hon Yao converged upon Hon Tongsheng. Perceiving the tension, Hon Tongsheng's face darkened as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? What nonsense? When we played together, you fancied my companions, and I gave them to you, more than one. Furthermore, there was that time you forced yourself upon a female college student, and I provided cover." Jin Shaocheng exclaimed. "I have assisted you countless times. And now you refuse to plead with your father on my behalf? Damn you." In a fit of rage, Hon Tongsheng kicked him to the ground. Quickly, he turned to Hon Tian, exclaiming, "Oh father, I do not heed his fabrications. We are hardly acquainted, everything he just said is untrue." At this moment, Hon Tian's expression darkened as he barked, "Get inside. We shall settle this later." Hon Yao regarded Hon Tongsheng with evident disdain. Qin Tian found himself in a state of peculiar complexity, having never anticipated such a connection between Jin Shaocheng and Hon Tongsheng. Yes, I shall go in now." Hon Tongsheng hastily replied, fearing to contest Hon Tian's authority, and promptly retreated indoors. Subsequently, in a bid to obtain Qin Tian's forgiveness and to persuade Hon Sanchen to cease his actions, Jin Wanli unleashed a torrent of blows upon Jin Shaocheng and Gao Fulian. Earlier that day, at the Huang residence, Qin Tian had already reduced Jin Shaocheng's face to a grotesque state. Now, under Jin Wanli's relentless assault, every part of his body bore the marks of injury, rendering him utterly unrecognizable. Gao Fulian also suffered significantly, her cheeks swollen and her body crumpled on the ground. Yet, despite this violent display, Qin Tian remained unmoved in his resolve to let Hon Sanchen relent. After all, Jin Shaocheng's transgressions were inhumane. Had he not become a debt collector and crossed paths with Hon Sanchen, the fate of Lu Chenxin and her family would have been dire. Moreover, having learned through the truth pill about the numerous heinous acts committed by Jin Shaocheng, Qin Tian felt that a mere physical punishment was insufficient to absolve the Jin family of their misdeeds. Witnessing that no matter how fiercely he struck Jin Shaocheng, Qin Tian remained indifferent, Jin Wanli knelt before him in desperation. "Sir," he implored, his eyes reddened, "please tell me how my wretched son has offended you, and what punishment you deem appropriate to persuade Elder Hon to cease his actions. I shall comply with your wishes." After uttering these words, he bowed deeply, knocking his head against the ground, which stirred a pang of sympathy in Qin Tian. However, he stilled his heart and replied, "You may inquire about his transgressions directly with your beloved son." Jin Wanli sprang to his feet, approached Jin Shaocheng, and delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. "Speak. How have you provoked this situation? If you dare to withhold anything today, I will not hesitate to end your life." Faced with his father's wrath, Jin Shaocheng, trembling in fear, divulged every detail of his misdeeds concerning the Huang family and his coercion of Lu Chenxin. "Beast!" exclaimed Hon Yao, unable to contain her outrage. Hon Sanchen shook his head in disapproval. Once Jin Shaocheng finished recounting his transgressions, Qin Tian turned to Jin Wanli and inquired, given the severity of his actions, "How do you propose I can forgive your family?" Truthfully, seeing Jin Wanli's pitiable demeanor, especially as he had prostrated himself, stirred some compassion within Qin Tian. Yet, reflecting on Jin Shaocheng's atrocious behavior, he found it difficult to grant them clemency, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Noticing Qin Tian's hesitation, Jin Wanli furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, resolute, he lifted his foot and forcefully stomped down on Jin Shaocheng's groin. The anguished scream that erupted was akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoing throughout the Xionglan courtyard. But he did not stop there, he continued to stomp mercilessly, inflicting further pain until a pool of blood spilled forth, rendering Jin Shaocheng unconscious on the ground. Only then did he cease his assault. Qin Tian, Hon Sanchen, and Hon Yao stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with disbelief. A singular thought emerged in their minds: Jin Wanli was indeed a man of ferocity. Due to the brutal assaults he endured, Jin Shaocheng's life has been irrevocably altered, rendering him incapable of ever mistreating women or those he deems lesser again. Upon realizing the severity of his injuries, the Gao Fulian rushed to his side, embracing him tightly as blood trickled from his groin. She turned to Jin Wanli, screaming, Jin Wanli, are you even human? He is your son, your flesh and blood. How could you inflict such harm? Jin Wanli, visibly pale from the consequences of his actions, ignored Gao Fulian's desperate cries and returned to Qin Tian, asking with a grim smile, am I to your satisfaction now? Will this persuade old Han to show leniency towards the Jian family? This time, Qin Tian did not hesitate. He instructed Hong Sanqian, in that case, cease the assaults on the Jian family's enterprises. Very well, Hong Sanqian replied without hesitation, promptly retrieving his phone to make a call. Within 2 minutes, Jian Wanli received a notification that Hong's attacks on their business had ceased. Thank you, Jian Wanli expressed his gratitude to Qin Tian and Hong Sanqian as he lifted Jin Shaocheng into the vehicle, and the three departed. As they watched the car disappear, Hong Sanqian remarked, I never realized Jian Wanli could be so ruthless. To protect his family's interests, he could resort to such violence against his own son. Given his nature, I can't help but feel that by sparing him today, Mr. Qin, you are merely allowing a tiger to return to the mountain. In response, Qin Tian, rather amused, dismissed the notion, stating, this is not akin to releasing a tiger. It is more like letting a mouse go. If Jian Wanli possesses any intelligence, he should be grateful for the opportunity one have afforded the Jian family rather than harboring resentment. Should he or Jin Shaocheng dare to confront me again, they will surely regret it. His expression and tone exuded an air of unwavering confidence. As a debt collector, he had faced formidable foes. Even the likes of Nezha and Erlang had been bested by him, and the Bull Demon King had willingly acknowledged him as a superior. Why would he fear mere affluent families? Hong Sanqian paused, taken aback, before stating, indeed, with Mr. Qin's capabilities, should the Jian family seek revenge in the future, it would be akin to the old immortal hanging himself, displeased with his long life. With that, he took his leave, bidding farewell. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian departed from Xionglan courtyard. Upon learning that he lacked transportation, Hong Sanqian instructed Lang Feng to drive him. Hong Sanqian and Hon Yao stood at the entrance, watching until the vehicle vanished from sight before retracting their gaze. Just as Hon Yao was about to turn back inside, Hong Sanqian suddenly inquired, Yao Yao, what are your thoughts on Mr. Qin? Hon Yao paused, responding, today was my first encounter with him, so I don't know much about him. However, he has saved your life twice, so I think he is a commendable person. Yao Yao, how would you feel if I expressed a desire for you to marry him? Hon Yao's body jolted, her face a canvas of astonishment. Dad, what are you saying? Did you not hear Jin Shaocheng's words? Mr. Qin has a girlfriend. Hon Yao was both astonished and speechless as she remarked. This time he has tasked you with dealing with the Jin family simply because Jin Shaocheng has taken an interest in his girlfriend. Hong Sanqian gazed intently at her and replied with a faint smile, he has a girlfriend, what of it? Hon Yao felt utterly bewildered. What do you mean by that? Hong Sanqian continued with a gentle smile, Yao Yao, I understand the thought swirling in your mind. However, Father genuinely hopes for you to be with Mr. Qin. Have you lost your mind? Father, I truly believe you have gone insane. I do not wish to discuss this any further, Hon Yao interrupted, leaving those words behind as she hurried into the house, regardless of Hong Sanqian's reaction. He stood there, watching her retreating figure, shaking his head and revealing a complex smile. Meanwhile, in Langfeng's car, Qin Tian made a phone call to Lu Qianxin, learning that she and Lu Tianzheng, along with Huang Guangqian, had departed from the Biu Villa area and returned to her grandfather's home. He then requested her to send him the address so that Lang Feng could drive him there. Lu Qianxin's grandfather resided in a modest neighborhood called Xiangmanshuyan. After being dropped off, Qin Tian stood at the entrance of the community, feeling somewhat hesitant and even anxious. Not entering immediately, he pondered whether he should buy something to bring along. After all, he and Lu Qianxin had already crossed a certain line, and this would be his first visit to her home. By tradition, he certainly could not arrive empty-handed. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Tian decided to find a supermarket to purchase a gift. Just as he turned around, Lu Qianxin's voice reached his ears. He glanced back to see her approaching from within the community. Qin Tian, why haven't you gone inside? She inquired as she walked up to him. Oh, I was planning to buy something from the supermarket. Since this is my first visit to your home, I thought I shouldn't arrive empty-handed, Qin Tian explained candidly. Upon hearing this, a hint of color flashed Lu Qianxin's cheeks, yet she did not disagree. Instead, she suggested, there is a large supermarket nearby, I will take you there. With that, she took the lead, stepping forward. Qin Tian felt a surge of joy and quickly followed suit, asking, Qin, have you informed your uncle and aunt about our relationship? Yes, Lu Qianxin replied with a slight nod. What was their reaction? Qin Tian pressed on. Lu Qianxin paused her stride and turned to him, saying, actually, my parents are quite kind. Our biggest hurdle is my grandfather and the Jian family. Ever since the incident at the hotel, Lu Qianxin's heart had been with Qin Tian. However, regarding the recent developments with the Jian family, she felt anxious as they were still unaware of the situation, especially Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian, who believed the matter with the Jian family was not yet resolved. Understanding her concerns, Qin Tian reached out and placed his arm around her shoulders, reassuring her, Qin, the situation with the Jian family has concluded. Jin Shaocheng will no longer pursue you, and he is incapable of doing so. Therefore, you need not worry about your uncle and aunt. Lu Qianxin fixed her gaze upon him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Tian pondered for a moment and declared, did I not mention previously that I am acquainted with Hong Sanqian? He owes me a favor, and today I shall have him intervene. Consequently, the Jian family dares not pursue their intentions against you any longer. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxin's enchanting eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, it is true. If you doubt my words, feel free to call and inquire for yourself, and observe the Jian family's reaction. Qin Tian asserted with unwavering confidence. Without further ado, Lu Qianxin retrieved her mobile phone and scrolled through her contacts. Although she had not saved Jin Shaocheng's number, she was able to locate it through her call history, as Jin Shaocheng had contacted her numerous times in the past. Before long, her call connected. But it was not Jin Shaocheng who answered, rather, it was Jin Wanli. Jin Shaocheng's younger brother had been incapacitated and was currently in a coma, receiving treatment in the hospital. Upon recognizing Lu Qianxin's voice, Jin Wanli immediately began to apologize profusely and made solemn vows of assurance. He expressed remorse for Jin Shaocheng's previous transgressions against her and the Huang family, pledging that Jin Shaocheng would never disturb her again. Lu Qianxin listened, her beautiful visage reflecting profound astonishment. A few minutes later, she ended the call, taking some time to fully comprehend the situation. Qin Tian's words were indeed accurate. Jin Shaocheng would no longer harbor any intentions against her. This matter had truly been resolved. Amid her astonishment, she quickly realized that it was Hong Sanqian's intervention that had brought about this resolution. How splendid! Thank you, Qin Tian. In a moment of joy, Lu Qianxin tilted her head and planted a kiss on Qin Tian's cheek. Qin Tian, taken aback by the public display of affection amidst the bustling street, felt the weight of countless gazes upon them. Particularly, the male passers-by viewed Lu Qianxin's exquisite beauty with a mix of envy and admiration. Realizing the attention she had attracted, Lu Qianxin blushed and quickened her pace to depart. Standing still, Qin Tian touched the cheek that had been kissed and muttered to himself, another forced kiss, how infuriating. I must prepare for the next encounter. Later, as they arrived at the supermarket, at Lu Qianxin's behest, Qin Tian purchased 2 bottles of expensive white liquor and a pack of Yushi cigarettes, totaling less than 1,000 yuan. Lu Qianxin assumed that Qin Tian was still the ordinary worker he once was and deliberately sought to save him money. Qin Tian felt a surge of gratitude. He longed to reveal his true circumstances, that he resided in the luxurious Wangwei mountain villa district and lacked for nothing, but after careful consideration, he chose to remain silent. After all, the resolution of the Jin family's predicament had already left her astounded, and she had yet to fully process the information. Subsequently, guided by Lu Qianxin, Qin Tian returned home, where he encountered Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian, as well as her grandparents. Initially, Lu Tianzheng and Huang Anqian were troubled by the situation with the Jin family, furrowing their brows in concern over their relationship. However, upon Lu Qianxin's explanation of the circumstances, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, their anxious hearts settling at last. As Qin Tian had already dined at the Hong family residence and arrived rather late, he only lingered briefly at the Lu household before making his way back to Wangwei Mountain. In the dead of night, instead of practicing or pursuing dates, he found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to find slumber. His thoughts incessantly circled around Lu Qianxin and Lu Wenwen. At present, his relationship with Lu Qianxin was undeniably solidified, yet what was to be done regarding Lu Wenwen? That girl clearly held affections for him, expressing them with remarkable candor. Just days prior, their interaction had been quite pleasant, and to speak honestly, Qin Tian himself harbored a certain fondness for her. Absent Lu Qianxun. He and Lu Wenwen would undoubtedly be together within a few days. But alas. Lost in contemplation, Qin Tian abruptly grasped his own head and muttered in reproach, Qin Tian. Are you a scoundrel? You've already established a connection with Lu Qianxun, yet you find yourself drawn to another girl. It seems fate has destined you to be a cad. Unexpectedly, after his self-reprimand, the voice of his superior suddenly resonated within his room. Taken by surprise, Qin Tian jolted upright in bed. After a moment, he could only respond helplessly, "My dear boss, are you not aware that frightening someone can lead to dire consequences? Do you truly wish to scare me to death at this hour?" The boss replied, "I am not merely human." Qin Tian paused, then couldn't help but chuckle, "Indeed. You are not human." Seemingly realizing his own sleep, the boss's tone shifted to one of stern authority. "Be serious, I am your superior. Do you dare to jest with me? Do you believe I will impose a penalty upon you?" Qin Tian immediately stifled his playful demeanor. Up to this point, he had scarcely conversed with his boss, leaving him uncertain of the man's character. If the boss were indeed to impose a fine, deducting merit points or money, it would surely cause him great distress. Thus, he refrained from further jesting. "That's more like it." The boss's voice resumed, now tinged with a hint of satisfaction. After a brief pause, Qin Tian inquired with confusion, "By the way, boss, what brings you here at such an ungodly hour?" "I sensed your turmoil regarding matters of the heart and came to offer you some clarity," the boss replied. "In truth, my earlier statement was not a jest. Based on my understanding, your life is not blessed with just one confidant, but rather many. That is your fate. Hence, I declared you destined to be a scoundrel." Qin Tian's face grew adorned with numerous black lines, feeling as though he was being chastised, and in earnest at that. "You are the one fated to be a scoundrel. Your entire family is." Qin Tian silently grumbled to himself. However, such thoughts were far too dangerous to voice. Sensing his doubt, the boss inquired, "Do you not believe me?" "Of course I believe you," Qin Tian retorted, though inwardly he cursed, "I believe in a phantom." Yet outwardly, he quickly added, "Indeed, I trust you. For you are my superior, how could I possibly doubt you?" The boss, perceiving his perfunctory demeanor, chuckled and remarked, "It matters not that you doubt me now. In the future, when you experience it for yourself, you shall naturally come to believe. However, Qin Tian, I must remind you that you are now a cultivator, and moreover, a debt collector for my heavenly court's loan company. You are no longer akin to those mortals of the mundane world. Thus, you need not concern yourself with the constraints of the mortal realm, they cannot bind you." As he spoke, it was evident that the other party's tone grew increasingly assertive. "They do not speak of the constraints of the mortal realm as a debt collector for my heavenly court. Even the celestial laws hold no sway over you." Qin Tian nodded in agreement, acknowledging this without much skepticism. After all, if the Jade Emperor were to default on their debts, he could very well seize the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, let alone the celestial laws he had enacted. Furthermore, through the power bestowed upon him by the debt collector's token, he had easily vanquished formidable beings like Nezha and Erlang God, leading him to deduce that his boss was mysteriously powerful to an almost grotesque degree. If he claimed the celestial laws did not apply to him, it was assuredly the case. After responding, Qin Tian, who had been seated on the bed, intended to listen further. However, after a brief silence, he discerned no sound emanating from the room. Tentatively, he inquired, "Boss, are you still there? What is it? Do you have any further questions?" The boss's voice resounded once more. "Oh, no, I presumed you had departed since you had been silent for so long. If you have no more inquiries, I truly must take my leave. I have been rather busy of late. Should you need anything, send me a message, and I shall respond upon seeing it," he added, preparing to depart. Just then, Qin Tian suddenly recalled something and called out, "Wait a moment, boss. I actually have a question regarding my role as a debt collector. Are there any requirements for the debt collection tasks? For instance, must I complete a task within a certain number of days, or risk incurring a fine?" He recalled that previously, after 5.5 days of inactivity, he had received a warning message about facing penalties should he fail to work. The boss pondered for a moment before replying, "Oh well, in truth, there aren't many requirements." Qin Tian was taken aback. "Then why did you send me that message last time?" The boss replied candidly, that day I was in a rather foul mood and upon noticing your prolonged absence from debt collection, I merely intended to frighten you a bit. Astonished, Qin Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. However, Qin Tian, I must emphasize that whether or not you incur a fine is entirely at my discretion, so you would do well to behave appropriately. When I am in good spirits, all is well. When my mood sours. The boss's statement trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakably clear, causing Qin Tian to involuntarily twitch in apprehension. It dawned on him that everything hinged on the boss's mood, which seemed rather unprincipled. After uttering his final words, the boss fell entirely silent. Moments later, when Qin Tian called out several more times without receiving a response, he understood that the other party had indeed departed. Qin Tian let out a helpless sigh. Collapsing onto his bed to close his eyes in slumber, momentarily setting aside the complexities involving Lu Chenxun and Lu Wanwan. The following morning, he awoke early, performed his morning routine, hastily consumed a light breakfast, and then called Lu Chenxun. Upon learning that she was still searching for employment, he immediately contacted Hong Sanqian, requesting that he arrange a job for Lu Chenxun. Hong Sanqian, without hesitation, swiftly made the arrangements, appointing Lu Chenxun as the vice president of the Hong Group. When Qin Tian conveyed this news to Lu Chenxun, she was utterly taken aback, as though struck by lightning. Left momentarily speechless and unable to comprehend the enormity of the situation. It is worth noting that Hong Sanqian is the wealthiest individual in Qing City, and the Hong Group is the leading enterprise in the region, ranking among the top 50 in the nation. For Lu Chenxun, being appointed vice president of the Hong Group was akin to a cup leaping over the Dragon Gate. With such a prestigious position, not only would she enjoy substantial financial benefits, but her social standing would also ascend several tiers. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had Lu Chenxun already held the title of vice president, even with tenfold courage, no one would dare to harbor any ill intentions towards her. Qin Tian, where are you now? I need to see you. After some time, Lu Chenxun regained her composure and inquired over the phone. Given the gravity of the situation regarding her new role, she felt compelled to seek clarification from Qin Tian in person. I'm at home. Shall I come to you? Qin Tian sensed her urgency and asked, where are you located? I'm at the Economic and Trade Building. All right, wait for me. I'll head over right away. Without delay, Qin Tian exited his home. As he passed by Villa number 8, he unexpectedly encountered Ji Xiaoyu returning from outside. To his surprise, she was accompanied by another familiar face, Miss Hon. The other familiar figure was Hon Yao. Mr. Qin, Hon Yao greeted, equally astonished to see him. Ji Xiaoyu, upon realizing their acquaintance, was initially taken aback but soon understood. Recalling that the villa belonged to Hong Sanqian, curiously, Qin Tian asked, do you two know each other? Yao Yao and I are best friends, aren't we? Ji Xiaoyu replied, linking her arm with Hon Yao's. Due to previous events, Ji Xiaoyu regarded Qin Tian with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor, as though he owed her a debt. Well then. This reaction rendered Qin Tian slightly uncomfortable. After a brief exchange, he chose to take his leave. Once he departed, Ji Xiaoyu promptly turned to Hon Yao, asking, Yao Yao, why did your father gift him the villa at Wangwei Mountain? Hon Yao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively responding, what do you mean? That villa was given to him by my father. You didn't know? Ji Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise. However, Hon Yao quickly composed herself, saying, oh, Mr. Qin is my father's savior. I suppose my father wanted to express his gratitude by gifting him a villa. Reflecting on the previous day, when Hong Sanqian had even bestowed a black card upon Qin Tian, she mused that a villa at Wangwei Mountain was hardly excessive. So that is how it is. Ji Xiaoyu nodded in realization. Shortly after, the two entered the house, and Hon Yao said to Ji Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, my father was attacked at home yesterday. According to him, the assailants were at least master-level practitioners. Your family comes from a lineage of cultivation, and I would like your help to investigate who is behind this repeated attempt on my father's life. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiaoyu agreed, no problem. I will call my family right away. Before Hon Yao, she took out her phone and dialed. Hello, Uncle Gu, she said as the call connected. And she detailed the situation regarding Hong Sanqian's stabbing. Understood, Mississippi.
I will send someone to investigate right away. I will call you if I have any updates. Came the response from the other end. Alright, Ji Xiaoyu nodded, then continued, also, Uncle Gu, did you find anything regarding Qin Tian from my last inquiry? About Qin Tian. I have nearly completed my investigation. Uncle Gu's tone shifted to something more complex. Based on the information you provided. He is neither from a cultivation family nor any other faction. He appears to be a rogue cultivator. Ji Xiaoyu's expression transformed into one of surprise as she muttered. A rogue cultivator, without the support of a powerful clan. To reach such a level in his 20s, could he truly be a prodigy of cultivation? Although she was speaking to herself, Uncle Gu overheard. Miss, are you certain he is indeed in his 20s and possesses substantial inner strength? He inquired. Absolutely certain. Ji Xiaoyu replied without hesitation. Uncle Gu pondered for a few seconds before saying, if that is the case, please bring him to visit when you have the opportunity. The head of the family wishes to meet him, and it has been a long time since you last returned. The head also misses you. Let us discuss this later. Please remember to investigate the matter of Hong Sanqian's attack and inform me if you learn anything. Ji Xiaoyu seemed disinterested in that topic and abruptly ended the call. Hong Yao, seated beside her, had heard the entire conversation and asked with a wry smile, Xiaoyu, you still don't want to go back? I have no desire to return. It is so comfortable here, I can do whatever I want, then have complete autonomy. Why would I want to go back and be controlled by them? Ji Xiaoyu lazily stretched, revealing her exquisite figure, which would undoubtedly leave any man witnessing the scene breathless. Qin Tian soon arrived at the Economic and Trade Building to meet Lu Qianxin. To his surprise, as soon as they met, before he could utter a word, Lu Qianxin grabbed his waist and pinched him hard. Qianxin, what are you doing? Qin Tian exclaimed in pain. Lu Qianxin, brimming with excitement, replied. You feel pain, so that means this is all real, I am not dreaming. Hong Sanqian really invited me to be the vice president at Hong's. Qin Tian's expression darkened. You pinched yourself the moment we met? That's the reason. Qin Tian, nursing the flesh that had been pinched at his waist, remarked, Xian, of course. All of this is true. Do you think I would deceive you? I assisted you, then instead of expressing gratitude, you resorted to pinching me. He feigned an air of innocent grievance. Haha, I apologize, Qin Tian, but I was simply too overjoyed, Lu Qianxin responded with a bright smile. Extending her right hand towards his waist once more. Instinctively, Qin Tian recoiled, asking, what do you intend to do? Lu Qianxin grasped the fabric of his shirt and reassured him, fear not, I shall refrain from pinching you, I am merely here to help you. Before he could comprehend her intentions, her delicate hand found its way to his waist, gently kneading the tender flesh. This instant elicited certain reactions from Qin Tian. Particularly after having severed her essence before, his heart raced with fervor. Had they been in a more private setting, he would have undoubtedly lunged towards her. After a couple of gentle kneads, Lu Qianxin noticed an unusual expression on his face. Instinctively, she lowered her gaze, and in a flash, her cheeks flashed a deep crimson. She promptly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, pervert. With a cheeky grin, Qin Tian wrapped an arm around her waist, saying, Xian, we are now officially a couple. Is it wrong for me to entertain certain thoughts about my girlfriend? That hardly qualifies me as a pervert. Although he could not directly pounce on her in public, embracing her waist was certainly permissible. Drawing closer to her ear, he whispered, and if we are to speak of perversion, Xian, you have outdone me. Remember, before we were even an item, you exhibited quite the audacity at the hotel, thus rendering you the true vixen. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianxin's face reddened even further. In retaliation, she lightly stepped on his foot, seizing the opportunity to escape his grasp. Due to Hong Sanqian's suggestion, Lu Qianxin was set to assume the role of vice president at Hong's corporation, with the freedom to choose her start date. Therefore, she resolved to prepare thoroughly. Planning to commence her duties at Hong's once she felt ready. Hong's corporation was a leading enterprise in Qin City, and with a significant position bestowed upon her. She knew she must treat it with utmost seriousness. Thus, Qin Tian and Lu Qianxin spent the entire day together, dining, shopping, then watching movies. Only parting ways after 9 in the evening. Qin Tian, I shall take my leave now. Lu Qianxin waved goodbye as they exited the cinema, signaling her intention to head home.
Qin Tian grasped her hand, reluctant to let her go, saying, Xian, are you truly heading home? Understanding his sentiments, Lu Qianxin smiled and replied, in truth, Qin Tian, because of you, Hon Sanqian has offered me the vice presidency at Hon's Corporation. I am utterly elated. I had planned to express my gratitude to you this evening. Qin Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed intently at her, declaring, then why return at all? Let us not go back, or perhaps you could come to my home. In that moment, he beheld her exquisite features and alluring figure, his mind racing with thoughts of the evening's possibilities. However, Lu Qianxin shook her head and declined, stating, unfortunately, you previously referred to me as a female rogue. So I have changed my mind. I must alter the image I hold in your heart, mustn't I? Therefore, I shall return home tonight. At that moment, Qin Tian felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Why had he carelessly labeled her a female rogue during the day? Now, his evening happiness had been squandered due to his own thoughtlessness. Seeing his expression, Lu Qianxin couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. After a moment, she composed herself and said earnestly, all right, I shall not tease you any longer. I genuinely wish to return home tonight to study for my work at the Hon Group. Although it was because of you that old Hon recommended me for the position, I cannot betray his trust. There is much I do not understand about the Hon Group, and I must take this time to learn before officially starting my job. Noticing the reluctance and peculiar expression on Qin Tian's face, she quickly reassured him, after all, I am now your girlfriend, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is no need to rush this evening. To be frank, hearing her say this only intensified Qin Tian's yearning. It became evident to him that since the events at the hotel and the resolution of the Jian family matters, Lu Qianxin had undergone a significant transformation in her demeanor towards him. Previously, she had been an aloof and majestic beauty, exuding an air of superiority. Now, before him, she had shed that coldness and embraced a more demure and feminine charm. All right then, we have an agreement, you must make it up to me another day. Qin Tian feigned indignation. Very well, I shall make it up to you another day, to your heart's content, Lu Qianxin playfully replied, casting him a flirtatious glance. In response to this, Qin Tian hurriedly waved her off, urging her to leave. He genuinely feared that if this continued, he would lose control and insist she stay. With a giggle, Lu Qianxin entered her car and drove back to Xiangshuyan. Sighing heavily as he watched her vehicle depart, Qin Tian turned away from the spot. Instead of returning to Yu Mountain, he opted for Wetland Park. Having not fulfilled his desires, he knew he would be restless that night. So he chose to immerse himself in cultivation. Cultivation would not only enhance his abilities but also provide tranquility and self-improvement. In the following 2 or 3 days, Qin Tian intended to invite Lu Qianxin out, but she was preoccupied with her studies for the Hon Group and could not find the time. It must be said that Lu Qianxin was indeed dedicated to her work. The fact that she had managed the several companies under the Huang family so effectively was no mere coincidence. With his attempts to meet Lu Qianxin thwarted, Qin Tian focused on his own affairs, pursuing debts and continuing his training. Over the course of 3 days, aside from his cultivation, he successfully tracked down a delinquent client and earned a reward of 20,000 merit points. During these 3 days, Lu Wenwen had also reached out to him. Now that he was in a relationship with Lu Qianxin, Qin Tian found himself uncertain of how to face Lu Wenwen. Thus, when she sent him messages expressing concern, he merely responded perfunctorily. Fortunately, Lu Wenwen seemed preoccupied with her demanding work at the second hospital, as she only managed to send him 2 messages over the course of 3 days, refraining from inviting him out for meals or leisure activities as she had initially done. Otherwise, Qin Tian would have truly found himself at a loss. One day, having just returned from his training at the Wetland Park, Qin Tian received a phone call from Zheng Jingyun. Hello, Xiao Tian, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you free? She inquired. Yes, we have a day off, Qin Tian replied. He had not disclosed his current situation to his parents, Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghuo, who still believed he was working diligently. Since you have the day off, come home tomorrow, Zheng Jingyun suggested. I have something I would like to discuss with you. What is it, Mom? You can tell me over the phone, Qin Tian responded. Xiao Tian, you haven't been home for several months. Your mother misses you. Don't you want to come back? Qin Tian was taken aback, then helplessly replied. What are you talking about, Mom? Alright, I will come back to see you and Dad tomorrow. That's more like it. Come back early. I'll have your father prepare a big rooster for you and I'll stew it. Okay, I'll return early. Qin Tian felt a warmth in his heart. After chatting for a little while longer, they ended the call. Noticing that it was still early, only a little past 2 in the afternoon, Qin Tian decided to return home today rather than wait until tomorrow. It had indeed been several months since his last visit. More importantly, he now had some wealth and felt it was time to see Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun to share his good fortune with them. Although he could not reveal everything at once, he wanted to convey enough to ease their burdens. Thus, Qin Tian quickly packed his belongings, exited the Wangwei Mountain Villa area, and hailed a taxi home. His hometown was situated in a village called Yongha, which fell under the jurisdiction of Liangshuo County in Qing City. The distance from Qing City to Yongha village was approximately 200 kilometers, necessitating multiple bus transfers, whereas a taxi could take him directly there for a fare of about 600 to 700 yuan. However, for Qin Tian, this amount was insignificant, so he was unconcerned. Departing just after 2 in the afternoon, he arrived back in Yongha village by nearly 6 o'clock in the evening, with the road now leading directly to his family's doorstep. He instructed the taxi driver to pull up right to the house. As Qin Tian stepped out of the car, he saw his father, Qin Zhonghua, in his 50s, emerging from their home with a basin of water. Upon spotting Qin Tian, he paused momentarily, then exclaimed with joy, "Xiao Tian, you are back. I thought you were coming tomorrow." Jinyun, Xiao Tian has returned." Qin Zhonghua called out as he set down the basin and rushed towards his son. Hearing the commotion, Zheng Jinyun quickly came out of the house, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Qin Tian. However, when she noticed the taxi pulling away, her expression shifted, and she immediately asked, "Xiao Tian, did you take a taxi back?" Qin Tian recognized the concern in Zheng Jinyun's demeanor and understood her implications. He approached Zheng Jingyun and linked his arm with hers, saying, "Mom, as soon as you called me, I rushed back, but unfortunately, it was a bit late. And there were no more buses, so I had to take a taxi." "How much did the taxi cost?" Around 500 to 700. Upon hearing this, a look of concern immediately crossed Zheng Jingyun's face. She reproached him, "Why waste that money? You could have taken the bus back tomorrow morning and saved that amount." "Really? I just wanted to come back early." Qin Tian feigned flattery. Alright. It's just a few hundred yuan. It's worth it for my son to come home for a night." Qin Zhonghua interjected in support of Qin Tian. "You young man. Remember not to squander money on unnecessary expenses. You're not even married yet, and you'll need money for many things in the future." Zheng Jinyun admonished him earnestly. However, she did not genuinely hold any resentment towards Qin Tian and soon joyfully pulled him into the house. Their home was a quaint 2-story building, newly constructed a few years prior. Once inside, Qin Tian noticed Qin Zhonghua was busy scalding a chicken to remove its feathers. Clearly, this was the large rooster Zheng Jingyun had mentioned to him over the phone. As Qin Zhonghua continued his task, he remarked, "A little Tian. We thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow, so we slaughtered the chicken this afternoon, planning to stew it for you. Had we known you were coming back tonight, I would have done it this morning. You really know how to surprise your mother." Zheng Jinyun was preparing to cook several delicious dishes, not bothering to ask if Qin Tian had eaten, as her only thought was that since her son had returned after such a long absence, she must serve him the best. Thus, Qin Tian remained silent, taking a stool beside them, watching Qin Zhonghua pluck the feathers and Zheng Jingyun stir-fry, engaging in light conversation with them, feeling a warm and tranquil sense of belonging. However, as he observed the lines of weariness etched on their faces, both in their early 50s yet appearing akin to those in their 60s in the city, a pang of sorrow tugged at his heart. Over the years, they had toiled in the fields daily, enduring the hardships of rural life to make ends meet. In that moment, Qin Tian silently resolved that, no matter what, he must devise a way to assure them that he was financially secure, enabling them to enjoy a life free from labor. Yet, he dared not reveal to them the extent of his wealth, amounting to tens of millions, until he found a fitting reason. Sudden disclosure would likely induce shock rather than joy. "By the way, little Tian, have the issues with that super loan company been resolved?"
Zheng Jingyun inquired. Rest assured, Mom. It has all been taken care of, Qin Tian replied. That super loan company was an illegal online lending operation, and it has now been shut down by the police. Their owner and staff have been arrested. That's good to hear, Zheng Jingyun nodded. Xiao Tian, you must refrain from engaging with such matters in the future. If you find yourself in need of funds, simply call your mother and me, and we shall transfer the money to you, Qin Zhonghua remarked. You have no idea how anxious your mother was after that incident. She couldn't sleep for many nights. Qin Tian cast an apologetic glance at Zheng Jingyun. I'm so sorry, Mom. Xiao Tian, there is no need for such formalities. Zheng Jingyun waved her hand dismissively. What is done is done, let it go. Not long after, Zheng Jingyun prepared several dishes while Qin Zhonghua finished plucking the chicken feathers. The three of them sat down together for a meal. In truth, Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun had already dined earlier, but they were delighted by Qin Tian's return and wanted to share another meal with him. As they ate, Qin Tian inquired, Mom, you mentioned over the phone that there was something you wanted to discuss with me. What is it? Zheng Jingyun did not respond immediately. Instead, she posed a question, Xiao Tian, is there truly no possibility left between you and Xiaofeng? Qin Tian paused in his eating, feeling somewhat helpless. Mom. Why do you bring her up again? We broke up over 6 months ago, you know that. Unsurprisingly, the Xiaofeng Zheng Jingyun referred to was Qin Tian's former girlfriend. Hifeng. In the past, Qin Tian had brought Hifeng home once, so both Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua were familiar with her. Qin Tian had informed them of his breakup half a year prior, but he had chosen not to reveal the full story, Hifeng's illness, his online debts, and her eventual decision to end their relationship. He had only told them that their personalities clashed and that they had parted amicably. I always thought Xiaofeng was quite a good girl, and she was rather attractive. What led to your separation? Qin Zhonghua sighed softly, expressing his regret. In response, Qin Tian merely smiled to himself, choosing not to speak. He had once shared that sentiment. It was only then that Zheng Jingyun continued, Xiao Tian. The reason I called you back is that your Aunt Zhong has introduced you to a young lady, and I'd like for you both to meet. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian not only halted the movement of his chopsticks but also froze mid-chew. Zheng Jingyun paid no heed to his reaction and continued, Xiao Tian. You are already 26 years old, you are no longer a child and should consider marriage. Your father and I had hoped you would marry Hifeng. But we never anticipated that you would part ways. The young lady Aunt Zhong introduced is a relative of hers from our Liangshuoxian. And I hear she has a commendable job there. Tomorrow Qin Tian could scarcely endure any more and interjected with a frown, oh my goodness. You brought me back just to arrange a blind date. I'm only 26, how can you say I'm no longer young? Qin Zhonghua set down his chopsticks and replied earnestly, at 26, you are certainly not a child anymore. When I was your age, your mother was already expecting you. And just look at the girl next door, Liyatu, she's a few months younger than you, and her child is about to start elementary school. Qin Tian felt increasingly exasperated. Dad, Li Qiahong dropped out of middle school and married early, my circumstances are entirely different, okay. How could things have changed so drastically? We all come from the same village, and you two even attended kindergarten, elementary, then middle school together. When I speak of differences, I do not refer to this kind of disparity. Qin Tian was at a loss for words on how to address the two. Zheng Jingyun remarked, regardless. Your Aunt Zhong has already made an introduction for you, and that girl will be visiting our village tomorrow. No matter what your thoughts are, you shall meet her. Whether it leads to anything is another matter. In that instant, Qin Tian could only feel a sense of helplessness. After a while, he decided to speak plainly, Mom, Dad. I actually have a girlfriend now. Both Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua were momentarily taken aback. However, recovering quickly, Zheng Jingyun shot him a sharp glance and retorted. Do you think we believe you? Qin Zhonghua patted his shoulder and said, all right, Xiao Tian. Your mother has already arranged for that girl to come to our village tomorrow to meet you, so you should not resist. No matter how much you oppose. It won't change anything. Later, seeing the unwavering resolve in their attitudes, Qin Tian closed his mouth and refrained from saying more. After finishing dinner, around 9 in the evening, Qin Tian returned to his room.
Although it had been a long time since he had last been home, Zheng Jingyun had kept his room neat and tidy, allowing him to fall asleep immediately. Lying on his bed, he took out his phone and initiated a WeChat video call with Lu Qianxin. When the video connected, Qin Tian saw her sitting in front of her computer, with a thick stack of documents and books on her desk. He couldn't help but sigh. "Qianxin, are you still working on the homework for Hon Group? It's been several days, don't you think you should take a break?" Lu Qianxin did not look at him, continuing to sift through the documents. "I start my official job at Hon Group next Monday. I must grasp the situation there as soon as possible. Otherwise, as a vice president, how could I be so uninformed? That would be quite embarrassing." Qin Tian shook his head, realizing he could not persuade her. If he could, he would have already taken her out for a more intimate encounter. After a moment, he said, "Qianxin, could you pause for a moment? I have something important to discuss with you." Only then did Lu Qianxin divert her attention from the documents to the phone screen. "What is it?" "Oh, where are you?" "I returned to my hometown today. This is my old home." Lu Qianxin asked in surprise, "Where is your hometown?" After they had established their relationship, Lu Qianxin had been busy preparing for her new job at Hon Group, and they hadn't had the chance to learn more about each other. So Qin Tian had yet to share details about his hometown. Thus, he briefly narrated the situation of his hometown to her. Finally, he provocatively asked, "Qianxin, given my humble background as a rural lad compared to your affluent upbringing, would you ever look down upon me?" Lu Qianxin shot him an exasperated glance, responding, "Look down on you? Haha." Qin Tian chuckled, fully aware she was merely teasing him. After all, having previously worked at Medai Group, Lu Qianxin was already familiar with his circumstances. "All right, let me address something serious." Qin Tian set aside his playful tone and spoke with a hint of gravity, "Xian. If you're free tomorrow, could you come to my hometown? My parents deceived me into returning, and they've arranged a blind date for me. I must let them know that I already have you as my girlfriend." Initially, upon hearing the first half of his statement, Lu Qianxin instinctively thought to decline, as she had homework from Hon's group to attend to. However, upon hearing the latter part, she instantly agreed without hesitation. "All right, please send me your location, and I'll come find you first thing tomorrow morning." "Thank you, my dear. I knew you would agree." "Who is your dear? How shameless." "Haha, you are my dear. Come here for a kiss. Get lost." Thus, as their conversation continued, guided by Qin Tian, their topic veered off course. They playfully bantered across the screen for a while before ending the call. Qin Tian then sent Lu Qianxin his location. The next day, Qin Tian was roused early by Zheng Jingyun. She urged him to wash his face and groom himself, wishing for him to present his best image when meeting the blind date his mother had arranged. Qin Tian merely brushed his teeth and washed his face, then remained still, ignoring Zheng Jingyun's urgings. He honestly declared, "Mom, I truly have a girlfriend. If all goes well, she will come today. Therefore, there is no need to meet Aunt Zhang's relative." Zheng Jingyun remained skeptical. "We'll see if your girlfriend arrives. Until then, you should meet the relative introduced by Aunt Zhang." With no choice but to cease the argument, Qin Tian resolved that once Lu Qianxin arrived, her presence would surely convince his mother. Subsequently, Qin Tian stepped outside for a stroll. The neighbors, upon seeing him, greeted him warmly. "Xiao Tian, you are back." "Yes, Uncle Mo, have you taken the cattle out again? I heard Aunt Zhang introduced a match for you." "Is it true?" Qin Tian replied, "Don't be shy. If it works out, remember to invite me to the wedding feast." Due to Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun's good standing in the village, the people of Yongha village were quite friendly towards Qin Tian. However, there were those who were not as amicable. For instance, on his way back, he passed by the home of his neighbor, Li Qiao, known as the daughter Lia mentioned by Qin Zhonghua the previous evening. He noticed Li Qiao washing her 5-year-old son's face in front of their home and approached her to say hello, having grown up together and shared many school years. To his surprise, upon seeing him, Li Qiao immediately ushered her son inside and regarded him with a peculiar expression. Li Qiao, what else with that look?" Qin Tian inquired directly. "Qin Tian, have you paid off those online loans you borrowed?" Li Qiao retorted. The confusion that lingered in Qin Tian's mind was swiftly dispelled as understanding dawned upon him. With a resigned shake of his head, he inquired, Li Qiao, how did you come to know about my borrowing from online lenders? Li Qiao replied with a cold smirk, well, those loan companies incessantly bombarded my phone with calls. How could I not be aware? It's not just me, our former middle school classmates have likely caught wind of it too. The debt collection calls have not only reached me but also Yang Hang, Wu Xiaobin, and even our middle school homeroom teacher. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian stood frozen in place, his expression rigid, unable to respond for a considerable time. He had forgotten that the unscrupulous online lenders, in their relentless pursuit of repayment, had not only inundated him with calls but had also disclosed his contacts. Yang Hang and Wu Xiaobing, whom he had been quite close to during middle school, were indeed in his phone's contact list. Thus, it was no surprise that the lenders had reached out to them. Li Qiao continued, Qin Tian, your reputation among our peers has become utterly tarnished. Everyone is aware of your debt and refusal to repay it. After she finished speaking, Qin Tian merely stared at Li Qiao, at a loss for words. Li Qiao waited for a few seconds, and upon receiving no response, turned and entered the house, ignoring him. Shortly thereafter, Qin Tian departed from Li Qiao's residence and returned home. Once there, he opened the long-neglected group chat with his middle school classmates, which he had muted. The conversation was rife with fragmented discussions about him, detailing how he had accumulated substantial debt, was unable to repay it, and how the debt collection calls had reached his classmates. It echoed Li Qiao's earlier comments, his reputation had indeed plummeted among his peers. As he perused the messages, Qin Tian located the WeChat contacts of Yang Hang, Wu Xiaobing, and a few others, intending to send them a message to clarify the situation. After all, these individuals were once his close companions. However, to his astonishment, when he attempted to send a message, a red exclamation mark appeared, indicating that they had all blocked him. In this predicament, Qin Tian could only shake his head and chuckle wryly, feeling a profound sense of resignation. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This was merely the reality of life, nothing particularly surprising. Having grown up as neighbors with Li Qiao, their attitude had shifted dramatically upon learning of his debts. And it was even less surprising that his long-absent middle school classmates would do the same. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, a Cadillac came to a halt in front of Qin Tian's home. Two women emerged from the vehicle, a middle-aged woman in her 40s and a fashionable woman in her 30s. Upon alighting, the middle-aged woman called out, Jingyun. We have arrived. Hearing the voice, Qin Tian, Qin Zhonghua, and Zheng Jingyun stepped out of the house. Zheng Jingyun, upon seeing the two women, warmly greeted them, Shufan. You have come. Please come in and have a seat. The middle-aged woman was none other than Zhong Shufan, the neighbor whom Qin Tian, Qin Zhonghua, and Zheng Jingyun often referred to as Aunt Zhong. Zhong Shufan introduced the fashionable woman beside her to Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua, saying, This is my niece, Chen Mein. Mein. Hello, hello. Zheng Jingyun greeted Chen Mein warmly, as did Qin Zhonghua. Chen Mein not only dressed stylishly but also wore makeup, her fair skin indicating her urban background. Coupled with her above-average appearance, both Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua had a very favorable first impression of her. In contrast to their enthusiasm, Chen Mein appeared somewhat indifferent, surveying her surroundings since alighting from the vehicle. Even when faced with Zheng Jingyun's cordial greeting, she responded rather coolly. Momentarily, she noticed Qin Tian, who had been silent at the door, and inquired of Zhong Shufan, Auntie, is he the match you mentioned, Qin Tian? Zhong Shufan promptly confirmed, yes, that's Qin Tian. From a few meters away, Chen Mein scrutinized Qin Tian from head to toe and nodded, stating, his appearance is quite impressive, meeting my standards for a partner. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian silently chuckled, thinking to himself that his looks must indeed be commendable, considering how much effort Huang Xiuhui had expended to gain his favor at Medai Group. If his appearance were lacking, would anyone be so keen on his physique? Zheng Jingyun chimed in with a smile, our little Tian has been handsome since childhood, many girls liked him when he was in school. If only he were more perceptive, he'd probably be married by now. Qin Tian. Chen Mein remarked, Auntie, in this society, being good-looking alone cannot sustain one's livelihood. At this, Zheng Jingyun instinctively halted her words, the hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Sensing the atmosphere, Qin Zhonghua quickly interjected, let us not stand outside chatting.
Come in and sit down to talk leisurely. That's unnecessary, Chang'e decisively replied. Qin Tian, shall we discuss matters outside instead? Qin Tian contemplated declining, wishing to inform her that he already had a girlfriend. However, before he could utter even a couple of words, Zheng Jingyun readily agreed on his behalf. No problem at all, Mein. If you prefer chatting outside, then we shall. Little Tian, why are you still lingering by the door? Hurry and take Mein for a stroll. Mom. All right, Qin Tian conceded, unable to stand against Zheng Jingyun, and thus he walked out. As the two strolled away, Zhang Shufen watched their retreating figures, cheerfully commenting, these two are starting to look like a couple. She added, Jingyun, my main works for a cosmetics brand and is a leader in our county. Managing dozens of people is so she can be quite assertive at times. Perhaps sensing Chang'e's earlier aloofness towards Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua, she felt the need to clarify. Zheng Jingyun expressed her astonishment as she manages dozens of people. That's impressive. Indeed. Everything concerning that cosmetics brand in Liangshuo County is decided by her. Zhang Shufen replied proudly. Listening intently, Qin Zhonghua gazed at the diminishing figures of Qin Tian and Chang'e, a contemplative expression gracing his features, lost in unspoken thoughts. After a brief distance, Qin Tian appeared poised to speak. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Chang'e assertively interrupted him, continuing unabated, Qin Tian. I believe my second aunt mentioned your situation. You work at a company in Qing City, earning a monthly salary of around 5,000 to 6,000, correct? Qin Tian understood that Zhang Shufen had relayed his previous employment details at the Medai Group. Thus, he did not refute her statement and nodded in affirmation. In response, Chang'e proceeded with her self-introduction. I am the main representative for Chanel in Liangshuo, with a monthly income approximately 4 times yours. Currently, I own 2 properties in Liangshuo and a vehicle worth over 200,000, specifically that Cadillac you just saw. Miss Chan, could you allow me to speak first? Qin Tian attempted to interject, but Chang'e once again forcefully interrupted, if we were to be together. I would not mind if your job is not as good as mine or if your earnings fall short. However, I have several conditions. Firstly, after marriage, you must heed my instructions, and your salary must be submitted to me. I will allocate a certain amount for your personal expenses each month. But you must clarify how you spend it. My parents enjoy a lively atmosphere, especially during festivals, so I hope you can join us at home. Should any conflicts arise between me and your parents post-marriage, you must unconditionally side with me. Furthermore, your family must provide a bride price of 288,000. Both my cousin and my second cousin received a bride price of 188,000. As I surpass them in various aspects, my bride price must be higher. And most importantly, stop right there. Qin Tian could no longer endure the barrage of demands and forcefully halted her. A look of utter disbelief washed over his face. Chang'e, noticing his reaction, inquired, what is it? Are you unable to accept my requests? I truly cannot. Qin Tian replied, then quickly added, moreover, Miss Jian, your stipulations are entirely unwarranted. This is merely our first meeting, and we are not even a couple. Chang'e retorted. Did I not just mention that your appearance meets my criteria for a partner, which is why I am willing to pursue a relationship with you? The incredulity within Qin Tian swelled to the point of becoming palpable. Your criteria for a partner may align with my appearance, but I certainly do not wish to pursue a relationship with you. Chang'e seemed to sense his thoughts, displaying a profound astonishment. Qin Tian, do you mean to say that you are not interested in me? Her reaction was akin to witnessing the sun rise in the west, leaving Qin Tian enveloped in a mix of disbelief and exasperation. Her confidence had reached an astonishing level. To avert further vexation, Qin Tian stated directly, I apologize, Miss Jian, but I already have a girlfriend, so a relationship between us is not possible. Chang'e paused momentarily, her expression shifting as she replied, you have a girlfriend. Yet your mother told my second aunt that you are single. Qin Tian spread his hands in a gesture of apology, saying, I sincerely apologize. I have only recently started dating my girlfriend and have yet to inform my parents, so it may seem rather new. Chang'e's expression shifted slightly. Indeed. It's only been a few days since we confirmed our relationship, so my parents are still unaware. Chang'e appeared to be deep in thought, contemplating something. After about half a minute, she spoke again. Qin Tian, since it has only been a few days, you could break up with her, I wouldn't mind. Ah? Qin Tian halted in his tracks, utterly bewildered. Miss Jian, why should I break up with my girlfriend? Because if you end things with her, you could be with me. Chang'e replied matter-of-factly. At this, Qin Tian stared at her, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. Observing his reaction, Chang'e continued, what's the matter? Are you reluctant? To put it bluntly, Qin Tian, it is your fortune that I have taken an interest in you. I wouldn't mind if you were to break up with your girlfriend. Being with me would be a blessing for you. Don't you realize your current girlfriend cannot compare to me? Marrying me would make your future much easier, do you understand? Qin Tian felt at a loss for words. He had encountered confident individuals before, but he had never met someone with such audacity. The way she looked at him was as if he were a stroke of luck she had secured through 8 lifetimes of merit. Just then, a red sedan drove into Yonghe village, and within was Lu Qianxun. After entering the village, unsure of the exact location of Qin Tian's residence, she parked in front of a house, rolled down her window, and asked an elderly man who was weaving a bamboo basket, excuse me. Do you know where Qin Tian lives? The man, upon hearing her question, looked up and was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Qianxun. He was so taken aback that he forgot to breathe, a cigarette hanging from his mouth. Excuse me, do you know Qin Tian? Lu Qianxun repeated her question. Finally, the man came to his senses and pointed towards a 2-story house, saying, Qin Tian. His home is that building. Lu Qianxun followed his and thanked him, thank you, sir. She then started her car and headed towards Qin Tian's house. At that moment, the man leaped up and asked, Miss, what do you need with Qin Tian? Who are you to him? I am Qin Tian's girlfriend, Lu Qianxun replied. Upon hearing this, the man was once again left speechless for several seconds. He then dropped the bamboo strips he was holding and dashed into the house, exclaiming, wife, a wife, incredible news. Qin Tian has found himself a fairy of a girlfriend. As Lu Qianxun drove towards Qin Tian's house, she sent him a WeChat message informing him that she would arrive in no more than 2 minutes. Upon seeing the message, Qin Tian had no desire to continue his conversation with Chang'e. He turned and jogged back home, disregarding Chang'e's reaction. Since they had not ventured far, he quickly returned home, where Zheng Jingyun and Zhang Shufan, who were chatting on the yard, inquired, Shao Tian, why are you back alone? At this moment, Qin Tian had already spotted Lu Qianxun's red car approaching their home. He exclaimed, Mom, I told you, I already have a girlfriend, yet you refuse to believe me. Now my girlfriend is here. As he spoke, the red sedan had arrived at their doorstep. Qin Tian hurried to greet her, opening the door. Qianxun. Lu Qianxun stepped out of the car, and both Zheng Jingyun and Zhang Shufan were taken aback, their pupils shimmering with awe. It was evident that Lu Qianxun had meticulously adorned herself for this visit. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her already exquisite features, rendering them even more flawless. She wore a black floral dress that accentuated her fair skin, and a pair of high heels elongated her slender legs. Most importantly, as she alighted from the vehicle, an extraordinary aura enveloped her, felt not only by Qin Tian but also by Zheng Jingyun and Zhang Shufan standing a few meters away. Qin Tian was utterly captivated by her beauty, let alone the others. Upon noticing Zheng Jingyun and Zhang Shufan nearby, Lu Qianxun affectionately linked her arm with Qin Tian's and asked, Tian, where are auntie and uncle? Qin Tian led Lu Qianxun to stand beside Zheng Jingyun and introduced her. This is our neighbor, Aunt Zhang. Then he promptly added, Mom, this is my girlfriend, Lu Qianxun. Hello, auntie. Hello, Aunt Zhang. Lu Qianxun greeted them sweetly. Oh, Qianxun. Hello. You, hello. Zheng Jingyun and Zhang Shufan, still in a daze, responded instinctively. Zhonghua, what are you doing inside? Little Tian's girlfriend is here. Why aren't you coming out? Zheng Jingyun called into the house. Hearing her, Qin Zhonghua, who was preparing a meal, emerged and was equally astonished by Lu Qianxun's stunning appearance. Hello, uncle. Lu Qianxun greeted him, prompting him to regain his composure. Soon after, neighbors began to gather at Qin Tian's home, and anyone who laid eyes on Lu Qianxun was utterly enchanted, regardless of age or gender. Well, my dear, I wasn't lying. Was I? She truly looks like a fairy.
exclaimed an elderly man who had previously asked for directions, pointing at Lu Qianxun while speaking to an elderly woman beside him. Clearly, the influx of neighbors was largely due to her presence. After conversing with the elderly woman, the man walked over to Qin Tian and remarked, Xiao Tian, you've truly made a remarkable achievement. Where did you find such a beautiful wife? Is your girlfriend a muse from a painting? She is even more stunning than the actresses I see on television. Zhonghua, your ancestors must be smiling down from the heavens. How could you possibly find such a beautiful wife? Chimed in other neighbors, causing both Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun to feel somewhat bashful. Amidst the continuous compliments, Qin Tian found himself at a loss for words. However, Lu Qianxun, listening to the praises, softly inquired of Qin Tian, so, did I bring you some face? Qin Tian surveyed the surrounding area, noticing that a dozen neighbors had gathered at their homestead. With a complex expression, he replied, it seems you have granted me a favor. But perhaps this is a bit excessive. Lu Qianxun displayed a resigned expression, saying, what can I do? I was simply born with this beauty. Qin Tian was at a loss for words, rendered speechless. Chen Mein returned and, upon spotting Lu Qianxun from a distance, abruptly halted her steps. Initially, she was furious at Qin Tian for dismissing her without a word and returning home, but upon seeing Lu Qianxun, her ire instantly froze, replaced by a profound shock. This astonishment stemmed not only from Lu Qianxun's striking appearance and poise, which made her, as a woman, feel inferior, but also from the fact that she had previously encountered Lu Qianxun. Zhang Shufan, regaining her composure, observed the intimacy between Qin Tian and Lu Qianxun. Hearing the neighbor's praises for Lu Qianxun ignited a surge of anger within her. She sternly addressed Zheng Jinyun, saying, Jinyun, your actions are rather unscrupulous. Your son already has a girlfriend, yet you still want me to introduce him to another. I brought my niece here today, and now you orchestrate this. Are you toying with me? In response to her reproach, Zheng Jinyun quickly replied, Shufan, I would never deliberately deceive you, I was unaware that Xiao Tian had a girlfriend. Qin Zhonghua promptly stepped forward to clarify, indeed, Shufan, we only just learned that Xiao Tian is in a relationship. Zhang Shufan crossed her arms, visibly angry. Then, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qianxun, she remarked sarcastically, what good is beauty alone? Can it be eaten? My main is the head of Chanel in Liangshukshan, earning over 300,000 a year, with 2 properties and a car, all fully paid. Jingyun, I initially thought to introduce Mein to your Xiao Tian since we are neighbors, but it seems your family lacks such fortune. Upon hearing her remarks, Qin Tian and the others had yet to respond, but the surrounding neighbors were already expressing astonishment and envy, whispering among themselves. An annual salary of over 300,000 is an astronomical figure for these rural farmers, who typically earn only a few tens of thousands a year. Many began to murmur in agreement with Zhang Shufan's words, lamenting that Qin Tian had indeed lost out on Chen Mein. While Lu Qianxun was undeniably beautiful, they mused. What good is beauty if it cannot sustain one? In this day and age, money reigns supreme. Zhang Shufan, overhearing their discussions, felt even more triumphant. Her nose almost lifted in pride. She approached Lu Qianxun's modest red car and inquired, this vehicle must be worth just over 100,000, right? Lu Qianxun nodded in agreement, approximately. Although she had previously served as the general manager of a prestigious company, her monthly salary was not substantial, which is why her vehicle was not a luxury model. Primarily, Lu Qianxun herself does not attach much importance to such matters, possessing a car for transportation suffices for her. Whether it is a luxury vehicle or not holds no significance in her heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shufan could not conceal her disdain, her eyes sparkling with contempt as she sauntered over to Chen Mein's Cadillac. With a smirk, she remarked, my Main's car is a Cadillac worth 200,000 to 300,000. Enough to purchase 2 of your vehicles. Just on their way here, Mein was telling me about her plans to upgrade to a BMW worth 500,000 to 600,000 in the near future. She then turned her gaze toward Qin Tian, exclaiming, TSK, if you were to be with my Mein, you would soon relish the experience of riding in a BMW, but it appears you have no chance now. Suppressing a laugh at her boastful demeanor, Qin Tian barely managed to hold back his amusement. Lu Qianxun too felt the urge to laugh. Yet she promptly raised her hand to cover her mouth, stifling her mirth. As Zhang Shufan continued her bragging, the seemingly unperturbed Chen Mein, having regained her composure from the initial shock, hastily approached, exclaiming, "And please stop.
Without waiting for Zhang Shufen to react, she went directly to Lu Qianxin and courteously stated, "Hello, Ms. Lu." Lu Qianxin, intrigued, inquired, "And you are?" "Oh, Ms. Lu, you may not recognize me, I am the regional manager for Chanel in Liangshu. I had the privilege of attending an event in Qing City where you represented the Median Group and delivered a speech. The Median Group is also a cosmetics company. And Lu Qianxin previously served as its general manager, making her a peer of Chen Meiying. Thus, there had been an occasion when Chen Meiying had seen Lu Qianxin at an event. However, during that event, Chen Meiying was merely one among hundreds of industry participants. While Lu Qianxin, as the general manager of the Median Group, had taken the stage to speak, leading to the current situation where Chen Meiying recognized Lu Qianxin. Yet the latter did not know her. Understanding this, Lu Qianxin nodded in realization and politely responded, "Hello." Witnessing Chen Meiying's courteous demeanor towards Lu Qianxin, referring to her as Ms. Lu, Zhang Shufen blurted out, "Meiying, what did you just call her?" Turning around, Chen Meiying, her face flushed with embarrassment, replied, "And please stop. Ms. Lu is the general manager of the Median Group in Qing City, far superior to me." "What?" Zhang Shufen's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly shocked. Qin Zhonghua, Zheng Jingyun, and the surrounding neighbors also wore expressions of astonishment. Their glances toward Lu Qianxin shifted dramatically. After a moment, a younger neighbor regained his composure and quickly pulled out his phone to search for information about the Median Group. Not long after, he exclaimed, "The Median Group is a local cosmetics company in our Qin City, valued at over 100 million. The crowd was instantly abuzz with astonishment. Lu Qianxin is the general manager of a billion-dollar company. At that moment, Zhang Shufen's face turned crimson with embarrassment. Particularly recalling the earlier words spoken to Lu Qianxin, the protagonist felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation for flaunting wealth and superiority before the general manager of a billion-dollar corporation, wishing desperately to vanish into the ground. "Lu, my aunt is quite blind to your greatness, please do not hold her ignorance against her." Chen Meiying hastily expressed her apologies to Lu Qianxin. Lu Qianxin replied with grace, "It's quite all right." Immediately thereafter, Chen Meiying exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Shufen, prompting the latter to enter the vehicle. Following this, she bid Lu Qianxin farewell and quickly departed as well. The commotion instigated by Zhang Shufen left her with no choice but to live in disgrace. Although she had taken a liking to Qin Tian, the thought of competing with Lu Qianxin for his affection was utterly ludicrous. Lu Qianxin's beauty and qualifications eclipsed her by an insurmountable margin, leaving her confidence utterly shattered in Lu Qianxin's presence. "Xiao Tian, you are incredible." "Qin Tian, how did you win the heart of such a remarkable young lady?" "Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jinyun, your ancestral graves must be perfectly situated to have produced such fortune. I must see the location of your family graves. When my mother passes, I too shall ensure she rests there. I want to go too, wait for me," exclaimed the neighbors from the embankment, their voices filled with awe. Suddenly, someone suggested visiting Qin Tian's family graves, and soon everyone departed in unison to pay their respects. Qin Tian, Qin Zhonghua, and Zheng Jinyun exchanged glances, their expressions darkened by disbelief. However, Zheng Jinyun quickly ushered Lu Qianxin inside, greeting her warmly alongside Qin Zhonghua. In the beginning, they could hardly believe that their son had found such a beautiful and accomplished girlfriend. Zheng Jinyun discreetly pinched Qin Zhonghua several times, causing him to break into a cold sweat. It was only after a considerable time observing the intimacy between Lu Qianxin and Qin Tian that they began to accept the reality. "Qianxin, at such a young age, you are already the general manager of a billion-dollar company, you are truly exceptional." During lunch, Zheng Jinyun prepared an extravagant spread and remarked as they dined. Lu Qianxin humbly responded, "Auntie, you flatter me, the Median Group belongs to my grandfather, which is why I am able to serve as general manager. Yet it is your own excellence and capability." Qin Tian interjected, "If you lacked ability, how could your grandfather entrust you with such a position? You have no idea. I previously worked at Median Group and know that during Qianxin's tenure as general manager, she generated value exceeding 10 million. Exclaimed Zheng Jingyun. Qin Zhonghua. Both were left trembling, chopsticks shaking in their hands. Though they were unfamiliar with corporate performance metrics, the figure of 10 million resonated profoundly with them. It was a sum they could never hope to earn in their lifetimes. Observing their astonishment, Qin Tian's mind began to whirl with ideas. He pondered how to suitably explain to the two individuals that he now possessed considerable wealth, ensuring that he would never lack for money in the future. While Qin Tian and Lu Chenxin dined, they intermittently responded to inquiries from Qin Zhonghuo and Zheng Jingyun, resulting in their lunch extending until 2 o'clock. In the afternoon, Lu Chenxin showed no intention of returning to Qin City, so Qin Tian took her on a leisurely stroll around Yonghe village, allowing her to savor the pastoral scenery. After dinner, Qin Tian and Lu Chenxin returned to their room together. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Zhonghuo and Zheng Jingyun were finally convinced that Qin Tian and Lu Chenxin were indeed in a romantic relationship. In truth, even after a long afternoon had passed, both Qin Zhonghuo and Zheng Jingyun felt a sense of disbelief at their son's fortune in finding such a beautiful and accomplished girlfriend. As if they were living in a dream. While they acknowledged their son was handsome and admirable, Lu Chenxin's exceptional qualities seemed to surpass all expectations. Now that the two had entered a bedroom and confirmed they would be sharing it, the last remnants of their doubts were entirely dispelled. Inside the room, Lu Chenxin sat on the bed while Qin Tian rubbed his hands and gazed at her with a mischievous expression, saying, "Chenxin, you surely don't have to do any work for Hon's group tonight, do you?" Seeing his playful demeanor, Lu Chenxin replied, "I can't. As I officially start at Hon's group the day after tomorrow, so I need to work late tonight to familiarize myself with their operations." Qin Tian's playful demeanor vanished in an instant, and he lamented, "Chenxin, you've been focused on Hon's group for so long, you must spare some time to accompany me. No. You must spend the evening with me, whether you want to or not." He playfully twisted his hands, asserting, "If you refuse, don't blame me for being forceful." With that, he leapt toward her without hesitation. Lu Chenxin, caught off guard, found herself swiftly pinned to the bed. "Qin Tian, Vulecha, what are you trying to do?" she exclaimed. Since you've labeled me a lecher, what do you think I'm trying to do? Let me go, let me go." "Not a chance. I've been patient for days, and now that the opportunity has finally arrived, I won't let it slip by." As he spoke, his hands began to fumble with her clothing. Lu Chenxin hurriedly said, all right, Qin Tian, I agree, but you must let me go first, I need to tell you something." Noting the seriousness in her tone, which did not seem to be a jest, Qin Tian reluctantly released her. "What is it? Speak quickly." "Qin Tian, I can yield to you tonight. But do you have a condom?" Lu Chenxin stated earnestly, "I am not prepared for a baby right now." Qin Tian was taken aback. In his hometown, he had no such thing as a condom. Moreover, it would take at least 10 to 20 minutes to drive to the nearest town from Yonghe village. And it was late at night, he couldn't even consider going to buy one. In an instant, he scratched his head in frustration and asked, "Is it absolutely necessary?" Lu Chenxin firmly shook her head. "It is absolutely not acceptable. Last time at the hotel, we didn't use one either. That was my first time, it was safe. So it wasn't required." Qin Tian raked his fingers through his hair, revealing a look of disappointment. "What are we going to do now? Could it be that tonight he could only hold the other person while sleeping, unable to move? If that were the case, Qin Tian felt it would be better to end it all. This was utterly tormenting. After a moment, unwilling to accept this, he asked, "What if I control myself and tread carefully?" "No way," Lu Chenxin decisively rejected. Without a condom, she was resolute in her refusal. Qin Tian felt he might go mad. He scratched his head while pacing the room. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Given the fiery state I'm in, Chenxin, you must help me release it tonight, otherwise I fear I might explode. If you won't do it without protection, I'm open to alternatives." His words trailed off as his gaze fixated on her lips. Initially, Lu Chenxin did not comprehend his meaning, but upon noticing his intense stare, she froze, instantly understanding. Her cheeks flushed crimson, then she grabbed a pillow from the bed, hurling it at Qin Tian. "Why don't you just die?" Qin Tian effortlessly caught the pillow, feigning innocence. "What do you want me to do? It's not easy for me either." Lu Chenxin shot him a disdainful look, then rose to fetch her bag. From within, she retrieved a condom. Upon seeing it, Qin Tian's eyes lit up. "Chenxin, you. You vile man. I anticipated you would act this way, so I was well prepared." Lu Chenxin replied with exasperation. "I was merely teasing you earlier."
Shenshin, you are truly considerate. Qin Tian exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her and planting a big kiss on her forehead. By the way, how many did you bring? What is the matter? 1 or 2 definitely won't suffice tonight. That night, Qin Tian and Lu Shenshin lost track of time. And when they finally fell asleep, Qin Tian thought he heard roosters crowing. It was a night devoid of rest. The next morning, around 7 o'clock, Zheng Jinyun prepared breakfast. And Qin Zhonghua planned to wake Qin Tian and Lu Shenshin for the meal. However, just as he was about to ascend the stairs, Zheng Jinyun suddenly recalled something and called out to him, wait a moment. Qin Zhonghua halted and turned to ask, what is it? Zheng Jinyun replied, don't wake Xiao Tian and the others, let them sleep a little longer. Qin Zhonghua, puzzled, struggled to grasp her meaning. Zheng Jinyun shot him a glare. Qin Zhonghua, are you foolish? If I said not to wake them, then don't. Come back, we'll eat ourselves. Baffled, Qin Zhonghua complied, refraining from waking Qin Tian and the others. It wasn't until nearly noon that Qin Tian and Lu Shenshin finally emerged from their room. As they descended the stairs, Qin Tian distinctly felt Zheng Jinyun regarding them with an unusual gaze, her face beaming with a smile, which made Lu Shenshin feel quite embarrassed. During breakfast, Zheng Jinyun persistently served dishes to Qin Tian and Lu Shenshin, urging them to eat more to replenish their strength. In this situation, Lu Shenshin felt so shy that she nearly buried her head in the table while dining. In the afternoon, as she was set to start her job at the Hon Group the following day, she had to return home. Qin Tian initially intended to accompany her back to Qin City, but just as he was about to speak, a message from his boss arrived on his phone regarding a debt collection. The message indicated that he needed to find Zhu Beiji, who was in a predicament and was desperately seeking him to prevent his affairs from being exposed in the mortal realm. Thus, Qin Tian decided to let Lu Shenshin return to Qin City alone. Since he was currently unemployed, it made no difference to him whether he returned early or late. After Lu Shenshin departed, Qin Tian retreated to his room and informed Zheng Jinyun that he was feeling quite fatigued and wished to sleep, requesting that she and Qin Zhonghua refrain from disturbing him. Zheng Jinyun nodded in agreement, saying, very well, take your rest. Your father and I will not bother you. However, my dear Tian, I must remind you, despite your youth and vigor, you should take care not to overexert yourself in the future. As Qin Tian ascended the stairs, he stumbled slightly at the sound of Zheng Jinyun's admonitions, nearly losing his balance. Once in his room, he inquired with his boss and discovered that he could still locate Zhu Beiji by clicking on his name in the debt collection app, which would summon the identity token of the debt collector to guide him. Although Zhu Beiji had repaid his debts and was no longer a delinquent client, his previous borrowing from the Heavenly Debt Company meant that records of his transactions still existed, allowing Qin Tian to seek him out using the same method as before. Qin Tian marveled at his boss's capabilities and, upon clicking the record of Zhu Beiji, found himself drawn into a vortex. In the divine realm, at Guanjiangku, Erlang brandished his trident, glaring at Zhu Beiji, who stood a few meters away, his eyes ablaze with fury. Zhu Beiji, do not overstep your bounds. If you push me too far, I will stop at nothing to eliminate you. In the face of such wrath, Zhu Beiji felt a twinge of fear. Yet, recalling his own misfortunes, he mustered his courage and replied, Erlang, I come to you today not with ill intent, I merely wish to borrow your celestial hound. Before he could finish, Erlang erupted with fury, appearing before Zhu Beiji in an instant, his trident poised threateningly at his throat. The celestial hound had been his loyal companion for thousands of years, and the audacity of Zhu Beiji to carve it ignited his rage. Realizing the misunderstanding, Zhu Beiji quickly clarified, Erlang, do not misconstrue my intentions. I do not wish to take your hound, I simply seek to borrow it to help me find someone. Upon hearing this, Erlang's fury subsided significantly. So, you wish to have the celestial hound assist you in locating someone? Zhu Beiji affirmed, indeed, within the 3 realms. Your celestial hound is unparalleled in tracking individuals, and that is why I sought your assistance. With that, Erlang's trident vanished from his grasp. Zhu Beiji instinctively touched his neck, although the 3-pronged, 2-edged blade was gone, he still felt a chill creeping along his nape. Where is the hound of heaven? He pondered aloud. Suddenly, Erlang turned his head and called out loudly. In the next moment, a shadow descended beside them, revealing the hound of heaven. Master. The Hound of Heaven bowed respectfully to Erlang. Erlang remarked, "The Purifier wishes for your assistance in locating an individual, please help him." "As you command." The Hound of Heaven replied, turning towards Zhu Beiji and extending a hand. "Hand it over." "What?" Zhu Beiji was perplexed. The Hound of Heaven clarified, naturally. "I require an object belonging to the person you seek." Erlang added, "The Hound of Heaven tracks individuals by scent. You must provide him with something that belongs to that person, enabling him to discern their aroma." Zhu Beiji comprehended, the troubled expression crossing his face as he said, I have no such object." "Without an object, do you know what he has touched or where he has been?" The Hound of Heaven declared with a hint of pride, "As long as he has touched an item or visited a location, I can identify his scent." Zhu Beiji's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. With a flick of his right hand, he produced a merit value crystal card. He handed it to the Hound of Heaven, saying, "He has come into contact with this card, it should bear his scent." The Hound of Heaven took it and sniffed at it. The moment he did, his expression shifted dramatically. Erlang, observing, inquired, "What is it?" Casting a wary glance at Zhu Beiji, the Hound of Heaven replied, his tone laced with trepidation, "Master, I detect the scent of that monkey on this crystal card." Erlang was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed with displeasure, "What of the monkey's scent?" "Look at your lack of ambition." Zhu Beiji chuckled, "Hehe. My senior brother touched this crystal card, so it likely retains his scent." The Hound of Heaven resumed sniffing the card but soon turned to Zhu Beiji with a question. "I detect several scents on this card, yours, the monkey's, that of another man, and a female demon. Are you seeking the man or the demoness?" "The man." Zhu Beiji responded without hesitation. "Very well," the Hound of Heaven acknowledged, returning the crystal card to Zhu Beiji. He then performed hand seals while chanting incantations to initiate the tracking. Boundless as the heavens, tracking across countless miles. As the Hound of Heaven proceeded with the search, Erlang approached Zhu Beiji, his tone oddly inquisitive. "Zhu Beiji, how is it that the merit value crystal card contains the scent of a female demon? You are currently the Purifier, the figure of the Buddhist order." With a sudden increase in volume, he continued. "Could it be that you have not reformed your ways and consorted with the demoness, leaving her scent on the card as a remnant of your payment?" Zhu Beiji trembled. Retorting, "Young Jian, you are the one consorting with demonesses. Do not speak such nonsense, it is utterly unfounded." "Is that so?" Erlang replied ambiguously. "Then how do you explain the scent of the female demon on your crystal card?" I, that is." Zhu Beiji stammered, unable to provide a coherent response. Upon witnessing his peculiar demeanor, Erlang's resolve to pursue the enchanting female demon only intensified. Given that Zhu Beiji was notoriously known for his lascivious nature throughout the three realms. In an instant, his gaze towards Zhu Beiji became increasingly peculiar. Sensing the scrutiny, Zhu Beiji, at a loss for words, could only respond, "I have never consorted with a female demon." "Young Jian, cease your baseless accusations. As a disciple of the Buddha, how could I possibly engage in such behavior?" Amitabha, praise be. In his concluding remarks, he clasped his hands together and recited a Buddhist verse. "I have found it." At that moment, the Celestial Hound abruptly interrupted their conversation, effectively providing Zhu Beiji with a reprieve. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Beiji hurried over to inquire, "What news? Where is he?" The Celestial Hound did not respond immediately but began scanning the surroundings. Erlang, unable to contain his curiosity, asked the Celestial Hound, "What are you looking for? Where is the person Zhu Beiji seeks?" "Master," the Celestial Hound returned his gaze to Erlang, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He seems to be right at the mouth of Guangzhou." "What?" Both Erlang and Zhu Beiji were momentarily taken aback. "However, I cannot ascertain his exact location just yet." The Celestial Hound continued, "I find it quite perplexing. Master, grant me a brief moment longer, and I shall surely locate him." With that, he prepared to cast a spell anew, ready to pursue. Yet, before he could utter the incantation, the figure materialized silently beside them. Undoubtedly, this figure was none other than Qin Tian. His sudden appearance, devoid of any discernible aura of spiritual energy or power, left Zhu Beiji and the others momentarily stunned. Regaining his composure, Zhu Beiji exclaimed, "Lord Debt Collector, what brings you here?"
Did you know I was searching for you? Erlang God and the Celestial Hound. Upon seeing Qin Tian, exchanged uneasy glances, recalling their previous encounter with him. However, neither dared to exhibit their apprehension openly. Erlang God took the initiative to greet Qin Tian, stating, "Greetings, the Lord Debt Collector. Zhubeiji, so you wanted the Celestial Hound to locate the Lord Debt Collector." Qin Tian, observing the trio, comprehended the message relayed by his employer. Zhubeiji was indeed searching for him and had enlisted the Celestial Hound's assistance. Should he not appear, it was likely that the Celestial Hound would trace him in the mortal realm, thereby exposing his affairs there. Without further ado, Qin Tian inquired directly, "Zhubeiji, what is the purpose of your summons?" Zhubeiji hesitated, glancing at Erlang God and the Celestial Hound. Erlang God, perceiving his intent, quickly interjected, "Go. I just remembered I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave now. Lord Messenger, pure altar messenger, do take your time in your conversation." He exchanged a knowing glance with the Celestial Hound, and then both figures vanished from sight. Once they departed, Zhubeiji turned to Qin Tian and said, "Lord Messenger, let us find a more secluded place to converse. This is young Jian's territory, and I fear there may be eavesdroppers." With that, mist enveloped his feet, lifting him into the air as he prepared to ascend. Qin Tian hastily called out to his companion, "There is no need to change locations, let us discuss matters here. With me present, even if the Erlang God had 3 times the courage, he would not dare eavesdrop on our conversation." The airborne Zhubeiji, having ascended several meters, halted and returned. Meanwhile, hidden amidst a thick haze of clouds in the distant sky were Erlang God and the Hound of Heaven. Upon hearing Qin Tian's words, Erlang God's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist tightly. However, he soon relaxed and said to the Hound of Heaven, "Let us depart." The two ascended on their clouds and flew away, truly leaving the scene. Unbeknownst to Qin Tian, his casual remark had genuinely frightened off the Erlang God and his companion, who had intended to eavesdrop. Zhubeiji, after a brief hesitation, addressed him, "My lord, the primary reason I sought you out is to borrow some funds from your heavenly lending company." Upon hearing this, Qin Tian instinctively inquired, "Is this for the Jin Maorat?" Little did he expect that the mere mention of the Jin Maorat would ignite a fierce flame of anger on Zhubeiji's face. He exclaimed, "That Jin Maorat is nothing but a swindler. She deceived me out of my merits, leaving me in substantial debt to my senior brother." "Are you referring to Sun Wukong?" Qin Tian asked, puzzled. "What does this have to do with him?" "My lord, it is as follows." Zhubeiji then recounted in detail his recent tribulations and the purpose of his visit. After listening, Qin Tian finally grasped the situation. It turned out that after their last encounter regarding debt collection, the Jin Maorat had approached Zhubeiji once more. Under her seductive persuasion, Zhubeiji was easily swayed to invest. At that time, having just repaid Qin Tian his merits and lacking funds, he, under the Jin Maorat's suggestion, borrowed 10 million merits from Sun Wukong. The Jin Maorat had promised him that an investment of 10 million would yield double the returns in a matter of days. Thus, Zhubeiji thought to borrow from Sun Wukong, invest with the Jin Maorat, and, after a short wait, to return the money to Sun Wukong with the profits. However, as the half-month mark approached, Zhubeiji realized that not only had he not received the promised returns, but he could not even reclaim his initial investment of 10 million. He had been utterly deceived. This predicament left Zhubeiji anxious, for he had assured Sun Wukong that he would repay the loan within half a month. He implored Qin Tian, "My lord, you must assist me this time. If I cannot repay my senior brother as promised, given his fiery temper, he is certain to harm me. You do not understand, the last time I borrowed 1 million from him and failed to repay on time, he struck me. If it were not for the intervention of our master, I would have lost an ear. Now facing a sum of 10 million, the stakes were even higher. Failing to repay would undoubtedly invoke an even fiercer wrath." Qin Tian found himself at a loss for words in response to Zhubeiji's desperate pleas. His previous refusal to lend money had been to protect Zhubeiji from the Jin Maorat's deception. Yet he had never anticipated that Zhubeiji would subsequently approach Sun Wukong for a loan. Qin Tian truly admired the deceptive prowess of the golden-furred rat while simultaneously holding a certain respect for the intellect of Zhubeiji. He mused that with such a level of cunning, Zhubeiji would likely be swindled out of his very undergarments in the mortal realm. Zhubeiji continued, "My lord, You are merely responsible for debt collection and cannot serve as the lender. Might you take me to the headquarters of your heavenly debt company? I wish to seek Daozong. Qin Tian's expression stiffened at the mention of Daozong once more. Was it possible that the Daozong referred to by the previous mention of Yulao was indeed his superior? However, at that moment, Qin Tian chose not to dwell on it and replied, "You need not visit our company headquarters, my authority has grown substantially. I can now approve loans as long as you can provide collateral." Is that truly the case? Zhu Beiji inquired joyfully. Qin Tian nodded, "Indeed, I never deceive." "Very well. If you could lend me 10 million merit points to settle my debts with my elder brother, I would be willing to use my nine-toothed rake as collateral." Qin Tian retrieved his phone and entered the nine-toothed rake into the loan application. Soon, the screen displayed the word approved. Clearly, the value of the rake exceeded 10 million merit points. Thus, Qin Tian requested the crystal card from Zhu Beiji and promptly transferred 10 million merit points to him. Previously, he had refrained from lending out of concern for Zhu Beiji's potential deception. This time, however, the loan was for repaying San Wukong, so he willingly complied. Particularly since Zhu Beiji had offered the rake as collateral. Upon receiving the 10 million merit points, Zhu Beiji nearly leaped for joy. Elated that he could finally repay San Wukong and relieve the burden weighing on his heart. "Thank you, my lord. Thank you." Zhu Beiji exclaimed gratefully, "You are my savior. And I shall never forget your immense kindness and virtue." Qin Tian waved his arm dismissively and, in an educational tone, remarked, "No need for such gratitude. Just be wiser and do not fall for tricks again." To his admonishment, Zhu Beiji displayed no offense, instead, he nodded vigorously in agreement. "Rest assured, my lord. I have learned my lesson and will not be fooled again." In his heart, however, he silently vowed, "Golden furred rat, you had best remain hidden in the demon domain. Should I encounter you, I shall not let you escape." With matters resolved, Qin Tian did not linger in conversation with Zhu Beiji, and with a thought, he returned to the mortal realm. After his departure, Zhu Beiji swiftly took to the clouds and flew towards the Flower Fruit Mountain in the eastern Victory Divine Continent. Unbeknownst to him, Erlang God and the Celestial Hound had already returned to the South Heavenly Gate. Just as they were about to enter, Erlang God suddenly recalled something and halted his steps. "Celestial Hound, do you remember the scent of that female demon from Zhu Beiji's crystal card? Track her down. I wish to meet her." The Celestial Hound's eyes brightened at the command. "Master, do you mean?" Erlang God smirked sinisterly and remarked, "He possesses a leverage over me, and I shall seize one over him in return. If he indeed has an affair with that female demon, how amusing this situation will become. The esteemed emissary of the Western Buddhist realm engaging in debauchery with a female demon. Imagine if this scandal were to spread. Would not the Buddha himself smite him with a single blow?" "Most assuredly." The Celestial Hound responded without hesitation. "Such a grave tarnishing of the Buddhist ethos. A disgrace to its reputation. The Buddha would consider it a mere trifle to eliminate Zhu Beiji with a slap. Master, I shall now pursue that female demon." Without a moment's delay, the Celestial Hound commenced his magical tracking. A brief while later, he halted the incantation, his countenance clouded as he addressed Erlang God, "Master, I have discerned the whereabouts of that female demon, yet we may not be able to locate her at present." Erlang God, taken aback, inquired, "Why not?" "Because she resides in the demon realm." Erlang God. Qin Tian returned to the mortal realm, discovering that night had fallen and the hour approached 8 o'clock. He hurriedly exited his chamber and descended the stairs. Upon seeing him, Zheng Jinyun remarked, "Shao Tian, you have finally awakened. Your father and I have already dined. I shall go heat up some dishes for you." With that, she made her way to the kitchen. Qin Tian followed her and found Qin Zhonghua tidying up inside. "It seems you truly exhausted yourself last night. You slept for several hours," he said to Qin Tian. "Shao Tian, your father brought back some delightful treats for you this afternoon. You shall be in for a treat." He wore a mysterious smile. Qin Tian, puzzled, asked, "What delightful treats?" You shall see shortly." Qin Zhonghua teased, withholding the information. In response, Qin Tian declared, "I'll go take a look myself." He approached the stove. Observing Zheng Jinyun heating the food, and when he saw her pour a dish into the pot, he queried, "Mom, what is this?" "These are 2 beef kidneys that your father specially purchased for you from the town." Zheng Jingyun replied while starring with a spatula. Since you were exhausted last night, consuming more beef kidneys will be beneficial. Qin Tian stood in utter shock, his face adorned with a myriad of dark lines. Throughout his meal, Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun sat beside him, watching intently, with Zheng Jingyun occasionally adding a piece of beef kidney to his bowl, leaving him with no choice but to partake. Eventually, under the supervision of Zheng Jingyun and Qin Zhonghua, he polished off an entire platter of beef kidneys. With a satisfied burp, he helplessly addressed the two. Dad, Mom, I have finished eating, you must be pleased now. Good son. Qin Zhonghua patted his shoulder, rising joyfully to wash the dishes. Qin Tian shook his head. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Zheng Jingyun. Mom, this card contains 200,000, you and Dad may use it as you wish. From now on, you need not toil in the fields, I shall provide for you. Without the slightest surprise, upon hearing his words, Zheng Jingyun was taken aback, and even Qin Zhonghua, washing dishes, paused in reflex. After several seconds, Zheng Jingyun finally regained a semblance of composure. Xiao Tian, where did you acquire such a sum? Do not frighten your mother. Qin Zhonghua set down his chopsticks and approached, exclaiming, indeed, Xiao Tian, you must not frighten us any further. Qin Tian had long anticipated their reaction and was not taken aback. Fortunately, he had already devised an explanation. He reassured them, Father, Mother, rest assured, all this money is entirely legitimate. Have you forgotten what your daughter-in-law does? She is the general manager of a billion-dollar corporation, and I am currently in a relationship with her. Do you think I will ever lack for funds in the future? Upon hearing this, the worries of Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun dissipated. However, they exchanged glances, and Zheng Jingyun, with a complex expression, inquired, Son, you are not living off Chenshin, are you? Qin Zhonghua interjected sternly, Xiao Tian, you are our only son, the sole heir of the Qin family. I will not consent to you becoming a son-in-law elsewhere. Qin Tian nearly toppled off the bench, bewildered. What does that even mean? How did it come to me living off someone else? Yet, upon reflection, he realized his prior words were indeed ambiguous and could be construed as him relying on Lu Chenshin. Thus, he spoke earnestly to his parents, Father, Mother, I assure you, I will never become a son-in-law to another family. You need not worry. This money is earned through my own efforts and not given by Chenshin. She is the general manager of a major corporation and provided me some resources. I used my savings to start my own business. Yes, that is the truth. Seeing his earnest demeanor and hearing his solemn tone, Qin Zhonghua and Zheng Jingyun ultimately believed him. Qin Tian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Subsequently, Zheng Jingyun, initially reluctant to accept his bank card, only did so after his repeated persuasion. Xiao Tian, your achievements today are due to Chenshin's support. You must treat her well. If you dare to mistreat her, I shall not forgive you. Indeed, Xiao Tian, Chenshin is exceptionally beautiful, talented, and comes from a good background. It is a blessing for you to be in a relationship with her. Now that you are earning so much, it is all thanks to her support. So do not let her down. Afterward, the couple continued to impart their advice to Qin Tian. It was not until he ascended the stairs and returned to his room that his ears finally found solace. The following day, after having breakfast, Qin Tian prepared to purchase several new appliances for the family in town before heading back to Qing City in the afternoon. Given that the family had recently built a new house but had been constrained by finances, many appliances had yet to be acquired. Now that he was no longer financially burdened, it was time to make those purchases. After selecting his items at an appliance store and completing the payment, Qin Tian left his address and intended to explore the town further to see if there was anything else worth buying. While strolling through the streets, he suddenly spotted a very familiar figure, Lu Wenwen. Upon seeing her, Qin Tian was momentarily stunned. He had not expected to encounter Lu Wenwen in the town of his childhood. Could it be that her hometown was also here? What a remarkable coincidence. In a fleeting moment, he set aside his thoughts and approached her. Despite the confirmation of his relationship with Lu Chenshin, he found himself at a loss on how to confront Lu Wenwen. However, encountering her in such circumstances left him with no choice but to acknowledge her presence. Just as he was about to approach Lu Wenwen, a group of unruly youths abruptly blocked her path. Wenwen, where are you headed? Have you decided whether or not to accept the conditions I proposed earlier?
The leader of the group, flaunting piercings, obstructed Lu Wenwen's way with ill intentions. Lu Wenwen clenched her delicate fists, her face flushed with anger. Xia Shixiang. You are being unreasonable. Xia Shixiang responded with a grin, who is being unreasonable? Your father owes us over $1 million. You can refuse. But then you ought to repay the debt. You scoundrel. You take advantage of my father's lack of education, tricking him into signing your deceitful contract. He only borrowed 5,000 from you, and now you demand 100,000. This is extortion. I will report you to the authorities. Lu Wenwen trembled with rage. Instead of fearing her wrath, Xia Shixiang and his gang only laughed louder. Wenwen, your father may lack education, but you are educated. You must have read those contracts, black and white, they have legal standing. If you report me, I can assure you that in the end, your family will lose. With a smirk, Xia Shixiang continued, Wenwen, for the sake of our past as classmates, if you agree to be my girlfriend for a year, I might consider waiving your father's debt. Dream on. Lu Wenwen retorted, trembling as she attempted to bypass them. Yet, the moment she moved, Xia Shixiang and his companions once more blocked her escape. Today, you must give me an answer, either repay the debt or be my girlfriend, otherwise we will not let you leave. Lu Wenwen's eyes reddened with desperation. Just as she felt overwhelmed, a voice rang out from behind. In broad daylight. You dare to forcibly seize a girl. You truly are lawless. At the sound, Lu Wenwen instinctively turned. Upon seeing Qin Tian, her flushed face was filled with surprise. Xia Shixiang immediately pointed at Qin Tian, shouting, Where did you come from, brat? Stay out of this if you want to live. Ignoring the threat, Qin Tian confidently approached Lu Wenwen. One of Xia Shixiang's companions, twisting his hands, advanced toward Qin Tian. You think you're a hero trying to save the damsel in distress? Huh? I'll make you regret it. As the thug approached, he swung a punch at Qin Tian's face. In a flash, Qin Tian delivered a powerful kick to the thug's abdomen. The thug cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his stomach. Startled, Xia Shixiang and the others quickly surrounded Qin Tian. With a dismissive smile, Qin Tian effortlessly took them down one by one, as if swatting away ants. Lu Wenwen had witnessed Qin Tian's prowess before and felt no surprise. Instead, her expression reflected concern for him. As he dispatched Xia Shixiang and his gang, Qin Tian remained unfazed, as if he had merely crushed a few insects. He approached Lu Wenwen and asked, Wenwen, what brings you here? Is your hometown also in Yuan town? Lu Wenwen replied with surprise, Qin Tian, is your hometown here as well? Qin Tian nodded and remarked, what a coincidence. I never expected our hometowns to be the same. Just then, a voice interrupted, you little punk, if you dare meddle in our affairs, you'll regret it. Before he could finish, Xia Shixiang, seated on the ground, pulled out his phone, seemingly to call for help. Upon witnessing this, Lu Wenwen grasped Qin Tian's hand and hurriedly fled the scene. Initially, Qin Tian had no intention of running. With his skills, he had no fear of a few ruffians. Yet, under Lu Wenwen's insistence, he found himself following her as they dashed away. Lu Wenwen pulled him along for a distance of 100 or 200 meters before turning into another street, finally coming to a halt. Panting heavily from the exertion, Lu Wenwen bent over, her hands resting on her knees, while Qin Tian stood before her, looking down. By sheer coincidence, his gaze fell upon her collar. Lu Wenwen's figure was already quite alluring, and Qin Tian estimated that she was at least 1 cup size larger than Lu Chenxi. In that moment, he caught sight of a deep, snow-white cleavage, and he felt a pang of thirst, involuntarily swallowing. Thank you, Qin Tian. Lu Wenwen finally caught her breath and expressed her gratitude. Realizing his gaze had lingered, Qin Tian quickly averted his eyes, saying, Wenwen, there is no need for such formality between us. However, Lu Wenwen's expression soon darkened with concern, and Qin Tian understood it was due to the earlier incident. He recalled Xia Shixiang's words and inquired, Wenwen, did your father borrow 5,000 from Xia Shixiang, then now he demands over $1 million in return? At this, Lu Wenwen's frown deepened, when she seemed unwilling to answer. She merely shook her head and said, Qin Tian, I need to go home now. You'd better leave Yuan town quickly to avoid Xia Shixiang seeking revenge on you. With that, she began to walk away briskly. Qin Tian was taken aback. Her attitude towards him was unexpected. He quickly caught up and remarked, Wen, we are from the same hometown, and I just saved you. Shouldn't you thank me? How about we find a place to sit down, grab a bite, and have a good chat? Lu Wen arrived at a parking area for motorcycles. Took a key from her bag and unlocked an electric scooter. She replied, I'm sorry, Qin Tian, but my parents are waiting for me at home. You helped me today, then I'll be sure to express my gratitude properly when I return to Qin City. She mounted the scooter and prepared to leave. Qin Tian grasped the handlebars of the scooter and asked, Wen, where does your family live in Yuan town? I have some free time today, perhaps I could visit you. Lu Wen looked at him, her expression a mix of complexity, as if she wanted to agree but was clearly conflicted. Seeing this, Qin Tian sighed and said, Wen, what is going on with you today? I don't recall offending you, why the sudden coldness? It is worth noting that Lu Wen had previously exhibited an enthusiastic and proactive demeanor towards him. Yet today, upon encountering him in town, she appeared not only surprised but also devoid of any semblance of joy, seemingly making an effort to distance herself from him. Could it be that she had learned of his affair with Lu Chengxun? Qin Tian pondered this notion internally, only to dismiss it almost immediately. How could she possibly be aware of his connection with Lu Chengxun? Could it be that she had discovered him stealing glances at her bosom moments ago? This thought crossed Qin Tian's mind as well, but he quickly refuted it, certain that this was not the cause. Setting aside the fact that his gaze had been discreet. Even if she had noticed, it would hardly warrant her anger. After all, she had previously expressed a willingness to surrender herself to him, thus. What harm was there in a fleeting glance? Amidst Qin Tian's tumultuous thoughts, Lu Wen seemed to have made a decision, stating, I live in Chang'e village. If you do not mind, would you accompany me? Upon hearing this, Qin Tian snapped back to reality, exclaiming, how could I possibly mind? My hometown is not far from Yonghe village. Chang'e village is another village under the jurisdiction of Yuan town, situated approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away. Requiring 1 to 2 hours on foot, or about 10 to 20 minutes on an electric motorcycle. With that, Lu Wen glanced at her electric motorcycle. Her expression slightly unnatural as she inquired, shall you ride and I sit behind? Or should I ride and you sit behind? Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Tian replied. I shall ride, you can sit behind me. It would seem rather improper for a young woman to be the one to drive. So he felt it more suitable for him to take the lead. All right then, Lu Wen acquiesced, relinquishing the handlebars and shifting to the rear seat. As Qin Tian took his position at the front, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle surged forward. Caught off guard by the sudden acceleration, Qin Tian instinctively squeezed the brakes, causing the motorcycle to halt abruptly. Lu Wen, seated behind him, was jostled violently, her hands reflexively wrapping tightly around his waist. A wave of softness enveloped Qin Tian's back, sending ripples of sensation through him. Lu Wen's face flashed crimson, akin to someone who had just consumed an exceptionally spicy pepper. As she exclaimed, Qin Tian, were you doing that on purpose? Coughing awkwardly, Qin Tian responded, I swear, I absolutely did not intend for that to happen. It has been quite a while since I last rode an electric motorcycle, I was merely unaccustomed and lost my grip. Lu Wen fell silent, prompting Qin Tian to take a deep breath before gradually twisting the throttle once more, smoothly setting off from their initial position. Riding the electric motorcycle. With Lu Wen behind him, they made their way to Chang'e village. To Qin Tian's surprise, reaching Lu Wen's home required traversing an unpaved dirt road, causing the motorcycle to bounce and jolt. Lu Wen, seated at the back, found herself repeatedly colliding with Qin Tian's back. Under such circumstances, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed, to the point where she felt as if her face was ablaze. Meanwhile, Qin Tian, feeling the impact of Lu Wen's movements, experienced a curious mix of comfort and discomfort. Qin Tian discovered that since his relationship with Lu Chengxun began, he had become increasingly sensitive, seemingly stronger in certain aspects compared to before. Qin Tian, please stop. Lu Wen finally exclaimed, unable to endure the bumpy ride any longer. This motorcycle is difficult to handle. We are just a few steps away from my home. I can walk the rest. Once Qin Tian halted the motorcycle, she promptly dismounted and walked ahead. To be frank, with her departure, Qin Tian felt an unexpected sense of relief. Goodness, having Lu Wen bouncing behind him was somewhat comfortable for his back, yet quite uncomfortable elsewhere. With a sigh, Qin Tian restarted the motorcycle to catch up with her. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lu Wenwen's family home was a 3-story building, considerably better maintained than Qin Tian's. Upon their return, Lu Wenwen's parents, Lu Guowei and Gong Wanjun, immediately emerged from the house to greet them. At the sight of her parents, Qin Tian was momentarily taken aback. Lu Guowei appeared to be in his 40s. But Gong Wanjun looked like a frail elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, her hair completely grey and her complexion sallow. This pallor was not due to malnutrition, but rather a result of some affliction. To put it bluntly, the trio, Lu Wenwen, Lu Guowei, and Gong Wanjun, stood together not as a parent and daughter, but rather as 3 generations of a family. Seeing Lu Wenwen return, worry etched across their faces. Gong Wanjun inquired, "Wenwen, how are things? That Xia Shixiong has troubled you again, has he?" Sighing heavily, Lu Guowei interjected before Lu Wenwen could respond, "It's all my fault. If I hadn't signed those contracts, none of this would have happened. It's all my mistake. Wenwen, it's your father who has burdened you." Hearing her father's words and witnessing his self-reproach, Lu Wenwen's eyes reddened. "Dad, please don't say that. You are only trying to help Mom with her medical expenses. This isn't your fault. If anyone is to blame, it's that Xia Shixiong, who deliberately set us up." Unable to hold back, Qin Tian stepped forward and said, "The authorities are currently cracking down on usury and predatory lending. Wenwen, if your family has indeed fallen victim to Xia Shixiong's schemes, you need not worry at all." He had clearly heard in town that Lu Wenwen's father had borrowed merely 5,000 yuan from Xia Shixiong, who was demanding repayment exceeding 1 million. This was outrageous. Far worse than mere usury, so Lu Wenwen's family had no reason to fret. It was only after Qin Tian spoke that Lu Guowei and Gong Wanjun noticed him. Gong Wanjun asked, puzzled, "Wenwen, who is he?" Lu Wenwen responded, "Oh, he is my friend. Hello, uncle and auntie, I am Qin Tian." He introduced himself politely. Hello. Please come in." Gong Wanjun welcomed him inside. "Wenwen, you brought a friend home without telling us in advance. Look at us, we are unprepared." During this exchange, Gong Wanjun reproached Lu Wenwen, leaving her at a loss for words. Qin Tian chuckled and said, "Auntie, please do not blame Wenwen. We merely happened to cross paths in town." Lu Guowei inquired, "Are you also from Yuan-Yi town?" Qin Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I hail from Yongha village." "Yongha village? You say? That isn't too far from our Chenqiu village," he remarked. Once inside the house, Gong Wanjun and Lu Guowei greeted Qin Tian warmly, revealing their hospitable nature. However, Lu Wenwen maintained a demeanor that was as distant and aloof as it had been in town. Due to Qin Tian's presence, neither Lu Wenwen nor her parents broached the subject of Xia Shixiong or the matter of borrowing money, thus depriving Qin Tian of the opportunity to offer them comfort and assert that such predatory lending practices were illegal. Gong Wanjun presented a plate of apples to Qin Tian. "Thank you, auntie," he expressed his gratitude and, without hesitation, took one to munch on. Shortly after, seizing a moment when Lu Guowei and Gong Wanjun stepped away, Lu Wenwen approached Qin Tian and said, "Qin Tian, now that you've brought me home and sat for a while, can't you just leave?" Qin Tian looked at her, utterly perplexed. "Wenwen, what is going on with you today? Why this sudden change in attitude? We were just fine in Qing City, and now, after only a few days apart, you seem so different." Faced with his bewilderment, Lu Wenwen's expression shifted as though she wished to articulate something. Yet she hesitated and ultimately remained silent. Finally, she coldly replied, "Qin Tian, perhaps you are misunderstanding something. We are merely ordinary friends." "What sort of attitude do you expect from me?" Qin Tian was taken aback. "No, but didn't you previously say what?" Lu Wenwen interrupted. "Qin Tian, you helped me today, and I will express my gratitude once we return to Qing City. But could you please refrain from lingering? I've been quite straightforward with you. How can you be so brazen as to not take the hint and leave our home?" Qin Tian stared at her, astonished. He truly did not anticipate such words from her. Moments later, he rose from his chair, chuckling awkwardly. "I apologize, it seems I have overstepped. I shall take my leave now." He turned and walked towards the door. Just then, Lu Guowei and Gong Wanjun emerged from another room. Observing the situation, Gong Wanjun asked, Qin Tian, where are you heading? Oh, auntie, I suddenly recalled some matters at home that require my attention, so I must leave. Qin Tian waved goodbye to them. Uncle. Auntie, farewell. It's nearly noon, why not have lunch before you go? Lu Guowei urged. Thank you, uncle, but that's not necessary. Qin Tian exited and quickly departed from Lu Wenwen's home. As he emerged, he had not ventured far when he spotted two somewhat antiquated sedans and several motorcycles approaching him from across the road. Moments later, they halted before him, and Xia Shixiong, flanked by a dozen unruly youths, descended from the vehicles surrounding him. During this period, Xia Shixiong and his companions retrieved steel pipes and iron rods from the trunks of two cars, each armed with a weapon. Xia Shixiong remarked to Qin Tian, I knew you would be here. Have you thought about how you want to die? Qin Tian surveyed the scene, taking in Xia Shixiong and his gang of miscreants. And a smirk crept across his face. After Lu Wenwen had forcefully expelled Qin Tian from her home, she suddenly realized that he had no vehicle. If he were to walk back to town, it would take him an hour or two. Hence, she swiftly mounted her electric motorcycle and set out in pursuit, intending to return him to town. However, Lu Wenwen was taken aback when she exited the dirt road and spotted Qin Tian standing at the roadside, flanked by two cars and several motorcycles. More alarmingly, a dozen individuals were sprawled on the ground around him in various positions. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as Xia Shixiong and his gang. Accelerating towards him, she called out Qin Tian. Upon seeing her, Qin Tian turned and asked with a pout, Why are you out here again? Isn't it obvious? Your classmate is unwilling to back down and has brought more people to deal with me, he replied, raising his hands in resignation. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. At that moment, Xia Shixiong lay on the ground, clutching his groin in agony, cursing, You brat. I won't let you off the hook. If I don't eliminate you, I won't carry the Xiosa name. Qin Tian cast a dismissive glance at him, too apathetic to respond. Sensing the pain, Xia Shixiong, with great effort, pulled out his phone, declaring, I'm calling my cousin right now. Just wait and prepare for your coffin. He then turned to Lu Wenwen, and you, Lu Wenwen, if you are going to be so brazen, then don't blame me. Qin Tian observed Lu Wenwen's face pale with trepidation upon hearing his words. She exclaimed, Xia Shixiong, what on earth do you intend to do? Xia Shixiong, while dialing, replied with a sinister tone, Don't you know what I'm planning? Head either way, you are both finished. Lu Wenwen, exasperated, was about to respond when Qin Tian, puzzled, asked her, Wenwen, why are you so afraid of him? Qin Tian could not comprehend why Lu Wenwen would be so frightened. Even if Xia Shixiong had orchestrated a scheme that led Lu Guowei to sign a predatory loan contract resulting in a debt of over $1 million, such loans were illegal. And that debt could not hold. He found no reason for such fear. Lu Wenwen dismounted her motorcycle, which fell to the ground, disregarding it entirely. She locked eyes with Qin Tian and said, Qin Tian, do you know that Xia Shixiong's cousin is Wang Tianba from Liangshukshan? We cannot provoke him. Hearing this, Xia Shixiong on the ground chuckled with smug satisfaction, I'm glad you understand. Just then, his call connected, and his demeanor shifted completely as he began to flutter, Hello, cousin. It's me, Xiaoxiong. I was just thinking, next month is your 40th birthday, and I'm preparing a special gift for you. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian noticed Lu Wenwen's expression drastically change, her face paling even further. However, I find myself in a predicament, dear cousin, and I implore you to assist me. Thereupon, Xia Shixiong recounted, with embellishments, the incident involving Qin Tian's altercation with him, pleading for assistance. Qin Tian stood aside, seemingly unperturbed, allowing the narrative to unfold as it may. He had resolved that, having encountered this situation today, he would extend a helping hand to Lu Wenwen and resolve this predicament. The other party contacted someone named Wang Tianba. And fortuitously, he intended to address the very source of the issue to prevent an interminable saga from unfolding. Minutes later, Xia Shixiong handed his phone to Qin Tian, a young man, my cousin wishes to speak with you. Qin Tian accepted the device without hesitation, placing it to his ear, Hello. Are you the one who assaulted my subordinate? A haughty voice resonated from the receiver, Do you realize that everything Shixiong has done is to prepare a birthday gift for me? I am unaware, Qin Tian retorted deliberately. I don't even know who you are. You don't know who I am. Did Shixiong fail to inform you? He did mention that I am Wang Tianba. Qin Tian smacked his lips, yet I still do not recognize you. A brief silence ensued on the other end, followed by boisterous laughter. Haha, splendid. You have successfully made me quite displeased, young one. I am granting you 3 hours, arrive at the Huanting Club in Liangshukshan to meet me. If you fail to appear within this time frame, that I assure you will regret it. I have conveyed my message, now return the phone to Shixiong. The tone and demeanor of Wang Tianba exuded an air of superiority, even bordering on imperiousness. Initially, Qin Tian felt a surge of irritation at the condescension of the other party, contemplating a retort. However, he ultimately refrained and returned the phone to Sir Shixiong. All right, cousin. Rest assured, I will handle this, Sir Shixiong affirmed, nodding repeatedly. When the call ended, he unsteadily rose to his feet. Given Qin Tian's restraint during their earlier encounter, the situation could have been far graver, otherwise, the other party might not have merely been standing. Sir Shixiong addressed Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, you two must accompany me to Liangshukshan to meet my cousin. This time, before Qin Tian could respond, Lu Wenwen interjected, Sir Shixiong, I agree to go to Liangshukshan, but can Qin Tian remain behind? No. Sir Shixiong decisively countered, my cousin insists that you both must attend. One cannot be absent when we must arrive within 3 hours. Lu Wenwen, growing increasingly frantic, implored Sir Shixiong, I beg you, do not involve Qin Tian. He is not implicated in this matter. If you release him from this obligation, I will agree to any conditions you impose. Whether it be to be your girlfriend or to be presented as a gift to Wang Tianba. Qin Tian abruptly turned to her, astonished. The depths of his disbelief evident in his eyes. Instinctively, he grasped her arm. Wenwen, what are you saying? Yet Lu Wenwen shrugged off his grasp, continuing to beseech Sir Shixiong with her gaze. Sir Shixiong remarked, Wenwen, it appears you are already fully aware of the situation. Indeed, Xiao Yiman has already informed me. As long as you prevent your cousin from dealing with Qin Tian, I will acquiesce to all your requests. It was Xiao Yiman who revealed this to you. A look of realization spread across Sir Shixiong's face, yet he shook his head in refusal. No, if I hadn't just called my cousin and you had pleaded with me, I might have considered letting him off the hook. Unfortunately, my cousin is already aware of him, and more importantly, he has just displeased my cousin. So he must accompany me to the Royal Court Club today, with no room for negotiation. Lu Wenwen's face turned pale. Sir Shixiong continued to warn her, my cousin has already spoken, and Wenwen, do not entertain any thoughts of letting him escape. While others may not understand my cousin, you should be well aware that if he gets angry, the consequences can be exceedingly severe. Lu Wenwen's complexion grew even more ashen, and she turned to Qin Tian. Her face filled with guilt, saying, I am sorry, Qin Tian, I am so sorry, it is all my fault that you are in this predicament. By the end of her words, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Witnessing this, Qin Tian was both astonished and perplexed. To be frank, he only grasped fragments of their conversation, not comprehending it entirely. Moments later, before he could voice his confusion, Lu Wenwen recalled something and responded, Sir Shixiong, Qin Tian and I will accompany you to the Royal Court Club. Sir Shixiong clapped his hands, a clever decision. Without regard for the lingering pain in his groin, he hobbled towards a small car, opened the door, and said to Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, let us hasten, my cousin has allotted you but 3 hours. And it will take us 2 hours to reach Liangshukshan city. Qin Tian, Wenwen. Lu Wenwen, Qin Tian, I know you have many questions right now. Let us get in the car, and I will explain everything in due time. Very well. Qin Tian refrained from pressing for answers and entered Sir Shixiong's small vehicle as instructed. I will take you to the county to meet my cousin. You can return home afterwards. Oh, and remember to return my girlfriend's scooter. Sir Shixiong took the driver's seat, leaving a parting remark for the companions still sprawled on the ground before starting the engine and departing. Wenwen, what on earth is happening? Inside the car, Qin Tian felt somewhat dazed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wenwen organized her thoughts and explained, Sir Shixiong and I were high school classmates, he developed feelings for me. And when I was away from home, he resorted to predatory lending tactics, causing my father to incur a debt of over $1 million to him. He then threatened me with this debt, attempting to coerce me into submission. At this juncture, Sir Shixiong, driving ahead, openly acknowledged her words, Wenwen. I did not wish to resort to such measures, however, I had no other choice since you continually rejected my advances through normal means. Qin Tian regarded him without engaging. Turning to Lu Wenwen to inquire, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned giving yourself to Wang Tianba as a birthday gift? This time. Before Lu Wenwen had the chance to respond, Xia Shixiong interjected, young man, as a fellow man, you ought to understand that some men prefer youthful maidens, while others are drawn to mature women or even married ones. In short, different men have their unique tastes. As for my cousin, he particularly fancies other men's girlfriends. Upon hearing this, Qin Tian quickly grasped the implications, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Wenwen, with a mix of disdain and bitterness, remarked thus. Xia Shixiong's desire for me to be his girlfriend is not for his own sake, but rather to present me to his cousin, in an effort to curry favor. At that moment, Qin Tian could not suppress an expletive, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Having lived over 20 years and encountered numerous situations, even venturing into the divine realm as a debt collector, he remained astonished by Xia Shixiong's audacity. Such bizarre antics truly exist in this world. Lu Wenwen seemed to have anticipated his reaction, continuing unfazed. Before me, Xia Shixiong had already engaged in such behavior, offering his ex-girlfriend, Xiao Yimen, to Wang Tianba. Xiao Yimen is also our classmate and a friend on WeChat. She informed me of these events. Xia Shixiong immediately lifted his right hand from the steering wheel. Shaking his head in protest, Wenwen, Xiao Yimen cannot be compared to you. You were once our class and school beauty, and now you are even more stunning. My cousin's birthday is next month, and if I present you to him, he will undoubtedly be thrilled. Once he offers me some support, I shall strike it rich. Rest assured, Wenwen, my cousin's interest in any woman never lasts beyond a month. Even if he remains enamored with you a tad longer, once he tires, I will still claim you. When I am wealthy, we shall marry, and I will provide you with a splendid life. Qin Tian could clearly sense Xia Shixiong's growing excitement as he spoke. Sitting behind him, he fixated on the back of his head, struggling to restrain himself, fearing he might unleash a slap upon him. In this vast world, one could indeed encounter all manner of peculiar individuals. Previously, he had deemed Jin Shaoqing to be the epitome of a scoundrel, but Xia Shixiong made him seem mild by comparison. Wang Tianba was the manager of the largest entertainment venue in Liangshuo County, the royal court, wielding immense power and influence. Lu Wenwen had not yet finished her thoughts. I knew back in high school that he has taken lives, and not just one. Lu Wenwen turned to fixate on Qin Tian's face, stating with urgency, therefore, Qin Tian, you must not offend Wang Tianba, he is ruthless and capable of anything. As she uttered these words, her beautiful visage was suffused with fear, her body even trembling slightly. Noticing this, Qin Tian grasped her hands firmly. I understand now. Your insistence on sending me away today stems from a desire to shield me from Wang Tianba, not wanting to involve me in this perilous situation. Lu Wenwen did not deny it. She nodded and said, yes, Qin Tian, I know you are quite capable. But someone like Wang Tianba is truly not someone you can provoke. At that moment, a wave of emotion surged within Qin Tian. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted his hand and gently caressed Lu Wenwen's cheek. Wenwen, why are you so foolish? Xia Shixiong, observing their interaction through the rearview mirror, abruptly slammed on the brakes and turned around. What are you two doing? The sudden braking caught both Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen off guard, causing them to lurch forward. Fortunately, Qin Tian was agile enough to regain his balance and quickly wrapped his arms around Lu Wenwen to prevent her from colliding with the front seat. Seeing the two embrace, Xia Shixiong's anger intensified. Kid, what are you doing? Let her go. Qin Tian shot him a glare, and Xia Shixiong, startled, instinctively fell silent. It then dawned on him that he was still feeling a dull pain in his groin. After all, he had brought a group of people who could not best Qin Tian. Now, being alone in the car, he realized that should he provoke Qin Tian, he might face dire consequences. Qin Tian released Lu Wenwen, who blushed slightly and adjusted her posture. Continue driving, Qin Tian said to Xia Shixiong with a calm demeanor. Xia Shixiong restarted the car, and this time, the thick silence enveloped the vehicle. Lu Wenwen did not engage Qin Tian in conversation, but her beautiful eyes occasionally darted about, as if lost in thought. Qin Tian remained silent as well, his mind occupied with simple yet pressing matters: how to deal with the monstrous Wang Tianba when they encountered him, and how to teach Xia Shixiong a lesson. After more than 2 hours, the car arrived in Liangshui County, stopping before an extravagantly decorated clubhouse. The Haunting Clubhouse, the largest entertainment venue in Liangshui County, was situated in the most bustling area, frequented by those seeking amusement. Here, the security personnel alone numbered over 50. As the general manager of the Haunting Clubhouse, Wang Tianba wielded considerable influence, with rumors suggesting even the local officials treated him with utmost respect. Although Qin Tian was from Liangshui County, he had always been an ordinary and honest man, thus unfamiliar with Wang Tianba. Upon arriving at the clubhouse, Xia Shixiang's confidence surged. And he no longer felt the need to be cautious or fearful of Qin Tian. "We've arrived, get out," he proclaimed loudly, pushing open the car door and stepping out. Lu Wenwen's face displayed a spectrum of emotions: nervousness, anxiety, and trepidation. Ultimately, it was Qin Tian's reassuring grip on her hand that calmed her restless heart, allowing her to alight from the vehicle alongside him. As soon as Xia Shixiang exited the car, he rushed to a uniformed security guard at the entrance and said, "Brother, I'm Xia Shixiang, boss summon me." The guard regarded him and replied, "Oh, you must be Boss Ba's distant cousin. He instructed that you go directly to his office upon arrival." "Understood, brother, thank you." Xia Shixiang expressed his gratitude before turning to Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, calling out, "Follow me." Thus, Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen followed each other through the grand entrance of the Royal Court Club, arriving at the threshold of an office. Xia Shixiang knocked on the door and, like a sycophant, announced, "Cousin, I've brought them here." "Come in," a male voice resonated from within. Xia Shixiang adjusted his attire and turned to Lu Wenwen, cautioning her, "Wenwen, you are well aware of the situation. When the time comes, just assert that you are my girlfriend. Do not attempt any tricks, or I assure you, he will meet a most unfortunate fate." He then directed a warning at Qin Tian, "And you, don't say I didn't warn you. If you wish to avoid a grim outcome and lessen your suffering, it would be wise to comply with whatever my cousin requests and humbly apologize." Lu Wenwen remained silent, while Qin Tian merely smiled noncommittally, saying nothing. Xia Shixiang pushed open the office door, and the three entered. Upon entering, Qin Tian spotted a corpulent man lounging on a leather sofa. His legs sprawled across a coffee table, engaged in a phone call. The most striking sight, however, was the scantily clad woman leaning against him. At that moment, Wang Tianba held his phone in one hand while his other indiscriminately roamed over the woman's body. Lu Wenwen, witnessing this scene, felt her face flush with embarrassment and immediately turned her gaze away, refusing to look at Wang Tianba and the woman beside him. Wang Tianba, noticing the arrival of Qin Tian and the others, paid them no heed. He gestured for silence and continued his conversation, his hand continuing its unwelcome exploration of the woman beside him. In this situation, Xia Shixiang signaled to Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen, urging them to remain silent. "Haha, lie. Wang Tianba, always deliver on my promises. Boss Yang, you've lent me your girlfriend for a bit of fun, and I will certainly take care of this matter for you. Rest assured, in Liangshui County, there is nothing Wang Tianba cannot handle. Well, your girlfriend is rather delightful, obedient, charming, and skilled. I am quite satisfied. She is right here with me, Boss Zhou. Would you like to say a word to her?" "No." "Very well, when I tire of her in a few days, I shall return her to your embrace." Wang Tianba continued his conversation for another 2 minutes before finally ending the call. Qin Tian and Lu Wenwen stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless at the absurdity of the situation. It turned out the person he was conversing with was indeed the boyfriend of the woman he was currently entertaining. Engaging in such antics while brazenly speaking to the woman's partner, what audacity. Meanwhile, Xia Shixiang's gaze remained fixated on Wang Tianba's hand as it wandered over the woman's form, his eyes trailing after it, swallowing hard twice in the process. Qin Tian noted this and silently mused that they were indeed cut from the same cloth. Wang Tianba finally set his phone down and shifted his attention to the trio. Upon noticing Lu Wenwen, his eyes sparkled with intense interest, and he withdrew his hand from the woman beside him. In that instant, he found the presence of the woman beside him utterly unremarkable. Wang Tianba rose from the sofa, his gaze fixed intensely on Lu Wenwen. He turned to Xia Shixiang and inquired, "Is this the grand gift you intend to present me for my 40th birthday? Your newly acquainted girlfriend?" "Indeed, cousin," Xia Shixiang eagerly nodded. "Do you like her?" "Like her? I absolutely adore her. Wang Tianba exclaimed. Come, Shixiang's girlfriend. Give us a twirl so I may admire you. Wang Tianba approached Lu Wenwen, reaching out his hand towards her. Yet, before his fingers could graze her attire, another hand seized his wrist with a grip akin to iron, rendering him immobile. Wang Tianba was taken aback and turned to see Qin Tian. Who are you? He demanded. Qin Tian grinned. I'm the one who spoke to you on the phone earlier, claiming not to know you. Xia Shixiang, realizing the situation, bellowed at Qin Tian. You little brat, are you seeking death? Release my cousin. Cousin, he is the one I mentioned earlier. Before he could finish, Qin Tian suddenly launched a kick, sending Wang Tianba flying across the room. The act stunned Lu Wenwen, Xia Shixiang, and the provocatively dressed woman. Regaining their composure, Xia Shixiang shouted at Qin Tian. What the hell are you doing? Cousin, are you alright? He rushed to aid Wang Tianba. As Wang Tianba stood, clutching his abdomen, it took him several moments to regain his composure. Enraged, he confronted Qin Tian. You dare strike me, but before he could complete his threat, Qin Tian dashed forward, delivering 2 swift slaps that left Wang Tianba dazed, his cheeks rapidly swelling with visible bruises. Wang Tianba, in utter disbelief, cried out, Someone! Someone help! They are attacking me! Xia Shixiang shouted towards the entrance, Help! Someone is assaulting my cousin! Hearing the commotion, the security personnel of the Royal Court Club rushed in, wielding their batons. Wang Tianba, pointing at Qin Tian, shouted with a menacing expression, Take him down. Beat him to death. In an instant, the security guards descended upon Qin Tian, their batons raised. Qin Tian! Lu Wenwen exclaimed, panic-stricken and at a loss for what to do. Though Qin Tian had training, the Royal Court Club boasted over 50 guards, all armed with batons. Lu Wenwen doubted he could contend against such odds. Stay back, Wenwen, I'll be fine, Qin Tian reassured, pushing her aside. Just then, the first baton swung towards him, but he sidestepped and retaliated with a powerful punch to the guard's chest, sending him crashing backward. What unfolded next resembled a scene from an action movie. A swarm of guards attempted to subdue Qin Tian, only to be dispatched one after another. Batons clattered to the ground as over 50 skilled fighters lay incapacitated in mere moments, curled in agony like shrimp. Witnessing this spectacle, Wang Tianba, Xia Shixiang, Lu Wenwen, and the other woman were left utterly stunned. With a gulp, Wang Tianba instinctively swallowed, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily and as if cramping. Is this truly a film being shot? Qin Tian strode forward, a smirk playing on his lips as he inquired, So, do you still have any men left? If so, summon them all at once, so I can deal with you collectively. Wang Tianba and Xia Shixiang instinctively retreated. With a hint of trepidation, Wang Tianba asked, What do you intend to do? I warn you, if you dare to lay a finger on me, you will undoubtedly regret it. Yet, Qin Tian did not falter, he continued to advance step by step. Ultimately, Wang Tianba and Xia Shixiang found themselves pressed against the wall, with no room left to retreat. In a panic, Wang Tianba exclaimed, I am the general manager of the Royal Court Club, which belongs to the Han Group. I am the young master of the Han family. Qin Tian's advance momentarily halted. And upon witnessing this, Wang Tianba felt a surge of hope, believing he had intimidated his opponent. His fear diminished significantly as he began to boast. It seems you are aware of the Han Group. If that is the case, you should also know that the young master I mentioned is none other than the son of the wealthiest man in Qing City, Old Master Han. Qin Tian glanced at the office in surprise, remarking, I had no idea the Royal Court Club was an asset of the Han family. However, he quickly came to terms with it. As the richest man in Qing City, Han Sanqian's ventures spanned numerous industries, including entertainment. It was only natural that the Royal Court Club belonged to the Han family. Wang Tianba, feeling triumphant, taunted, And now, are you feeling afraid? If you are, kneel before me at once and disable the hands and feet that dare to strike me, or I might consider sparing your life. In response, Qin Tian produced a black card from his pocket, presenting it before Wang Tianba. Since this is the Han family's establishment, do you recognize this? What is that? Wang Tianba sneered, dismissively glancing at the black card. However, that single glance sent a shiver down his spine, as though he had been struck sharply. The black card customized by Han Sanqian? He incredulously took it in his hands, examining it from every angle, and as he did, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Fear, an intense, profound fear, gripped him, more potent than the earlier shock of witnessing Qin Tian single-handedly defeat over 50 security personnel. As the head of a small subsidiary under the Horn Group, Wang Tianba was well aware of the Black Card's existence and significance. The holder of Hon Sanqian's Black Card not only enjoyed complimentary services across all enterprises under the Horn Group but also embodied Hon Sanqian's absolute authority. To put it plainly, possessing the Black Card was akin to having Hon Sanqian himself present. With a thud, Wang Tianba fell to his knees, trembling as he returned the card to Qin Tian. I apologize, sir, I was blind and offended you. It is entirely my fault. Slap. Slap. The sound of applause filled the office. But this time it was not Qin Tian striking anyone, it was Wang Tianba himself, repeatedly slapping his own face. Lu Wenwan, Xia Shixiang. And the scattered security personnel watched in astonishment. Not only were they shocked, but even Qin Tian himself was taken aback. Although he had long been aware of the formidable nature of this Black Card, he never anticipated its influence to be of such magnitude. Before Wang Tianba, it seemed to possess a deterrent power even greater than his own martial prowess. Sir, I beseech you, in your magnanimity, spare me this time. I swear I shall never offend again. After delivering numerous self-inflicted slaps, Wang Tianba repeatedly bowed before Qin Tian. Each impact resonated loudly, causing a chill to run down the spine of the onlooker, Xia Shixiang. Enough, no more. After a moment, Qin Tian intervened, contemplating Wang Tianba, technically speaking. You have not provoked me, it is your relative who has done so. In an instant, Wang Tianba sprang up and kicked Xia Shixiang to the ground, raining down blows upon him like a torrential downpour. Xia Shixiang cried out in agony, rolling helplessly on the ground. Sir, whatever punishment you deem fit, I shall administer. Qin Tian glanced at Xia Shixiang, who had been reduced to a pitiful state, resembling a lifeless dog sprawled on the floor. Therefore, Qin Tian declared, enough. As long as you refrain from tormenting the girlfriends of others and abandon this perverse inclination, I may consider letting you go. Upon hearing this, Wang Tianba glanced around before picking up a police baton from the ground and striking it violently against his own groin. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the office. Wang Tianba trembled violently, blood dripping from his pants onto the floor. With a pallid complexion, he turned to Qin Tian and asked, Sir, are you satisfied with this?